What now?
Another master said, "Someone tried to assassinate the anomaly again."
Raising his head, Weatherby asked, "So? It hasn't affected the reworked fate projections, has it?"
The first master to have spoken said,
"It's a little more complicated than that. It turns out that someone was playing with fate, and they were rather obvious about it." Furious, Director Weatherby nearly shouted, "Did you idiots defy the will of the council again?" They all held up their hands in denial, and one of them said, "No, it wasn't us. We think it was the children of fate."
Another robed master interjected,
"I still think it was the coalition of destiny." The director could only sit there and watch as the 5 masters of destiny began arguing about which of the secret orders within the Tower of Fate was responsible for defying the council's edict. Running out of patience, he slammed his hand on the table to get their attention and said, "So why haven't you brought this to the council's attention? Why bring me down here to talk about this?" Abruptly, the 5 masters fell silent. After a few seconds, one of them said, "Well, as we said, it is a complicated situation. We each found out through our contacts among the other orders that they all were currently weaving fate within Dorchester's walls. It's possible that there might be a small problem with competing agendas causing unforeseen problems. We needed to give you a heads up before tomorrow's council meeting. Several orders are threatening to release proof of their competitors' actions. We need you to rally the Council of Fate to ensure the veil of secrecy is maintained." The director rubbed his temples through his hood and asked, "How many plots are currently running?" "We've confirmed 14 so far," said one of the masters, trying to sound helpful. Staring hard at the masters, the director asked, "And they are all at cross purposes? How is that possible?" The robed masters exchanged hooded looks. Then one of them said, "It turns out that they were all trying to bring down House Walker. Technically, they weren't going against the council's edict. By not targeting the anomaly, but his house, they didn't think they were doing anything wrong. However, they were inadvertently hindering each other. As you know, weaving fate isn't an exact science." "And have you identified who aided the assassination attempt?" asked the director. "Not yet," said one of the masters. Another one spoke up hesitantly. "According to the Matrix, the combined efforts of the plots have resulted in 3 houses loyal to the Tower of Fate being forced out of Dorchester. Not to mention that there is now a chance that House Walker will take over the city seat." Shooting to his feet, the director screamed, "What?" One of the masters who had been silent up until now spoke up. "I queried the Matrix of Fate, and it is predicting the fall of the tower if we don't find a way to alter our fate." Collapsing into his chair, the director sighed in defeat. Looking at the masters, he said, "So, to sum up what you're telling me, after everyone on the council agreed to leave the anomaly alone, they all used their secret orders to try and interfere with his path. As a result, the anomaly has gained money and influence, while each of the orders are blaming each other for their failures. Furthermore, there is a possibility that there is evidence of our interference while aiding in an illegal assassination attempt on a new noble under the protection of the crown. And somehow, all of this madness concerning a minor noble in the middle of nowhere has altered our fate, which could possibly lead to the destruction of the Tower of Fate, which has existed for thousands of years. Am I missing anything?" After a moment, one of the masters helpfully added, "The Matrix assured us that even if the Tower of Fate falls and we are all executed, the Matrix itself will be fine. So, there's that." The director and the other masters all stared at the robed idiot, silently hoping that something bad would happen to him. When they arrived at the gate, Nero was surprised at how small it was. Instead of the towering opening, which was Gate 15, or the smaller, but still huge, Gate 7, this gate was only wide enough for a 2-lane road. Compared to what Nero had grown used to seeing, it was positively tiny. Not wanting to sound like an idiot, he used his link to open up a private connection to Nick. Why is Gate 14 so small? Or are all the gates like this, but Gate 7 and 15 are the exceptions? Nero could feel Nick several paces behind him. Although he didn't turn around to see, he could imagine Nick's smug face as the man responded. No, Nero, this isn't Gate 14's main gate. It's just one of the sides gates in the area of Gate 14. Each area is named for the main gate. We've covered this. You need to start paying attention. Rolling his eyes, Nero didn't bother to respond and just closed the connection. Turning to look at Guard Gibson, he said, I'll be relying on you to guide us to the Tower of Law. From behind him, he heard Nick say with some annoyance, Actually, Nero, you won't. Why don't you ever read your pings? Looking over his shoulder, Nero could see Nick brushing past Rose and Mike to join him at the front of their little group. Glancing at Guard Gibson, Nero realized that he couldn't respond with his typical snark. Instead, he said, I've put my link on silent so that I didn't have to avoid a connection with the Archmage, or anyone else within Dorchester's power structure. Until the assassin has been delivered and my duty completed, I don't want to engage in politics. Now isn't the time for checking my messages. Nero was pleased to see Guard Gibson smiling and nodding in agreement. However, he could almost feel Nick rolling his eyes when he heard the man scoff. Nero looked over his shoulder to glare at the man. Opening another connection to Nick through the link, he said, Remember to look like a noble. Image is everything, and we can't look like we don't know what we're doing. So stop being an asshole and making me look bad. Nick slightly grinned, but nodded his head in agreement. Changing the subject, he said, If you had bothered to read your pings, you'd be aware of what we're going to find on the other side of the gate. For the past hour, I've listened to you outline hypothetical enemy responses and how you want me and Vera to react to them. But you've been ignoring what is happening right now. Nero returned to facing forward, doing his best to appear like a typical noble, and not a scheming little bastard having a covert conversation with the man standing right next to him. Well, they made their way into the long tunnel which made up the gate, he asked. Okay, I hear what you're saying, and you're not wrong. But I can't pay attention to multiple things like you can. You can relay messages and coordinate our actions better than anyone other than Vera. I needed to think things through, but we're almost through the gate, and the time for planning is over. So how about you give me the highlights? What are we walking into? Nick kept his face blank as he responded. Vera's sent some mercenary guards. They'll be wearing precision shipping badges and cloaks. As you probably don't know what they'll look like, I'll be sure to point them out. Also, there should be a representative from the Tower of Law waiting for us. In order to verify that they are, in fact, sent by Vera, they will use a code phrase. I simply want to win. Vera said that you will be given command, so make sure you don't act surprised when they all follow your lead. Nero glanced at Nick and gave him a subtle nod. Nick could feel Nero's nervousness over the link's connection and tried to project his feelings of support. As they walked the remaining distance through the tunnel, they didn't speak, but kept the connection active. Emerging back into the sun, Nero looked around the busy street, looking for the two groups who should be waiting for them. Nero's group had emerged from a tunnel which had opened up to a large open receiving area, and the guards should be somewhere off to the side. Feeling a tap on his arm, he looked over to see Nick pointing at a group of armed people in the distance. They were wearing brown cloaks with a jeweled PS for a clasp at their shoulder. Even though they were too far away for Nero to recognize them, Nick apparently didn't have a problem doing so. Nero smiled and started leading his group over to meet them. The receiving area was massive and sloped so the gate looked down over the crowd. Stalls and warehouses surrounded the area, and carts were moving about, delivering their goods. There must have been hundreds of people spread across the space, and it reminded Nero of a massive convention hall. The only thing missing was a ceiling. While making their way through the crowd, the regular people surrounding them were looking on with interest, but were nice enough not to approach them. In fact, they all made way when they saw Nero, and the universal recognition was starting to make his palms sweat. Before he could close the distance to Vera's guards, Nero's attention was grabbed by a disturbance in the other direction. In the distance, the crowd was being shoved aside by another group. 5 guards in blue tabards with the Tower of Law's symbol on them were pushing people out of the way, and they weren't being nice about it. Even from a distance, he heard them shouting, "Make way for the law!" and "Tower business, move aside!" Looking at their tabards, he remembered his experience being escorted to the arena. Too bad that Bill guy isn't here. These guys seem like dicks, he thought. Nero halted his party, preferring to wait for Tower's guards to approach. He saw Guard Gibson nervously gripping her sword hilt, and he said, "Wait for my signal, Gibson. They may be on our side." As the Tower guards approached, he saw Vera's guards snap to attention. Nero offered them a wave and tried to imply that they should come closer. He could see the moment they decided that Nero needed help. He tried to hold up his hands to clarify that he wasn't in any trouble and that there was no reason to make a scene. But it was too late. Like an axe head, they forced their way through the crowd, shouting, "Get out of the way!" Nero saw the grim-faced mercenaries pushing people out of the way, with some people being shoved to the ground. The Tower guards noticed and redoubled their efforts to push through the crowd from the other side. Nero could only grimace as the two forces disrupted the otherwise pleasant atmosphere. Nero looked over at Guard Gibson and Nick and said, "Go like this." He clasped his fingers together at his waist and made a platform for someone to stand on. "I need you guys to lift me up." Shrugging, Nick did as he was told. Guard Gibson and Nick had no issue lifting Nero's head and shoulders above the crowd. Surprised at how high they lifted him, he looked out over the crowd to see people starting to panic. They were hearing shouting from both sides, and they didn't know where they should be going to get out of the way. Waving his hands back and forth, Nero shouted as loud as he could, "Everyone calm the hell down!" He saw people quieting down and turning to look at him. Making eye contact with the two groups, he shouted over the crowd, "Stop charging through the crowd like assholes! I'm not going anywhere!" Pleased to see the two groups slowing down, he addressed the crowd. "Sorry for the trouble, everyone. Please go about your day. It's nothing you need to worry about. Thank you for your understanding." Dropping back down to ground level, he looked over at Nick with a proud smile. Nick just stared at Nero and said, "You do know you just showed exactly where you were to everyone here. If someone was waiting to kill you, that would have been a perfect opportunity." Frowning at Nick's analysis, Nero replied, "No one is going to try anything here. But, point taken, I just didn't want to be blamed for a riot." Guard Gibson said, "You're right to put the needs of the people before thoughts of your safety. You are a credit to the nobility." Nero offered a generous smile and said, "See, Nick, stop trying to disparage my good name. I'm heroic." As their connection was still open, Nick used it to say, "Nero, I'm not sure if I can pull off pretending that you are anything other than a pain in my ass." Nero gave Nick a firm stare, full of respect, and replied over the link, "You can do anything you set your mind to. I believe in you." Turning the way, he watched the Tower guards finally make their way through the last of the crowd and open up to reveal a stern-faced woman whom they'd been escorting. She bowed slightly and said, "Lord Walker, I'm Lawbringer Mavis. Vera Salvatore Verena asked me to tell you, I simply want to win. You have a prisoner for me?" Nero looked at the large Tower guards, their stern faces bereft of any personality. Right as he was about to respond, he heard a woman shout from his left, "Lord Walker, I'm Natalie Keening, in the employ of House Walker. We're here to ensure that you reach your destination unmolested," she said, while stomping forward to stand opposite the Tower's group. Behind her, 9 well-armed, brown-cloaked mercenaries emerged from the crowd. By this point, their meeting had caused a large enough disruption that the entire crowd had formed a circle to watch what was happening. Nero could practically picture the phones that would have been pulled out to record the event had this happened back home. Looking around, between his group, the towers, and Vera's guards, they numbered over 20 people. And everyone was looking at him, waiting to hear what he had to say. He saw the crowd's curious faces and realized that he had to handle this delicately. Coughing lightly into his hand, he cleared his throat. He stood at attention, raised his chin, and loudly projected, "I am Lord Nero Walker. I have just returned from aiding the army in clearing the eastern wilds. While my companions and I were deep in the forest, we were ambushed by hunters who were part of a plot to assassinate me and hide the evidence where no one would ever find it. But we prevailed. One of the assassins has agreed to provide testimony against the masterminds, and I have agreed to do what I can to support him in his rehabilitation. After all, when nobles demand a simple hunter to follow their plots, how can they say no? Lawbringer Mavis, this man has a story to tell you. My companions and I deliver him into the capable hands of the Tower of Law so that the truth can come out. Thank you for ensuring his safety." Nero waved a hand behind him, gesturing for Mike to step forward. The lawbringer grimaced while looking around at the crowd. This story would likely make the daily update. She said, "It's Mavis, Lord Walker." Nodding easily, he said, "Yeah, that's what I said. Mavis." From the crowd, someone shouted, "Who is behind it, my lord?" Murmurs started up, and shouts of, "Was it the city lord?" along with demands for justice, grew in strength. Nero held up his hands, and the crowd quieted down. Doing his best impression of a politician, he said, "We're doing everything in our power to bring the conspirators to justice. Rest assured that House Walker will not be intimidated, and we will ensure that the laws of Dorchester will be enforced, whether the criminal is noble or not. Thank you all for your support, and I want you all to know that I will forever be grateful for my opportunity to defend this great city from its enemies, both foreign and domestic. Now, please go about your day. Let's all let the Tower of Law do its job." The crowd actually had several people start clapping. But soon enough, they broke up to return to whatever it was that had gotten them out of bed in the morning. While they returned to their regularly scheduled day, Nero greeted the guards Vera had sent. "Thank you for coming. You're Natalie, right?" Nick couldn't contain himself anymore and interrupted. "Nero, what the hell was that?" Surprised at the outburst, he looked up at Nick's frowning face and replied, "Insurance, Nick. I just accused the powers that be of trying to kill me, while actually saying nothing of the sort." Smiling cruelly over the link, he added, "And if they want me to clarify the statement, they're going to have to make it worth my while." Also, we narrowed down some of those hypothetical situations. No one tried to kill me, and the Tower of Law is now on the hook for providing an investigation. Nick looked shocked and a little uncomfortable. They both turned in surprise when they heard Mike speak up. "Can I go to jail now? It's exhausting to be around you guys," said Mike, while looking like he had aged 20 years over the past few days. Chapter 107. Home from the Worst Vacation Imaginable. Archmage Jennings waved his hand over the impromptu hologram, adding, "Marriage to Halima" under the column labeled Offers. He looked over the board, frowning at the hodgepodge of ideas. The problem was, he wasn't sure what the little shit actually wanted. Would they be dealing with Nero or his proxy? Why won't Nero answer his pings? "Let's do our best to save that as a last resort," complained the city lord. Jennings turned to look at the full conference room tables. Their little emergency session of the Leadership Council was full of nobles and aides who all had their own agendas. Sighing, he wondered who in the room actually cared if Dorchester still existed in 6 months. General Branson, along with aides, was invested in Dorchester's future. He and his men had been working hard to prepare for the density shift. Next to them was the City Lord and her group. Her aide, Ms. Chandler, looked haggard and resigned to whatever fate had in store for them. Meanwhile, her remaining consorts, Dustin Mosgrave and Frances Howard, were more interested in keeping House Cosgrave's losses to the minimum. They actually seemed to believe there was a way to save Deirdre Cosgrave, and adamantly believed killing Derek would be enough to placate House Walker. Luckily, City Lord Halima Cosgrave was smart enough to know that she couldn't avoid a reckoning. As far as Jennings could tell, 3 of the remaining council lords didn't seem worried in the least. For them, this was nothing more than an opportunity to bleed House Cosgrove and move up the ladder of power. After all, Lords Newling, York, and Volton could all evacuate their houses in the event of an evacuation. They wouldn't be the ones paying with their lives. That honor would be reserved for the commoners. Next was Lord Bennings, who, as the director of the Tower of Law, was more interested in performing her duties than saving lives. The last council lord was Lord Peyton. The man looked disgruntled, but hadn't said much. Jennings couldn't figure out what had the man so concerned. Was it the situation Dorchester was facing? Or was it something else? With a firm voice, Jennings said, "I think we've done all we can to prepare. Until we hear from House Walker, this is all just theory crafting. Our strategy will have to adapt to whoever is actually leading the negotiations. Regardless of whether it's his proxy or Lord Walker himself, hopefully we can convince them to be reasonable. But, if possible, we should try to isolate Lord Walker. He'll most likely be easier to convince." Scoffing, Lord Newling muttered, "Would any of us be reasonable in his position?" Lord York responded, "My vote remains with Lord Benning's proposal. We should follow the law, even if it results in the abandonment of the city. We can always return and rebuild. Worst case scenario, we lose half of our assets. With the support of the Crown, we can rebuild under new management. After all, House Cosgrave should suffer the consequences of their actions." Bristling in her seat, City Lord Cosgrove replied, "I shall remind you once again that it is not that simple. My idiotic children do not represent my house, and we have no intention of ignoring the law. The goal of this council should be to find a way to ensure Dorchester's survival while ensuring that justice is served." Archmage Jennings cut off any rebuttals by saying, "Well said, City Lord. Now, I've been watching Nero, and he has just dropped off the assassin with a representative from Gate 14's Tower of Law. When he manages to extricate himself from his companions, I'll go and collect him. Our goal must be to inform him of the larger picture. I'm sure when he understands what's at stake, he'll be amenable to a compromise." General Branson's strong voice rang out, "And I say again, that is a mistake. He's going to eat you all alive if you bring him here against his will. That young man is petty, selfish, and couldn't care less about your larger picture. He thinks like a warrior, not a politician. Until proven otherwise, everyone is his enemy. For heaven's sake, man, he's been ignoring your pings ever since he entered the city. That should tell you everything you need to know. You should be doing everything you can to include Mrs. Salvatore Verina in the negotiations. She is the only one who could restrain him. If you don't, you'll end up having to give him the city. He'll demand it just to spite you. And even worse, he'll make it sound like he's only accepting the city because he's worried about the common man." Lord York's mocking voice answered the general. "Your input is appreciated. However, considering that it was your army which allowed this to happen, perhaps we shouldn't rely on your tactical analysis." General Branson glared at Lord York, but didn't otherwise react to the provocation. Over the next hour, they argued. No one's opinions changed, and there were no decisions were made. Jennings' efforts were in vain, and the conversation went around and around in circles, accomplishing nothing. But eventually, the situation outside the council chambers evolved, and Jennings anticipated a possible opportunity presenting itself. While he hadn't had a chance to catch Nero alone, As the young man had been surrounded by mercenaries, Jennings was pleased to see Nero finally arriving at the newly renamed Verena estate. Now, all he had to do was wait, and soon he should be able to grab Nero without anyone knowing. While the room was filled with the sounds of competing agendas, he smiled in anticipation. "The boy likes me. I'm sure the general is just being overly pessimistic," he thought. After dropping Mike off at the Tower of Law, Nero and his companions were brought into a testimonial room. Apparently, in order to make an official statement, citizens had to provide the relevant memory engram. Nero watched as Nick walked up to a large stone pillar with a 2-foot-wide crystal embedded in the middle. He could see runes etched along thin strips of metal crisscrossing over the slightly glowing crystal. It was officially the most fantasy thing he had seen since arriving in this world. Glancing at his group, they all seemed perfectly fine with the idea of someone recording their memories. Not wanting to make a fuss, he kept his reservations to himself. Nick stood in front of the pillar, and Nero watched as the large crystal lit up a light blue. After a few seconds, Nick turned around and rejoined the group. Kathleen stepped up next, and the scene repeated itself. Leaning over, Nero quietly asked Nick, "Okay, so how does this work? How do I do this?" Nick looked down at Nero with a look of confusion. "It's just like the link. Just connect with the inducer, then provide the memory. Don't overthink it." Shooting Nick a look of annoyance, he walked up to the pillar, which was apparently called an inducer, and tried to reach out to it. Nero felt the connection establish, and he could feel his focus improve drastically. It was an odd feeling, like he was looking into a mental mirror. He could play whatever memory he wanted on the mirror, while keeping his perception of current events totally separate. While it should have been extremely disorienting, it just wasn't. He had no trouble recalling the assassination attempt. He easily isolated the memory and watched the events play out from his perspective. It was like his sensory inputs were being isolated and displayed, while his perspective and thoughts were stripped from the memory. But as interesting as he found the experience, he decided it was better not to dawdle. Once he had the memory chosen, he tried to figure out where the record button was. However, the moment the thought appeared, he felt the memory being copied. It was like a duplicate was appearing right next to his mental projection. It only took a few seconds. He couldn't believe how easy it was. After completing his task, Nero dropped the connection and then took a step back. He stared at the inducer with a complicated look on his face, as if he weren't entirely sure how to feel about what just happened. Nick's voice broke his concentration. "You figure it out?" he asked. Suppressing the urge to say something rude, Nero returned to the group and replied, "Yeah, no problem." Rose went next. As she walked up to the inducer, she looked over at the technician standing off to the side. "Just so you know, I'm going to include everything that happened. But be aware, I didn't see much," she said. The technician didn't seem to care. After briefly looking up from their workstation, they offered Rose a polite nod of acknowledgement, then returned to the holograms they were staring at. She dropped off her memory, then returned to the group. Everyone turned to Sergeant Wesker, who was standing there with his arms crossed and a frown on his face. Seconds passed as he blatantly ignored everyone around him. Lawbringer Mavis, who had escorted them here, took a step closer to him. With a frown on her face, she said, "Sergeant, please provide your testimony." Turning to look at the much smaller Lawbringer, he glared down at her and replied, "Until my link is returned, and I'm able to make contact with Army Command, I refuse to participate." After saying his piece, he returned to staring blankly at the walls, while avoiding eye contact with anyone. Nero shared a glance with the Lawbringer, and she asked with some accusation in her tone, "You took his link?" Shrugging, he replied, "I didn't want anyone knowing we were here. The last thing we needed was an information leak. Now that we're safe in the Tower of Law, I have no problem returning everyone's links. Here is Mike's link, and what he had on him. Between Nero and Nick, they returned everyone's links, and then turned Mike's effects over to Lawbringer Mavis. The only one who seemed to think the moment was in any way important was Sergeant Wesker, who immediately used his link to report in. Nero smiled at the sergeant's actions, but frowned at the look of hesitation on Rose's face. She must not know what to do in this situation, he thought. Taking a few steps closer, he whispered to her. Hey, don't worry about it. You should go with the sergeant. The next steps aren't going to have anything to do with you. Feel free to report in, and tell them whatever you want. I'm sure I'll be seeing the general soon anyway. Seeing her thinking through what to say, he didn't give her a chance to respond. Turning away quickly, he walked back over to the Lawbringer and asked, Did you need anything else from us, or are we free to go? Raising an eyebrow in surprise, she asked, Don't you want to watch the interrogation? As a noble, you are entitled to be present during the questioning. Nero snorted and replied, I already know what he's going to say. I included our interrogation of him with my memory. And keep in mind that any threats I made at the time were purely an intimidation tactic, as I had no intention of ever following through with them. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to meet with my proxy, and then find a shower. Lawbringer Mavis nodded and said, Very well, Lord Walker. I'll be sure to keep your proxy apprised of any developments. Rest assured, the Tower of Law will handle this. Smiling up at the serious woman, he reached out to pat her arm in appreciation. Thank you for your help. I know that this case is in good hands. Let me know if you need anything else. He then turned to share a look with Nick and gestured with his head toward the door. In no time at all, they exited the Gate 14 Tower of Law and reunited with Natalie and her guards, who were waiting for them outside. After having left Rose, Wesker, and Mike inside the tower, Nero, Kathleen, and Nick were the only remaining companions. They grouped up, while Natalie's guards took up positions surrounding them. Nero crossed his arms and said, All right, so we've achieved our primary objective. Mike's going to point the finger, and all hell is going to break loose. We're going to be hearing from the people in charge soon enough. Let's meet up with Vera and plan our next steps. Remember, if something unexpected happens, don't do anything until checking in with Vera. We did our part. Now we let Vera do hers. Receiving nods of agreement from Nick and Kathleen, he turned to Natalie and said, Can you take us to Vera? And hopefully get us some real food and a shower. Natalie gave him a firm nod, then turned to her team and shouted, Protection detail! Let's move out! Their group marched through the streets, and Nero didn't even bother to ask where they were going. After a carriage ride and some more walking, Nero and his companions were finally led into a private teleportation platform located in the transport hub. Annoyed at how large the city was, Nero just wanted to find a couch to collapse on. But when Nero was about to step up onto the platform, he felt Nick tug on his sleeve. Turning around, Nero asked, What? Nick gave Nero a blank look and asked, Aren't you forgetting something? Confused, Nero asked, What the hell are you talking about? I just stand on the platform, right? Rolling his eyes, Nick pointed at Nero's satchel and said, You can't teleport with essence crystals. They'll just dissipate into the ether during transport. Hand them over to Natalie. She'll deliver them to one of Vera's storage facilities for processing. Do you have any idea how much money you're carrying around? Nero lifted up his satchel, staring at it. The bag had been his constant companion for the past few days. It felt weird to let it go. Taking it off his shoulder, he handed it to Natalie. Staring her down, he said, I'll expect this back. Natalie took the bag, while nodding seriously and saying, I'll guard it with my life, my lord. Stunned at her overly serious response, he mumbled, Good, thanks. Nick patted Nero on the back, consoling him for his loss while guiding him up onto the platform. Soon enough, they were transported to Nick and Vera's estate. Nero looked around at the familiar decor, and sighed in relief. They were finally somewhere safe. Not letting them enjoy the moment, Nick immediately walked off, gesturing for Kathleen and Nero to follow him through the halls. Over his shoulder, Nick said, "Vera says she's ready when we are, but I told her we're going to shower first, and then we can talk while we eat. The kitchen is preparing a feast as we speak." Nick seemed excited to be having a real meal again. Nero smiled at the idea of eating a good meal, but couldn't suppress a feeling of nervousness. He kept looking around, expecting something to jump out at them. Kathleen's quiet voice spoke up. "Calm down, little lord. We're back behind the walls. There is no danger here. It's only nobles, weaklings, and politics that we have to look forward to for the immediate future." Nero looked over at her and saw how unhappy she was about being back. "She really hates it here, huh?" he thought. Trying to lighten the mood, he said, "Well, I don't know about you, but I'm looking forward to taking a dump in a place where it's not necessary for someone to watch me. After what we just went through, I feel as though I know way too much about both of you. And if it's all the same to you, I'd prefer us to spend some time recalling how to properly distance ourselves." Nick chuckled and said, "I'm looking forward to seeing my wife. It's only been a few weeks, but I'd forgotten what it was like to not have her around. I didn't realize how much I'd miss her." Kathleen said, "Sure, that all sounds great, but when are we returning to our training?" Nero and Nick glared at her. Yet, Nero was the first to speak. "I'm not sure if we're rejoining the elites. We'll have to see what happens." Kathleen's hard stare froze Nero's blood. She said, "You're going to return to training. Whether it's with the elites or on our own, you're not nearly ready to face the world on your own." Nick chimed in, "He did save us all. I wouldn't say he is defenseless." Heading off an argument, Nero said, "Kathleen's right. I have a lot more to learn. I'm just not sure how things are going to play out. Let's hold off on any long-term plans and just focus on what's happening right now. First we talk to Vera, then we make a plan. I'm sure she has it all figured out." Receiving nods, Nero let the matter drop. Nick led them to individual guest rooms, and then went off to go find his wife. As Nero closed the door to his room, his eyes scanned every corner. Realizing what he was doing, he closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. He wasn't in the wilds anymore. He needed to lighten up. The battles coming up would be with words, and he needed to let his combat instincts adapt to the current environment. After letting the tension in his shoulders release, he headed off toward the bathroom. He smiled at the prospect of finally having some privacy. Whether it made sense or not, the worst part about being in the wilds was the fact that he was never alone. As the danger was always there, so were his teammates. The fact that he knew what Nick's face looked like when he did his business was something he would have to deal with on an emotional level at some point. Walking into the bathroom, he saw the shower and toilet. For Nero, they were almost glowing, and he felt like he heard orchestral music heralding their appearance. With a wide smile, he saw the fluffy towels hanging off the hooks, and the soap dispensers filled with scents that reminded him of all the beauty he had recently been denied. The smell of cleanliness made his heart rate rise with anticipation. Taking a step forward, the world flashed with gold, and he felt himself hurtle through space. Moments later, he blinked at the change of scenery. Looking around, he saw conference room tables arranged in around a central open area. Well-dressed people stared at him with expressions ranging from glares to smiles. From behind him on his right, he heard a voice. "Nero, my boy, I'm sorry to bring you here like this, but we need to talk." Nero spun around to see Archmage Jennings standing there with a proud smile on his face, holding out a mug of steaming coffee for Nero to take. Instead of responding, Nero looked around the room. It was a massive conference hall. Wood walls were filled with fancy carvings and crown moldings. There were hanging chandeliers with glowing lights. Beautiful artwork along with tapestries adorned the walls, and the floor had the seal of Dorchester in the middle of the room. It took him only a minute to realize that he had been transported to the keep. Furious at the realization, he grabbed the cup of coffee, ripping it out of Jennings' hand. Glaring at Jennings, he said, "I was just about to have my first private shit in a week, and you had to pull this crap. Just wait until Vera hears about this. You are so screwed." Jennings' smile withered, and he replied hastily, "Now, there's no reason to be—" "Save it for your trial, old man," Nero said, bitingly. Looking around, he said, "Now someone better show me to a bathroom, or I'm taking a dump right here. I've been in the woods for the past week, so any shyness I might have had has been beaten out of me." As the stunned looks of the nobles acted like a balm on his soul, he added, "And I also want pancakes, with butter and syrup." Nero cast the purification spell he always used on the coffee Jennings had just handed him, then marched off to see about finding a bathroom. As the door to the room slammed shut behind Nero, Jennings turned to look at the gathered nobles. Everyone was still sitting in stunned shock, unused to being talked to like that. Lamely, he said, "Well, that went about as well as we could have expected. Let's make sure the pancakes are here by the time he gets back. We want him in a good mood." Chapter 108. Civilization means you can think on the toilet. In the Henning Central Command Center, the king was meeting with his council of war. Consisting of 14 arch-generals, their purpose was to coordinate their response to the various theaters of conflict across the kingdom. Each general worked closely with the nobles who controlled the regions within their assigned area. But while the individual armies were paid for and supported by their local support systems, the final say of their deployment was always with the king. Since the founding of Oglevark, the position of High General was always the king. Typically, he didn't really have to do much. Mostly, he just listened to what was happening and let the various cities within his kingdom go about their business. In fact, he normally didn't even bother to attend these meetings. One of his sons, Prince Benjamin, usually represents the crown's interests. But today, he felt like he needed a break from his wife and their consorts. As he leaned back in his chair, listening to the general from the Baknaravin province go over their response to the latest centaur incursion, he couldn't help but feel bad for avoiding the fallout. This morning he had found out that the Tower of Fate had apparently insulted the trade envoy from Clan Shimmershield, and Lydia, his consort, was stuck dealing with the ornery dwarf. He expected that she was currently smoothing things over, while ensuring that the upcoming visit from the clan heads would proceed without issue. But that wasn't what worried him. It was his wife. Marissa had known him from almost his entire life, and she was more than capable of following the trail of evidence in order to find out what caused the debacle. Considering how close she and Lydia were, it was only a matter of time until Lydia complained, and then Marissa's personality would force her to investigate. He did not want to be around for when she found out that the entire thing was his fault. The king came out of his thoughts and answered the question he had been only half listening to. "You're quite right to be concerned, Arch-General Enoch, but the standard response should be more than enough to reinforce the region. I trust you and the city lords to handle it. Consider the crown informed, and you may proceed with my full support." The Arch-General bowed slightly, then returned to her seat. As another Arch-General stood up to take her place, the doors to their meeting hall were slammed open, and in strode Queen Marissa Newling Oglevark. The very essence hummed with her presence, and the Arch-Generals, along with their aides, shrank into their seats, as their station demanded that they be aware of her alternate identity. Everyone in the room knew that she was the current champion Charity, and a populator wasn't someone they wanted to cross, especially not one of her caliber. As far as they were concerned, if she wanted to storm in and yell at her husband, it was perfectly fine with them. King Oliver sighed at the cowardly arch-generals. He had hoped the prospect of interrupting a meeting of the kingdom's elites would prevent her from making a scene, but he should have known it was a long shot. Before he could say anything, she growled, This meeting is adjourned. Everyone, please wait outside. You'll be able to resume shortly.
There wasn't even a moment of hesitation, as every arch-general in the room picked up their things and hurried toward the exit. With a small smile of amusement, the king watched the room empty in a surprisingly short amount of time. When the queen saw the doors shut, she spun to face the sitting king and put her hands on her hips. Nearly snarling, she said, "What idiotic plot of yours required Lydia to get yelled at by that infuriating dwarf?" The king asked lightly. "Whatever do you mean, dear?" Shaking a finger at him, she said, "I don't know how exactly, but this whole thing stinks of one of your convoluted games. I traced an emergency signal received by the director of the Tower of Fate, which caused him to run out a meeting with the trade envoy. He was supposed to be demonstrating our predictive capabilities. Do you have any idea how it looks to have our foremost Fate Weaver surprised during a meeting demonstrating our preparedness?" Chuckling, the king said, "Yes, I suppose that does look bad. But how is that my fault?" Smiling cruelly, she said, "It took some digging and some pointed questions, but I tracked down the issue that caused the director to be called away. Imagine my surprise when I found out that it was about Dorchester again. And then I remembered you having one of those cases of dwarven wine set aside to be shipped to Dorchester. And do you remember what you said when Helen asked you why? You said that Archmage Jennings needed to be distracted, and that she should just write it off as a household expense. But you didn't send it to Jennings, did you?" The king watched as she started pacing back and forth, outlining her investigative journey. Putting her hands behind her back as she walked, she continued, "I just checked with Walter, and you didn't have it sent to Jennings. He told me that you, in fact, had it sent to someone named Lord Bevan, along with a note saying it was a goodwill gesture from the Tower of Fate. I don't know exactly how those two things are connected, but I don't need to." She paused, pointed accusingly at the king, and said, "Then about a week ago, you maneuvered Lord Newbanks and his family into having dinner with us. At the time, I thought you were just interested in their daughter romantically. But do you remember what you spent the meal talking about? Dorchester again. You told the story about their pathetic excuse for a noble war, and about that new noble the mages find so fascinating. But you weren't trying to get her work at the Tower of Magic, were you? You were highlighting the fact that Dorchester was where the current director of the Mage Council wanted to spend his time." Amused, the king asked, "So, don't you find that interesting?" Sniffing harshly, she returned to her pacing, while making it clear that she was ignoring him. For the past month, that backwater has been popping up in conversations with alarming regularity. First Lord Cranston's failed plot, then an exploit worthy of being classified as Category 5. And that's not even mentioning the density shift which was inadvertently caused by my presence during the Noble War, which was at your request. And were you aware that Lord Newbank's daughter recently fought an arena battle in order to take over the position as Dorchester's court mage? Don't you find that interesting? Perhaps you've been in contact with her." Shrugging easily, he replied, "I may have congratulated her on her new position, and I might have asked her to see to some matters while she was there, but these are all coincidences." Holding her finger in the air, she shouted, "This is another one of your hell's bedamned plots, isn't it? And now Lydia is being dragged into it. What do you have to say for yourself?" King Oliver looked lovingly at his wife. The woman was amazing. Several offhanded comments overheard weeks ago, along with a few hours of investigation, and she had figured out who it all led back to. She could have blamed Jennings, or the new Lord Walker, or even the vagaries of chance, but she knew it was him. Quietly, he asked, "Has anyone else put it together?" Sniffing with derision, she raised her chin with pride and replied, "Not likely. I kept my inquiries vague, and unless someone asks the Matrix directly, I doubt it would even notice what you were up to. But seriously, Oliver, what's the point? And did you really have to involve the dwarves?" Shrugging, he said, "They were too worried about our strength.
This gave them something to feel superior about, while putting in motion some plans I had for the reorganization of the Tower of Fate. I just guided events. I didn't cause them. Just make sure you don't tell anyone. I would prefer for Archmage Jennings to be blaming the Tower of Fate. As for Lydia, I promise I'll make it up to her. Narrowing her eyes, she said, Helen has been planning a little excursion for us. How about you join your consorts on a trip into the Howling Chasm? It's been a while since we've fought together. Although he had numerous other things he'd rather be doing, he knew when he was beaten. Sighing with a small smile, he nodded. Of course, dear. Just clear it with Walter, then inform Benjamin. As long as we are back before 8th month, that will be fine. We need to be here to receive the Shimmershield delegation. And don't worry, I'll personally go deal with the trade envoy. How does that sound? Marissa's smile blossomed like a flower, and she replied, Fine. But don't think we'll let you off without you explaining what this is all about. Now go back to running your kingdom. But be sure to be back before 1900. We're having dinner with the Lancasters. With that, she turned lightly, then glided out the doors. The king sat in his chair, watching the arch-generals returning to their seats. After everyone was ready, he said, I'd apologize for the interruption, but I don't want to. Now, where were we? The doors closed behind Nero, and he shook himself like a dog after being caught in the rain. His heart rate was elevated, and he couldn't stop his hands from shaking. He couldn't believe what had just happened. 1 minute, he was heading into the bathroom. The next, he was forcibly kidnapped by an archmage and presented to Dorchester's nobility. All he could do was act on instinct. He lashed out with his words, threatened dire retribution from the most capable person he knew, then ran for the door. Did I really ask for pancakes? He asked himself, with some disbelief. Seeing a blue-robed servant walking down the hall, he held up a hand in greeting, then walked up to him. He quietly asked the man, Where is the closest restroom? Surprised at the question, the man responded, Just down the hall, on the left, my lord. Nodding with thanks, Nero handed the man the coffee Jennings had given him, then walked off hurriedly. As he headed down the hall, he used the link in his pocket to try and open a connection to Vera. Moments later, he felt her presence appear in a corner of his mind, and he heard her ask, Are you almost done? Nick has been regaling me with tales of your adventures, but we really need to Nero interrupted her. Vera, hold that thought. I was just kidnapped. Vera's psyche turned cold, and Nero shivered. Who? Where? And status? Confused, Nero asked, You mean who kidnapped me? Why are you talking like that? A frustrated Vera responded, It's to save time, but it defeats the purpose if you have to ask what I'm talking about. Just tell me what happened. Nero found the bathroom and looked up and down the hall, checking to see if anyone was watching him. He realized that there wasn't any reason to care if someone watched him go in, but he was. After taking a moment to appreciate the large bathroom, which was obviously intended to serve the entire floor, Nero locked the door. He then went about his business. Vera interrupted his thoughts by saying, Nero, are you all right? Huh? Oh, right. Listen, you remember that archmage? He teleported me from your bathroom and plopped me down in front of a bunch of nobles. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I kind of freaked out and ran out of the room. I'm pretty sure I threatened them with your wrath, and then I demanded a bathroom and pancakes, he said. Confused, she asked, What the hell are you talking about? You're not making any sense. Nero took a breath and started over. I was at your place. Nick dropped me off at a guest room so I could clean up before we regrouped. When I was about to do my business, Archmage Jennings teleported me somewhere. I appeared in a huge conference room. I think I'm at the keep. When Vera interrupted him. Try and access the local hub. It should at least tell you where you are. Nero blinked a few times, surprised at the suggestion. After doing what she asked, he said, "Okay, I'm at the central keep, and I have a lot of missed pings, along with a ton of messages waiting for me to read. But that doesn't matter right now. Getting back to what I was saying, Jennings teleported me to a big conference room. I didn't recognize everyone, but I saw the general guy, that lawyer lady, the city lord, and some other people in fancy robes, along with a bunch of extras. I'm thinking that it was the ruling council, or whatever it's called."
Vera was furious, but she asked calmly,
"Then what happened?"
Nero chuckled and said,
"Well, then I freaked out. I said something about what you're going to do to them when you found out. Then I complained about them interrupting my bathroom activities. I stormed toward the door, then went looking for a bathroom. And I kind of demanded pancakes. I'm not really sure where that last thing came from. But now I'm hiding in the bathroom, sitting on a toilet, and I called you as soon as I could."
Coldly, Vera asked,
"Are you using the toilet while you're talking to me?"
A few seconds of silence passed. Then Nero said,
"No, of course not. That would be rude?"
Vera responded angrily.
"I don't care about that. Just don't tell people when you are. Now, how does this alter your plan?"
Ignoring the awkwardness, he said,
"The extent of my plan was to drop the assassin off at the Tower of Law and then threaten to make a public fuss. Everything else I planned to leave up to you. I mean, come on. I've only been here a few weeks. I don't even know what to ask for. How soon can you get here?"
Vera replied,
"I've been coordinating our response while we were talking. Nick, Kathleen, and I are already on our way. We should be there in 20 minutes. We're teleporting directly to the Keep's Astra platform. Nick is still technically your advisor, so he can walk us right to you, and they have no right to keep your proxy away from you. Don't worry, we'll be there soon."
Nero's shoulders released some tension, and he said, both out loud and over the link,
"Thanks, Vera. Just between you and me, I'm not really sure what I'm doing. Don't tell Nick."
Realizing what he just said out loud, he looked up at the ceiling and panicked a little.
"Crap! You think that bastard is watching me right now? Do you think he heard that?"
Offended at the thought, he continued,
"What kind of a sicko watches someone in the bathroom? I ought to."
"Nero, calm down.
Everything is going to be fine. I'll be there soon. But you can't wait in the bathroom the whole time. Get back in there and stall. Don't agree to anything, but feel free to hint that you are pissed and willing to formally request royal intercession. Lord Bennings will realize what that means," she said soothingly.
Nero nodded. "Royal intercession. Got it," he said. Continuing, she said,
"I looked into what might happen, and it's not good for them. If Lord Blackwood's involvement is confirmed by the Tower of Law, then as a consort to the City Lord, House Cosgrove is implicated. They could all be executed, and a war for the city seat would immediately follow. Even worse, the army would have to retreat behind the walls and take over the city. The entire government would essentially be shut down. With what's going on in the wilds right now, that would be a disaster. Unless the nobles want to abandon the city, they'll be eager to bargain. This can all go away if you agree to arbitration."
Nero asked, "Doesn't that just mean someone will mediate the dispute? How would that affect the charges?"
Vera replied, "It means that you would agree to not formally file charges, even though technically you aren't required to. Even if there is a record of an investigation, the file would be put aside. It's common practice, because if all parties agree to arbitration, then the law allows for some flexibility with its application. They would offer some concessions, and you would agree to forget about the whole plot."
Nero took a few seconds to think through what she had just said. Shaking his head in confusion, he replied,
"I don't understand, but I don't really need to. I'll let you handle it. By the way, should I be paying you or something?"
Amused, she said,
"You are paying me. As the proxy to the head of House Walker, I get 10% of your personal income. I could have negotiated for more, but that is the standard, and I didn't feel it was necessary to quibble. Nero had finished his business and was currently washing his hands in the sink. Staring at his dirty clothes, he cast a quick cleaning spell. It wouldn't make him springtime fresh, but it would at least make him presentable. Hearing Vera's answer, he said, "Oh, good. Considering that you are currently running everything, I appreciate you giving me a good deal. Well, I better get in there. I'll make sure to stall, so take your time. I got this," Vera said. "Nero, I appreciate your trust. You've already made me a great deal of money, and don't feel like you owe me anything. Like you said, we're partners. You just keep causing issues, and I'll keep making sure we profit off them." Snorting in amusement, Nero replied, "No problem. I'm good at that. I'll see you soon." Closing the connection, he stared at his face in the mirror. He looked tired, and he needed a haircut. Ruffling his hand through his hair, he huffed at his reflection. After squaring his shoulders, he turned and headed back toward the conference room. Chapter 109. Verbal Fencing and Subjective Truth. Archmage Jennings watched the pancakes being set out. Although he was surprised at how quickly they had arrived, he knew he shouldn't have been. The Keep's kitchens had the finest cooks in Dorchester, and even a backwater had people skilled enough to make pancakes. Standing next to the city lord's table, he listened to her discussion with the general. As they weren't sitting next to each other, they weren't exactly being quiet. Admitting culpability is the worst thing you could do. Any perceived weakness will just be a target for him to attack. We need to frame the issue in a way where the perpetrators have been punished, and we were responsible for catching them, he said with fervor. Tapping a finger on the table in thought, she replied, "But we haven't punished them. We've detained several persons of interest, but we can't formally charge them without involving the Tower of Law. They've already opened an investigation into the event, and we can only hold off on that for so long. As soon as they complete their preliminary investigation, they'll start arresting people. Once that happens, I'm implicated as the head of House Cosgrave. If Lord Walker files official charges, we are all screwed." Cheerfully, Lord York interjected, "House York will be fine. This entire affair will only affect House Cosgrove, so I'm perfectly happy letting the Tower of Law do its job." Lords Volton and Newling both chimed in at the same time with, "Me too." They shared a pleased look with each other and exchanged nods of camaraderie. General Branson angrily shouted, "Don't you morons realize what's at stake here? If we have to have a war for the city seat right now, I'll have to pull my army out of the wilds, not to mention that we'll have to stop the efforts to reopen the mountain. With no one clearing the spawn points, things outside the walls are going to get bad, faster than any of you seem to realize." Archmage Jennings folded his arms and adopted an air of power. He rarely used his Archmage voice, but this was getting out of hand. Solemnly, he said, "If you cannot convince the young lord to abandon his thoughts of revenge, then the wilds shall grow unimpeded. Within weeks, Dorchester will be encircled by nature at its worst. You don't have the essence crystals to evacuate the city through the teleporters, and you'll have to organize a mass caravan. The war for the city seat will be pointless, as there won't be a city seat." The room was silenced by his menacing tone. Glaring at the nobles, he continued, "If you treat this as a negotiation, so will he. If you think only of what you can gain, he will take everything he can. The general is right to say that this will come down to how you framed the question. Are you willing to offer fair concessions, or are you going to try and dither? This is a delicate situation that doesn't just affect the city lord. It affects all of you." Silence pervaded the room, as everyone considered his words. Jennings looked over at the door. He sensed that Nero was currently on his way back. As he waited to see Nero come in, he heard the city lord say, "This will be our most important negotiation in recent memory, so let's all try to live up to our titles."
Cringing at the timing, he saw the doors fly open, and in walked Nero, like he owned the place. The little shit called out, "Okay, 2 things. Where's my seat, and where are my pancakes?" The heavy atmosphere that Jennings had so carefully cultivated evaporated, and the silence changed its tenor from severity to confusion. Plopping into a chair at an empty table Nero assumed had been set aside for him. He looked over the platters of pancakes and assorted syrups, and nodded in anticipation of the first good meal he'd had in days. While piling pancakes on his plate, he looked around the room at the judgmental faces. Annoyed, he said, "Let's see how hungry you are when you've spent the last week in the wilds facing monsters, beasts, and assassins. But go ahead, judge away. I don't even know who most of you are." Archmage Jennings was the only one standing, and walked into the center of the room to stand in front of Nero's table. He said, "Nero, my boy, this is the Council of Leadership for Dorchester. As this matter is of the utmost importance, it merits the attention of the highest authority." He grandly held up his arm, gesturing to each of them in turn. "This is Lord York, of House York. Lord Newling, of House Newling. Lord Volton, of House Volton. Lord Peyton, of House Peyton. General Branson, Commander of the Forces of Dorchester. Lord Bennings, of House Bennings. And you know City Lord Cosgrove, of House Cosgrove." Nero poured himself some coffee from a pitcher. While he appreciated Jennings's performance, he thought the man looked way too young to pull off the whole aged wizard thing. Narrowing his eyes, he replied, "So, other than that guy," he gestured at the general, "they're all the heads of their houses. Why didn't you just say that?" One of the general's aides bit back a chuckle, and Nero glanced over at the man with a smile. It was nice to have his humor appreciated for once. As he dug into his food, Nero wondered if the room's essence was so still due to how many high-level people were in the room. It felt like the entire room was a sea of calm. While everyone watched him tear into his pancakes, he debated whether or not an ability was to blame. He glanced at Jennings, but decided it was better to let the silence linger. Archmage Jennings waited for Nero to start the conversation, but the young man seemed perfectly content to sit in silence and eat his pancakes. Lord Cosgrove started to speak up, but was interrupted by General Branson. He glared at the city lord, but spoke to Nero from across the room. "We brought you here to discuss the situation you dealt with in the wilds." He kept his stare locked on the city lord, threatening her to stay quiet. Nero repressed a smile. So, they're trying to stop her from saying anything. The scene reminded him of a lawyer warning their client to shut up while only using their eyes. Doing his best to seem at ease, Nero asked the room, "Is it legal to teleport someone against their will while they were using the bathroom at a private residence? I'm no lawbringer, but that seems shady." Lord Bennings joined the conversation. "It is illegal to forcibly teleport anyone without their consent. Even in cases where the person in question is suspected of a crime, they must be physically collected. If you'd like to file charges, I'd be—" Coughing loudly, Archmage Jennings interrupted. "Yes, well, circumstances required your presence. And since you weren't answering your link, this was the next best thing." Nero chewed his pancakes, staring hard at the Archmage. He said, "I suppose you waited until I was alone because you didn't want to panic anyone." Smiling, Jennings said, "Yes, that's right. There's no reason to let this situation get any more out of hand. As long as we all stay reasonable, this situation doesn't need to escalate." Nodding, Nero replied, "Escalate, huh? Are you threatening to make me disappear so that I can't report the assassination attempt?" Confused and appalled, Jennings immediately replied, "What? Of course not. That's not what I meant at all." Nero shrugged, while adding more pancakes to his plate. Without looking up, he said, "You only kidnapped a noble, while making sure no one was around,
delivering him into the hands of the very people who had assured him of his safety, one of whom has already tried to have him killed once before. Then you warned the noble not to be unreasonable, or the situation might escalate. That sounds like a threat, doesn't it, Lord Bennings? Nero looked up at Lord Bennings, daring her to deny it.
Conflicted, Lord Bennings stammered. Well, technically, you could interpret it that way. However, I think the Archmage was just trying to alleviate your concerns.
Nero was very good at what he called creative listening. It was a skill that enabled one to hear whatever they wanted, regardless of what the other person actually said. He learned it from his mother, who could find an insult hidden within any declarative statement. "They have good pie here" becomes, "You think my pie is bad?" "I didn't do it" means, "You're saying I did it?" "You look great today" begs the question, "I don't normally look good?" Snorting, Nero replied, "Until I was brought here against my will, I didn't have any concerns. In fact, I was looking forward to having a shower. Now I've been forcibly teleported in front of the most powerful people in Dorchester and warned not to cause a scene. I'm starting to feel like my life is still in danger. Is there no one here that fears what kind of precedent this sets?"
Lord Bennings looked shocked, while Jennings just looked annoyed. Apparently, he could tell what Nero was doing, and he didn't like it. Lord York took the bait and offered,
"I assure you, Lord Walker, you're not in any danger. We're only here to do what's best for Dorchester." Nero held back a smile as he saw Jennings visibly wince at Lord York's declaration. Leaning back in his chair in shock, Nero pretended to look afraid and asked, "And you think killing me and hiding my body in the wilds is in the best interest of Dorchester? How dare you? You should know that I've already taken steps to ensure that a royal interception is called if anything happens to me." City Lord Cosgrove said tiredly, "Royal intercession, not interception."
Snapping his fingers, he pointed at the City Lord, abandoning his act.
"Yeah, that," he said happily.
Archmage Jennings sighed and loudly said,
"Enough. No one is threatening you. We just brought you here to figure out how to get out of this mess with the least amount of disruption to the city. What will it take for you to agree to arbitration?"
The general chimed in.
"Keep in mind that the parties responsible have already been apprehended. Therefore, there is no reason to make a spectacle. You just need to fill out some forms, and we can all return to dealing with the density shift."
Nero raised his eyebrows in surprise.
He was unaware that they had already investigated what had happened. Did they already know who was responsible? How long have they known? Are they going to scapegoat someone? Every question he thought of made him angrier. His shoulders tensed, and his jaw clenched. Nero's glare pierced the room, and if his eyes were daggers, the general would be bleeding. His voice tight with repressed fury, he asked, "How long have you been aware of this plot?" The general met Nero's stare, not intimidated in the least. "I only found out after the attempt was made. However, you should have already been aware of the plot. After all, one of my men passed on a warning to you in your mission packet." The general finished with an easy smile, as though he had just invalidated Nero's position as a victim. Nero tapped his fingers on the table, staring hard at the general. "If that's true, then Nick is never going to let me live this down," he thought. Doing his best not to show his distress, Nero's mind raced through the implications. Forcibly stopping himself from thinking about how stupid this made him look, he tried to focus on reframing the argument. How could he have let the general take control of the conversation? The room was silent for almost a whole minute, while Nero exchanged glares with the general. The city lord didn't see why it mattered. Either way, she was still implicated. But Jennings applauded the general's play. By implying that Nero should have known what was happening, then Nero wasn't without blame. Granted, it was only a mind game, but perceptions do matter. But Jennings's smile withered when he saw Nero smirk. Matching the general's light tone, Nero said, "You mean to tell me that one of your men passed me a secret note? I didn't have a chance to see it, but I'm more interested in what that says about the army. Why didn't he report the plot? Did he not trust you to handle it? After all, you seemed to find the culprit rather quickly. I only just returned to Dorchester today. How did you know who was responsible? If your man didn't tell you, then how did you find out? How many people were involved? Was the army behind this?" The general's smile faltered. It went from an easy smile to a plastic one. Even from across the room, Nero could see the man trying to choose his words carefully. Wary of the general's response, Nero asked, "Were you aware of a plot to have me assassinated in the wilds? Yes or no?" What was left of the general's smile faded away, and he shifted in his seat. Trying to sound in control, he said, "It's not that simple, young man. At any given time, there are many—" Nero slammed his palm on the table, shaking the silverware. Loudly, he said, "Perhaps that is why your man didn't tell you. You had knowledge that someone was plotting the attempt, and yet you did nothing." He turned his glare on the city lord and said, "It looks like events are repeating themselves. Someone tries to have me killed, while the people in power stand aside and let it happen. Then, when the plot fails, they claim innocence and friendship for House Walker." Turning his glare on Jennings, he added, "After all, what kind of person stands by and lets people try and kill their friend?" Jennings grimaced at Nero's rebuke. He thought to himself, how in the hells did the little shit time it so perfectly? Just then the doors to the room opened up, and Vera strode in with her chin held high. She was flanked by Nick and Kathleen, while two stern-faced people followed in her wake. Her voice rang out strong and clear. "I demand to know why Lord Walker has been abducted from my estate." Her eyes sought out Lord Bennings, and she added, "This flagrant disregard of the law, while the director of the Tower of Law is in attendance no less, demands formalized sanctions. Rest assured, Lords of Dorchester, you will not get away with this." While all eyes were locked on the imperious woman, Nero's chuckle carried across the room, and they heard him say, "I told you she'd be pissed." Chapter 110. How Justice is Done, Noble Style. Archmage Mathers sat in the director's chair at the head of the council table. Everyone who could be was in attendance. After all, how often did you get to see Archmage Jennings have to deal with a situation he was directly responsible for? This was the event of the decade. Frowning, he watched as two archmages whispered harshly at each other. They were both hunched over the communication crystal, trying to counteract the ward Jennings had put up. Several different scrying rooms were being utilized in concert, and then funneled into a central control room, which was then being transferred into the Council's communication crystal. If correctly tuned, the Tower of Magic in Hennings could pierce even the strongest wards. While mages around the room whispered to each other in anticipation, Mathers shouted, "Well, what's the problem?" One of the archmages turned around to glare at Mathers. With a voice full of scorn, she shouted right back, "If you think you can do better, why don't you come over here and help?" Just then, like a movie theater quieting down during the opening credits, everyone rushed to their seats and got out their snacks. A large hologram appeared on the wall, and they could see Archmage Jennings standing in front of a group of nobles. Someone helpfully pointed out, "That's the Council of Leadership for Dorchester." Rounds of oohs and ahs filled the room. They watched as Jennings tried to get the nobles to focus on appeasing the anomaly. Time passed, and the suggestions Jennings was adding to the hologram were becoming increasingly crazy. From off to the side, someone asked a little too loudly, "Why didn't he just kill the anomaly before he could make it back to the city?" Immediate cheer. As the crowd quieted down, Mathers loudly declared, "At some point, Someone please explain to him why we don't just go around killing new nobles, especially new nobles who are particularly interesting." Someone from around where the man was standing responded, "I'll take care of it, Archmage. He's from Pattergrouse, on the coast." Several mutters rang out across the room. That seemed to explain everything, and everyone returned to watching Jennings try and rein in the nobles. As time passed, no one left. Mages in general were used to staring at a scry for hours on end, and it was enjoyable to watch Archmage Jennings sweat. After all, over the years, every one of them had at one point in time been loudly berated by the ornery old man. The anomaly's response quieted the room, as everyone wanted to hear what he was saying. And when he demanded pancakes, shouts of support and laughter caused the room to shake. There was absolutely nothing better than watching the anomaly drive people around him crazy. When the anomaly returned to the room, they watched the show begin in earnest. Quiet whispers swept across the room as the mages dissected the arguments. There were questions about the details of what happened, who was responsible, and what laws were relevant. When the general mentioned a secret document, the room filled with more oohs and mutters of, "No way," and "Seriously?" Even Mathers wasn't above showing signs of shock at the reveal. But when Vera Salvatore Verena marched through the door, the entire council hall went silent. Mathers' smile was wide as he sat up in his seat and said, "Okay, here we go." Jennings watched as Vera and Nick took their seats next to Nero, while Kathleen and the two unknowns took up positions behind them. Narrowing his eyes, he looked around the room at the other tables and couldn't help but wonder if Vera had only brought the extras so that their table looked as full as everyone else's. Archmage Jennings said hurriedly, "There is no reason to speak of sanctions. I merely brought Lord Walker here so that the Council of Leadership could personally address this issue as soon as possible. Everyone here is dedicated to punishing those responsible and ensuring that Dorchester survives this ill-advised plot." While Archmage Jennings spoke, Vera was completely ignoring him. Instead of paying attention, she was taking things out of her personal dimension. Files, pens, and even a little plaque that said House Walker made their appearance. She took her time, carefully placing each piece exactly where she wanted it. Her posture was rigid, and when she finished, she calmly clasped her hands in front of her, then looked up to glare at the Archmage. If only we could believe that. Just a few weeks ago, this council stood by and let an assassination challenge stand against our house. Our house head, a new noble, was forced to defend his ascension by a bitter house that was in fact trying to humiliate you, Archmage Jennings, she said. Turning to look at the city lord, she continued, "And that plot was only allowed to unfold with your son's support." Moving her glare over to Lord Bennings, she said, "Meanwhile, the director of the Tower of Law, you, Lord Bennings, stood by in support." As Vera tore into each of the attendants, Nero took the opportunity to reach into his personal space and pull out the mission packet that he had ignored. He put it in his lap while hiding it under the table. Even if people realized what he was doing, he didn't want to distract from Vera's lambasting of the nobles. Flipping through the pages, he frowned at all the information it contained. There was an entire section dedicated to watch protocols. This damn thing isn't a packet, it's a book. Why the hell did they give this to us the night before we headed out? Shouldn't they have given us time to study? He mentally complained. After he thumbed past the maps, which he had no idea how to read, he saw a handwritten note. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, he pulled it out and read it. "Lord Walker, you may remember me from when I showed you around the Gate 7 army compound. I'm sorry about keeping my distance, but you'll understand why after you read this. My father is Lord Blackwood. I'm one of his sons. My mother was a wayfinder from Gorn. When I came to the city, my father let me officially join his house. Although I'm not his heir, or even among his trusted family, He gives me a stipend and looks out for me. To my shame, I approached him for aid in getting out of the elites. I've been in the wilds before, and I have no desire to return to that nightmare.
The reason any of this is relevant is that when I spoke with him a few days ago, he demanded my cooperation with one of his plots. I've helped him out before, but this time he's gone too far. He's planning your assassination. I'm unable to stop him. He has people everywhere, and until he acts, there is nothing I can do. He made me hand over your team's proposed route through the wilds. You should expect an attack by a team of hunters. I don't know who else is involved or any specifics. Please be careful. Also, destroy this letter. If it gets out that I warned you, I don't know what my father will do to me. Being cut off from his money will be the least of my concerns. Hopefully not your enemy. Sergeant Terry Cooper Blackwood. Huh, thought Nero. He hadn't realized that family drama could be a thing here. Did the sergeant have daddy issues? Or was this some kind of noble nonsense he didn't understand? Why couldn't the sergeant have just reported the attempt? Without any more details, Nero had to assume the sergeant didn't know whom he could trust. Smiling, Nero thought, "Hey, wasn't that one of the completely random accusations I threw at the general? Awesome." He placed the letter in the packet on the table and started paying attention again. Vera was still verbally assaulting the nobles. And the moment he returns to safety, he's forcibly taken against his will. How can you justify kidnapping a noble from his proxy's residence? And once again, the director of the Tower of Law stands by and says nothing. "How do any of you expect to get away with this?" she said, her voice dripping with accusation. Archmage Jennings looked like he had been caught by his wife after going to a strip club. And the other nobles looked just as guilty. Even the general was having trouble meeting Vera's glare. The room seemed to pause. No one knew who Vera expected to answer. In the end, it was the city lord who spoke up their defense. Nero had to hand it to her. The woman was fearless. Although she looked tired, City Lord Cosgrove's eyes still held a spark of fire. The Archmage may have acted rashly in bringing Lord Walker here, but there was no malicious intent. Everyone here is committed to resolving this issue with no ulterior motives, she said firmly. Nero didn't want the conversation to proceed without touching base with Vera, so he opened a hesitant connection to her. Even though she was sitting right next to him, he tried to act natural. Vera was more than capable of having a conversation over the link while participating in a meeting, so she didn't bat an eye when she opened the connection and said, "Yes, what is it?" While Vera verbally sparred with the city lord, Nero let her know about the letter Sergeant Blackwood had hidden in the mission packet, and why Nero hadn't read it. He tried to be brief, as he could feel her amusement over the link. Embarrassed, he attempted to redeem himself by letting her know about his conclusions, and letting her know that the general had said they already had the mastermind in custody. Without missing a beat, Vera skillfully steered the conversation to where she needed it. "I've been told that you arrested the mastermind before Lord Walker had even returned from the wilds. I'd like to know how that was possible if you weren't aware of the plot beforehand," she asked. The general's firm voice loudly declared, "We only found out after the attempt was already made," Vera responded quickly. "Lord Bennings, is that true? If so, how was the investigation handled?" Lord Bennings shifted in her seat while replying, "The Tower of Law hadn't formally been informed of any plot. In fact, I was only made aware of it when I was requested for this emergency meeting. In fact, no arrests have been made at this time." Nero couldn't stop himself from saying, "Except for the arrest my team made. The assassin was dropped off at Gate 14's Tower of Law an hour ago." Nodding, Lord Bennings said, "Yes, that's true. That's when our investigation became official." Vera's voice was cold as she demanded, "Then when the general says the perpetrators are in custody, who is he talking about? And who made the arrest? Or have more people been kidnapped without regard for the law?" Jennings repressed his urge to sigh.
Listening to Vera, he chastised himself for acting rashly. The fact that he immediately reported who was responsible was a mistake he never should have made. It demonstrated his prior knowledge of the plot. "Rookie mistake, old man," he chided himself. Taking advantage of the opportunity to shift the blame, the city lord said, "I confined my daughter to her rooms when I heard what happened from Archmage Jennings. As for Lord Blackwood, he was taken into custody by the Archmage. I'm still not sure if there was anyone else involved." Nero raised his eyebrows in surprise, but managed not to say anything. He hadn't known the princess was involved. Vera managed to hide her feelings much better than Nero, and turned her glare on the Archmage. "When did you find out about the plot? And why did you let it proceed?" she asked. He needed to keep his foreknowledge quiet. It would be disastrous if Nero found out about him letting the plot move forward without doing anything. "Well, I didn't know the specifics. I knew that there was a possibility that something might happen, but until I watched Lord Walker interrogate the assassin, I didn't know anything for sure. From there, I did some investigating and found the connection to Deirdre Cosgrove. I also tracked down the mage who Lord Blackwood was using to track Lord Walker's team," said Jennings, while trying to sound proud. He knew that it was imperative to hide the fact that he had known about the plot since its inception. If Nero found out that Jennings had let it happen, any trust the young lord had would vanish. It was better for the little lord to think he was incompetent, rather than duplicitous. "Why haven't they been turned over to the Tower of Law?" asked Vera. City Lord Cosgrove held her arms out wide, implying that she had nothing to hide. "The moment the Tower of Law is given custody, formal arrest reports will have to be filed. If that happens, it would lead to Dorchester's downfall." Nero held a hand to his mouth and coughed/said, "Bullshit." Vera was aware of what the city lord was alluding to, but rather than give ground, she asked, "So what are you offering as an alternative? More banishments and empty apologies? How many other Cosgraves will be allowed to act against House Walker before you do your jobs?" Lord York said with a smile, "I propose that House Cosgrove is allowed to fall. There is no point in avoiding the consequences of their actions." Lords Volton and Peyton stayed quiet. As far as Nero could tell, they were just waiting to see how this all played out. Archmage Jennings said, "Dorchester cannot afford a noble war for the city seat right now. It's unnecessary. The city lord is more than happy to punish those who were actually responsible." Vera raised one eyebrow in consideration and asked, "Punish how?" City Lord Cosgrove leaned forward in her seat, and with a voice full of steel, she said, "Execution. In return for allowing us to settle this in arbitration, I'll offer my daughter, along with House Blackwood. I can't turn over their assets, but I can pay damages from the city's coffers after House Blackwood has been absorbed by the city." Over the link, Nero told Vera, "What about the sergeant? He was loyal enough to try and warn me. How will that affect him? And isn't the city lord's son still alive? How many enemies will we have remaining? It's pointless to kill one and make two more. And is actual execution like that a thing here? Isn't that... I don't know. She's just a spoiled little rich girl, right?" Vera heard what Nero said, but didn't respond. To Nero, her psyche seemed calm and focused. Tapping her finger on the table in thought, she asked, "So Lord Blackwood and his family are offered as sacrifice, and their assets transferred to Lord Walker using the city as an intermediary. Your daughter is executed as a traitor to your house, and the Tower of Law deals with the commoners. Is that what you're proposing?" The general's harsh voice rang out. "Seems reasonable to me." Vera turned her glare back to full power and stared across the room at the man. Her smile slowly grew as she said, "I have a counter-proposal." Nero crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. "This ought to be good," he thought. Chapter 111. The Noble Perspective. In the Hennings Tower of Magic's Council Hall,
Everyone was engrossed in watching the events play out on the large hologram. But not all of those in attendance really knew what was going on. Many were only there because of word of mouth, and some had been dragged along by their colleagues. Whispering to his boss, he asked, "So this Dorchester is in the southern straits. How far away is it from the border?" His boss leaned her head closer, while continuing to watch the hologram. She replied quietly, "It's well away from the Islangur border. This has nothing to do with the war." Confused, he said, "I don't get it. Why is everyone so into watching this? It's just some standard noble drama centered around a soul that hijacked a kid's body in the middle of nowhere. What's the big deal?" Annoyed, she slapped his arm and hissed, "It's an epic. A soul finding itself in a foreign land and being forced to adapt. He's found a family and friends, suffered betrayals, challenged the established norms, been forced to grow at an astounding rate, and I think there is a love story brewing. And the backdrop of a small city's noble ascension during a density shift gives the whole thing a sense of gravitas." Several people around them glared angrily while shushing them. Both he and his boss offered nods of apology and went silent. A few seconds passed as the hologram continued to display the events playing out in Dorchester Council Hall. Shifting uneasily, the mage couldn't contain himself, and he leaned over to whisper at his boss again. "Every time I've watched the recordings, it's always been about a rude little guy who is always making everyone around him angry. He barely knows magic, doesn't want to accept responsibility for his actions, and constantly complains about everything. It's just my opinion, boss, but I think you might be reading into it a little too much." Angrily, she whispered harshly, "You just don't understand what's happening. This will be a chronicle showing the rise of one of the most powerful mages of their time. It will be studied by scholars for years. If you can't see that, you're an idiot." Snorting, he mumbled, "Right, and I'm sure the fact that the young man continues to luck his way through life, relying on his good looks and connections, doesn't in any way contradict your position." From behind them, a tall mage leaned in between them and whispered, "You're both wrong. The reason the scry recordings are popular is because the subject offers a mirror to our societal beliefs. The themes of family and nobility are merely what keeps the main character grounded in reality. What matters is how he sees the world we live in and how we can improve it." The short woman, who was the lead for their research team, turned to look at the pretentious man behind her and glared up at him. "The draw is interpersonal relationships and how we can get through anything with the help of friends and family. And if you two don't shut up and let me watch this, I'm going to assign you both to reactor cleaning duty. Do you hear me?" Everyone around them turned in unison, harshly shushing the three of them. In response, they held up their hands and quietly whispered, "Sorry." Silent once again, everyone returned to watching the little lord's proxy defend his interests in front of the city's council of leadership. As Nero mentally prepared for Vera, his proxy, to drop the proverbial hammer, he smiled at the nervous nobles. "Come on, Auntie Vera, let him have it," he mentally cheered. With a self-satisfied smile on her face, Vera said, "It seems as long as House Cosgrove sees House Walker as a threat, they will continue to act against them, regardless of whether or not they are under the protection of the royals. If you wish to avoid a war for the city's seat, I see only one option. House Walker must join House Cosgrove. I propose that City Lord Cosgrove takes Lord Walker as her husband." She kept her smile as she stared down the room. Nero's smile faltered. His brain stuttered to a stop, and he shouted, "You want her to... what now?" Despite Nero glaring at her, she completely ignored his outburst and continued. "As the City Lord is her house's head, Lord Walker would join House Cosgrove. The House of Walker would be no more, and all its assets would be divided among its members according to their rank. As Lord Walker is the only member, everything would become his personal assets.
In order to ensure his safety, a rider to the marriage contract would be required, ensuring his protection. As for Lord Blackwood, he needs to die, but his house can continue under the leadership of his heirs. Nero sat in stunned shock, staring at Vera like he had just found out that she borrowed his car without asking, and then crashed it. The nobles were exchanging looks, while the general was nodding. Even the city lord seemed to be reluctantly considering the idea. Archmage Jennings' face looked resigned, as if the situation was already decided. Nero was not going to stand for this. Slamming his palms on the table, he shot to his feet and shouted, "There is no way in hell that I'm marrying the woman who may or may not have been trying to kill me. This is insane. What the hell is wrong with you people? How does that even make sense to you?" To his left, he could hear Nick trying to hide his laughter. The nobles all reeled back in shock at Nero's outburst, while Jennings started laughing. The old bastard was actually laughing at him. Vera's calm voice interrupted his racing thoughts. "Nero, calm down. It's the most logical result. By becoming a member of House Cosgrove, a lot of problems would be solved. The threat of House Walker would be neutralized in the eyes of the nobles, and you would be protected. There may be some ruffled feathers, but if the entire council is behind it, there isn't much anyone can do. No one in Dorchester would act against the house controlling the city. Even the city lord's daughter and son would have to fall in line." Nero's head slowly turned to her while she was talking. He felt like the entire world had gone crazy. Any semblance of control that he had felt was evaporating like water in a humidifier. Nick spoke up, addressing Vera and the nobles. "He doesn't understand. You're all treating this like a standard noble dispute. But you have to keep in mind that until 2 weeks ago, Nero wasn't a noble. In fact, he wasn't from anywhere around here. Nero's wrong. You're not insane. But you are severely misjudging the situation. Political marriages may not be something he'd considered." Archmage Jennings added, "Nero, think about what marriage actually means. It's merely a contract stating that you agree to tie your worldly pursuits together. Think of it as a business merger. You don't have to sleep with her, or even live with her. Aside from the tax implications and the tithe you would owe to House Cosgrove, nothing would really change for you. You'd go from being a minor noble to the top of the local ladder. Although extreme, it is an elegant solution." Nero didn't know what to feel. Even though he knew it was crazy, they were all staring at him with calm expressions on their faces. It was like the entire room was absolutely sure of something he knew for a fact was wrong. How do you argue with that? Looking over at the city lord, he saw her sitting there, with a reassuring smile on her face. He had to admit the woman was gorgeous. She was curvy, had beautiful flowing hair, and striking features. But she was old. She looked nearly 40, and he was only 14, and a small 14 at that. Who knows how old she actually is? And didn't she have consorts? One of whom just tried to have him killed? Running a hand through his hair, he stared at the ceiling and thought. Seconds passed, and the room waited in silence. Finally, he said, "Look, I understand that this is some kind of cultural thing I don't understand. I'm sure there are a lot of logical reasons that I should agree with, but marriage has some connotations that you are all ignoring. Like, she has consorts and kids. When I get married, I don't want to share my wife, and I'm not ready to be a father." Vera looked at Nero with confusion and said, "But you can't be the primary. She is a house head. For you to be the one with control, she'd have to join your house, and that would defeat the entire purpose of what we're trying to do here." Nero looked around, and the entire room was nodding in agreement. He couldn't help it. It was all so crazy. So he started laughing. It started out small, but soon ballooned into big, booming laughter that made his sides hurt. Everyone in the room, aides included,
shared uncomfortable looks. The entire Council of Leadership wondered whether or not Dorchester's newest noble may have an undiagnosed mental problem.
Nick stood up, patting Nero on the back, and then returning the young man to his seat. While Nero recovered, panting heavily, Nick addressed the room. I think Nero is suffering from culture shock. Think of it as how you might feel when confronted with a scenario so counter to your belief system that you find it ridiculous. Have any of you visited the Marquese Coast? I read a paper about how their leaders used to wear incredibly oversized hats, and before they were incorporated into Oglivark, we were forced into a war with them when our envoy couldn't stop herself from laughing at them. Aside from being an interesting paper, it was rather funny.
Nero couldn't stop himself from staring at Nick. How could the man equate their views on marriage with abnormally large hats? What was even more surreal was that the entire room seemed to take his point. They all nodded along, as if Nick's story explained everything. Nero wasn't sure how he should proceed, but this entire thing had taken a turn that he didn't like. Before anyone could say anything, he stood back up and said, "Nick, sit down. I have something to say."
Shrugging, Nick returned to his seat.
And Nero looked around the room at all the curious faces. They seemed incredibly interested in what he was about to say, and for the first time in a while, Nero felt nervous.
After taking a deep breath, he said, "Let me put it simply. I'm not going to marry the city lord. I get that it would solve some problems, but it isn't going to happen. I have nothing against her, I just don't want to marry her. Even if it is an open marriage, that isn't going to work for me. Think of my life as a car, or a carriage. I have no problem with someone else driving it, but I need to be the one who chooses the destination. For the record, I think it's great that you are all so open with your sexuality, but I'm not there yet. When I found out about consorts, I specifically didn't ask about it. I don't know how it works, and I have no desire to hear about it now. Having a harem sounds great in theory, but I have no intention of being part of someone else's, and that's final. Let's just focus on dealing with this situation, without involving the word marriage." After he finished, he sank into his seat like he had just confessed at an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. Vera sounded annoyed as she asked, "You won't even consider it? You are aware that you would immediately be raised to nobility, and you wouldn't have to continue with your trials. As the city lord, with the support of the council, she could bypass the courtship period and appoint you to the position of her husband by tomorrow." Nero met her stare and said, "No. And even though it might solve some problems, it will cause plenty more." From across the room, the general asked harshly, "What problems?" Nero offered a half shrug and replied, "Think about it. Let's say that this solves the problem of House Cosgrave wanting me dead, which, for the record, I still don't think they do. But for a moment, let's take that as a given. It won't stop the city lord's children from having a problem with me. All it would do was give them something else to be pissed about. If the threat of the royals didn't stop them, do you think some marriage contract would? So, that's one problem." Getting into it, Nero's eyes glazed over, and he started tapping his fingers in thought on the table. He continued, "And then there are the other nobles. Even if you all think this is fine, I'm sure there are plenty of houses that wanted to marry into the Cosgraves. That's probably why she is still unmarried. She was using the potential of marriage as a bargaining chip. And what about the consorts? I'm sure they'll be pissed. Even if they pretend not to care, being passed over for some little bastard who isn't even sleeping with their woman has to merit some kind of emotional response." Standing up, Nero stepped behind the table and started pacing. Waving his hands while he thought out loud, he said, "And then there is the various awards that are scheduled for House Walker. What would happen with them? I'm supposed to be getting a bunch of paychecks for killing that assassin. Or maybe that already happened. But I also have that exploit, or whatever, to deal with.
Would that get transferred to House Cosgrave? And what about my alliance with Vera and Nick's house? They just formed their house. I don't even know how our partnership is structured. Who's going to be running all my businesses if Vera doesn't do it? She hasn't even found me an accountant yet. I'm not ready to run anything on my own, and I sure as hell can't be a trophy husband. I haven't even had my magic school arc yet.
Shaking his head vigorously, he kept talking loudly to himself.
No, no, no. They're thinking about this all wrong. I can't let their idiocy influence my thinking. The problem is simple. People tried to kill me. I need to eliminate the threat. How do I do that?
Nick was watching Nero, amused to see his friend returning to his old shenanigans.
Meanwhile, the entire council hall sat in silence, mulling over what Nero was saying. The general sat back in his chair, deep in thought. From his perspective, he was surprised at how much sense the young man was making. Even the city lord couldn't refute anything she heard. She was, in fact, impressed with his analytical skills. Nero's head snapped to Archmage Jennings, and he asked, "Did anyone question Lord Blackwood and Dee Cosgrave?"
The Archmage stood there with his arms crossed, amused at Nero's performance. He replied easily,
"Yes, but her name is Deidre. Why?"
Nero rolled his eyes and said,
"Motive, obviously. Why did they want me dead?"
Archmage Jennings' smile faltered, and he glanced over at the city lord.
Nero followed his eyeline and offered a curious look to the woman.
Still sitting imperiously in her throne,
she sighed and said, "It seems that Lord Blackwood was seduced by my daughter. She was the one who really wanted you dead. Apparently, she thought that killing you would somehow remove any reason for her brother's exile. She just wanted her Derek to return to Dorchester, and for everything to return to how it was."
Nero took a few seconds to stare at her in shock, before saying, "Yeah, I'm definitely not going to let you raise my kids. You suck at it." Turning away, he returned to pacing, and then resumed talking to himself.
"So, the children are a lost cause. No one that stupid should be allowed to remain a threat. Even if I swore that I wasn't interested in politics, they would still continue to try and kill me. And Lord Blackwood fell for the honeypot, so he's mentally compromised. They all have to go. Crap, executions give me the willies. There has to be some alternative." He gave in to a full-body shiver, then resumed pacing.
Vera said,
"Are you worried about the city lord's retaliation for the death of her children?"
Nero turned around quickly and saw Vera's curious face staring back at him. She didn't look horrified at the thought, merely curious about how Nero thought the city lord would react.
"Man, that woman is ice cold," he thought.
He looked over to the city lord and asked,
"Would you really want retribution? You already offered to execute your daughter in Blackwood. I could be wrong, but you strike me as a total pragmatist."
City Lord Helima Cosgrave's face was carved from stone, and she replied,
"No, House Cosgrave will not seek retribution for their deaths. You are right to question their intelligence. Both of my children were disappointments, and I accept full responsibility for my failures while raising them. My next batch will be much better. I'll ensure that they are raised to think before they act, and to truly understand the game. Rest assured that House Cosgrave will put this incident behind us and do what it can to foster a friendship with House Walker, if you would allow this to be settled with arbitration."
Nero listened to her speech, trying to parse through the political doublespeak.
Making sure he understood, he said, "So, if I'm understanding correctly, you're sorry that your kids tried to kill me, and you want to wipe the board clean. Your kids get executed, and you and I start from scratch. No more plots to kill me, and we both get on with our lives?"
Smirking slightly, the city lord nodded once and said, "Yes, that is correct. I appreciate your bluntness, and I heard no insult." Confused, but not really interested in finding out what she meant, the concept of a mother perfectly willing to kill her children was too weird for him to accept. Changing the subject, he turned to Jennings and asked, "If we kill Lord Blackwood, what happens to his house?" The Archmage's arms were still crossed, and he lazily raised a hand to point at Lord Bennings. Nero turned to look at the prim and proper woman. She coughed lightly into her hand to clear her throat before saying, "Lord Blackwood's heir is currently his third child, a daughter named Victoria. She is the fruit of a liaison between Lord Blackwood and a daughter of House Lorcan. Raised under the banner of House Blackwood, Victoria Blackwood currently oversees all of House Blackwood's interests. She stands to inherit everything. As far as I know, they have a close relationship." Nero nodded while rubbing his chin. He quickly said, "Thank you, that's useful." Turning back to Jennings, he said, "Can you get her here? You don't have a problem kidnapping people, right?" Looking a little insulted, he replied, "Well, why don't I just ping her first? I don't think it's necessary to just teleport her without asking." Snorting, Nero muttered, "So, you only do that to your friends?" Putting his hands on his hips, he said, "Just get her here. I want to talk with her." While the Archmage contacted her, Nero returned to his seat. Sitting back down, he felt Vera lean in and whisper, "Before you get ahead of yourself, you need to remember to get something out of this. Solving the problem doesn't get us paid. If you don't want control of the city, what is it you do want?" Nero looked at her, then opened up a connection to her through the link. Not batting an eye, she kept up her stare as she accepted the connection and said, "Well?" Nero smiled and said, "Once I figure out how to reduce my enemies to 0, then we can figure out what we can get. I was planning on letting you handle everything, but I didn't know you'd try and marry me off to someone old enough to be my grandmother, or maybe older. I don't know how old the city lord is. Anyway, just think up what we can ask for. Concentrate on money and power. Money is always good, but power usually comes with responsibility. Be careful not to get me a job, because I assure you, I won't do it." Hearing the Archmage say, "All right, she's ready to present herself before the council. I don't know what she's aware of. All I told her was that she was needed for a matter of the utmost importance." Nero halted the mental conversation with Vera, and they both turned to look at the Archmage. The council hall sat in silence, as a golden flash appeared over the seal of Dorchester in the center of the room. When the light faded, a tall woman with black hair in a tight bun appeared. Her robes were pale gray, and she looked like she was dressed for a courtroom appearance. Although attractive, her eyes were puffy, and she looked like she had been crying. Despite that, her posture was full of confidence. Her eyes darted around the room, then paused when they saw Nero. Her shoulders slumped a little, and she said, "House Blackwood formally apologizes for the actions of our house head. If there is anything we can do to avoid our extermination, please let me know." Nero's eyes widened in shock at her blunt plea for her life, and he replied, Okay. Chapter 112. Heirs and Heirs. Sergeant Terence Blackwood sat with his back against the wall of the impromptu cell. The smell of fresh-cut wood reminded him of how recently it was built. Regulations required soldiers under investigation to be either confined to their quarters or held in a detention cell. As they were currently in the wilds, this was the best they could do. As they were short-handed, he actually had been part of the construction detail. He had been ordered to build his own cell. Trying to take his mind off of his current situation, he was reading the historical account of the life and times of Victor Mosenbaum, the Tiny Terror. It had been recommended to him by one of the lovely ladies he was seeing in Dorchester, and it seemed like a good way to pass the time. But, despite the comedic value of a 5-feet-tall adventurer with massive rage issues, he just couldn't concentrate well enough to enjoy it. Huffing in exasperation, he snapped the book shut, then tossed it onto the simple table which pretended to be furniture.
Looking around the small cell, he chuckled at the lack of a door. The captain had told him that it wasn't necessary, as Terry was only in the room by choice.
The man goes out of his way to have us build a detention cell so we can follow regulations, then doesn't bother to have us make a door, he thought to himself, while feelings of camaraderie and friendship caused him to crack a smile. Instead of improving his mood, the reminder of his friendship with the captain caused his stomach to turn. He slammed the back of his head against the wall a few times while staring up at the ceiling. Out of all the times he'd screwed up, this was the worst. You know you're a moron, so why in all the hells did you think a plan made up by you would have any chance of succeeding? He asked himself sarcastically. Sensing the captain approaching, he sat up straight and tried to banish the brooding atmosphere. Terry watched the massive captain duck down in order to squeeze through the hole in the wall, which passed for the cell's door. He couldn't suppress the smile at seeing his giant friend try and avoid destroying the flimsy wooden walls. Trying to sound cheerful, he said, "Hey, Captain, what brings you by?" Finally, through the door, Captain Angelton rose to his full height, and Terry held back a chuckle at the sight of the big man glaring at the ceiling, as if he were warning it not to come any closer. The captain looked down at Terry and replied, "Sergeant Blackwood, I've received word from command. Wesker's team has made it back to Dorchester. No casualties." Terry felt some of the tension release from his shoulders, and he sighed in relief. Smiling ruefully, he looked up at his longtime friend and asked, "What about my old man?" Captain Angelton's face turned a little grouchy and replied, "It seems that the Archmage who is still visiting us from Hennings had been aware of the plot. Within minutes of the ambush, he collected your father. I'm told he is being held within the Tower of Magic, along with a mage whom he had employed for his plot." Clearly confused, Terry asked, "Why wasn't he turned over to the Tower of Law?" The captain seemed hesitant to speak, and took a few moments to think through his answer. Coming to a decision, he sighed and cast a simple privacy ward. It wouldn't stop someone who really wanted to listen in, but it was something. Staring hard at the sergeant, Captain Angelton said, "This isn't something I should be talking about, but you have a right to know." Suddenly nervous, Terry clasped his hands to keep them from shaking and replied, "All right. What's the situation?" Captain Angelton's voice was devoid of emotion as he relayed what he'd learned from his conversation with General Branson. "Mistress Deirdre Cosgrove and your father apparently had a sexual relationship. At her request, he masterminded the plan to eliminate Lord Walker. Currently, the Council of Leadership, along with the General and the Archmage, are working on a plan to convince Lord Walker to settle this through arbitration. If everything goes to plan, there won't be any formal charges." Stunned, Terry asked, "Okay. But does that mean my father may survive this?" With his face a mask of calm, the captain replied, "Possibly." Feeling his entire body go numb in shock, Terry looked up at his friend and softly said, "I'm a dead man, aren't I?" The two old friends shared a look of commiseration. They both knew that the captain might be ordered to execute Terry within the next few hours. Neither knowing what to say, they sat in silence, letting all the things they wished they had the courage to say hang over them like a cloud. Victoria Blackwood had fought hard to reach her position. At the young age of 46, she was already the heir to one of the most powerful houses in Dorchester. With her help, House Blackwood was ranked 6th on the ladder. While her father played politics, she ensured their interests were growing every year. Their distilleries were constantly expanding, and their carriage businesses were dominating the market. Despite how many siblings she had, she managed to rise to prominence and ensure her place as the future head of the house. She had even gone as far as to have already compiled a buyout package for when her father finally convinced Lord Cosgrove to marry him. According to her old man, within the next 20 years she would ascend to the position of the head of her house without issue. Yet now, all that was thrown into jeopardy because her father agreed to kill some random new noble for the sake of a daughter he idiotically slept with. He had not just ruined his chances of marrying the girl's mother, but he had possibly doomed House Blackwood to extermination. Years of her hard work had been ruined because her father couldn't keep it in his pants.
Now she was forced to bow her head and beg for her life in front of a child. The situation was extremely humiliating. She looked across the room at the young lord, who was the subject of her father's machinations, and waited for his reply to her plea. As she stood there patiently, Nero stared into her eyes, searching for answers. He wondered if she was hiding her anger, or perhaps plotting to avenge her father. Before he made any decisions, he needed some answers. Placing his hands behind his back, he walked around the table to get a closer look at her. Standing in front of the daughter of the man who plotted to have him killed, he asked, "Before we get into whether or not your house will exist tomorrow, I'd like some questions answered. Please be honest, as I'm sure someone here will be able to tell if you're lying." Nodding her head with a blank look on her face, she replied humbly, "Of course. I will answer honestly any and all inquiries to the best of my ability." Nero cocked his head to the side at her reply. "This chick is as cold as Vera, isn't she?" he thought to himself. "When did you find out about the assassination attempt?" he asked, while crossing his arms and leaning back against the front of his table. Without delay, she answered, "Every evening my father writes a summary of his current games and their progress. This morning, I received a signal from my father alerting me to a state of emergency for House Blackwood. When no further communication was received, I used my status as the heir to open his game journal. After narrowing down which plot was likely to be responsible for his silence, I learned about you returning to the city. From there, it was easy to expect a visit from the lawbringers. I did not, however, expect to be brought before the Leadership Council." She looked around the room, calmly meeting the eyes of the various nobles, most of whom looked impatient. Nero couldn't help himself from appreciating her cold-blooded apathy. She knew the fate of her house was being decided, but she didn't break down or beg. She just patiently waited to find out what she had to do to get out of this alive. He asked, "So you had no prior knowledge of his plot to have me killed, because one of your brothers did?" For the first time, she showed some emotion. Anger tightened her eyes, and her voice cooled even further. "Which one of my siblings was involved in this idiocy?" she asked. Smiling, Nero replied, "Terry Cooper Blackwood. He knew what was going on. In fact, he was the one who passed on my team's route to your father." Nero saw that the general was about to interject, and he glared at the man, warning him not to interrupt. Luckily, before the general could say anything, Victoria gasped, bringing his attention back to her. Surprised, she said, "Terry was involved? But he's not even in family's power ladder. Why would father involve him? Terry's an idiot. We put him in the military because that was the only thing he was capable of doing without screwing it up." Nero wasn't expecting her to dismiss her brother so completely. For some reason, it pissed him off. The sergeant was a nice guy as far as he was concerned. The guy may be kind of simple, but he was the kind of man Nero could have a beer with and not worry about it meaning more than that. He was a bowling buddy, not a politician. Despite initially trying to paint the man as a conspirator, he decided to change tactics. "Well, lady. Wait, do I call you lady or lord or what?" Nero asked. His rebuke stuttered to a stop before it even started. How could he not know what he was supposed to call this woman? Did Jennings say her title? Maybe he missed it. Confused, she replied, "My title is heir of House Blackwood. Technically, I'm Mistress Blackwood, as I'm still under House Blackwood. However, as heir, I should be addressed as Lady Blackwood until I take over the position of house head. Then I would be the Lord Blackwood." Nero could hear Nick chuckling behind him, and he could feel Vera's judgmental gaze burning into the back of his head. Even though he just heard what she said, he still didn't understand what she was talking about. All he took away from what he just heard was that she should be addressed as Lady. Nodding, he tried again. Okay, so Lady Blackwood, the only reason your house has a chance of still existing is because of your brother Terry. Despite what you might think of him, he tried to warn me of your father's plot. As he didn't know whom he could trust, and wanting to make sure that your house wouldn't be blamed for your father's actions, he heroically set aside his familial obligations and tried to do the right thing. You should be thanking him instead of insulting him. Stunned, she replied, I had no idea. My father's game journal didn't mention him at all. He just spoke of the plot. I didn't know Terry was involved. I apologize for my ignorance. If House Blackwood survives, I'll ensure he is rewarded for his service. Narrowing his eyes, Nero couldn't tell what exactly she meant by rewarded. Even hearing what she said, all he could glean from the subtext that the world translated was that Sergeant Blackwood would get what he deserved. Whether or not that was good for her brother or bad didn't come across at all. Nero couldn't even tell if she was deliberately being vague or if she was so used to being political, that was just how she spoke. Wanting to get a better idea of what she was thinking, he asked, So, we are currently considering arbitration as a possible way out of this. What do you propose House Blackwood should offer in this situation? Not shaken by the change of subject at all, she immediately replied, My father should be executed. He is an embarrassment to our house, and too dangerous to be left alive. Reparations in the amount of 5% of our yearly posted income should be given to House Walker as an apology. I will personally clear out my father's supporters from my house and ensure that in the future, House Blackwood stands in support of House Walker as a friend. Anything more than that would require agreements with those outside of House Blackwood and would be out of my purview. Smirking, Nero asked rhetorically, Thought that through already, huh? Before she could respond, he said, One moment, please. Then he turned around and looked at Vera. Using his connection, he asked her, So, what do you think? She kind of reminds me of you. I bet she'll clean house. Within a week, she'll take care of everyone that even remotely resembles a rival. This chick is all business. Vera's stone-cold eyes met his, and she replied, I agree. She seems like a capable househead. I can work with her. But 5% is an insult. Let me look something up. Give me a second. Giving her a slight nod, Nero turned around to address Victoria again. So when you say you'll reward Sergeant Blackwood for warning me, does that mean you'll kill him for pulling a Fredo? Or does it mean he gets an increase in his allowance? Completely confused, Victoria Blackwood stuttered, A Fredo? Is that a Claspian term for betrayer? But no. I will welcome him into the inner family ladder for saving us all from our deserved execution. His ties with House Walker will be treated as an asset. I do not and will not consider an intelligent and successful gambit a betrayal of our house. Before Nero could respond, he was surprised to hear Vera's voice in his head. The girl is clever. She's seen that you care about her brother. I've looked into their assets, and here is what you're going to ask for. As Nero listened to Vera, he couldn't help but smile. He held his stare at the composed Victoria, while he listened to his proxy outline his house's demands. Victoria Blackwood watched as Nero's grin grew, but never touched his eyes. She repressed a shiver as she assumed, correctly, that his proxy was coaching him on his counterproposal. Without any other option, she could only hope that this young lord's demands didn't ruin the house she had put so much time and effort into building. Chapter 113. Not seeing it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Walking through the halls, the king thought about what awaited him. For perhaps the 1,000th time, he mentally reviewed how things had gotten to where they were. Just like his father, he had allowed his consorts to slowly take over his life.
It had started with his marriage to Marisa. His mother had convinced his father of the need for him to start a family, and at the time, he wasn't in any position to argue. After all, he had grown up with Marisa, and they got along well enough. As friends, they had occasionally found themselves in bed together. She came from a powerful family, and the political gains would be substantial. After several discussions, everyone agreed it was a good match. Yet, neither of them expected how much they would eventually come to love one another. Just 2 years later, Marisa convinced him to take her best friend, Lydia, as his first consort. At the time, it was another purely political move, intended to silence some of his detractors and shore up his position as one of the most likely candidates for heir to the throne. More years passed, and while he was off adding to his reputation by fighting in the Highland campaigns, Lydia stayed home with Marisa, and the two of them acquired Carol and Sarah. By the time he returned, the two newcomers had already been formally accepted into his house, approved of by Marisa and his mother. 100 years later, he met Helen while leading the Navy's campaign against the Orcish invasion fleet. And that, naturally, led to her bringing along the twins, Felicia and Meredith. Walking down the hallway, he nodded to himself. Yes, that's when it started to get out of hand. I never should have introduced Marisa to Helen. After that, I gave up the high ground and became surrounded. Ever since then, facets of his life had been slowly absorbed by the women in his life. His every choice was scrutinized, and decisions were made without his input. His women carved up responsibilities in order to help him run the kingdom. Every time one of them took over a responsibility, he had one less thing to deal with. At first, it was helpful, but as time went on, he realized that the only time he would be consulted was if there were a problem only he could deal with. Not to mention the fact that he couldn't remember the last time he was included in the decision to add a consort to their family. He was well aware of Lydia's efforts in expanding the harem's membership. Just 250-some years ago, he came home from a trip to find out that under Lydia's guidance, Helen had accepted an entire adventuring team into his harem. Granted, it was a great welcome party, but he barely knew those women. With as much time as they spent away from Hennings, he still barely knew them. Looking up, he saw that he had reached the end of the hallway. The wide doors loomed like a last line of defense, holding back the wrath of his harem. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself at the thought of how once again he had been called to task by his wife and their consorts. Despite how annoying they were sometimes, he loved them all dearly, even the ones he rarely saw. At 853 years old, he could appreciate the wisdom of his father. The man had once told him, "You're a strong man, and because of that you will most likely marry a woman who will challenge you. Keep in mind that if you do, from then on, whether you like it or not, she will choose who you surround yourself with. Do everything you can to make sure that the consorts she chooses for you are on your side. You may think you can pick who you want, but that isn't how marriage works. If you're not careful, you'll spend the rest of your life outnumbered and behind enemy lines. Just look at me. I may be the king, but have you ever seen me decide what I get to eat for dinner if any of your mothers are around? Learn from my example, my son." Realizing that in the end, he had turned out just like his father, he squared his shoulders and prepared for battle. Although the women on the other side of that door outnumbered him, he wouldn't shrink in fear. He may have lost some battles, but the war was as yet undecided. Throwing open the doors, he saw his consorts and his wife relaxing on the numerous couches. Their conversations paused, and all eyes turned to him, awaiting what he had to say for himself. He smiled widely, showing his affection for everyone in the room, and said, Ladies, as promised, I'm here to lay to rest your worries. Gather round, and I'll tell you of the game with fate that I've been playing." Pouring himself a drink, he watched the women move the couches and chairs in order to encircle the middle of the room. As the whispers and guesses rang out, he took his position as the center of attention. After taking a sip of his wine to wet his throat, his strong voice filled the room. It started with an opportunity, provided by chance. A new piece was introduced, and with it came possibilities, he said with a slight grin. The first ladies of Oglevark sat mesmerized, waiting to hear what ridiculous plot their king had cooked up, and how it could have caused Lydia to have a meltdown in the middle of the throne room. His games were always interesting, and they couldn't wait to hear what their love had to say for himself. Knowing that the entire room was waiting for Nero to state his demands, Victoria's heart raced in anticipation. She could only hope that the young man wouldn't gut House Blackwood, or, at the very least, that she would still be alive to rebuild it over the coming years. Nero's voice was harsh as he succinctly outlined her position. "If we allow the law to handle this, your house will be disbanded. All of Lord Blackwood's heirs, including you, will die. But I'm not completely without mercy. Since you didn't know what your father was up to, and considering the fact that your brother tried to warn me, I think we can come to an agreement." Victoria didn't respond. She just calmly met his stare. Rather than thank him or offer meaningless platitudes, she patiently waited for his demands. Seeing that she wasn't going to say anything, Nero continued, "I propose that your father pays for his crime with his life, and that you take over his position as househead. Furthermore, I approve of your support of your brother. The man tried to do the right thing, and should be rewarded for that. As for monetary compensation, a one-time payment of 5% seems a little insulting. As the only member of House Walker, my death would essentially be the ending of my house. You're offering to pay 5% of your house's yearly revenue to save your entire house, and avoid the lawful repercussions for trying to end mine." Victoria's face didn't show any change of emotion. She calmly asked, "And what do you think would be fair compensation? I have a sister around your age. Would you like her as a consort to demonstrate our family's sincerity?" Nero's face flushed as he heard the entire room stifle their chuckles. Behind him, he could hear Nick not even bothering to hide his amusement. After coughing into his hand, he replied, "No, that won't be necessary. House Walker is currently partnered with House Verena in a transportation business. What I would like is for preferred contracts from your production facilities for wagons and repair centers." Behind him, Vera corrected him over the link. "Preferential, Nero. They're called preferential contracts. Pay attention." Looking over his shoulder with a grimace, he glared at Vera in annoyance. Quickly turning back, he continued, "What I mean to say is that I would like preferential contracts for your services. Say, for 50 years? It would financially tie our houses together and support the growth of your industry, while also aiding in House Walker's efforts. Perhaps over time, the ties between our families can grow, and any animosity could be forgotten." Victoria thought through the proposal. Preferential contracts weren't uncommon, but they were usually given as awards for new branch houses starting out, or more commonly used as currency in consort contracts and marriage dowries. They were essentially guaranteed percentage-based discounts on services. Although it would cut into her profits, if she could limit the terms, it might not be that bad. However, 50 years of discounts would amount to a great deal of money, depending on how many wagons and repairs were ordered. She knew that House Walker had acquired Dorchin Shipping after the recent Noble War. However, she also knew that as a new house, without any infrastructure, they would struggle to maintain their market share. Not to mention, Dorchin Shipping was rather large to begin with. Most likely, this young lord brought in House Verena, whoever that was, to run things for him. Yet, even with their help, the
The shipping company would probably drastically reduce in size after the transfer.
If all of her assumptions were true, then this seemed like a great deal. In fact, it seemed like too good a deal. She was obviously missing something. Over 50 years, the cost of maintaining the contracts might add up to more than her proposed 5%, but not by much. However, she felt there was more going on than she was aware of. Her mind raced as she tried to find the trap.
Nero's voice interrupted her thoughts.
The details of the contract would be worked out between you and my proxy. All I need from you is an agreement in front of the council, here and now, that you are willing to work with her in good faith. Otherwise, I'm sure there is another Blackwood that would be happy to take up the position of house head. After all, it's entirely possible that you were culpable in this attempt on my life. It might be better to find someone more interested in positive relations with my house to take over House Blackwood, he said with a grin. Over the link, Nero asked Vera, "You really think she'll agree to this? It's going to cost her a fortune in lost profits. She has proof that she didn't know about the assassination attempt, and her brother tried to warn me. Why won't she just let this go to trial?" Nero felt her amusement as she answered, "It's not about who knew what. The fact that her househead was involved calls into question the right of succession. If he's found guilty, then a tribunal may find that the entire house is at fault. The branch houses may survive, but as the heir, she could very well be implicated despite her innocence. She needs this to disappear before her brothers and sisters find out. They would be more than happy to have her executed in order to take her spot as the new heir. In the end, she has no choice but to agree, if only to make sure that she maintains control of her house." Nero could only shake his head in confusion. Inter-house politics and the law were way outside of his comfort zone. When he found out that Sergeant Blackwood left a warning inside his mission packet, he had worried that his payday would be ruined. Yet it seemed that things were still coming up Nero. Victoria concluded that she didn't really have a choice. With a sigh, she resigned herself to the fact that she would have to spend the next few weeks eliminating her opposition, while doing her best to limit the scope of the preferential contract. Squaring her shoulders, she raised her chin and said, "As the new Lord Blackwood, I would be more than happy to offer House Walker a preferential contract. While 50 years seems excessive, I'll agree to it in order to demonstrate my sincere wish to form a strong and lasting friendship with House Walker. I'd also like to take this opportunity to formally apologize for my father's actions, and assure you that his death will not be held as a source of contention between our houses." Smiling, Nero replied, "That's great. I'm looking forward to working with you. Or, better yet, I'm looking forward to you working with my proxy. You can expect her to contact you soon. I'm sure between the two of you, the contract will be worked out. And for what it's worth, I'm sorry about your father. But congrats on your promotion." Before anyone could say anything else, Archmage Jennings sat up from the table he was leaning against and loudly interrupted. "All right, now that the matter of the Blackwoods is settled, let's return to dealing with the actual problem. We need to ensure that House Cosgrove is not held responsible for this fiasco. After all, the city's survival is at stake." Victoria Blackwood's eyes widened comically, and she whipped her head around to stare at the Archmage. "What do you mean? What's wrong with the city? And why is House Cosgrove not going to be punished?" Annoyed with her questions, along with how long it took to deal with what he felt was, at best, a side issue, he replied, "It's not important. Forget you heard anything. Just go home and wait for House Walker's proxy to contact you." Before Victoria could say anything else, the Archmage waved his hand and she was forcibly teleported back to where he had found her. As she vanished in a golden pop, the entire room turned to stare at him. Jennings calmly returned their scrutiny, with one eyebrow raised, as if daring anyone to say anything. The silence was shattered by Lord Bennings, whose voice was uncharacteristically loud. Stop illegally teleporting people against their will. Every time you do that, I have to write a report and file it with the Tower of Law in Hennings. Waving his hand as if he were dismissing the issue, he turned away from the red-faced director of the local Tower of Law and stared at Nero. If you won't agree to a marriage, then what do you want? What will it take for you to let this go? He asked sternly. Nero wasn't expecting to be put directly on the spot. He was deep in his political mode and was expecting more doublespeak and innuendo. Jennings's direct question completely threw him. Not knowing how to respond, he looked over his shoulder to Vera and asked, "Well, what do we want?" Scowling, she just stared at him and mentally said, "I don't know. What do you want? You can ask for money, I guess, but you must make sure the children die. Otherwise, you will be dealing with more assassination attempts. I still think you should just marry her, move up on the ladder, take the tax breaks, and put this all behind you. In my opinion, you're overestimating the emotional responses from those involved. This is all just politics. They'll get over it. But if you are really unsure of how you want to proceed, why don't you ask them what they are willing to offer?" Grimacing, he turned away from her. As far as he was concerned, she was not helping. Looking across the room, he saw the city lord sitting in her oversized chair. She looked calm, patiently waiting to see if her house would be facing execution for her daughter's actions. Just judging by her face, the woman didn't seem to care one way or another. Nero knew that she was merely hiding her emotions, but it unnerved him nonetheless. Sighing, he met her eyes and asked, "What do you think? Make me an offer." Raising an eyebrow in surprise, she replied, "I'm willing to do whatever is necessary to ensure that my house survives this debacle. I'd even be willing to take you as my husband. However, you seem to find that insufficient. I'm not sure what more I can give you." Nero shook his head in defeat. They just didn't understand. Raising his hands to his side, demonstrating his openness, he said, "It's not that I find you undesirable, or that I don't want to move up the political ladder thing. I just don't want to get married to a woman with a harem. If I'm going to be part of harem, I want it to be my harem. Is that so hard to understand?" By the time he finished, his voice took on the tone of pleading. One of the lords off the side, Lord Volton, nodded. His voice full of understanding, he said, "I get it. You want to build your own house. Make the name Walker ring out in the halls of power. There is nothing wrong with that. In fact, I, for one, find your enthusiasm admirable." Nods of understanding and agreement went around the room. Nero glanced over at Nick, and he could see that the man was nearly biting his hand to hold in his laughter. Scowling at him, Nero turned back to the room. General Branson spoke up. "All right, how about this? We execute the heirs and let House Cosgrove start over. As for compensation, let's say 5% for 5 years. Throw in a contract of intent to support House Walker's growth for 10 years, and we can all go back to trying to make sure Dorchester is still here for you all to fight over it." Nero was about to object to the casual talk of execution when he heard Vera shout, "Done. House Walker will agree to those terms. City Lord Cosgrave?" Stunned, Nero looked back and forth between the two women, and he saw the City Lord nod easily. She said, "Agreed. I'll execute Deirdre myself, and Derek will be dead by tomorrow night. That works out well, as we could really use the guards that are currently escorting him south." Lord Bennings spoke up. "Make sure the paperwork for the arbitration is filed by the end of day. Otherwise, the investigation will have to include the nobles. It will be much easier if the only ones involved are commoners." Turning her head to look at the Archmage, she asked, "That mage you have in custody, is he a noble?" Archmage Jennings shrugged and replied, "Technically he is the 12th heir of House Trevan. I doubt they'll care if he disappears. I'll handle it by the end of the day. But if something comes up, I'll contact you."
Nodding in response, Lord Bennings returned to her silent posture. As if there were a silent agreement that the meeting was over, all of the nobles stood up at the same time, leaving Lord Bennings along with the general and the city lord as the only ones still seated. The city lord addressed the lords, saying, "Thank you all for coming. You can expect House Cosgrove to remember your service to Dorchester in this trying time. I look forward to leading you all once again." The nobles all grumbled to themselves with frowns on their faces. After collecting their papers from their tables, they all headed for the door. Dutifully, their aides followed silently behind them, not saying a word. In less than 2 minutes, the entire tone of the room had changed, and the remaining occupants started chatting with each other about what they all had put off to deal with this situation. General Branson was speaking with his aides, while the city lord and Lord Bennings started talking about some meeting concerning immigration that they had been forced to reschedule. Turning around, Nero saw that Vera was packing up her things with a slight smirk on her face, while Nick was chatting with Kathleen. Spinning around, he saw Jennings waving his hands in the air, as if he were interacting with a hologram that only he could see. Spinning once more, he looked around the room in complete shock. 1 minute he was in the middle of a political minefield, doing his best to maximize his profits and outmaneuver his enemies. The next, everyone just reached an agreement and called it a day. Completely stunned, his jaw was hanging open. His blank stare looked around the room, seeing everyone completely forgetting that they had just been in the midst of a complex issue. Unable to contain himself, he threw his hands up in exasperation and shouted, "What the hell? Are we done? Did we win? Are you really going to kill your own kids? What's an intent contract? What the fuck is going on?" The entire room had stopped what they were doing, and everyone was staring at Nero. He looked around the room, panting with exertion after his outburst. Even the aides were frozen in shock. They looked at him like he had just started screaming in the middle of a wedding. Nero flinched as he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw Nick standing there with a comforting smile on his face. Nero just looked up at him, with eyes full of confusion. Gently turning Nero away from the room, Nick put his arm around Nero's shoulder and spoke in a soothing voice. "It's okay now. The meeting is over. You did very well. Let's go home, and I'll explain what happened. We'll get you something nice to eat, and you can finally have a shower. How does that sound?" Nero let himself be led toward the doors, absently listening to what Nick was saying. Still confused, he tried shaking off his confusion and whispered harshly, "Eat a dick, Nick. What the hell just happened?" He really didn't appreciate Nick's condescending tone. As they walked, Nick chuckled and replied, "You just got a free pass to open up whatever business you want and get paid to do it. Your enemies are going to be executed, and, for the moment, no one is trying to kill you. Smile, Nero. You'll have a good night's sleep before we have to return to the wilds." Looking up at Nick, who still had his arm around his shoulder, Nero numbly asked, We're going back to the wilds? When did we decide that? Seriously, Nick, what the hell just happened?" Nick's smile faltered, and he sighed. His voice was starting to show his annoyance as he said, "Nero, just wait until we get home. I really need some sleep. We can talk about this later. For the time being, just pretend that everything is fine. And shut up." Frowning, Nero let himself be led through the halls, as he mumbled to himself, "Tell me to shut up. You shut up. Crazy fucking savages. Trying to marry me off to some old woman. Executing people left and right. These people are fucking nuts. Maybe going back to the wilds isn't such a bad idea. At least the monsters out there make sense." Nick shook his head in amusement, listening to Nero quietly rant about the local customs. Since he'd met the young man, he'd learned that the one thing Nero hated was when people other than him actually made sense. While Nero grumbled, they made their way through the halls, heading back to the Varana estate for some good food,
and Nero's first shower in a week. Chapter 114. I'm right, and proving me wrong isn't going to change that. Through their various interactions, Vera had learned that Nero was a little odd. According to her husband, Nick, the world Nero came from was very different, full of incomprehensible conflicts and wars. Usually, she found his unique perspective both useful and refreshing. However, she couldn't help but be frustrated at Nero's adamant refusal to get married. It made no sense. While hearing his rant, she opened a link connection to Nick and asked, "Why is he so against marriage? Does he prefer men? He does know that he doesn't have to actually have sex with her, right?" She felt Nick's amusement over the link as he replied, "No, dear. Based on how he acted in the showers, I'm relatively sure he likes women. I think there is some kind of cultural connotation to marriage that he is actively ignoring. I'm sure he knows what the word means and what we mean by it, but he is incapable of admitting it. It also might be a religious thing. He's been weird about religion before. Or it could be something else altogether. I think he once mentioned a war of the sexes. That might have something to do with it." Nodding and understanding, she let the meeting proceed as her thoughts raced. She needed to figure out what Nero wanted. If political power wasn't his goal, what was? Listening intently, she tried to interpret his ranting. Yet no matter how much he talked, she couldn't figure him out. Feeling helpless, she prodded him about what he actually was expecting to get out of this. His response left her speechless. He said, "Once I figure out how to reduce my enemies to 0, then we can figure out what we can get. I was planning on letting you handle everything, but I didn't know you'd try and marry me off to someone old enough to be my grandmother. Or maybe older. I don't know how old the city lord is. Anyway, just think up what we can ask for. Concentrate on money and power. Money is always good, but power usually comes with responsibility. Be careful not to get me a job, because I assure you, I won't do it." As far as she could tell, Nero wasn't making any sense. He actually went through all this to get the most powerful people in Dorchester in a room, just so he could threaten them, all while having no idea as to what he actually wanted. Was he really just making it up as he goes? He wanted his enemies eliminated, but didn't want them executed because it gave him the willies. Worse yet, he wants money, but no responsibility. Does he not know that they usually go hand in hand? Looking up at the pacing young man, she watched him try and intimidate the Blackwood heir into saving her own life. Glancing at the faces of the nobles, she realized they were all just as confused and annoyed at the situation as she was. She turned to look at Nick, and her anger flared at seeing him trying not to laugh. Realizing that it might be best to work around Nero, she opened up a link connection to the city lord. While keeping her tone as serious as possible, she asked, "Do you have any objections to just paying Nero off?" City Lord Cosgrove looked over at her with a curious expression and replied, "Of course not." Reading between the lines, she asked, "Is that really all he wants? He could shoot to the top of the ladder. Any governmental position in Dorchester could be his. He does know that he's only a minor noble. Is marrying me that repugnant?" Vera sighed and replied, "Nicholas thinks it's a cultural thing. I believe it might be best if we frame this issue in a way that he has no choice but to go along with it. Before we continue, let me bring in a few more people." She added a link connection to General Branson along with Nick. While Nero continued to speak with the Blackwood heir, she used her private connection to hold a side meeting. She asked, "So, we need to offer Lord Walker an alternative to marriage. Otherwise, I'm afraid we're at an impasse. I think the other nobles are just waiting for an excuse to tear down House Cosgrove. Looking at them, it's obvious they couldn't care less about what happens to House Blackwood. All they really want is House Cosgrove gone, and an opportunity for one of their houses to take over.
but I, for one, would prefer Dorchester to remain intact.
The general said, I don't understand the problem. Why is he being so unreasonable? Nick's amused voice rang out in their heads. It's not that he's being unreasonable. You just don't understand where he is coming from. I think you're all overthinking this. Just offer to pay him a lot of money, kill the misbehaving heirs so he doesn't feel responsible for their deaths, then send him back into the wilds to return to what he's good at. If you keep trying to treat him like a politician, he's going to snap and start flinging spells everywhere. The city lord's concern was evident as she cautiously asked, He wouldn't really try and fight people who outleveled him by 40 levels, would he? In the middle of the keep? Is he insane? We just redid the floors. Do you have any idea how much Botarian marble costs? Chuckling, Nick replied, He's not insane. He just has a very different concept of what makes someone powerful. Everyone in this room could kill him in a straight-up fight. That being said, 3 moderately strong hunters were defeated by him in the wilds just a few days ago, after they wiped out the rest of his party in an ambush. To be honest, I don't really know what he's capable of. So, once again, I'd recommend just giving him money and sending him on his way. Don't fight a battle on his terms. I'm not saying you'll lose, but I guarantee you won't win. And for what it's worth, the floors are beautiful. While Vera was amused, and the city lord was pensive, the general was livid. Did you really just threaten us? He growled. Vera snorted and replied, Calm down. My dear husband wasn't being serious. He was just illustrating Nero's penchant for overreacting. Yet, I get the feeling that if we really tried to marry him off, we'd be seeing exactly what the young man is capable of. Keeping that in mind, I agree with Nicholas. What are you willing to pay in order to have him forget about all of this? The city lord quickly replied, How about instead of the marriage, we just give him the standard price for a dowry? 5% of House Cosgrave's profits, and a contract supporting the interests of House Walker for 5 years. That's the standard dowry awarded to a house which provides a marriage candidate to a sitting city lord. If he doesn't want power, I'm not going to force it on him. Immediately, Vera countered, 5% for 5 years, and make the contract of intent for 10 years. The general interrupted. And then he returns to the elites to complete his term? Do you think he'll just forget about the military's part in all this? His tone was full of disbelief. Nick replied with some humor, Nero never blamed the military. He's just using it as leverage. Despite appearances, I'm positive he's embarrassed about not having read the sergeant's warning. I'm telling you all, just pay him. Then send him out to go kill things with magic. You're really making this more complicated than it needs to be, the city lord said with some reticence. All right, I'll agree to those terms. A chorus of agreed rang out across the link. Understanding that getting Nero on board would require some guile, Vera said, In order for this to work, I think it's best to let Nero ask for what you're offering. I'll get him to ask the question. You just have to make it sound as if you are compromising. Nick, who knew Nero best, added, Don't make a big deal out of it. When he asks what you're willing to give, just state your terms. Vera accepts, then we can all move on. I promise you, as long as you pay him, he'll be fine with it. He absolutely does not want the city seat or any semblance of power. Despite their skepticism, the general and the city lord agreed to the plan. One of Vera's strengths was multitasking. She had no trouble dealing with multiple conversations at the same time. So while she helped Nero with his fleecing of the Blackwood heir, she worked to ensure that House Walker's victory would be complete. Vera smiled at her brilliant maneuver, then sent a link connection request to the Archmage. She saw him glance at her with a curious look on his face as he accepted the link. Vera's tone was light. Archmage Jennings, I believe I know how we can come to an agreement, she said slyly. Interested, he replied, I'm listening. Her smile grew wide as she said, Here's what I need you to do. Nero had just returned from his luxurious shower,
and had joined Nick and Vera at their dinner table. Plates of assorted foods were displayed, as though they were having a feast, and Nero chuckled at Nick's eating habits. While Nero joined Nick in attempting to decimate the food supply, he listened to Vera describe what had happened. Hearing Vera's explanation of events, Nero couldn't help but pout. In his mind, whether it was true or not, he didn't mind being wrong, or having people do things for him, or being looked down on in general. But he absolutely loathed not knowing what was going on around him. It was embarrassing. With his mouth half full of food, he asked, "So you went behind my back and negotiated a settlement without my input?" Calmly sipping some wine, she nodded, then replied easily, "Yes. Yes, I did." Nero's emotions were fluctuating between embarrassed, offended, and confused. Almost whining, he asked, "But why? I wanted to put you in charge of the negotiations from the beginning. What was the point? Doesn't going behind my back make me look weak or something?" Nick chuckled as he merrily ate his meal, shoving large bites of mashed vegetables and meat into his face. Vera gave Nick a disapproving scowl, then returned her attention to Nero. Gently, she tried to explain to Nero what he had missed. "First, you're too young and inexperienced to be considered weak in the political arena. If anything, the fact that you finally started to look foolish works in your favor. People had been—" Sitting up straight, Nero harshly interrupted. "Foolish? Who said I was foolish? Is it because I didn't want to marry that woman? Or is this still about that stupid mission packet? How was I supposed to know that was in there? This is bullshit." Vera held up a hand to silence him and said, "Calm down and just listen for a minute." Seeing Nero's shoulders slump and his mouth snap shut, she continued, "Up until now, you've been doing things that from one point of view looked very impressive. You accurately predicted a noble war, dealt with assassins while making tons of money, maneuvered your position from commoner all the way up to a new noble in less than a month. That kind of success breeds resentment and caution. They worried that you were a political genius with substantial combat potential. Because of that, everyone miscalculated what you wanted." His mouth was full, but the confusion was evident on his face. Unable to speak clearly, he mumbled, "What did they think I wanted?" Smiling, she said, "They thought you wanted the city. Everyone thought that you would use this opportunity to take over Dorchester." Nick held up a hand and helpfully added, "Not me. I knew Nero wouldn't want the responsibility." After tossing Nick a scowl, Nero returned to his conversation with Vera and asked, "Why the hell did they think I wanted the city? Wait, could I have gotten the city?" Shaking her head, she replied, "No, probably not." Then a curious thought occurred to her, and she added, "Perhaps if the Archmage supported your claim. As the aggrieved party, House Walker could have bid to join the noble war for the vacant city seat after House Cosgrave was removed. Depending on how it played out, it's possible you could have taken over. With you as city lord, the other council houses wouldn't have to put up with a political enemy in charge of the city. In fact, that's probably what would have happened if you refused to arbitrate. But that's all conjecture. You could have just as easily taken power by agreeing to the marriage. When you started saying that you wouldn't marry her, no one knew what to think. As the city lord's husband, you and she would share power. You should thank Nicholas for his efforts to diagnose your cultural issues." Nero snorted and said, "I don't have cultural issues. You're all just crazy." Nick redirected the conversation by asking, "Hey, Nero, why do you have a problem with executions? You don't seem to have a problem with killing people, so why were you so hesitant to kill the heirs? I posited a cultural issue, but was there some plan or something that I was missing?" Nero looked at his friend with annoyance. "I don't kill people. I fight people who happen to die after I win. Execution is just wrong, I guess," he said lamely. Nick and Vera exchanged a look, Then Nick asked. Okay, why? Nero rolled his shoulders as if he were uncomfortable with the topic. Do we really have to get into this? Does it matter? I don't want to insult your beliefs, he said with some hesitance. Vera replied, I think we should at least address some of your beliefs. I need to understand what you want if I'm going to effectively act as your proxy. A lot of your actions don't make any sense to me. You didn't have a problem having former Lord Blackwood executed, or killing the assassin, or the hunters, but you seemed uncomfortable having the heirs killed. Then there was the fact that you seem perfectly fine with harems, but don't want to be in one. According to Nick, you are uncomfortable being around naked women, but are fine physically fighting them. I just want to understand how you think. Setting down his silverware, Nero leaned back in his chair and wiped his mouth with his napkin. Taking several deep breaths, he resigned himself to some straight talk. Looking at the two people in this world he was closest to, he said, Since I've come here, I've tried to come to terms with the fact that this world has its own way of doing things. But you have to understand, I don't think like you guys. There are things that have moral implications that you all just seem to ignore, like executing people. I get that bad people should be executed for the good of society, but I was taught that killing people is wrong. That is, unless you kill them while they are trying to kill you, in that case it's celebrated. But if they are still alive after the fight, then you're supposed to put them in jail. And if they are just kids, then you're supposed to send them to a rehabilitation center, so they can learn to no longer be assholes. Then, when they grow up, and still act like assholes, you don't have to feel bad about sending them to jail. Those two heirs may be close to 20 years old, but they seemed like kids to me. It just felt weird to think that someone would just chop off their heads or something. A good portion of people back in my old world thought capital punishment of any kind was immoral. Vera and Nick were paying close attention to what he was saying, and patiently waited for him to continue. Seeing that they weren't going to respond, he said, Look, I don't know what to tell you. A lot of things I have in my head are contradictory. Women should be treated equal to men, so fighting them is okay. But it's a man's duty to protect women, so it's rude to stare at them, or let other people stare at them. And they should be treated with respect. In actuality, women need to be treated better than men, otherwise how will they know they're being respected? Also, nudity is generally associated with sex, and seeing a woman naked is a violation of their person. However, women are hot, so if I do look, I'm supposed to appreciate them while trying to not look. Otherwise, they would feel unattractive, which is also rude. So you have to treat them well, but not too well, and find them attractive while not objectifying them. Nick and Vera shared confused looks. Apparently, the complicated sexual dynamics of Nero's old world was a little too much for them. Ignoring them, Nero continued his explanation of his world view. Then you have the harem issue. Marriage is supposed to be between a man and a woman, or at least only between two people, depending on who you're talking to. Some people are okay with two people of the same sex being married, but not everyone is all right with that. But that's a separate issue, he said, then waved away that topic. Returning to his point, he said, But marriage is supposed to be about the love between two people. Everyone agrees on that. So having a harem is usually bad, despite the fact that every man wants one, in theory. Every guy knows that dealing with one woman is usually more than he can handle on a daily basis, so that is more of a theoretical fantasy than anything else. But being part of someone else's harem would be seen as a bad thing, because then that person owns you. Or at least that's what a harem usually means. That is, unless you are talking about polygamous relationships, like swinging and sex clubs. The only way to have multiple partners in a moral way is if you marry them all, like Mormons. Though that is frowned upon by most people, I think. But that gets into religion. Let's not talk about that. Nero had been watching his friends' faces, and he could see that they were becoming more and more confused the longer he spoke. It was uncomfortable,
because he was trying to explain multiple points of view that he didn't necessarily agree with.
Huffing in exhaustion, he said,
I guess what it comes down to is, I don't really have strong beliefs on anything. I just don't want to offend anybody.
Vera and Nick shared equally confused expressions. Nick asked hesitantly,
Who do you think you're going to offend?
Nero took a minute to think through what Nick just said.
The man was right. There were no groups here that could cancel him for opening a door for a female, or not opening a door. No one would care if he didn't express outrage at the thought of criminals being executed. There was no political action committee that would stand in the way of him having a harem. I have no idea how to feel about that, he thought to himself. Vera and Nick waited patiently for Nero to work through his thoughts. They could tell that the young man was having trouble accepting the fact that the culture here was very different than the one he had left. After a while, Nick's voice interrupted Nero's thoughts. His tone was full of support as he said, As long as you follow the laws here, you can feel free to let go of whatever cultural values you think are illogical. In the long run, it might be good for you to look at how our laws were decided. Everything in Oglevark has been rigorously logic-tested, and it's worked for thousands of years. Absently nodding, Nero replied, Sure, but as my childhood Sunday school teacher used to say, just because you are correct doesn't mean you're right. I think I'll just continue to feel however I want and judge you all for the immoral crap that you do. That way I can do it too, while still feeling justified in my moral superiority.
Vera and Nick exchanged shocked and offended looks, then immediately burst into laughter. Patting Nero on the back, Nick said, That's fine with us. Now let's get some sleep. We're heading back into the wilds tomorrow.
Nero's eyes widened as he replied, Seriously? We're not even going to take a few days to decompress? This is what I'm talking about. You're all savages.
Vera stood up, gently placing her napkin on the table. With a gentle smile, she said,
Yes, we are, Lord Walker. It might be a good idea to remember that when you open that mouth of yours. Turning away, she walked off after having the last word. Nero turned to Nick. With worry in his voice, he asked, You don't think she took the whole savages thing personally, do you?
Waving his hand lazily, Nick replied, Nah, but that doesn't mean she isn't going to make you pay for saying it. Here, have the last of this dessert. It's really good.
Nero shrugged, deciding not to worry about Vera's imminent reprisal, and dug into what looked like some kind of blue pie. This was going to be the last time he had anything good to eat for a while, and it wasn't worth ruining his meal over.
Chapter 115. Low expectations help things turn out better than expected.
The king's harem reconvened late that night, well after their husband had gone to bed. Hidden in a private chamber, they gathered to discuss how they felt about the recent revelation. As usual, the meeting was led by the King's Firsts, which was the clandestine name the harem used to refer to the leaders of the different power blocks. Long ago, the current queen had learned from her mother-in-law about the responsibilities of the harem and how the kingdom relied on their covert efforts. It had taken many years to create the powerful group of sisters she had come to rely on. Queen Marissa Newling Oglevark was their overall leader, and the different groups all reported to her. She was also the highest-ranking populator in the kingdom. Therefore, she was personally in charge of the 3 other populators in the harem. Lydia Collins ran the household, while also leading the spy network. She had 23 women under her, and each of them had their individual sources and networks. Recruited from families across Oglevark, nothing happened without them learning about it. However, their main focus was noble politics, along with collating rumors and ensuring House Oglevark remains in power. Helen Vendel was in charge of the adventurers and problem solvers. Her 51 women worked in teams to scout dangerous areas and ensure that the kingdom wasn't endangered by essence events they were unprepared for. Her network had connections across the kingdom through the hunters' lodges. Meredith Talani ran the economic concerns. With 33 women united in purpose, she controlled the economics of the entire kingdom while ensuring the financial dominance of House Oglevark. Finally, Carol Morrow was the leader of the Law Bloc. Although one of the smaller power blocks, with only 7 women, they monitored the laws of the kingdom. Their responsibility was maintaining the oversight of the nobles and private interests and ensuring the stability of the kingdom. Regardless of where they came from, each woman here was dedicated to House Oglevark and the sisterhood they had joined. Without their leadership, they knew Oglevark would fall to ruin. Yet today, they were gathered for another purpose altogether. Their love had been playing a private game and manipulating events to destabilize the Tower of Fate. Each of them knew the power that the tower held, and they needed to figure out how they were going to support their king in his efforts. Lydia smoothed her dress as she stood up from the couch. Looking around the incredibly large room, she said, "All right, let's first sum up what we've learned. You all know how annoying he can be when telling a story, so we'll strip down what he said and filter the relevant events into a timeline. Despite his efforts to obfuscate his actions, we've been able to determine a great deal of what he actually did." While speaking, she made her way to the middle of the room, which was kept open so those who were speaking could be seen by everyone in attendance. Pacing back and forth, Lydia went over what they'd learned from their king and their investigations. Approximately a month ago, an anomalous soul took over a freshly awakened body near Dorchester, which is located in the southern straits. As the soul came from outside this plane, it affected all of the calculations made by the Matrix of Fate. Seeing as that rendered the Tower of Fate blind, our husband decided to take advantage of the situation. First, we think he was responsible for dispatching an army unit on the road to collect the anomaly. We've confirmed that he made contact with their unit through an intermediary, but we're not sure if he sent them or just took advantage of their identities. Our conjecture is that it was either because of the sergeant, who was related to the city lord through his father, or the captain, who was a former monster hunter without any noble relations. We all know how unlikely it was to find one of those. Then he maneuvered the head of the Tower of Magic, Archmage Jennings, into going to Dorchester in person, which resulted in the death of the local court mage, removing an ally from a local lord who was planning an overthrow of the current city lord. We know that his efforts somehow changed the fate of the city. The anticipated noble war resulted in a defeat for the local lord and a victory for the current city lord. Marissa was there under the guise of her populator persona and personally witnessed the actions of the anomalous soul who was able to use the conflict for his own gain. Due to the nature of the noble war, that soul ended up being raised to the position of a new noble. If you listened to his story, you'd notice that our king failed to mention that he had someone contact the keep after the soul's ascension to nobility. After looking at the records, Marisa and I are relatively sure agents working on his behalf were responsible for pushing the city lord's heir into attempting an assassination attempt against the anomalous soul. As a new noble, he should have been under our protection. That failed attempt ended up humiliating both House Cranston, which we'd been having trouble dealing with, and removing the heir from the line of succession. It also allowed us to finally remove several outdated and useless laws. Which brings us to the first clue we found on our own, and the reason we learned of his plans. Marissa discovered that he sent a case of dwarven wine to one of the city lord's consorts. He labeled it a gift from a local lord of House Bevan, apparently to explain away its provenance. The consort in question was responsible for placating the remaining heir after the banishment of her brother. According to the consort, due to the influence of the liquor, instead of dissuading her from her vengeance, he mistakenly slept with the girl. Probably using the same predictive techniques which created the Matrix of Fate, our king manipulated events, knowing what would happen. How that insufferable man managed to get 2 people to hook up from across the damned kingdom, I have no idea. But he did. Because of their liaison, rather than stop the girl, the consort decided to aid her. Her goal was to complete what her brother started and kill the new noble. With the consort's help, she almost succeeded. Unknown to him, the consort's efforts were aided by a mage from Hennings, Mage Adept Catherine Newbanks. Our king convinced her to go to Dorchester, and once there, he used her to covertly smooth out any problems with the attempt. She did this right under the nose of Archmage Jennings, who now believes that the Tower of Fate had a hand in the assassination attempt. Which brings us to the end of our king's story, and what we've just learned. When he ended the story, he spoke of the anomalous soul taking over Dorchester and saving it from the upcoming beast tides. According to him, the new lord would refuse to bend to the whims of the council and seize power with the help of the local general and Archmage Jennings. The city lord's house would be purged, along with the consorts. A deal would be struck with the council to avoid a succession war, and the new noble would become the new city lord. However, that apparently wasn't how the arbitration went. We just got word that the new noble accepted some monetary compensation, and the city lord remains in power. The anomalous soul did not take over Dorchester, and it seems that our king may have miscalculated. She finished her long summation with her voice full of irritation. Silence filled the room, and every woman in attendance shifted uncomfortably in their seats. This was an unprecedented event. Many times the king had plotted, and it had almost always played out according to his script. It had been hundreds of years since their king had been so mistaken. Lydia, with a firm voice, she said, "So, we have to decide if we're going to get involved, and what this means for his plans involving the Tower of Fate. But more importantly, we need to decide who is going to go wake him up and tell him that his game didn't play out the way he thought it would." Every woman in the room exchanged uncomfortable looks with their fellow harem members. The queen could only put her hands on her hips and frown in annoyance at the display. As usual, it looked like she was going to have to be the one to deliver the bad news. Well, at least I'm good at telling him he's wrong. I've spent the last 800 years practicing my technique, she thought with some amusement. Nero sighed as he luxuriated in the feeling of being in a real bed again. Before his time in the wilds, the closest he had ever come to spending time in the wilderness was summer camp. With a smile, he recalled how nice the cabins were. They even had air conditioning. Now that he finally had some time to himself, his thoughts started returning to their regularly scheduled programming. His muscles relaxed as he laid in bed, his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. Without prompting, the events of the past few days started playing like a movie reel in his head. As he thought about what happened at the keep, he couldn't help but shiver. He'd seen medieval television shows and read about what it was like when his world still had nobles, but it was still weird to see it happen in real life. Lords killing their kids for their transgressions, plots and scandals involving assassination attempts and paying off witnesses. When it came down to it, whether he admitted it or not, he was paid off to cover up a pretty serious crime. And he was completely all right with that. He had really changed. The moment the thought occurred to him, he realized it had been forever since he bothered to check his identity. As if he were recognizing an ignored injury, he realized how full his soul felt. During the past few days, he must have stocked up a ton of experience, and he could practically feel it trying to dissipate the excess as fast as possible. Surprised, he opened up his identity. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 12. Race: human. Growth: 100%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 100%. Body: 3. Mind: 5. Soul:
2. Confluence. 10. Stars. 0. Pillars. 1/1. Body. 3. Base. Operative. Level stress. Presence. 15. 24. 16.8. Durability. 18. 28.8. 19.8. Recovery. 34. 54.4. 23.2. Speed. 21. 33.6. 8.3. Adaptability. 41. 65.6. 13.1. Power. 20. 32. 9.6. Mind. 5. Base. Operative. Level stress. Weight. 32. 64. 9.6. Control. 39. 78. 12.3. Field. 36. 72. 21.4. Precision. 55. 110. 19.1. Endurance. 65. 130. 15.1. Focus. 61. 122. 17.3. Soul. 2. Base. Operative. Level stress. Size. 29. 40.6. 2.3. Density. 101. 141.4. 1.4. Intensity. 76. 106.4. 1.9. Pressure. 27. 37.8. 1.8. Harmony. 24. 33.6. 21.7. Adaptability. 270. 378. 1.1. Nero stared at his status sheet, a little confused. Although he wasn't super clear on how level stress worked, he was relatively sure that it was supposed to be much lower than this. Didn't Nick or Jennings say that it was hard to get it above 10? I'm positive that they said that what happened before was unusual. They said it was a one-time thing, right? He thought to himself. Grimacing, he struggled to remember the conversation that he had only half listened to. At some point, I'm really going to have to figure this stuff out, he told himself firmly. Rather than dwell on it, he tried to recall his plan. He was positive that he had a plan about where to allocate his stars. It definitely wasn't mind. That's already at 5. Body, maybe? He wondered. Annoyed at the problem, he decided to get a second opinion. Using his link, which was sitting on the bedside table, he tried opening a connection to Nick. After a few seconds, the connection opened, and Nero felt Nick's annoyance come through loud and clear. "What's the matter? Someone kidnap you again?" asked Nick, with some anger at being interrupted during whatever he was doing. Nero quickly replied, "No, smartass. I just have a question about where I should spend my star." Feeling Nick's mind grind to a halt brought a smile to Nero's face. He had forgotten how fun it was to exasperate the man. "You're leveling again? How did you—" "Never mind, I don't care. Nero, I haven't seen my wife in a while, so I'd appreciate it if you would just go to sleep. I'll talk to you in the morning. And don't you dare ping Vera, he nearly shouted, then slammed the connection closed, hard enough to rattle Nero's brain. For a moment, Nero was offended. Then the realization of what he probably just interrupted caused him to suffer a full-body shiver. Although Nick and Vera weren't his parents, thinking of them naked was just as traumatizing. After shoving it in a mental drawer and locking it, Nero returned to his identity issues. Remembering how much it sucked when he let his mind stat-level stress get too high, he wasn't looking forward to going through that again. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and tried to fall into his mental space. Finding his mental path was easier than he remembered, and he immediately appeared in a cluttered realm, full of floating clouds filled with memories. Groaning in annoyance, he started with the first memory he could find. The sight of Rose coming down from the tree after they tracked her through the wilds played out in front of him. He remembered how it felt when he stared at her tight backside, and he shifted his feet uncomfortably. He hadn't realized how closely he had paid attention to that. Moving on, he fell into a trance, going through the past few days. Some memories were less detailed, but each one seemed to add some weight to his existence as he processed them. He recalled the pain of the arrows piercing his chest, the smell of blood when he stood over his friends' dead bodies, the feeling of pulling their souls back from the other side. Images of the fighting through the wilds flashed in succession. The spells he cast rang like bells in his head, and he could feel his center pulsing with each memory. His confusion and awkwardness at the confrontation with the nobles, his embarrassment when he realized he should have known about the ambush, the repressed guilt at what his friends had gone through. He faced it all, internalizing as much as he could. Nero didn't know how long it took, but soon the path in front of him was clear. The cobblestone path was once again beneath his feet and seemed more solid than ever. The woods still surrounded him, and the shafts of sunlight forced their way through the trees. He felt lighter than ever, yet grounded at the same time. Everything was clearer. He felt like he had just gotten back from vacation, rested, and ready for a new challenge. He didn't know it, but the essence in the room was swirling. The sheets on the bed were whipping around the room, and the walls were almost vibrating in conjunction with his heartbeat. Opening his eyes, he felt himself panting. If that was a level, what's going to happen when I use a star? He wondered. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 13. Race: Human. Growth: 68%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 100%. Body: 3. Mind: 5. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 1. Pillars: 1/1. Looking at his new level, he realized he was already almost at level 14. He couldn't help but wonder how much extra experience he wasted by putting off the level for as long as he did. And how was he able to stockpile so much extra experience? Shouldn't that have been impossible? Rather than dwell on the unknowable, he decided to get it over with, and pushed his star into his body stat. Like a flood of acid into his veins, he felt the infusion spread out from his gut. Reaching the bottom of his toes to the hair follicles on his head, every square inch of his body hummed with power. Nero felt like he was at the starting line of a race, primed to move. It was the feeling of playing shortstop, waiting for a batter to hit, knowing that you were ready to move in any direction. He felt anchored to his body, in tune with his physical form. Seconds passed, and attention faded. The aftermath left him panting in exhaustion. With a groan, he forced himself to sit up from the bed. Looking around, he saw the sheets and comforters splayed out on the floor. The table's lamp had been knocked over, along with the chair. The room looked like his mom had tossed it, looking for his hidden stash of pot. With a Herculean effort, he got up from the bed and made his way to the bathroom. The exertion had left him grimy, and he desperately needed another shower. Stumbling through the room, his updated body stat hovered in front of his brain, and he marveled at the changes. Body. 4. Base. Operative. Level stress. Presence. 22. 39.6. 0. Durability. 26. 46.8. 0. Recovery. 47. 84.6. 0. Speed. 25. 45. 0. Adaptability. 47. 84.6. 0. Power. 24. 43.2. 0. Holy crap. That can't be normal, he thought in confusion. Pulling his attention away from the stat panel, he stared at himself in the mirror. Rubbing his hand through his messy hair, he scowled at his anime character-like reflection. His pale blue eyes and silver hair, along with his thin, toned frame, made him look like some kind of emo, angst-ridden vampire. His annoyance with his physical appearance caused him to forget all about his stats, and he decided to just take a shower and go to bed. Tomorrow morning, he'd be returning to the wilds, fulfilling his obligation to the army, and taking one step closer to completing his noble trials so he could finally enjoy his well-earned reward. Eventually, he'd be able to just sit back, study magic in his personal tower, sip some drinks with umbrellas, and earn his 20%. Just like the infamous Hans Gruber in Die Hard. While he fine-tuned the temperature of the shower, he had a thought. Is my team reuniting? It will be nice to see Rose again. But then his face paled as he realized Wesker will probably be there too. Oh well, I doubt he's still pissed. It's been like a full day. I'm sure he's over it by now, he reassured himself. Before long, Nero was back in bed. He hadn't bothered to fix the room, mostly because it hadn't occurred to him. Once again staring at the ceiling with a smile, he let his thoughts wander. I wonder what Vera's going to serve for breakfast. I hope it's not pancakes. I nearly stuffed myself with the ones from the keep. How cool would it be if they had the equivalent of Pop-Tarts here, he thought to himself. Soon enough, Nero was asleep, dreaming of facing monsters with magic spells and being able to summon snacks out of the ether. Tomorrow he'd return to the wilds and his new life of adventure. Chapter 116. A New Day, when the sun eventually comes up. Nero's morning started before it was even bright and early. Apparently there was some kind of intercom system in his room, so he was treated to Vera's voice, startling him awake. Nero, you have 30 minutes until breakfast is finished. Make sure you don't leave anything in the guest room. His head shot up from the pillow like a gopher coming out of his hole. Blearily, he looked around the room, trying to find out where the hell that voice had come from. Huffing in annoyance, he realized that there wasn't a snooze alarm to abuse. Stumbling to his feet, he grumbled, "They have links here, so who in their right mind would bother installing an intercom? Crazy woman probably has security cameras too. Magic, scrying, and telepathy wouldn't be enough for the illustrious Vera Salvatore. No, that's Vera freaking Verena Salvatore. Damn woman probably charged my account for using her guest room." Nero looked like a zombie as he made his way to the bathroom, all the while ranting under his breath. Unbeknownst to him, Vera and her husband, Nick, were at the kitchen table having their morning coffee and tea, while a small hologram hovered over the table, showing a struggling Nero plod toward the bathroom. Nick, sipping his coffee, nearly did a spit take when he heard Nero's accusation. The hologram disappeared quickly, and he turned to see Vera gritting her teeth in annoyance. With a smile, he asked, "So, were you really going to charge him for using the guest room?" Rolling her shoulders uncomfortably, she replied tersely, "Of course not. Not that it wouldn't be unreasonable to expect compensation for the head of the house I'm serving to pay for his lodging." She met Nick's grin with a glare and decided to change the subject. "Have you been in contact with the rest of your team?" she asked. Being the kind and wonderful husband that he is, he accepted the change in topic without complaint and replied, "Yes, it seems last night General Branson debriefed Ms. Vikander and Sergeant Wesker. Both are fine with staying on the team. According to the General, there are no hard feelings, but I doubt they will forget Nero's games. We will be meeting them at one of the Gate 15 side gates before heading back into the wilds. Wesker has the coordinates for the base camp the elites set up. We're to meet them in 2 hours." Nodding along, Vera asked, "And Kathleen?" Nick shrugged and replied, "No issues. I talked to her this morning. You won't be surprised to hear that she couldn't care less about what happened. She asked where we were planning on meeting, then closed the connection before I could find out anything else." With a grin, Vera said, "Sounds like Kathleen. We should just be grateful that she agreed to keep an eye on Nero. I know how much she hates politics. After having to stand by while we dealt with the leadership council, I thought she might want to distance herself." Nick tapped his finger on the table in thought, then replied, "I wasn't going to say anything, but now that I had access to my lab again, I looked up something she said during training." Interested, Vera set down her tea and gave Nick her full attention. Coughing lightly to clear his throat, Nick sat up in his chair and took up his lecture with enthusiasm. "As you know, Kathleen hails from one of the more famous northern clans, the Avarites. They have a rich martial tradition and consistently send out their children to all corners of Oglivark. If there is a conflict, there will be an Avarite fighting in it. Because of that, a great deal of information is available concerning some of the North's more unique traditions." Vera didn't want Nick stray too far away from his point, and asked, "And this has to do with Nero, how?" Smiling as though he expected the question, he replied, "Because Kathleen mentioned that she was training Nero in the manner of their war blades. In principle, the idea is that the trainee is constantly faced with life and death battles, struggling to survive a moment longer, maintain composure under the most dire circumstances, to live their life as though they were a bared blade, ready for anything. From what I read, there is a lot of symbolism involved in the tradition, but it comes down to putting their recruits through incredibly harsh training and seeing if they'll break. I think that's why she doesn't care about the politics." Confused, Vera didn't understand what one thing had to do with the other. "I think I'm going to need you to walk me through how those two things are connected," she said. Nick nodded easily. "One of the papers I read discussed how Northerners see their war blades. They consider them heroes or clan treasures. The failure rate is spectacular, as most recruits fold under the pressure. Not many people are capable of dealing with the constant threat of death. Instead of improving, they start accepting their failures and embracing their weaknesses. So when someone is found who can stand up to the punishment, they are revered. And I personally watched as Nero fought with broken bones, missing limbs, and all manner of injuries, while never backing down. I'm not surprised that Kathleen finds him interesting. In fact, I'd say that would be an understatement," he finished with a chuckle. Vera leaned back in her chair, working through what she had just heard. She had known that training at the elite camp would be intense, but she hadn't realized how brutal it turned out to be. Vera wasn't exactly sure how she should feel about that. After all, Nero was still a young man. It didn't seem right to put him through such abuse. He was the head of a house, and not just any house.
House Walker was a financial powerhouse, with zero real infrastructure. As proxy, she was able to tie all of the financial incentives, contracts, and tax breaks to aid in growing her own house. Without Nero, her road to domination would be much more difficult. As much as she liked the young man, she was too pragmatic to ignore how much she still needed him. "He's not just a tool, he's a friend," she reminded herself with some anger at her thoughts. If she was going to be unhappy with the training Nero was going through, she wanted to be unhappy with it for the right reasons. Nick, however, found the entire situation interesting from an intellectual and sociological standpoint. How often would he, as a Southerner, have a chance to see a Northern clansman train one of their elites? It was an opportunity to study a field he hadn't really focused on. Normally, he studied physical and ethereal phenomena, not cultural relativism. Nero, to him, was a wonderful subject at the center of several different cultural influences. Just being around him was a very intellectually enriching experience. While Nick and Vera were thinking about Nero, the young man in question walked into the room with an annoyed look on his face. Before they could greet him, their faces fell as he started talking. "Why the hell are we up so early? It's not even dawn. Didn't you two spend most of last night reminding each other why it's worth putting up with each other? How in the hell are you both so awake?" he asked without caring about decorum. With a cold look on her face, Vera replied, "Our sex life is fine, Nero. We're more than capable of compartmentalizing our bedroom escapades and still dealing with the rest of our lives." Remembering that people in this world didn't realize how embarrassing sex was supposed to be, he dropped it. There was no fun poking people who didn't realize you were screwing with them. "Whatever," he said, then took a seat at the table. After pouring himself some coffee, he grabbed something that resembled a breakfast Danish and started eating. With his mouth full of delicious bread, he mumbled, "So, what's the plan?" Nick chose to be the one to answer the young man, as he could tell Vera was already ignoring Nero and was instead doing something on her link. "We're meeting the rest of the team, then heading back into the wilds. By tomorrow afternoon, we should reach the base camp that the rest of the elites set up. From there, we will be deployed throughout the regions, dealing with issues including monster clusters, spawn points, proto-dungeons, and whatever else needs doing," he said. Curious, Nero asked, "No problems with the military? We're not being reassigned or anything?" Shaking his head, Nick replied, "Nope. Same team. Everything is forgotten. It was all covered by the arbitration paperwork Vera handled." Shooting the woman in question a side-eye, Nero said, "Must have been one hell of an arbitration agreement to cover everything that sucked about the past week. How are the powers that be handling the people that knew about the dirty nobles and incompetent military?" Chuckling, Nick replied, "No idea. Not my department. I'm staying out of it." Without bothering to look away from her invisible holograms, Vera said, "From what I've gathered, they're putting it all on the former Lord Blackwood. He was turned in by his disgraced son. The young man gave up his future as a scion to take up a military position and serve the interests of the people. Sergeant Blackwood is now a hero, and House Blackwood is rallying around their new identity. Victoria Blackwood has already dueled two of her sisters for control of the family, and has been appointed the new Lord Blackwood. As for House Cosgrave, it seems Deirdre Cosgrave was executed for her relationship with her mother's consort, the former Lord Blackwood. The official account was that there was some worry Deirdre was trying to take over the house in order to side with her troublemaking brother. I expect word to reach us soon of Derek's untimely death at the hands of bandits, beasts, or something similar. It should all be cleared up by dinner time." Stunned, Nero was frozen, with his pastry halfway to his mouth. I guess everyone had a busy night. Didn't this all just happen yesterday? How long was I asleep?" he asked. With a smirk, Vera replied, "It's easy to deal with issues if you are decisive enough. Being a noble means that you have to make decisions quickly and seize the initiative. The game is a lot like life, and if you forget that, you're not likely to win at either."
Nero took a second to think through what she just said, then replied, "I think you all take this whole game thing too seriously. Just because you have an interface doesn't mean you're game characters. Life is complicated, and trying to plan everything out is just asking for trouble. What happens if someone leaks the real story? What if the arbitration agreement gets out? Someone could blow this whole thing wide open, and then they're all screwed." Nick and Vera shared confused looks. Vera leaned forward in her seat and asked, "You do know that the real story is published alongside the official statement, right?" Confused, Nero eloquently replied, "Huh?" Nick chuckled and said, "The arbitration agreement is referenced in any news story concerning what happened. Everyone will know what really happened. They will also know that for the common good, an agreement was reached to ignore parts of what happened so that everyone can get on with their lives. There is no conspiracy or lie which anyone needs to fear coming out. That's the entire point of an arbitration agreement. All parties involved agreed on how to handle it, and no one, including the government, has the right to an opinion. The Tower of Law oversaw the agreement, so no one was coerced, and the agreement was ratified. The people have no say in it, and I doubt they'd care if they even bothered to look through the finer details." Stunned, Nero lamely asked, "So, no one is going to be protesting, or calling for an investigation into collusion or whatever?" Vera replied easily, "Nero, some nobles trying to kill each other isn't exactly shocking. As long as the law is followed, no one will bat an eye. They have bigger things to worry about than some new noble and his problems. Granted, your story is interesting, but more as a tale worthy for the bar or the diner, not for one of the oversight committees." There was so much to unpack there. Nero was forced to lean back in his chair and work through the concept of people having better things to do than complain about the government. Not to mention the fact that the government was completely upfront about their cover-up, so it wasn't even a cover-up at all. It was all legal, and they just killed the troublemakers, then moved on with business as usual, while choosing to forget about the details. There was only one word for what Nero was feeling. It was flabbergasted. With a rueful chuckle, Nero muttered, "A government that executes their troublemakers, then tells the people about it. Freaking savages." Chapter 117. The Social Contract of Friendship. Despite King Oliver Oglevark's attempts to rein in their conversation, the talk was lively at the breakfast table. His wife and two of their consorts were unable to stop themselves from remarking on his recent miscalculation. And for the record, that's all it was, a minor miscalculation. He didn't think the concern they were showing was in any way warranted. With a slight frown, he listened to his consort Lydia expound on what she had found when she used her connections to acquire a recording of the Dorchester's Leadership Council meeting from the day before. In a way, Oliver was right. The opportunity was there for the new noble, yet he didn't take it. From the council members' body language and tone, we can infer what happened. Everyone expected the new noble to make a play for the city seat. They were all ready to give up the current city lord, Lord Helima Cosgrove, and let her house die on the vine. Her only option was to agree to a marriage, which in fact she did, Lydia said, her voice laced with worry. Queen Marissa Newling Oglevark set down her coffee and asked, "But I still don't understand why the new noble's proxy was pushing for the marriage at all. If they had just let the city lord's house fall, they could have made a deal to avoid the resulting noble war for succession. The general and the archmage would have most likely supported the new lord's house as a replacement. I doubt the other council houses would have minded a weak house taking the city seat. It's not like the new lord would stay there very long. Anyone could see that he would be forced out of Dorchester by level restrictions and politics. In fact, isn't there a summons from the Hennings Tower of Law that he will have to deal with?" Helen scoffed, then tossed her breakfast bagel back on her plate, fed up with the way the talk was going. "None of that matters. Whatever the new noble's motivations were, We have to deal with the current situation. He didn't take the city seat, and now he is back in the wilds. Oliver's projections are no longer in play. We need to improve our intelligence capabilities and map out how this affects us."
King Oliver couldn't help himself and started chuckling. No matter what he said, they would always worry about him and his plans. It was partially why he tended to be so secretive. The three women all turned to him with a glare, and the queen asked,
"Something you'd like to add, my king?"
Amused, he said, "I understand why you are all worried. It must be difficult seeing me make an incorrect prediction. But you all need to remember, the game I'm playing has almost nothing to do with the small city of Dorchester. I just used the new noble's unique background in order to further my plans. Whether or not he acts according to plans is immaterial to the larger game. After all, the fact that he is so unpredictable is the only reason he was any use to me from the start. Neither I nor the Matrix have the necessary data to accurately predict his moves. His history is unknown, along with his cultural beliefs. Despite what I told the Fate Weavers, it will be some time before we can accurately predict his actions." Hesitant to believe that everything was still in her love's control, Lydia asked, "So your plans regarding the Tower of Fate are still in play? I thought you said Dorchester's altered fate was central to what you were planning." As the Queen and Helen nodded in support of the question, the King replied, "Yes, Dorchester's fate being altered is important. Many prominent people used the expected fall of Dorchester in their own plots. The fact that Dorchester will survive the density shift will alter the region's power ladder, and the surrounding cities will have to adjust accordingly. When I predicted the new noble would take over, that was simply what I thought would happen. The only way to convey to you the plan was to tell you all a story, and that story needed an ending." Helen glared at the king and asked, "So when you said you'd tell us the plan, how much of what you said was accurate?" Shrugging easily, he replied, "About 70%. There is plenty of data on the other major players in the area, and that's more than enough for me to get a general idea of how things will go. The Matrix doesn't have my imagination, and without more data, I'm capable of adapting my plans faster than the Tower of Fate. By using Dorchester as the battlefield, I forced the Matrix to meet me in a field of my choosing, one which it isn't able to predict." Uncertain if she followed that line of thought, the Queen tried to redirect the conversation. "If the details don't matter, then what does? Is there something we need to do to keep your plan in play?" she asked. With a smile, the King replied, "My loves, as long as Dorchester survives the density shift, everything will work out. Just make sure we don't force that new noble, Lord Walker, to come to Hennings just yet. The reward for the exploit he found can wait. For the time being, he's right where he should be, in Dorchester. His particular brand of chaos will keep Archmage Jennings there and continue to confound the Fate Weavers. While their eyes are on him and Dorchester, I can use their inaccurate prophecies to my benefit. After all, who will support Fate Weavers if they can't weave fate?" Lydia asked, "But it's not like you're any better at predicting what that young man will do." Leaning back in his chair with a smile, King Oliver took a sip of his coffee and replied, "No, but then again, I'm not claiming to be a prophet now, am I?" Walking through the busy streets, Nero fiddled with the communication orb Vera had given him. When he had seen the one the assassin had been carrying, he hadn't really thought about examining it. Now that he had one of his own, the damn thing was confusing the hell out of him. Although visually it was a pitch-black orb, about the size of a tennis ball, his psychic senses were contradicting his eyes. In the ethereal plane, the little orb looked like the love child of a snow globe and a ball of yarn. He could plainly see an invisible tiny string heading off toward the orb's partner, while the orb's insides swirled around with a confusing jumble of sensations. It was like looking through a window and getting a glimpse of a completely different environment. Is the inside here? The outside there? He wondered.
Pausing his examination, he looked up to see Nick calmly trailblazing their way through the crowds. After taking a second to debate with himself whether or not he wanted to risk setting off a lecture, Nero decided to ask, "Hey, Nick, this orb thing only works as a conduit to its partner, right? But since it isn't made of those essence crystals, how does it transmit thoughts like a link?" Without turning around, Nick responded cheerily, "It's actually quite interesting. You see, the orbs are created out of enchanted molten glass, which acts as a containment device for a shared space. The glass needs to be from a uniform pool, so the similarities will serve as the framework for the enchantment. Although difficult, the goal is to contain the same space within both orbs. The result is a shared spatial pocket where two minds can meet and communicate. It's an ingenious way to sidestep the mind distance issue associated with essence wave disruption. Archmage Vikram found that the longer a mind traveled along an essence trail, the stronger the wave oscillation disrupt. Nero stared at the orb, rolling it around in his hands. Barely listening past the part about shared space, Nero replied with an oh-so-intelligent, "Uh-huh." Not bothering to let Nick continue talking, he asked, "So if it's not made of essence crystals, or semi-solid essence, and it is made of actual glass, then why can't I put it in my personal space? It's not like it should dissipate or break apart, right?" Nick stumbled a little, slowing his pace, while looking over his shoulder with some surprise. He hadn't expected Nero to actually ask such a good question. With a little smirk of pride, Nick said, "Because if you were to put one of the orbs in your personal space, it would sever the spatial connection between it and its companion orb. Remember, technically, a personal space is a separate plane. And if you recall your lessons on... Never mind, you didn't have lessons on planar identity. I keep forgetting that your education is substantially lower than your skill. The point is, don't put it in your personal space, or you'll break it." Proud of his simplification, yet annoyed at Nero's talent, Nick resumed his pace through the crowd. In response to Nick's obvious dumbing down of his lecture, Nero felt a little offended. However, since he didn't have a good comeback, he kept his mouth shut. While Nick led them through the streets full of citizens going about their morning, Nero returned to the examination of his new toy. The string connecting the orbs was so thin he could barely perceive it. While spinning the orb around, he came to the conclusion that the string didn't really exist. It was only an impression made through the ether, like a psychic representation of a concept. After about 5 minutes of consideration, Nero thought of another question. Looking up at Nick's back, he almost said something, but stopped himself just in time. He's just going to act all smart and superior. Is it really worth it? He asked himself. As the minutes passed, the question nagged at him until he finally couldn't take it. Hey, Nick, this is probably a stupid question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Because if you are going to make me carry this damned thing and don't have a good answer, I'm going to be so pissed, he said with a growl. Puffing in annoyance, Nero asked his question. If the space between the two orbs is connected, and sending one into a personal space will break the connection, then what would happen if I infused both of them with my center, then sent them both into my personal space? As long as they are both linked through the concept of my center, then wouldn't it not matter if I only took one out? That way, I could carry one in my personal space, and they would still work as long as the companion orb carries my center residue. I could leave it with Vera, and my center should last at least a month, I think. I do have a pretty strong center. So, tell me, O brilliant one, what exactly am I missing? Nick slowed as Nero kept talking, until he finally came to a stop in the middle of the wide pedestrian walkway. He turned around slowly, his eyes failing to focus on anything as he thought about what Nero was saying. When Nero finished speaking, Nick's face had taken on an uncomfortable grimace. Nero stopped alongside of him, wondering if the question was dumb enough to finally break the old man. Like a fish, Nick's mouth kept opening, then closing, as if he were unable to speak. Eventually, he muttered, "I have no idea if that would work. I can't believe I hadn't thought of that. Creating a sympathetic bond to stabilize the spatial tunnel." Nero let Nick work through the question, surprised at how distressed the old man seemed to be. Nick crossed his arms as if he were hugging himself, then raised one hand to roughly rub his chin. His vacant eyes were starting to make Nero feel a little uncomfortable. Nero could barely hear what the old man was saying. "Time and time again, that little shit comes up with such unique ideas. Are we all idiots? It's inconceivable that someone doesn't already know about this. Is it just me? Am I an idiot? Why can't I come up with these notions?" Nick asked himself, his voice a frenzied whisper. Now normally, Nero would be happy about giving his friend a mental breakdown. After all, screwing with your friends was how you showed that you cared. However, there are always no-fly zones with humor. You never target a buddy's insecurities. Like making fun of a fat friend's weight or attacking a friend in their weak spot. It was clear to Nero that after weeks of having to watch over him, Nick had started to question his own intelligence. Apparently, having watched Nero making a fool of himself in front of the leadership council wasn't enough to convince Nick of Nero's stupidity. Nero felt his stomach sink as he watched Nick's world fall apart. This is like that time I asked Gary how much his date was charging him. How was I supposed to know that the son of a bitch hired an escort to be his date for senior prom? Poor bastard couldn't look any of us in the eye for the rest of the night, he said to himself. Nero had always regretted how that friendship had ended. Luckily, by the time his freshman year of college concluded, he had repressed the character-defining moment, like any good American male should. His thoughts raced, and after only a few seconds of watching Nick spiral, Nero decided to fall back on an old, reliable strategy for dealing with his ex when she was hell-bent on interrupting his game night. Claim ignorance and ask for help. There is nothing in the world better for someone spiraling than to give them control over something. Adopting a confused tone, Nero asked, "So, Nick, is it a good idea? Can we design a test, like an experiment or something, for when we get back from the wilds? You're a scientist, right?" Nick's eyes gained some clarity, and he met Nero's eyes. Doing his best to look like an eager young student, Nero smiled up at his closest friend. If he had to waste an afternoon or two in a lab doing whatever the hell Nick does, then so be it. I've been breaking this poor guy's perception of how people are supposed to do magic for like a month now. Poor guy needs a win, Nero told himself. Nick nodded woodenly and said, "Yeah, I'm a scientist. We can set up some isolated spatial pockets with transient soul signatures. Coterminal spaces might be just what we need to isolate the planar distance required to sever a mind connection." Nero didn't have any idea what Nick was talking about, but nodded along anyway. "Sure, that sounds great. While we're still in the city, you could also look up if anyone has done any similar work. After all, you probably never really used these things since you were always in the city. This isn't really your specialty after all. Being unfamiliar with the research is to be expected, right?" he asked. Nick started to smile and nodded happily. "You're right. I haven't used a communication orb in years. You know, they're really old technology." Turning on his heel, Nick resumed his walk while he continued talking. "The only people who use these things are people without access to a thought hub, and maybe criminals. But it's an interesting idea regardless. When we get back from our excursion in the wilds, I'll take you to my lab and show you how to create a temporary spatial pocket. Actually, the idea for controlled transient spatial pockets has an interesting," he said while regaining his enthusiasm. Nero felt Nick patting his shoulder and fought the urge to shrug it off. Despite how much he enjoyed causing Nick grief, it was nice to see him returning to his old self. Nero hadn't realized how much the past few weeks must have been weighing on the old man. The guy was a scientist, a nerd. But since being forced by Vera to join the elites, he'd been training to be a warrior, fighting monsters, and the poor guy even died a few times. The man needed to get in touch with his inner nerd again. Letting Nick lecture him while they walked was the least Nero could do. It wasn't as if he actually had to pay attention. Nero's mind wandered as he ignored his friend, and he considered what waited for them at the gate. He really wasn't looking forward to dealing with Sergeant Wesker. Recalling the sergeant's face when Nero had questioned the man's allegiance, he couldn't help but grimace. At least he'd see Rose, although she was probably still pissed at him too. Nero nodded along to Nick's lecture, and did his best not to worry about it. After all, if there was one thing Nero was good at, it was ignoring a problem until he absolutely had to deal with it. Note to self, t-shirt idea. Inner peace is knowing about a problem, but not caring enough to do anything about it, he said to himself with a smile. As they continued toward their rendezvous with their team, walking through the bustling city, Nero couldn't help but smile while listening to Nick's lecture on something. Chapter 118. A Real Reunion. Rose Vikander was not a happy hunter. She had agreed to spy on the new noble for the general, but she hadn't signed up for all of this political intrigue. The little lord's words were replaying in her head, despite how hard she tried to repress them. Are you using me? Or am I using you? Layers upon layers, my dear Rose. Like I said, misinformation. Currently, she was with Sergeant Wesker at one of the side gates, waiting for the rest of their team to show up. Rose wasn't looking forward to the reunion. It wasn't just the grumpy sergeant standing next to her, or the likely argument the man would instigate when he saw the little lord. It was the fact that the general had reacted exactly how the little lord said he would. She recalled the calm look on the general's face as he listened to them recount everything that had occurred in the wilds. The assassination attempt, Lord Walker's surprising magical competence, his combat abilities, everything. She even went out of her way to detail Nero's analysis of the general and the military, and how he expected the general to respond. Without letting her worries deter her, she relayed the conversation she had had with the young man, stressing how little trust the young lord had for the military, and the general specifically. Instead of getting angry, or denying his knowledge of the assassination plot, the general had just nodded in thought. Seeing the general's muted reaction to the accusations, she couldn't help but wonder if the military had actually been involved in the plot. Even now, she couldn't stop herself from giving Wesker the side-eye. Even though she didn't want to believe it, there was the possibility that the sergeant had known about the plot, and was only angry because someone had tried to kill him to cover up the military's involvement. She hated the feeling of not knowing what was going on. But now, she had her orders, and she'd be going back into the wilds with a team led by a sergeant of dubious character. Her only companions would be a scheming young lord and his retinue who didn't trust her in the least. It was contrary to everything she had been taught. She'd be heading into the wilds without backup, putting her life in the hands of people she couldn't rely on. The pit in her stomach refused to go away. Leaning against the wall, she watched the citizens of Dorchester going about their day. Small groups were chatting, smiling at each other while enjoying their morning. Shops were opening, stalls were being rolled out, and a sense of unity pervaded the courtyard. Even when she had been in the wilds, isolated and on her own, she had never felt so alone. Yes, Rose Vikander was not a happy hunter. Nero eventually put the communication orb in the magic satchel he'd gotten from Jennings, doing his best to forget about it. There was no point in studying how it worked right now, as the last thing he wanted was to be distracted by stray thoughts concerning enchanting while being surrounded by monsters in a magic forest. But before he got to enjoy the nightmare of the wilds, he'd have to deal with Rose and Wesker, neither of which were going to be happy to see him. Even though he expected the general to have kept their team together, It was still somewhat annoying to have the upcoming drama hanging over his head. When he and Nick finally turned the corner and approached the open area in front of the side gate, Nero was as ready as he was ever going to be. He could see Wesker and Rose standing off to the side of the gate, clearly ignoring each other. "I guess the talk with the general went as well as I expected it would," he thought to himself with a smile. Waving his hand in greeting, Nero sped up in order to be the one to initiate the conversation. Seizing the initiative in a conversation was important, as it would put him in charge of the tone. If he gets to act cordial first, then any grief they give him would only make them look petty. As he closed in on the duo, he felt a psychic signature appear on his left out of nowhere. Suffering a jump scare, Nero yelped in a manner he wasn't entirely proud of. Feeling his heart race, he looked over to see a smirking Kathleen looking down at him. She was calmly walking alongside them, using a tall spear as a walking stick. With a growl, Nero nearly shouted, "What the hell, woman? How in the hell do you do that?" Kathleen didn't bother to match his volume and simply replied, "You're getting too reliant on your psychic field. It's a common problem with young mages. There are many ways to hide in the ether, and your enemies will not refrain from using your ignorance against you. Learn to be more, little lord, or you will find yourself in a battle you are unprepared for." He could feel Nick grinning on his other side, but he had a great deal of practice ignoring the old man. Glaring at the warrior woman, Nero replied, "You know, when you talk like that, it makes you sound old. Instead of talking in riddles and being all mystic warrior, you could just say, 'Hey, having a good morning?' Then we could have a nice chat, and you could walk me through how someone could fool my psychic senses, and then maybe give me some tips on what to watch out for. You don't have to scare me half to death, then say some deep nonsense in order for me to listen to you." While Kathleen was just returning Nero's glare with a smirk, Nick interrupted their staring contest by throwing in his 2 valens. "Nero, the art of getting a point across without being overly verbose is an important skill. A person who speaks little has a lot to say. After all, they spend most of their time listening," he said, as if he was quoting some great truth. Nero slowly turned his head away from Kathleen in order to focus his glare on Nick. "Don't you start with that crap. You love being long-winded. In fact, even what you just said was a bit wordy. I think people who talk like that are just trying to sound smart. But there is a difference between being clever and getting your point across. When you speak, you should do it in a way that the person you're talking to understands what you are getting at. Otherwise, why open your mouth at all? Saying a few clever words that can mean anything is just as useless as wasting 10 minutes and having no one understand what you're talking about," he said with some heat in his voice. By the time Nero finished with his min rant, the group had reached Sergeant Wesker and Rose. Shaking off his annoyance with his companions, Nero greeted the two with a smile and said, "Hey guys, how did your meeting with the military go? Did you get to speak with the general?" Nero did his best to alleviate any awkwardness and stave off the confrontation by keeping his tone light. Rose glanced at Wesker, and she could see the man was about to say something rude, so she preempted him by replying, "Greetings, Lord Walker. Yes, we spoke with the general. He saw no reason to break up our team. After all, we at least have some experience fighting as a unit by now. But for the record, I'd like to say that I'm looking forward to fighting alongside you once again." Doing her best to sound like a respectful young lady, Rose once again showed the team a new face. Sergeant Wesker turned his head to stare at Rose with some surprise. He wondered how the young woman could be so shameless. He was in the room with the woman when she told the general exactly what she thought of the little lord. In fact, her exact words were, "Lord Walker is a ruthless man. He can lie to your face, plan your death, all while smiling as if he were your best friend. Don't underestimate him, General. He is not as simple as he wants you to believe. And after seeing him fight, I'd not believe someone killed him even if they showed me his body. A reassignment for the sergeant and me is probably a good idea,
because I'm not sure Lord Walker will allow us to return with him again."
Despite guessing that Rose was, once again, full of shit, Nero maintained his smile when he replied,
"I'm glad to have you back. After hearing about the investigation by the military and the Leadership Council, I feel like I should apologize for my suspicions. Both of you are trustworthy people and deserve the benefit of the doubt. I know you will continue to report on me to the General, but I want you both to know that I have nothing to hide. My trust in both of you is absolute, and I feel much safer heading into the wilds knowing that you will be there to have my back."
Nero wasn't nearly as good a liar as Rose, and pretty much everyone could tell that he was talking out of his ass. Nevertheless, they all exchanged smiles and agreed to work together once again. Soon enough, they were on their way through the side gate and heading back towards the wilds. Although he was even more quiet than Nero remembered, Sergeant Wesker took up the lead and acted as the guide. By mid-morning, the companions, now reunited, were standing in front of the forest, doing a last-minute check to make sure they were ready to brave Dorchester's eastern wilds. While they stood in the circle checking each other's straps and equipment, Sergeant Wesker asked, "So, Lord Walker, did you finally get a chance to read over the mission packet?" Nero's hands froze as he was tightening the support strap on Nick's backpack. God damn it, he swore in his head. He had leveled last night, and he hadn't been thinking about the stupid packet. Even though he'd known he was going back into the wilds, he just hadn't thought of it. Why in the hell do I keep forgetting to read the damn thing? He chided himself. If this were just last week, Nero would have probably replied with something snarky, and then insulted the man. Yet, Nero had grown a lot in the past few days. So instead, he replied cheerily, "I glanced at it, Sarge. However, I was too busy leveling last night to think about it. It's probably been a while for you, but if you remember, leveling is based on experience. After getting one over on the leadership of Dorchester, and once again foiling the plots of my enemies while increasing my holding at their expense, I needed to spend some time refining those experiences. But thankfully I have you here, and I'm sure you'll take time out of your busy schedule to remind me of what I missed while you lead us into our next ambush." Hearing himself speak, Nero came to the unfortunate conclusion that he hadn't grown as much as he thought he had. Everyone paused what they were doing and stared at Nero in various shades of surprise. Even Kathleen raised an eyebrow at Nero's cutting rebuke. After only a second or two, they returned to what they were doing. Sergeant Wesker didn't say anything. He just turned red while harshly yanking on his bootstraps. However, Nero heard Rose mutter, "Damn, that was brutal." He couldn't stop his smile from growing just a little bit. When everyone was finally ready, they took their places in formation, returning to the positions they had adopted after some trial and error. The sergeant took the lead. Nero and Kathleen watched the flanks, while Nick and Rose brought up the rear. While Nero was sarcastically thinking about how the oh-so-important mission packet had an obsolete formation listed, he felt Rose approaching from his left. Turning to look at her, he gave her a quizzical tilt of his head and asked, "What's up?" Waving her hands, she pulled out a large shield from her personal space, then started panting as if she were out of breath. Leaning on the shield, she muttered, "Gods, how the hell do you make that look so easy?" Surprised at the shield, Nero didn't know what to say. Why is she out of breath? He wondered. The ever-helpful Nick saw Nero's confusion and offered, "Nero, that shield probably filled her entire personal space. It takes a great deal of effort for lower levels to manipulate their center like that. I'm actually a little surprised she managed to create a personal space. Well done." Rose, having caught her breath, stood up a little straighter at Nick's words. "I've been working on it for a few years. Hunters need to have an emergency supply of food and other support items when entering the wilds. The earlier you start building a personal space, the better. My skills at essence manipulation may not be at the level of a mage, but they aren't non-existent. I've learned a few tricks." Nick and Wesker shared a look at how impressed they were with the young woman.
Even Kathleen nodded, pleased to see such a talent. Nero, however, held his mouth shut so hard his teeth ached. That is a big deal? It's one goddamn spell. It was kinda complicated, but it's nothing major. And what's that got to do with her being out of breath? He wondered. Forcing himself to take a second and think before he speaks, he told himself, there is no point in asking about this. It's just going to sound insulting. Don't be an asshole. It's just like when a kid shows you their finger painting. Nod along and say it's great. Don't think about it. Nero did his best to smile and nod along with everyone. Rose, doing her best to not show how proud she was at the attention she was receiving, said, "It's not that impressive, but I wanted to give Lord Walker a replacement for the shield he lost during our last excursion. May this shield protect you, as you protect us." Taking a few steps forward, she presented the 4-feet-tall tower shield to Nero, as if it were a trophy. Considering that she was taller than he was, Nero had to reach up a little to receive it. It was almost identical to the one the assassins had destroyed last week. It wasn't surprising, since it was a standard tower shield from the military's armory. Nero was a little touched, although a little part of him realized that Rose was just trying to reinforce the idea that Nero was responsible for her safety. Clever girl, he thought to himself with some amusement. The moment he received it, Nero started infusing his center into the shield, pushing out Rose's influence. In his psychic field, he could sense the shield coming under his control. With what he hoped was a regal smile, Nero looked up at Rose and said, "Thank you for thinking of this. I didn't have a chance to replace the wall. It feels good to have something to hide behind once again. Nick's shield spell was a pain in the ass. This is much better. Thank you." Nick smirked and shook his head at Nero's jab. He had become rather immune to Nero's casual insults. Sergeant Wesker broke up the happy atmosphere by saying, "Hopefully everyone has their gear sorted. Now?" Everyone turned their heads to look at the serious man, waiting to hear what else he had to say. Looking at Rose with a frown, he asked, "Do you need us to wait while you recover your center?" Frostily, she replied, "No, Sergeant. My center is strong. Using that much at once just winded me a bit. I'm good to go. What's the plan?" Nodding at her, he said, "Well, in the future, if you're going to do something like that, don't do it right before we are heading into the field. No surprise is worth your life. And we don't have time for you to refill your personal space with supplies." Rose bristled at the criticism, but replied evenly, "Understood, Sergeant." Nero was about to say something snarky in her defense, but Kathleen spoke up, with some disdain in her tone. Don't carry replacement gear for others, got it. But you didn't answer her question. What's the plan?" Nero looked over Kathleen with some admiration. Subtle, dismissive of his opinion, and a little insulting. Nice job, he thought. The sergeant mentally cursed the general for sending him back out with these people, and bit back his reply. Instead, he said, "We have most of the day remaining before nightfall. Command has been in contact with Captain Angleton at the base camp, and we've got orders to hit 2 marks before we make our way to their location. Based on where we are entering, it is a relatively straight shot. Scrying reports are a little light on information, as the essence in the area is making everything difficult. However, expect 2 spawn points for Class 2 monsters, not beasts. They only appeared recently, so they shouldn't be too difficult." Everyone nodded along, understanding what he was saying. Nero, as usual, was a little confused, but didn't bother to ask for a clarification. Instead, he just hefted his shield and prepared for the silent trek through the forest. Before long, they were ready. Looking over his shoulder, Sergeant Wesker said, "All right, let's move out," then pulled out his sword and hefted his shield. As the group moved into the forest, everyone watched their assigned areas, ready for anything. Nero muttered, "Back in the forest. surrounded by mutated freaky animals and magic monsters. How does this already feel familiar to me? It must be something in the water. I bet magical fluoride is 10 times more mind-controlling than the fluoride I had back home. Wait, does the water I conjure from the atmosphere not have fluoride? The cleaning spell from my morning breath should prevent cavities, right? Does the Elite Monster Hunter training program have dental coverage? How much does a magical dentist cost?
From behind him, he heard Nick say harshly, but quietly, "Nero, what are you muttering to yourself?" Nero cringed his shoulders a little, embarrassed that his private musings were overheard. Replying lightly, he said, "Nothing. Just commenting on how I'm looking forward to massacring the local animal population while restoring this forest to its natural beauty. It's not often you get to kill things and have the environmentalists thank you for it." Their quiet conversation was halted by a vicious snarl by the sergeant. His tone full of venom, he whisper-shouted, "Would you two please shut the fuck up? We're in the wilds now, and I swear to the gods if you get me killed, I'm coming back as an undead to make what remains of your lives a living hell." Nero heard Kathleen and Rose lightly chuckling at the sergeant's threat. Nero, not even remotely apologetic, muttered to himself, "I'll just res you again, you bastard. No zombie strength for you. Maybe this time I'll remember to resuscitate your personality." Rose, who was on his left, heard what Nero said and couldn't hold in her chuckle. Nero glanced over at her and smiled. His cheeks warmed a little at seeing her smiling at his joke. While Nero was thinking about how it was much easier going through puberty when you realized what was happening, he heard Kathleen's strong voice call out, "Contact right!" As Rose turned to help, Nero kept his eyes peeled on the left, monitoring the flank. "Yep, back in the nightmare forest. Oh, joy," he told himself. Chapter 119. When Enemies Fight Wrong. Archmage Jennings returned to his personal quarters in the Dorchester Mage Tower via teleportation, further antagonizing Lady Bennings. The woman was already going to be filing a stack of complaints against him with the Hennings Tower of Law. What was one more? With a golden pop, he manifested in his study and felt his personal connection to the room's communication crystal re-establish itself. Immediately, he was inundated with connection requests and messages from missed pings. Groaning, he rubbed his hands down his face. "This isn't going to be pleasant," he told himself. Rather than putting it off, he reached out and stabilized the connection request through the communication crystal, forming a scry connection to the council hall in the Hennings Mage Tower. While the holographic window manifested in the middle of the room, Jennings made his way to the wet bar. He needed a drink for this. When the image resolved itself, the Mage Council could be seen eagerly waiting to speak with him. Jennings ran his eyes across the counselors, then sighed heavily. Instead of addressing them, he let Archmage Mathers quiet them down. He could hear Mathers banging his hand on the council table while yelling at everyone to quiet down. Ignoring them, he collected a glass along with a bottle of apple brandy and walked over to his desk to take a seat. As Jennings poured himself a drink, he heard the Mage Council fall silent. Yet he continued to ignore them. Instead, he just set the bottle down on his desk and stared at his glass. Almost 30 seconds passed in silence before Mathers apparently reached the end of his patience. "Jennings, I believe we've waited long enough. I think it's time for some answers. There are a great many people here who are questioning what exactly you were thinking," he said in a voice cold enough to cause frostbite. Jennings took a heavy sip from his drink, then huffed in exasperation. Squaring his shoulders in his seat, he forced himself to sit up straight and look at the scry window. His face firmed up as he regained some vigor. His presence swelled, imbuing him with some gravitas. It was rare to see the Archmage this serious, and the entire council felt a little intimidated. Regardless of how annoying Jennings was, they all knew that he was arguably the most powerful mage in the kingdom. Jennings set down his glass and said,
I can see how many of you think I made a mistake. After all, the entire reason I came to Dorchester was to see this anomaly in person and stave off threats to his growth. However, everything I've done, and allowed others to do, has been with the anomaly's growth in mind.
One of the mages crossed her arms and leaned back in her seat with a huff. She had been a fan of Nero's antics and did not appreciate Jennings's mishandling of the situation. Rather loudly, she muttered, "Old bastard probably forgot how to tend a garden. Hasn't done any real work in centuries." Ignoring the councillor's outburst, Jennings continued. When I first learned of the plot, I investigated the chances of it succeeding. After looking into who was involved and running some calculations based on behavioral models created from historical data in the local thought hub, basing their likely moves on their previous behavior, I determined that the assassination attempt only had a 26% chance of succeeding. I even used some subtle influence to manipulate events and changed the anomaly's team makeup in order to lower that chance to 7%. While he had been talking, Jennings had collated and transmitted his personal notes on the assassination attempt. The entire Mage Council was silent as they digested the Archmage's words and looked through the calculations he had sent over. While they were reading, Jennings took another sip of his brandy, then looked away from the scry window. His firm countenance relaxed, and the entire council began to realize how tired the old man actually was. Keeping his voice low, Mathers asked, "So, what happened?" Finishing off his brandy, Jennings refilled his glass. "A lot, apparently," he replied evenly. A little annoyed, Mathers replied with some heat, "If it's not terribly inconvenient, would you mind elaborating?" Jennings set down his glass and met Mathers' glare through the scry window. "I did a little digging, and a few things threw off the calculations I had made. First, someone arranged for Lord Blackwood to receive a shipment of dwarven whiskey, which he then shared with Lord Cosgrove's daughter. That led him to sleeping with her. So One of the council interrupted harshly. "You couldn't account for interpersonal relationships in your personality matrix. I find that hard to believe." Jennings replied with some venom. "Do you know what the odds are for a bottle of dwarven whiskey to appear in a place like Dorchester? I was well aware of Blackwood's repressed desires and the daughter's resemblance to her mother, but the man wouldn't have made a move if he hadn't encountered that bedamned enchanted liquor. The man was just supposed to have comforted the girl, then put her in contact with a low-level fixer." Mather's voice was wary as he said, "If you're suggesting that someone knew how dwarven whiskey would influence the situation, I'll have to seriously reconsider how much faith we have in your deductive reasoning." Nods around the room agreed with the acting director, along with mutters of agreement, all of which stopped when they heard Jennings's reply. 3 words. "Matrix of fate," he said with some clear malice in his voice. The silence was filled with tension, and Mathers asked quietly, "How sure are you?" Jennings offered a dry grimace, implying that Mathers was being an idiot. He then sent over his personal notes from his investigation. The council looked through the documents. There was evidence of someone maneuvering Lord Blackwood's pet hunters into returning early from an already scouted pro-dungeon they were accidentally sent to investigate. Then there was the mage whose debts were mysteriously called in, requiring them to seek out some side work. Someone even managed to countermand Jennings's order to have a war mage included in the anomaly's party, not to mention the absence of the captain. The entire excursion was tweaked to allow the assassination to proceed without trouble. While the council read through the documents, Jennings's voice interrupted their thoughts. "Regardless of whether you think the risk of letting the assassination attempt happen was a good idea, none of you can argue with the facts. Someone played with fate. Worse yet, they were able to do it at a level even I couldn't predict. So, yes, I'm relatively sure the Matrix was consulted. The damn Fate Weavers tried to have a new noble killed while trying to ensure that their original prophecy of Dorchester's fate was ensured. The prideful bastards tried to kill off millions of Oglevark's citizens in an effort to hide their mistakes, he growled. The entire council was stewing in repressed rage. Trying to kill a new noble under the protection of the crown was bad enough, but condemning a city to death because they couldn't handle being wrong? That was too far. Mather's tone was full of fury as he asked, "All right, so what do we plan to do about it?" Nero heard the thwip, thwip, thwip of Rose's arrows, so he knew the right side was in combat behind him. She only started rapid shooting after the Sarge and Kathleen were in melee range. Yet, he maintained his vigil on the left side. He'd learned that ensuring the rear of the engagement was just as important as the fight itself. While most of his attention was on the woods in front of him, he could still see what was going on behind him, at least a little bit. Even though Nero wasn't focusing on the battle, his field still showed him a general idea of what was going on. It was like seeing something happening that you weren't focusing on, kinda blurry and without any details. As the seconds passed, the combat started sounding sporadic. Nero chanced to look over his shoulder. He could see Sergeant Wesker standing strong, forcing several dog-like things to maintain their distance. There were small mud walls about 3 feet high acting as a movement hazard on both sides of the man. Nick covered Wesker's right side, blasting any of the dogs that tried to jump over the wall. Kathleen maintained the other side, swatting dogs with her spear. Rose was directly behind Nero, firing at whatever she could. The little dogs were fast. Their dark fur and misshapen snouts made them look like oversized chihuahuas. Only standing a couple feet tall, they were more of a swarm than a pack. But there must have been 50 of them running around and barking like a sea of annoyance. Nero snapped his eyes back to the side he was supposed to be covering. Where were the rest? Dog types always tried to get behind their prey. The walls Nick put up were only 25, maybe 30 feet wide. There was no reason for the dogs to not try and just go around them. Why were they only focusing on the opening Wesker was guarding? He narrowed his eyes, scanning the forest as best he could. Even with his field sweeping his attention through the woods, he couldn't see any sign of the pack trying to surround them, or any other pack trying to act as a flanker. Nero heard Wesker shout, "Walker, anything in the back?" Shaking his head without turning around, he shouted, "Nope. All clear on this side. I don't get it either." Nick yelled, "Well, get over here and help. I'm having trouble holding them back. They are very resilient. I think they might have some kind of disproportionate disruption property in their essence fields. I'm having trouble maintaining my constructs." Nero could hear the underlying panic in Nick's voice. Despite how many times they've been in situations just like this, the old man was still uncomfortable in combat. Nero said over his shoulder, "Rose, switch out with me. You've got the rear." As he turned around, he felt Rose take his place and say, "Got it." Nero took up position a dozen feet behind Wesker to survey the scene, and saw Kathleen and Nick holding back the little monsters. Nick was holding 2 glowing balls of essence in his hands, blasting the hopping dogs back over the wall, while Kathleen just played whack-a-mole. He focused his senses on the battle and saw something weird. "Hey, Nick, don't their essence fields seem like they're all jumbled up together?" he asked with a little confusion in his voice. Nick shouted in panic, "Wait, what? Is it a mob?" Wesker groaned loudly as he swung his sword, removing the head from one of the little dogs. "I hate dealing with mobs. You see any bodies?" he asked calmly. Kathleen called out, "I don't think it's a mob. The bodies are just dispersing quickly. Wait." Nero looked over at her, curious as to what they were talking about. He saw her lean over the wall and skewer a little dog, as if she were making kebabs. Pulling her spear back, she looked closely at the little monster and watched it struggle and die. The moment it stopped moving, the body seemed to lose cohesion and turn into a black cloud. Immediately she returned her attention to the wall she was guarding and said, "Never mind, it's a mob. We're just going to have to wear it out."
That is, unless anyone happens to be carrying a spare set of full plate. Totally confused, Nero asked, Am I missing something? A mob is just a group of monsters, right? Nick, clearly annoyed, replied, Yes, it's a group of monsters. But while the word means a group, what that implies is that the entire thing is one entity. It's an essence configuration of the concept of a mob. We can't kill them off one by one. The total number will stay the same until the stored potential of the mob is used up. Nero, hearing the explanation, tried to understand what Nick was saying, but his brain refused to accept it. Then, like a flash of insight, he thought of the old RPG board games he used to play when he was younger. There were swarm enemies that were single figurines. When their hit points hit 0, the swarm died. Until then, the swarm didn't lose any of its combat capability. Oh, I get it, he said. Then with some confusion, he asked, So why isn't anyone doing any AoE? Nick used what looked like an air blast to knock a group of hopping dogs back over the wall and grumbled, Because we didn't know it was a swarm. It's too late now. We'll just have to kill them off until the mob dies out. Wasting essence on a big spell would be completely irrational. All we have to do is maintain the perimeter and chip away at the swarm's potential. It will stay together, so at least we don't have to worry about it surrounding us. Nero stood there dumbly, watching Wesker, Kathleen, and Nick occasionally picking off dogs one by one, doing very little in the grand scheme of things. He looked at the incredibly large essence blob in his psychic senses, realizing that despite their efforts, it wasn't shrinking all that fast. But that will take forever, Nero shouted. Wesker, still holding the center, slammed the edge of his shield down on a pair of dogs harassing his legs, and shouted back, Mobs are annoying. There isn't a good way to deal with them if you get caught in one. Unless you have a massive essence advantage, overpowering their essence field isn't worth the effort. Now get over here and start helping. The more of these things we kill, the faster the mob will convert to something we can actually kill. Just be happy the mob manifested as a pack of weaklings. Nero felt Rose approach his shoulder, and he turned to see what she was doing. She looked at Nero and said, I'll keep an eye out. You can go into melee. Nero felt this whole situation was absurd. He knew this was a fantasy world, but really? Mobs? Even if the concept of an entity made up by a group made sense, seeing it in reality was just too weird for him to process. Focusing his psychic field, he could see the dogs coming back into existence in the middle of the pack after being killed. It was all fuzzy. The mob's essence field was just too large. Like clouds forming out of nothing, the dogs just materialized and then joined their friends in barking and howling like mad. Shaking his head in wonder, Nero put away his shield and brought out another sword. Dual-wielding, he approached Nick's side. Kathleen would be more than fine on her own. As he got closer, he took a better look at the essence surrounding them, and he could feel what Nick was talking about. The essence in the air felt muddy, like it was reluctant to do anything. Nero watched as Nick fought, gaining a little respect for the scientist. Being able to cast at all seemed like a chore. Joining Nick at the wall, he realized he was too short to see much past the wall. He definitely wasn't tall enough to lean over and start clearing out the ones on the other side. He had known he was only a little over 5 feet, but this was ridiculous. The damn wall came up to his chest. A dog appeared directly in front of him, jumping up and trying to get its paws over the wall. Its snapping mouth caused Nero to hop back in surprise. He lashed out with the sword, feeling his blade dig into the side of its head, causing it to yelp in pain and fall back down. Grimacing at the sound, he suppressed the guilt he felt at hurting what in any other circumstance would be a pet. Just because they remind you of the evil little bastard Sarah used to have, doesn't mean it's a dog. It's a monster, and you need to treat it as such, he told himself, remembering an annoying little dog that used to bite his ankles until he fed it. Nero joined in the occasional slaughter of the jumping dogs, doing his best to aid in the continued violence, his swords striking out at anything that tried to make its way over the wall. But minutes passed, and he could see that they weren't really making much progress. Looking around, he could see Wesker and Kathleen were both annoyed, seemingly treating this as an unfortunate task that, while simple, would be a pain in the ass. Nick, on the other hand, was having trouble. Prolonged casting in this environment was causing him to have some problems. Nero could almost feel the man's center struggling to maintain itself. "Hey, Nick, how about you step back for a bit and rest? I got this," he said. Nick shook his head and replied, "Nero, you don't have the range to cover this much wall. I'll be fine. Just focus on your area." Nero knew the man was just being stubborn. Nick did have melee weapons. He just rarely used them. Even during close-quarters training, he treated melee weapons like workout tools. He never tried to master them, just fighting with a rapier as if he were in some Errol Flynn movie. Realizing that Nick would eventually tire himself out, Nero tried to come up with something to speed this up. It was ridiculous that their only option was to chop at the edges until the mob tired itself out. While he continued swatting at the jumping dogs, he reached out with his field, trying to get an idea of what the mob's essence field was doing. He could feel the essence in the ether being subdued by the mob. Mentally reaching in, he tried to grab hold of the flows, but they refused to cooperate. Even if he were to use his center to cast something, he'd have to do it right next to his body, or the essence would refuse to complete the spell. No wonder Nick didn't just blast the damn things with fire. Casting anything in their field of control is damn near impossible, he said to himself. Yet, Nero noticed that the mob's essence field was really spread out. It was like its psychic existence was covering the entire area. But he could see that his companions' fields had no trouble maintaining themselves. So, he reasoned that if he could cast something close to himself without issue, he could still fire things at the mob. Nero's mind worked at the problem, while he continued to swing away at the hopping dogs. He then noticed that the wall Nick had put up was starting to melt a little at the edges. How did he put up a wall in the first place? He wondered. Hey Nick, how did you manage to cast the spell to create the wall? The essence field of the mob is all around us, he asked. Looking over, he could see that Nick had finally given in, and was now swinging a sword in one hand, while still using his other to blast the dogs with a simple gust spell. Now that he was closer, he could see the spell attached to the man's hand. The ether is still there. The mob's field is just stopping you from controlling it. It's like trying to cast inside of someone else's control range. You can do it, but it takes a great deal of effort. I managed to get the wall up before the mob overtook us. Now I just have to maintain it. It's not easy, but it's manageable, Nick said, while sounding a little stressed. It had probably been, at most, 10 minutes since this little battle started. Even though the dogs weren't very large, they still were big enough to bite chunks out of them if they weren't contained. Nero furrowed his brow at the thought of the mud wall failing. Even though they were all capable of fighting at this subdued pace for an hour, he didn't like this at all. In his field, he could see the mob's field shrinking, but it wasn't fast enough. They just weren't causing enough damage to it. It's a damn DPS race. This is a fight with a countdown timer. I'm in a real fight with a damn clock on it, he thought to himself. Forcing himself to calm down, he looked around and tried to gauge how they were doing. Weren't low-level swarms supposed to be a low-level encounter? He wondered. Even though their progress was slow, they didn't seem to be in any real danger. The fight was just annoying at the moment. Remembering what Kathleen said, he could see how someone in full plate would just be able to go out there and wreck the little bastards. Their team makeup just wasn't geared for taking out a lot of small enemies. Upping his intensity, he put away one of his swords and really started chopping at whatever dog managed to get its upper body on the wall. He ran back and forth, slamming his sword into the snarling monsters' faces. Deciding to try something, he started creating a bigger version of his laser spell in his offhand. Even though there wasn't a lot of light in the forest, there was enough essence to charge a spell. He just had to let it collect enough light essence before he fired it. And since he would be creating the construct right next to himself, it shouldn't be disrupted by the mob's essence field. All he had to do was concentrate on maintaining it. At least, that's what he thought. That should work, right? He told himself. After a few seconds of charging the spell, he raised his fist and sent a stream of light into the dogs several feet away from the wall. Due to his height, they were the only ones he had line of sight on. The moment the light left his hand, he could feel the beam start to disperse. It was like firing a gun into a tub of water. All of the power seemed to bleed off of it. By the time the laser hit a dog, the damn thing didn't even react. Nero could only frown at his failed experiment. The construct's existence was so brief, it made whatever center he put into it too fragile. Instead of becoming a solid, real construct, it became an incredibly real flashlight. He heard Nick say, "Nero, did you not hear a word of what I just said? You're inside the damn thing's control radius. We're in its essence field. You don't have enough control to maintain a construct, let alone to infuse enough essence to imbue a construct with enough center for it to matter. Stop messing around and focus on doing as much damage as possible. I can't hold up the wall forever." Nero grimaced at implied rebuke. "I listened. I may not have really understood, but I listened," he thought sourly. Realizing his center wasn't the problem, he focused on the essence in the air. It was just too entwined by the mob's field. Anything he cast wouldn't have enough weight. He could fire a bunch of pebbles, and even if he emptied his center in their creation, they would be too brittle to do anything. So, Nick's wall only worked because he put it up before he lost control of the ambient essence. "Okay, so that explanation doesn't help me at all, does it?" he mentally griped. Swinging his sword lazily, Nero tried to come up with another idea. The only good thing about the situation was that their enemy was so pathetic. He could stand here for hours batting them down, if the wall managed to hold up that long. Putting that delightful prospect out of his mind, he tried to focus. There had to be a way to cast something useful. He refused to believe that magic couldn't solve all of his problems. It was magic. Its entire point was about doing things that were impossible. He would figure it out eventually. Chapter 120. Learning from Past Experience. General Branson sat at his desk, fighting against the evils of paperwork. The past few days had been difficult, and as a result, he wasn't in the best of moods. There was so much to do, and he was behind schedule. The fact that his schedule was whatever he said it was didn't factor into it at all, at least as far as he was concerned. He had been forced to waste more than an entire day dealing with Lord Walker's issues. Even after the council meeting had ended, he was still stuck monitoring the internal investigation and weeding out all those involved. Even if he hadn't been personally dealing with it, he still had to sit through the investigating team's reports and sign off on their findings. But now, he was finally getting back to what he should have been doing all along. The city needed to shore up its defenses and increase the army's presence outside the walls in the wilds. For that, he needed to find more soldiers, increase their stores of supplies, put in fresh orders for weapons, and so much more. The last thing he wanted to be dealing with were the nobles and their stupid games. He had a city to save from a density shift, and he refused to fail in his duty. Reaching out, he pulled the freshly finished report from the printer, smoothly tapping it against his desk a few times, before stapling it together and setting it in his outbox. As he pulled up the next item on his docket from the floating holograms on his desk, he heard his door open without even a ping of warning. He looked up to see one of his aides come in with a worried look on his face.
Feeling another crisis incoming, he asked, "What is it now?" The aide crossed the room quickly, taking up position in front of the general's desk. Without any preamble, he said, "Sir, it seems we aren't done dealing with the fallout from the incident with Lord Walker." Hearing the name of someone who had recently become one of his least favorite people, he clenched his jaw in anger. "What recent headache has Lord Walker gifted us today?" His voice full of controlled anger with a hint of mockery. The aide could feel the essence in the room trembling, and coughed into his hand nervously. "Well, sir, it seems that the investigation into Lord Blackwood's network brought to light some problems we have been unaware of," the aide said diplomatically. Instead of asking questions, the general just glared at the young man, waiting for him to get the point. "As you know, the investigators found links to 23 separate individuals currently accepting pay from accounts that led back to the Blackwoods. It seems that without prompting, they may have done a little more investigating. They used pattern recognition to find similar instances across the entirety of the army. Apparently it started as a curiosity, but once that the pattern was identified, it was easy to cross-check against it. The results they found, well, they can't be ignored," the young man said. Paling, the general asked quietly, "How many of my soldiers are implicated?" Uncomfortable, the aide shuffled his feet a little. "I didn't read past the first few pages of the report, sir. Once I realized what I was looking at, I came right in," he said. The aide lifted up a file in his hand and handed it across the desk to the general. Roughly snatching the file away, the general flipped past the page with the title and header, looking for the summary page. While looking through the report, he heard his aide say, "It seems that around 20% of our forces have questionable loyalty at the moment. I didn't read far enough into the report to find out any more." The general's brow was furrowed with worry as he read through the summary. The investigators had really gone above and beyond their original assignment, but he couldn't really fault them for it. Although the report didn't provide any answers concerning what the compromised soldiers were being paid to do, it did detail who was paying them. He saw every major house in Dorchester represented. They had all cultivated networks within his army, right under his nose. A thought occurred to him, and he looked up at his waiting aide, asking, "What does this have to do with Lord Walker?" The aide looked down, somewhat hesitant. He knew how the general currently regarded the new noble. What had first started as mild interest transitioned into a grudging respect. But after the general had returned from the most recent meeting of the Leadership Council, it was now a wary dislike. Since then, the general seemed to think of the young lord as an agent of chaos, a harbinger of problems, and generally responsible for nothing good. In the general's mind, the young man's only purpose was causing him grief. Every time the general heard the young lord's name, the aide could see the man's teeth gnash in annoyance. Timidly, the aide raised a hand and pointed to the report. "Page 3, paragraph 2, sir." Flipping through the report, the general found the section and read it. The aide could see the general's face turning red from anger. The report read, "After reading the transcript from the arbitration meeting in the council hall, we wondered how accurate Lord Walker's claims actually were. It was with pride in the honor of our forces that we initially started the investigation. We set out to refute Lord Walker's accusations. There was no way the military was responsible for violating the new Lord Accords, so we set out to prove him wrong. But the more we dug, the more we found. It is with a heavy heart that we relay our findings to you." The general looked up at the aide and asked, "What in the hells are they talking about?" The aide tilted his head with some curiosity. "Don't you remember? When you and Lord Walker were discussing the military's prior knowledge of the assassination attempt, Lord Walker reasoned that Sergeant Blackwood didn't know who in the military was trustworthy. That was the alleged reason he didn't report it to his superiors. The investigators followed that line of thought and believed that Lord Walker was accusing the military of being full of traitors."
The general leaned back in his chair in shock. One random comment from a punk who didn't want to accept responsibility for not reading his mission packet, and the result is that he had to deal with a fifth of his military being in the pay of the nobles. Now that he knew, he couldn't exactly ignore it, now could he? Regardless of whether or not the problem existed in spite of Lord Walker's comment, he still felt as if the annoying little shit was the one responsible for adding another tedious, albeit urgent, task to his docket. Rubbing his temples to combat his growing headache, he closed his eyes and said, "Bring in the team that filed the report. We're going to have to create a committee, possibly a tribunal, to investigate each of these soldiers and find out what's really going on." The aide quickly replied, "Yes, sir," then turned around and left the room as fast as possible. He couldn't have known about this, could he? It was just a guess. It had to be, the general told himself. After having switched his weapon to one of the spears from his inventory, Nero found the entire situation a little comical. The little monster dogs continued to try and jump their way over the wall, and in turn, he and his team continued to beat them back as if they were participating in one of those reflex challenges they have at the amusement parks. It wasn't even all that challenging. Despite knowing that 50 dogs working together could rip each of them apart, the mud wall made the entire fight rather silly. It was an odd feeling, because Nero also knew that Nick was unable to hold the wall together indefinitely. So soon enough, the situation would lose its humor. As he used his spear to pierce a dog through its neck, Nero checked how Nick was doing. By this point, the old man had given up on doing spells and just used his sword to hold the line. But Nero could tell he was struggling. The effort required to hold the wall together seemed more than he let on. Looking over to his left, he saw Kathleen working with Rose to clear the other side, while Sergeant Wesker continued to massacre the dogs trying to force their way through the passage he was guarding. Nero shouted, "Hey guys, Nick isn't looking too good. We're going to have to try something else. It's been almost 20 minutes and I'm not seeing the essence field shrinking all that much. Is there really no standard procedure or something we should be doing?" Kathleen shouted, "The easy way to deal with mobs is to charge the middle and kill things quickly as possible to disrupt the center. Even with how weak this mob is, none of us are geared for that." Wesker's voice was full of anger as he stomped his foot down on a dog harassing his leg. "I hate mobs, especially when they're near their spawn point. Damn things are always so strong. We might need to disengage, then re-equip," he said. Nero could see everyone nodding at Wesker's conclusion. Shaking his head, Nero couldn't believe what he was hearing. In his head, he had equated a swarm with the easiest enemies one could face in the board games he used to play. The very idea of running away in defeat seemed ridiculous to him. But he had to admit, the psychic presence of the swarm was massive, and he couldn't come up with a good way to fight it. But they're just little yappy dogs. Maybe they're bigger than a chihuahua, but they're definitely not bigger than a collie. Am I really going to run away from a bunch of collies? He asked himself. Fed up with the situation, his mind raced through his options. He could charge the middle. If he made it there alive, maybe he could do the disruption thing they were talking about. It had to be more complicated than just killing things, right? Spells didn't seem to work, as the mob's essence was still too hard for him to overcome, at least when it was outside of his own essence field. Then it hit him. Actual mage armor would be pretty useful in this situation. "Hey Nick, why won't an essence shield work to get us to the middle?" he asked. Nick swiped the head off a dog which had clawed its way up the wall. He replied angrily, "Because essence shields are disrupted by enemy fields. You should know this. It would take a very strong center to create an essence shield strong enough to matter. You've been using an essence shield for weeks. I still don't understand how you're maintaining it so easily." Nero frowned as he kept up his defense of the wall, but his mind worked through the problem. Thinking through what Nick had said, he came to an uncomfortable conclusion, one which turned his cheeks red with shame. Every time he thought he had a handle on this world,
something like this came along and made him reevaluate how annoying this place could be. Maybe they were being literal when they called it an essence shield. They didn't mean mage armor at all.
As far as he could tell, the function of an essence shield was condensed essence under the control of the caster, which aided their own essence field in disrupting enemy casting. Was that really all it was supposed to do? Maybe it was never meant to stop another person's essence. It was only meant to influence the constructs of enemy casters. Stopping weak attacks was just a byproduct. Any amount of controlled intent behind an attack seemed to make his essence shield completely ineffective. Therefore, it could stop a spell if the enemy caster didn't fill it with enough center. But it couldn't stop a knife wielded by someone with their own essence field, since the conceptual fight was actually between the fields.
Frowning in thought, "That sounds right, I think," he told himself. Mentally going back to the time when he had faced the assassin in the arena, Nero replayed the fight in his head. The guy was just too low-leveled to have an active essence field. If he had put any essence into his blade, Nero would have lost his damn head. He knew that already, didn't he?
Then, another realization made him stumble in shock. He'd been blaming it all on the guy's not using an essence blade. No wonder Kathleen had warned him of relying on it for defense. It wasn't just the fact that the guy didn't infuse essence into his blade, it was that he was just too weak regardless. An essence blade technique would have only compensated for his weakness. Nero couldn't help but wonder what everyone else was thinking about what he did. Did they think he was fully aware of what he was doing, and was taking advantage of the assassin's low level by being incredibly clever? But Nero was just as low-leveled at the time, so did that make him look smart? Or stupid? It felt like he had just learned that the method he had been using to pass the level was, in fact, an exploit that shouldn't have worked, and his high score deserved an asterisk. He had been wrong about this twice, at least. Probably more. He had listened to their explanation, understood what they were telling him, and he still ended up missing their point. It was infuriating. Yet, despite how embarrassed he was, the sudden reinterpretation of what they meant by an essence shield gave him an idea. Why couldn't he make actual mage armor? Nick had shown him how to craft a shield spell. It shouldn't be too difficult to adapt it to a full body spell, should it? After all, there was a mental component to the spell where you had to visualize the size of the shield you were making. Why couldn't he just imagine a film over his... Nero remembered the conversation he had in Nick's lab with Jennings, and froze, his spear nearly falling from his hands. "God damn it! I was doing it wrong the whole damn time!" he shouted in his head. Nero's anger was unleashed, and he started swinging his spear as if he had gone crazy. Every fuzzy snout that dared show itself over the wall was struck down with the fury of 1,000 young masters who had been disrespected by the commoners. Through gritted teeth, he asked, "Nick, is the shield spell supposed to be part of an essence shield?" While they both continued fighting at the wall, Nero heard Nick's annoyed tone reply, "I told you before. You need to listen more, Nero. The shield spell is derived from... Wait a minute. Have you not been applying a metaphysical layer to your essence shield?" Nero felt the hair on his neck rise up as he heard Nick bursting into laughter. The fight was ongoing, and the sound of dying dogs interspersed with their loud growls and barks offered a horrible contrast to Nick's joyful laughter. Luckily, none of the others seemed to understand what Nick had figured out. They only looked over at the madman, who was still swinging his sword while laughing hysterically. Nero continued his defense of the wall, despite the overwhelming desire to go crawl under a blanket and hide from the sound of his best friend reveling in his shame. It only took Nick about a minute to calm himself down. When he finally stopped laughing, he said, "So that's why you can keep your shield up. You only made a condensed essence field, didn't you? You never got past the first step." I can't wait to tell the Archmage. And Sergeant Howard. Oh gods, Vera is going to love this.
Nero cringed at the thought of Vera finding out about this slight misunderstanding. Then, like lightning, another realization hit him. If he had a layer acting as a physical shield as part of his essence shield, then it should have stopped any physical effects from getting through, right? So how did Jennings not realize Nero's shield was incomplete when he launched him across Nick's lab?
That son of bitch knew I was doing it wrong. He didn't say anything to spite me, Nero shouted in his mind. Then he thought back through the training he had with Sergeant Howard and Kathleen and wondered, wait, did that mean they knew too? No, that doesn't make any sense. Someone would have told me, right? I'm missing something stupid again, aren't I? I need to start learning from my mistakes. Slow down, stop jumping to conclusions. He was brought out of his thoughts by Wesker shouting, "All right, we're disengaging. This is pointless. Hopefully the mob will lose interest if we get far enough away. The moment I break off, everyone fall back the way we came. We'll be moving at speed, so watch your footing." Before Nero could fully process what the sergeant was saying, he saw the man swing his shield low, knocking back a few dogs that were trying to snap at his legs. While the dogs flew through the air, the man turned and bolted. Nero joined his companions as they fled through the forest, easily outpacing the short legs of the dogs. Looking over, Nero said loudly, "Nick, when we get to wherever we're going, I'm going to need you to explain what exactly an essence shield is, and how the hell it's supposed to work." Cackling madly, Nick laughed at Nero unabashedly. Having solved one of the mysteries surrounding his young friend, Nick was overjoyed. The companions raced through the forest, keeping a lookout for any other enemies, making sure to put some distance between them and the mob before they stopped. Chapter 121. Texting at the Table. Captain Angelton leaned against the 10-feet-tall stack of lumber, enjoying the smell of fresh-cut wood. With his arms crossed, he calmly watched his men putting the finishing touches on the perimeter wall. Soon, it would be completed enough for Sergeant Howard to anchor the more permanent wards. Even with the reduced manpower, the teams were performing admirably. The barracks were finally assembled, and he had just come from making sure their supplies were stored correctly in the new warehouse. Even though there were probably 100 of these camps spread through the wilds by now, this one was his, and he was proud of it. If everything goes to plan, he and the elites will be manning this outpost for at least a year. Motion to his left brought him out of his thoughts, and he looked over to see his friend, Sergeant Blackwood, leaving the communications tower. The 40-feet-tall wooden structure acted as a beacon along with a transmitter, creating a room where Dorchester's thought hub could reach them out here in the wilds. Initially, building one hadn't been part of the plan, but in light of recent events, he decided that it was probably a good idea. It was intended to serve as a replacement for the squad's communication orb, but Sergeant Blackwood had just been using it to check in with his family in Dorchester. Seeing his friend's confused face, he asked, "Everything all right, Sergeant?" Blackwood's eyes rose from the ground and looked up at the captain while walking over. Better than fine, sir. When I spoke with the new house head, I found out that I'm to be brought into the family's ladder. I'm officially the 14th heir of House Blackwood, he said, stunned. The captain shrugged himself off the timber pile, letting his hands fall to his sides. The surprise was clear in his tone when he replied, "You've been legitimized? Did Victoria officially take over?" Nodding, Captain Angelton raised one of his eyebrows in shock, the only evidence of his surprise. Blackwood had known the captain for a long time, and he could tell how surprised the man must be. "I know. I couldn't believe it either. She asked if I wanted to return to the estate, or just return to Dorchester to represent the family's interests within the walls," he said, then held up his hands and continued. "But don't worry. I told her I'm staying with the elites." She seemed to read something into that, but I'm not sure what. It probably has something to do with the fact that this all started because I was trying to find a way out of this assignment." Captain Angelton nodded, then rubbed his chin in thought. "She probably thinks you have some game going with Lord Walker. It's probably best not to dissuade her. She's always been a crafty one. Those types always read too much into things. Let's just focus on our jobs and leave politics to the politicians," he said firmly. The sergeant ran a hand through his hair and nodded quickly. "You got it, sir. This whole thing has only proven what I already knew. I'm not cut out for all these plots and plans. Give me a simple job and I'll earn my beer just fine," he said happily. The captain laid a large hand on his friend's shoulders and replied, "Well, it won't be all that simple. Command sent word that Wesker's team, along with Lord Walker and his associates, will be here by nightfall. You're going to be serving as their team coordinator. It was supposed to be Sergeant Howard, but orders changed. So you'll have to get their assignments together before tomorrow morning. Any questions?" Standing up straight, Sergeant Blackwood replied, "No, sir. I'll head over to the command pavilion and get started on their updated deployment plans." After finishing, he started walking away with purpose. Captain Angelton shouted, "Sergeant, one more thing." Blackwood stopped, but before he could turn around, the captain said, "I'm glad I didn't have to execute you. But the next time you discover a plot that affects my mission, tell me immediately, or you'll wish I had." Despite the captain's harsh words, Sergeant Blackwood could sense the subtle hint of their camaraderie in his friend's essence field. So he replied with a smile, "Yes, sir. I'll keep an eye out and let you know. Or better yet, I'll just ignore it and let someone more qualified handle it." Then he turned around and continued on his way to the command pavilion. Cracking a very slight smile, Captain Angelton shook his head in amusement and muttered, "Son of a bitch never lets me get the last word. He really is a terrible soldier." Ignoring his friend's antics, Captain Angelton returned to his vigil, once again leaning against the lumber pile in the center of the camp. From here he could monitor most of the troops, making sure everyone was working at optimal efficiency. It was a nice feeling, seeing everything proceeding according to his plans once again. After having spent the last 30 minutes without any signs of pursuit, Sergeant Wesker finally called for a halt. Nero could see how annoyed the man was, but he wasn't sure if it was the fact that they had been forced to retreat, or how much time the encounter had cost them. Wesker barked out orders to get a small camp going for an early lunch. Nero and Nick set up the ward stones, while Kathleen pulled out supplies for the meal, and Rose started a small fire. Wesker, who usually set up logs for seating and organized the supplies instead, started pulling pieces of armor out of his personal space. Nero was surprised because the man was already carrying a big-ass backpack. He had thought Wesker just didn't use a personal space, or at the very least, he didn't carry anything useful in it. However, it made sense in a way. Sergeant Wesker had a great deal of experience in the wilds, and he probably had things stored away in there which could cover any number of eventualities. The man having a set of full plate, in case of situations just like this, shouldn't have surprised him. Nero and Nick made their way around the camp in a wide circle, placing and charging the stones. Rather than start a conversation that he knew would require his full attention, Nero waited to bring up the subject of essence shields, which he desperately wanted to talk about. By the time the ward stones were in place, Wesker was already halfway dressed in his new suit of armor. Kathleen and Rose were finished with their tasks, and a large pot was warming over the fire. They were really getting good at setting up a quick camp. Nero and Nick took their places around the fire, each of them pulling a small stump out of their respective personal spaces to serve as a stool. It was a little trick Nero had learned from watching Nick. Coughing lightly to grab Nick's attention, Nero saw his friend turn to him with a smug smile. "Yes, Nero, what can I do for you?" he asked happily. Narrowing his eyes, Nero didn't let the man's tone get to him. "I've come to realize that I may not fully comprehend essence shields. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a few questions concerning the subject. Hopefully, you'll be able to clear a few things up for me," he said through gritted teeth. Nick feigned shock and replied, "But Nero, you told me that you already knew all about essence shields, and that you weren't interested in hearing a lecture on a subject you've already mastered. In fact, didn't you tell me that you learned how to cast one from an archmage? I clearly recall us discussing this very thing during our classes with Sergeant Howard. What were your words exactly?" Nick held up a hand to his chin, as if he were struggling to remember something. Shoulders slumping, Nero begged, "Enough! Nick, I get it. I'm an idiot. I clearly need your expertise, and I'd be lost without you. I'm sorry. Please take pity on me and do me the honor of gracing me with your knowledge. No one in all of Dorchester is more qualified than—" Laughing at Nero's antics, Nick interrupted him. "Fine, fine. And I'll do my best not to treat this like a classroom. Let's start at the beginning. When you learned this from Archmage Jennings, what did he tell you?" Nero pursed his lips and thought about it. After a few seconds, he said, "I wasn't really paying attention, to be honest. I just copied what he was doing. He grabbed hold of a bunch of essence, then compressed it along his body. It took me a couple of tries, but I got it. He then shot me with a spell that flung me across the room, but the shield stopped it from hurting me. I took that to mean that my shield was working, and that was about it. After that, we covered some simple spells, and never spoke about the essence shield again." Nick patiently listened to Nero rambling, his face not reacting in any way. "And did you read up on essence shields after the lesson?" he asked. Nero nodded and replied, "Yeah, a little. I know they can be pierced by essence blades and disrupted by enemy fields, so they don't do much more than reduce the damage you take during hand-to-hand combat. There was something about maintaining control over the gathered essence, and a section about advanced uses that I didn't really get to. I ended up spending most of the time reading about how to find hidden enemies through essence perception. I thought it would help find the assassins I was expecting to be waiting for me out here. But that's not really relevant. So, yeah, that's about it." Nick's face remained passive as he let Nero talk. While Nero had been talking, the rest of the team had taken up places around the fire and were now listening to the conversation, a fact which made Nero increasingly uncomfortable. After Nick let Nero's words trail off, he nodded in understanding. "You expected the assassins? How? I thought you didn't read the mission packet." "Never mind, you're right. That's not relevant at the moment. Let's stick to the subject for once. First off, I think you've learned the importance of listening when someone is trying to teach you something. Secondly, I don't think the Archmage even realized what you did. It's probably been hundreds of years since he taught anyone how to cast an essence shield. What works for him isn't really of much use to someone like you," he said lightly. Nero didn't reply. He just stared at Nick in confusion. Nick cracked a small smile and continued. "Nero, the man is nearly 1,000 years old, and who knows what level he is at. Do you have any idea how powerful his essence field is? He has to keep it contained so it doesn't rip the control from everyone around him. You copied his shield? Be serious. He probably uses a personalized technique that might not even have a metaphysical layer. His shield most likely has so many spells tied to it that it might as well not even be called an essence shield anymore. All you were doing was collecting a bunch of essence and imbuing it with your control. I doubt you even filled it with your setter." Nero nodded softly, then asked, "I'm not saying you're wrong, but then, how come it worked?" Nero could see everyone around the fire nodding along with the question, especially Rose. She seemed very interested in hearing Nick's answer. "Well, that's a complicated question. Kind of. The problem is that I don't exactly understand what you are doing. I'm just basing all of this on what you've told me and what I've observed. I can make some guesses, but without getting you in a lab, I'm hesitant to offer any unsupported conclusions," Nick said quickly. Waving his hand as if it didn't matter, Nero said, "I'm not interested in proving you wrong or anything. I just really need to understand essence shields. Feel free to guess away. Any help is appreciated. Nick met Nero's eyes and sent a request for a private connection through the ether. Nero's eye twitched, but he did his best to keep his face calm. Accepting the request, Nero heard Nick say, "Are you sure you don't mind them hearing this? Some of this might touch on some things you aren't comfortable with them knowing." Nero didn't cut the connection, but he turned away from Nick and looked at the team members sitting around the campfire. Kathleen was stirring the chunky nutrient slop which passed for their rations, while Wesker and Rose sat comfortably, waiting to hear what Nick had to say. Nero looked down at the ground, thinking about how hard he'd been working to avoid asking questions, which might cause someone to figure something out about his stats. He knew they were weird. He'd seen the tables in the books which graphed how most people's stats looked at his level. Was it really worth putting this conversation on hold, just so he could avoid having the military find out about his weirdness? It's not like they didn't already have their theories. They probably had a committee or something going over his test data. He didn't believe for a second in the integrity of the thought hub. Government snooping seemed exactly like something they'd do. If he looked it up, the relevant laws might even be publicly available. The citizens probably considered it common sense. Rosa's voice snapped Nero out of his thoughts. "Well, what's your theory?" she asked Nick impatiently. Nero looked around the forest, reminding himself that this world was just as real as his old one. It was stupid to pretend to be powerful when the opportunity to become powerful was sitting right next to him, offering to help. It didn't have to be all or nothing. He'd just see what Nick had to say, and deal with it as it comes. There was no reason to blurt out all his stats and ask Nick to interpret them. If he needed to, he could always do that when they were somewhere more private. Nero looked over at Nick and nodded. Over the connection, he said, "Go ahead. Try and keep it general, though. I've been half-assing my education, and if I don't grow up a little and learn how to protect myself, I'm going to get myself killed." Nero almost closed the connection before he realized that he was once again ignoring the glaringly obvious. Quickly, he nearly shouted over the connection, "Wait! We can just talk through this connection, can't we? Just say that you refuse to speculate and will only address the subject when you can get me back in the lab." Nick snapped his mouth shut. Then his eyes widened at what Nero had said. Instead of replying, he said to the entire team, "I'm not comfortable offering anything right now. I need to put Nero through a few tests and see what's happening with his essence field." Turning his head to look at Nero, he said, "You'll just have to do your best until I can figure out what makes your essence shield so unique." Nero nodded easily, accepting what Nick said with apparent complaint. Wesker frowned, but kept silent. However, Rose couldn't stop herself from speaking up. "His essence shield is special? How so? Is it why he is able to cast one at such a low level? Do you think it's something other people could learn?" Nick shook his head and replied, "Until I get him in the lab, I have no idea. He doesn't even know what he's doing, so how can I know what's possible? How about we just eat, then go deal with that mob?" Wesker's harsh voice broke the studious atmosphere. 20 minutes for chow, 10 for reflection and prep. Then we're back at it. We still have 2 marks to hit before nightfall, and we're wasting daylight," he said. Kathleen reached out, collecting everyone's large mugs, perfect for drinking their rations. Rose schooled her face, and if he didn't know better, Nero would have thought she had really dropped the subject. As they ate in silence, Nero asked Nick over the connection, "So, what didn't you want them to hear?" Nick took a large sip of gruel, before chewing it, and mentally replied, "Nero, is your soul density over 50? Nero knew his best friend didn't have any bad intentions. And despite knowing that the question was incredibly rude, he answered easily. "The operative level is almost 150. What does that have to do with my essence field?" Nick started coughing, his gruel having apparently gone down the wrong pipe. Mentally, he shouted, "I knew it! I fucking knew it!" Smirking into his cup, Nero replied, "Language, Nicholas.
What would Vera say if she heard you talking like that? Chapter 122. Nero Learns a Lesson. Vera was having a pleasant morning. She had gotten up early to see Nick and Nero off, and then spent the past hour luxuriating in some peace and quiet. After the chaos of the past few days, it was nice to return to some normalcy. Although it had been rather pleasant to spend some time with her husband again. It had been a while. Deciding that she was finished daydreaming, she made her way to her office, eager to get to work. As she made her way through the hall, she perused her link, digging into her messages. She poured herself some tea and sat at her desk, watching the holograms wink into existence. The displays of her efforts and current projects brought a slight smile to her face. From here, she felt as if she were in control of all of Dorchester. Her mind unfolded, and several streams of consciousness started digging into the various tasks she had assigned herself that day. While going through the paperwork for the trading houses, she signed off on another 3 storefronts. Soon, Precision Trading will have a presence in every gate. Each store carefully curated to provide what the locals need as soon as they need it. Her initial plans had expanded in scope, and she couldn't be more thrilled. Her efforts to expand Nero's manufacturing capabilities were also going well. She had successfully acquired 2 more factories through hostile negotiations. As a result of her efforts, after merging everything together, Walker Industries was doing quite well. Even better for her, House Farina was responsible for providing several blacksmiths and factories, which resulted in her owning almost 15% of the company. If she wanted a larger piece of the pie, she'd have to talk to Nero. Before she could let her thoughts linger on the predictable problem of her divided loyalties, she saw an urgent message from some of her agents. Opening it, her jaw dropped in surprise at what she was seeing. Victoria Blackwood moved quickly once again, decisively ending any threat to her position. Last night, she executed 2 of her sisters for treason against House Blackwood. She even went through the trouble of having the Tower of Law in attendance to ensure the legalities were observed. With the duels she had the day before, that's a total of 4 sisters killed in less than 2 days. That's not even mentioning the 4 banished heirs she had cut out of the family. She had already been confirmed by the family heads to be the new Lord Blackwood, and it looked like she was adapting well to her new position. Vera was impressed. "Very well done, young lady," she mentally congratulated the new house head. Pausing her work, Vera leaned back in her chair and sipped her tea. Nero had said he thought the woman might turn out to be capable, which now appears to be an understatement. She had to admit, the young man was very perceptive, despite his oddities. What had he gone through to be able to read people like that? Putting thoughts of Nero and his mysteries out of her head, she focused on the issue at hand. She would have to be careful when she met with the woman. Even with the agreement, Vera couldn't allow her any room to maneuver. The Leadership Council had been present during the arbitration, but the specifics still needed to be discussed. Tapping her fingers against the chair arm in thought, she looked out her windows calmly. I wonder how far she'll try and push me. Despite Nero's friendship with her brother, I doubt he'd want House Walker to lose out in this exchange, even if it's a matter of degrees. I'll need more information about the Blackwoods in general, and I'll definitely have to acquire some recordings of the new Lord's exploits in the arena. Knowing who sits across from me at the negotiating table is crucial to getting them to give me what I want. And if worse comes to worse, House Farina hasn't participated in a noble war yet. This might turn out to be another interesting week. Who knew being a proxy could be this much fun? She thought to herself with a smile. While everyone enjoyed their gruel in silence, the crackle of the fire, along with the sounds of the forest, created a rather pleasant atmosphere for the companions. Rose, Wesker, and Kathleen were lost in their thoughts, each of them quietly eating their meal while letting the tension of their morning fade away. Meanwhile, Nero and Nick were having a private conversation through their mental connection.
They had been careful not to let on that they were capable of it, and their efforts were paying off right now. Neither Nick or Nero wanted their conversation to be shared with the military. Nero, due to the fact that he was paranoid, and Nick because his curiosity was bordering on illegal. Nero, do the math. A person typically awakens with a soul density between 3 and 7. Taking into account the optimistic level stress of 3 for the stat, and an increase of half of that during soul level, what equivalent level would you need to be in order to have a soul density of over 100? That's not even taking into account the multiplicative effect of stars for the operative density, he said with clear excitement in his voice. Nero glanced at his friend, and he could tell the man was having trouble keeping his poker face intact. Calm down, Nick. I did do the math. I figured I started off with an equivalent of 60 levels in my soul density. But I got a little confused about the whole multiplication thing, he said. Figuring that he needed a reference, he brought up the soul stat section of his identity. Soul. 2. Base. Operative. Level stress. Size. 29. 40.6. 2.4. Density. 101. 141.4. 1.4. Intensity. 76. 106.4. 1.9. Pressure. 27. 37.8. 1.9. Harmony. 24. 33.6. 21.8. Adaptability. 270. 378. 1.2. While Nero looked at his stats with some confusion, Nick replied quickly, "What's to be confused about? Operative levels are just the base stat added to 20% of the product between the base stat and the amount of stars infused into the governing stat in question. What's more interesting is what you having a soul of that strength implies." Nero tried following along with what Nick had just said, but despite understanding what every word the man spoke actually meant, his brain just wasn't wired like that. So instead of dwelling on it, he just shot Nick an annoyed look from behind his gruel cup and replied, "And what exactly does it imply?" "That the Archmage was right, and more importantly, so was I. You see, when we were in my lab, Archmage Jennings postulated that you spent a great deal of time without a body. The memory of that time wasn't recorded in your mind because a body is required to interact with and alter a mind imprint. So when you finally gained a body, the mind imprint that was used to form your consciousness came from when you were outside the planar spheres. He believed your body and mind were influenced by the remnant desire of your soul's wish to be an adventurer, or at least what you believed an adventurer to be," Nick said with a lecturing tone. Now, normally, Nero would interrupt a rant like this. After all, while this all sounded very interesting, he'd also heard it all before, including the parts he still didn't understand. His soul was altering this body at the whims of his inner desires. So what? Yet, Nero had learned his lesson about interrupting smart people who were trying to tell him something. Eventually, Nick would get to the point, and Nero would just have to put up with him until he got tired of hearing himself talk. Or think. Or whatever the term for mentally communicating was. Nick sat on his stump with a dumb smile on his face, eating his gruel out of his cup and sipping his iced tea from his enchanted flask. All the while, he was mentally walking Nero through his thought process. So your body and mind were and still are being shaped by that desire. But that didn't account for all your peculiarities. Even with an inborn, or more accurately, ingrained advantage concerning spellcasting and temperament, you shouldn't be able to do half the things you do. You can see spells in your psychic field. That isn't normal. Most people can't do that, regardless of level. It's not just a function of your soul density, it's a fundamental difference between your soul and everybody else's. Nick said, as if he hadn't said something outrageous.
Nero's eyes widened, and he struggled not to show his fear and confusion on his face.
I think your soul spent so much time in the outer planes, slipping between realities, that it changed how it interacts with the ethereal plane and material reality. I bet your adaptability is over 52, isn't it? Nick said proudly, figuring he was finally starting to understand his young friend.
Nero frowned at the implications of having an altered soul.
The soul adaptability, right? It's at 270 for the base, 378 for the operative. That's really high, right?
Nero felt the hairs on his neck rise up, and he glanced over at Nick to see him staring back at him, eyes wide in what could only be described as horror. The man quickly gathered himself and returned to staring at the fire, but Nero could tell Nick was still pretty shaken. Nick's tone was very soft as he said, "Nero, a soul's adaptability, like everything else, can be improved by level stress and infusing stars. However, where time and effort can affect a soul's density, its adaptability is influenced by adversity. What I mean by that is that it is incredibly rare to get a soul's adaptability level stress above 0.5. And that usually only happens to people who spend a great deal of time traveling the planes through astral projection. No one, and I'm not embellishing to make a point, I mean no one, has a soul adaptability stat over 100. That isn't just rare, that's unprecedented, bordering on impossible. I can't imagine what your soul must have been through to become so malleable." Nero gulped, his stomach roiling in his gut.
When you say malleable, you don't mean easily changed, right? It sounds more like you mean changeable. Wait, that's not right either. I guess I don't understand what you mean, he said with some worry.
Nick replied, "You understand what I mean, but you're struggling with the implications. It's a common problem with translation across languages. What I mean is that your soul is able to change itself to fit its environment better. Your soul isn't damaged, and is probably very resilient. But, and don't freak out, but I think your soul has very little in common with the standard human soul at this point." Nero dropped his canteen, then hastily picked it up before too much water spilled out.
Everyone around the fire looked over at him, and he just shrugged sheepishly while trying to play it off as nothing. "I'm not human?" he asked.
With a tone full of compassion, Nick replied,
"Of course you're human, Nero. It's just that your soul may be a little different now. I'd say it's probably closer to a planeswalker." Ha! Walker, get it? That's kind of weird now that I think about it. Just be happy it still looks like a human soul, otherwise you would have been killed the moment you entered our plane. Gods above and below, that is a load off my mind. I've been stressing out about how weird you were, but now it all makes sense."
Nero's eyes narrowed. He looked over at Nick and saw the man sitting comfortably on his stump, sipping his iced tea, seemingly at peace with the world. Apparently, now that he knew Nero's deepest secrets, the stress lines on his face were just melting away.
"And how does any of this affect my essence shield?" Nero asked icily. Surprised at what he considered a complete change in subject, Nick replied, "Your essence shield? It doesn't really have anything to do with that. It just means that your essence field is really overpowered for your level, and since you were contracting it across your body, it did a pretty good imitation of the effects. No wonder everyone thought you were using an essence shield. I bet Sergeant Howard had to use a lot of center just to get through your field with his constructs intact. It's kind of funny when you think about it. If you hadn't been using what you thought was an essence shield, we'd have figured this out ages ago. Everyone's been treating you like a level 15 with an essence shield, when they should have been treating you as a level 15 with an essence field resembling a level 50. Or maybe 70. I don't know. We'd have to put you in Field Inductor to find out how strong your field actually is. After all, There are a lot of factors that determine an essence field's strength. The body and mind also play their part. While Nero listened to Nick flippantly regaling him with a rehash of his own misunderstandings and blunders, he felt his entire body shaking in repressed fury. "You mean to tell me that I wasn't even using an essence shield?" he asked. Nick, completely ignoring the agitation in Nero's psyche, replied, "Well, you did the first part. You collected essence and collapsed your field. All you have to do now is impart the identity of a shield onto the film along the layer. It's just like when you cast the shield spell. The spell collects the essence, and your center supplies the identity. You just didn't complete the technique. All you did was copy the Archmage's field. I doubt even you could have seen the spells he had active on his own field. I bet the Archmage just assumed you figured out the rest on your own. Why wouldn't he? Collapsing the field is the hard part after all. Actually turning on a shield is incredibly simple after that. I doubt the spell he hit you with was all that strong anyways. You were like, what, level 8 at the time? He wouldn't have wanted to hurt you. Your field's been strong enough to tank that since you'd gotten here. Why are you looking at me like that?" His eyes were staring at Nick with reflected flames from the fire dancing in his irises. Nero, still fuming, patiently waited for Nick to finish. Despite his urge to throw his mug of gruel at his friend, he waited to see if Nick had anything more to add. "If you already knew what the problem was, then what was all that about my soul stats? Why didn't you just say that from the beginning?" Nick looked at the fuming Nero and replied easily, "You have no idea how annoying it is to have a theory I had no way of proving. What can I say? I was curious. Now let me eat the rest of my meal in peace. Practice your essence shield. You should be able to figure it out now." Then turned his head back to the fire and enjoyed the companionable silence while closing the mental connection with his young friend. Nero stared at Nick, stunned at the man's casual abuse of the situation. On one hand, he was furious that Nick used the situation to probe Nero's secrets, but on the other, he was filled with brotherly love for his best friend, that he now knew was a troll after his own heart. Deciding to let it go, he joined everyone in staring at the fire while muttering, "GG Nick. Well played." Chapter 123. Advantages have drawbacks. Archmage Mathers walked with purpose, his steps hurried but controlled. He and his retinue made their way toward the office he was currently borrowing from Jennings, his scowl growing worse the longer he listened to one of the young mages currently accompanying him. The man on his right was struggling to keep up, while most of his mind was focused on relaying what he was reading on his link. "The young never spent enough time training the basics. The fool can probably cast a Class 3 variable event, but can't walk and read at the same time," he thought to himself with some disappointment. Glancing over his shoulders as he walked, he looked at the 3 young mages dutifully following him, delicately probing their field strengths. With just a thought, he opened his link and brought up their employment records, noting their ages. Only one of them was out of their 1st century. Halting his observations, his attention returned forward, dismissing them from his thoughts. While part of his attention listened to the young man drone on, the core of his mind wandered. Was I really any different at that age? Seduced by the lure of power and results, we all tend to ignore what's important. If we didn't, then we wouldn't be in this situation, now would we? Interrupting the young man's impeccable report on the status of the Tower of Magic's various efforts, Mathers asked, "Are the preparations finished for the summit? Anyone failed to respond to the summons?" As the young mage on the right fell silent, the one trailing behind him spoke up, eager to report her successful efforts. "No, Archmagister, the court mages have all confirmed their attendance. The conclave has been opened, and the communication array is charging as we speak." Mathers grunted in annoyance. "I'm not the Archmagister. Just because I'm sitting in his chair doesn't mean I've taken the position. If he can get by being called an Archmage, then so can I," he said, with a little more heat in his voice than he intended.
Of course, Archmage, the young mage replied immediately. Rolling his eyes, Mathers moved on.
Speaking of the old troublemaker, have our analysts in the infiltration teams found anything supporting his hypothesis? He asked, turning to the young man on his left.
With a calm, controlled voice, the young mage replied, Not much as of yet. However, one of the infiltration teams in Voltenberg found evidence confirming a plot between some nobles and several agents with ties to the Tower of Fate. Pausing in the hallway, Mathers turned to the young man and glared at him.
What kind of plot? He asked icily.
The young man met Mathers' eyes without flinching and replied, The local nobles were hiding evidence of an essence disturbance. They'd paid off mages and logicians working at the local towers to alter the data in the local thought hub and suppress reports of sightings. According to the records the infiltration team found, the Fate Weavers were promising that such actions would lead to a new dungeon spawning within the city's control range.
Mathers scoffed, then resumed heading toward the Magister's private office. Idiots, all of them. The nobles for giving up their honor for a chance to raise their position, the local mages for selling their futures, the logicians for risking their lives for Valens, and those fate-weaving morons for relying on probability to predict what kind of dungeon would spawn. For all they know, their actions might end up allowing a rift to open right next to a city. They've been wrong before. Why do they think the damn laws prohibiting prophecy manipulation exist? The hubris of those bastards is just as bad as Jennings said.
The three mages replied in unison, Yes, Archmage. Had Mathers been paying attention, he might have found it amusing to see them all look at each other in surprise at their impromptu coordination. Reaching his destination, he waved his hand to softly throw open the large doors. Without breaking stride, he walked into the entryway and saw his two assistants stand up from their desks to greet him. Before they could say anything, he asked tersely, Anything I need to know? The assistants shared a brief look across the room. Then the one on his left said, Lord Walker's party encountered a mob in the wilds of Dorchester. It looks like we're finally going to get some answers about the anomaly's essence shield. The consensus in the council chamber is that the shield isn't anchored properly and is only powered by the ambient essence. However, I, and the other Nero Knights, believe that he isn't even using a shield. Everything up to this point has been his natural field protecting him from harm. Well, as much harm as it could at this point. But that's still impressive considering he isn't even level 15 yet. Him having a field of such strength at his level is incredible. The young man's voice gained enthusiasm as he spoke. Mathers stuttered to a stop as the assistant relayed his theories. The young mages following him almost ran into him. The scowl, which had been permanently attached to his face, transitioned to shock. He looked at the assistant and replied in a voice devoid of warmth. I meant about anything important. I don't care who our mages spend their free time watching. But when there are things of importance that need doing, I expect every one of us to rise to the occasion. We might be facing an official tower war for the first time in 1,000 years. And this one might span the entirety of the kingdom. Over half of the cities in Oglevark have towers of fate by this point. Every one of them currently operating under a royal seal. Nevertheless, the Tower of Magic has stood as one of the pillars this kingdom was built on since its inception. And I will not allow those fate-weaving half-wits to spread their idiocy any longer. The director wants evidence of their wrongdoings, and I'll be damned if we don't find it for him. I'll be in my office. Focus on what matters. Mathers took 2 steps toward his office, then paused once again to glare at the assistant. And Nero Knights? Really? He asked with his voice full of derision. If you end up making some of those t-shirts Nero always talked about, I'd recommend sending him some royalties. He strikes me as the kind of man who wouldn't be happy having his ideas stolen. Shaking his head in disappointment, he muttered, Idiots. I'm surrounded by idiots. As he stormed through his office doors, the 3 mages that had been accompanying him rushed to follow him in before the doors slammed shut behind them. The 2 assistants shared a look,
their faces rife with fear and embarrassment. The one who hadn't spoken said, "I told you he wouldn't care right now. You should have just written out a report and sent it to his link, labeled as an anomaly update." The overly enthusiastic fan of Nero replied, "Yeah, that probably would have been a good idea. After all, he probably wanted to watch it himself. No one likes to have the ending spoiled." Together they nodded in agreement, then sat down and returned to their duties. Instead of fleeing the wilds after their defeat, they had skirted the boundary, heading north along the border. Considering that they had only been, at most, 30 minutes into the wilds when they'd met the mob, they were still surprisingly close to the edge of the forest. While that was good news for their safety, it didn't bode well for their timetable. Nero saw Sergeant Wesker stand up, wash out his cup with some water from his canteen, then toss the contents into the fire. As the water caused a pleasant hiss, Wesker addressed the group. "All right, 10-minute warning. You know the drill." Nero watched as the man began collecting the gear he had changed out of. Now in full plate, Wesker looked like a walking tank. The armor wasn't fancy, and the dull steel reminded Nero of any number of hackneyed knights he'd seen in movies and television. The image wasn't helped by his fluid motions, which gave the false impression that the armor wasn't metal at all, just a pale imitation of what the warriors of old used to wear. Nero stifled a chuckle at seeing him bend down and start picking up his old leathers and chainmail, as if he weren't hindered by his armor at all. As Nero watched his companions start breaking down their temporary camp, Kathleen and Rose began dealing with the food and the fire. Nick stood up and stretched before heading for the ward stones, while Nero debated whether or not to ask for a few minutes to work on his essence shield. "There is never enough time in the field. I'm either on watch, eating, or I'm asleep. Is it any wonder I never got around to reading the mission packet?" he asked himself wryly. Pushing himself off his stump with his left hand, he smoothly pulled it into his personal space the moment his weight was off of it. Without saying a word, he followed Nick toward the ward stones. Normally, when they collected the stones, he was just responsible for keeping an eye out, while Nick took care of turning them off and purging the remaining essence. Storing them charged was apparently a no-go. Quickly catching up to Nick, Nero whispered, "Hey man, can you keep an eye out while you deal the stones? I want to try and figure out how to add a meta thing to my essence shield." Nick snorted and replied just as quietly, "Sure, my sensory range should be more than enough to handle it. And it's a metaphysical layer. Just do the same thing you do with a shield spell, just without the spell form." Nero glared at Nick's back, replying, "Yeah, sure. Do the spell without doing the spell. Can you people even hear yourselves? I'm surrounded by fortune cookies." Nick's feet paused, and he looked back at Nero, confused. "Your old world had cookies that gave inaccurate prophecies. That's just... I don't know what that is. You know, everything I learn about your world makes me understand a little more about how you became how you are. You really have been through a lot." His voice was full of sincere compassion. As he walked off toward the stones, Nero could see him shaking his head in pity. Nero didn't bother to correct him, as the man's horrific opinion of Earth was a constant source of amusement that he never seemed to get tired of. Instead, he just followed along behind him, while focusing on fixing his essence shield. First things first, he slowly let the condensed essence he had been carrying release. It felt like forcing himself to slouch after having worked on his posture for a year. There was an element of comfort, but overall it just felt wrong. Rolling his shoulders and shaking out his limbs, Nero tried to loosen himself up. He saw Nick glance at him over his shoulder, probably wondering what he was doing. Ignoring him, Nero extended his field as far as it could go, straining to reach out through the forest. After spreading his psyche as thin as possible, he flexed his will and lightly grabbed at the edges. He imagined that this must be what raking a lake must feel like. He didn't exactly force it, but any free essence in the area pulled in toward his body, compressing against the natural field along his skin. Firming his hold, he compressed the essence, watching it flow around him faster and faster. The amount of essence he pulled in was much higher than what he'd been capable of even a few days ago. Smiling at his progress, he tried to focus on his next steps. Meanwhile, Nero's mind worked furiously, but he really had no idea what he should be doing. His pride warred with his common sense for almost a full minute before he sighed in defeat. Get over yourself. Nick is right there. Just ask him for help. There is no point trying to do this on your own. You're not on Earth anymore. You can afford to admit that you have no idea what the hell you're doing. Not knowing something is not a punishable offense here, he assured himself. Hey Nick, I got the essence condensed, but I don't know where to go from here, Nero asked without asking, not realizing that he hadn't actually asked a question. Nick didn't bother to turn around to address him. He was picking up the next ward stone, already having deactivated it. Have you infused your center into the essence you've collected? He asked simply, no judgment at all in his voice. Nero frowned, then focused on the rushing currents moving along his body. Delicately, he tried to release some of his center into the compressed essence. Normally, he'd use his hands as the medium for his center, or at least visualize it appearing somewhere. Letting it seep out of his core was an odd feeling. Almost immediately, his senses started identifying the flows. He sensed so many different types of essence, he began to feel dizzy and stumbled into Nick. Nick, Nero nodded absently, pulling his awareness away from the flows. Yet he could still feel the essence covering every inch of his body, slipping through his clothes, running along the thin edge of his biofield. Psychically, he could practically taste the color of his leather armor. Information and sensations were bombarding his mind, as if his identity were entwined with everything in that small, compact area. Which, in a way, it kind of was. Nero's attention was pulled by Nick's hands clapping in front of his face. Snap out of it. Learn to master your mind. You are in control of what you focus on. Don't get lost in the essence. Just claim it and let it serve as a buffer between you and the world. You understand what I'm saying? Nick asked, finally giving Nero his full attention. Nero nodded dumbly, doing his best to control his scattered thoughts. Shaking his head harshly, he pushed the information he was receiving to the corner of his mind. It was like being surrounded by flashing lights and people trying to get your attention, but having to focus on the person whispering right in front of you. But those mind stats must be useful for something. So Nero persevered and forced himself to focus on Nick's face. With his attention finally locked onto his friend, he said, "All right, I think I got it. It's a pain in the ass, but I got it. Now what?" Nick was staring hard at Nero, standing directly in front of him, forcing Nero to keep looking him in the eyes. Good. Now gently, try and focus on the field of control you have at the edge of the compressed field. It should feel like a thin film, a separate area of your psychic presence frozen in space, currently holding back your center along with the essence you've collected. Let me know when you've found it, he said, with total seriousness. Nero grimaced, muttering, "Don't call it a film." He did his best to ignore the corralled essence imbued with his center and focused his mind on the edge of the field. Like a calm in a storm, he felt the grip that had become second nature to him become clear in his senses. It was like focusing on the muscles you used to breathe, having forgotten about them but being intimately aware of them in the moment. Found it. It's actually not that bad if I maintain my focus on it. It makes ignoring the essence flows much easier, he whispered, not paying much attention to what he was saying. Nick nodded, watching Nero's eyes glaze over. He remembered what it was like for him when he went through this training. He had expected Nero to have an easier time than he did, but after thinking about it, he realized what the problem was. Nero's field was far too strong for him to manage. His psychic field was just too powerful, and his skills were not capable of controlling it. In a way, it was nice to see Nero having trouble with something that for most people is incredibly simple. Keeping his voice calm and steady, he said, "All right, Nero. Now I want you to think about that layer becoming a shield. It's just like the shield spell, remember? Its purpose is to stop things from getting past it. Nothing can cross it if you don't want it to. It is your shield. You decide what can pass. Focus on making it real, and let the center you've released into the field mix with it. Give it an identity." Nero imagined his mage armor. A bubble enveloping his body and clothes, its only function to defend him from harm. With it, he was invincible. Nothing could hurt him. He was a mage, and this was his armor. His focus narrowed, and the mage armor became the entirety of his world. It happened so fast, he almost didn't catch it. Like a loading screen which had been stuck at 99%, it ticked over to 100. His shield solidified, and he could feel the comfort of having a magic shield protecting his body from harm. It was there, but it wasn't. He held up his hand, staring at it in awe. Through his psychic field, he could see the film covering his entire body, yet his eyes saw nothing. It was disorienting and wonderful. Nick's voice was calm, but commanding. "Nero, check your center levels." Not even questioning Nick's orders, he pulled up his identity. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 13. Race: human. Growth: 72%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 76%. Body: 4. Mind: 5. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 1/1. Nero muttered. 76%. Wait, 75%. Nick's voice was firm. Nero, focus. Remember to hold on to yourself. Firm your will. Control your center. The better you can hold it together, the longer you can keep your shield active. If you really plan to walk around with an essence shield active at all times, you have a lot of work to do. Nero heard what Nick said, and his resolve was reignited. Like a man being told that he had to hang the shelves before getting to go to the bar with his friends, Nero put his all into controlling what was happening. He was getting a headache, but he was getting a handle on it. Checking his identity, he saw that it had dropped to 67% before stabilizing. Yet Nero knew he couldn't keep up this level on concentration forever. He felt like his mind was splitting. He had to keep his center contained, ignore the essence flows begging for his attention, and finally maintain the identity of the shield itself. And that wasn't taking into account moving around or interacting with the material world around him. Nick's voice remained steady. Now, pull back your center from the essence field. Let it flow back into your center. Don't let any slip away. Nero's brow was covered in sweat, but he did what he was told. He felt his center pull back from the condensed essence, slipping back into his core. The essence lost its voice, and the onslaught of sensory information vanished. But he could still feel the shield holding steady. Looking at his identity, he saw he had regained around 10% of his center, putting him back up to 77%. Doing some quick math, He had no idea how much center he had lost while creating his shield.
Good job, dumbass. Couldn't even bother to check your center before starting an experiment. You're a real credit to the mages of Dorchester. Nero mocked himself ruthlessly. Chapter 124. What am I missing? Lord Halima Cosgrave relaxed, enjoying her morning coffee. The solitude was a welcome change of pace, as her two remaining consorts were starting to get on her nerves. Over the past few days, they had done everything in their power to demonstrate their loyalty and, even worse, their love. Frances kept trying to give her a massage, while Dustin had been leaving various chocolates and desserts all over the place. She had even woken up this morning to breakfast in bed, served by the two of them, with proud smiles adorning their stupid faces. Sitting in her office, with her feet up on the desk, she leaned back in her chair and groaned as the scene played itself on repeat in her head. Why in the hells are they being so clingy? It's like they're teenagers again, competing for my attention, knowing full well that I have more important things to do than sit around all day playing house, she grouched to herself. At that thought, she froze, her coffee halfway to her mouth. Why were they acting like that? She started to think about it carefully. Her finely honed political senses were tingling. Opening her link, she sent a request for her aide, Jessica Chandler, to come in. It didn't take long, as Jessica's office was right next door. Gliding into the room, Jessica said, "What can I do for you, my lord?" "Jessica, sit down for a minute and help me work through something," Lord Cosgrove ordered. Despite being her aide, Jessica was a wonderful sounding board for her thoughts and plans. They'd been together for years, and their bond was extremely close. Probably a little too close, if someone were to ask her consorts. Taking a seat, Jessica leaned forward and picked up the pot of coffee along with the cup. She held them up as if asking for permission to pour herself some. Absently, Halima waved her hand as if she didn't care. So, Jessica nodded in thanks and poured herself a cup. While stirring in some milk, Jessica asked, "All right, what's the issue of the day?" All traces of the subservient facade were gone, and the woman looked like she was just joining a friend for a chat. Halima smiled and replied, "Dustin and Frances. They're acting odd. It's making my skin itch, and I can't figure out why." Jessica cocked her head to the side with a frown and said, "Is this about all the attention they've been giving you? I would have thought you'd have liked it. It's only been, what, a day or two? They're probably just trying to get you pregnant with a new heir. You do need at least one, you know. Which reminds me, after dealing with Derek, Guard Stevens reported no problems and should be back by the 12th. He said they can shorten the time frame if you'd like, but I told them not to push it and to just focus on returning safely." Nodding at the information, Halima replied, "That's fine. There is no immediate need for them. You made the right call, although I'm surprised you didn't let me know the moment you found out." Her last sentence spoken as though it were a question. Shrugging, Jessica replied, "I figured you'd be occupied with your consorts. The news was good, so there was no issue with waiting for the morning to report the success. It's not like Derek would be less dead if you didn't hear about it immediately." Snorting in amusement at the dark joke, Halima replied with no heat in her voice, "Easy, Jessica. He was still my son, after all. We should at least show a modicum of respect for the late Cosgrave heir." Holding up her cup of coffee, as if toasting the deceased young man, Jessica replied with a slight hint of mockery, "Of course, my lord." Tapping her finger on her chin, Halima returned to the subject at hand. "Now, about those two idiots. They have been sticking to me like limpets since former Lord Blackwood's execution. Wait. No, it started after I refused to let Deirdre escape and flee the city. That's when they started acting like children rather than the competent men I've known for years." Jessica played her part as a conversation partner and asked the obvious question.
So why would your decision to execute Deidre, their daughter, cause them to start acting like horny teenagers? Are you sure it's not just them wanting to fill the air slot? She asked with a dirty grin. After giving Jessica a mock glare, Halima looked out the windows and sipped her coffee. No, I'm feeling there is more to it. It's not just sex they want. It's almost as if they're courting me or something. Do they really think I'll finally marry them? Why? I would gain very little. Their consort agreements already have the provisions in place. Perhaps they read the transcripts from the arbitration meeting in the council hall and are now worried about their positions. After all, I no longer need their houses behind me. I have plenty of support, and, to be honest, they no longer serve the purpose they once did. I've spent years spreading my will through Dorchester, and nothing short of a harsh, bloody, noble war will see House Cosgrave fall. At least, not now that my idiotic children are no longer an issue. Jessica asked innocently. So maybe they're afraid you'll just get rid of them? Being a consort to the city seat didn't do much good for former Lord Blackwood. Halima replied quickly. I couldn't even if I wanted to. The consort contracts with their houses forbid any dissolution of the relationship for at least 250 years. If I wanted to kill them, I'd have to find a reason that wouldn't bring the Tower of Law down on my head. As long as they don't do something idiotic like Terence did, they shouldn't be worried about. Lord Cosgrove shot forward in her chair, cutting herself off abruptly. Her feet dropped off her desk, and she spilled her coffee all over herself. But even as the steaming liquid made her thighs tingle, she furrowed her brow in thought. Jessica set down her coffee, a worried look on her face. What is it? You realized something significant, haven't you? Turning her head to look at her aide, Lord Cosgrove said icily, Get me a copy of the consort agreements I signed with Houses Mosgrave and Howard. You'll have to go to the keep's isolated hub. The records will be under House Cosgrove's hereditary licenses. Use my override authority. Make sure no one knows what you're doing. Jessica stood up, her face taking on the mask of an aide once again. Right away, my lord. I'll return as soon as I have them. Then turned and quickly glided her way out of the office. A devious smile graced Lord Cosgrove's face as she looked out her windows onto the city's skyline. If I'm right, then House Cosgrove will once again be without anchors. My rule will finally be unencumbered by the past. No more percentage payments to useless allies. Those two idiots may have their charms, in the bedroom and out, but keeping them around isn't worth how much I'm paying their relatives. Oh, Halima, you're one clever girl, aren't you? She congratulated herself. Putting aside his self-recriminations, he asked, Okay, so is my essence shield active now? Nick kept staring at Nero, evaluating his face as if he were looking for something. You pull back your center? Yes, Nero replied. Shield still active? Asked Nick. Yup, replied Nero. Realize how dumb that question was? Asked Nick. Breaking the staring contest they had going on, Nero turned away and shook his limbs a little to release the tension. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. How does the shield look? You see any problems? Nero asked with some curiosity. Nick turned away, returning to his task of collecting the ward stones. Nero, it looks the same as it did before. At most, all anyone would be able to tell is that you have a condensed field active around you. And even then, they would have to be relatively skilled mages to notice that. You're the only one who can tell if your essence shield is up. Nero nodded, doing his best to maintain the shield over his essence layer. How long will it last without me putting in more center? Nick shrugged. No idea. Everyone is different. How much essence did you use to make it? How well are you maintaining its identity? Has it been saving you from damage? There are too many factors to consider. You'll just have to practice. The hard part is getting used to casting it, and the even harder part is getting used to maintaining it. You're going to be bleeding center all day if you try and keep it up. Even with your center being abnormally large for your level, Your control needs a lot of improvement. There is a reason Sergeant Howard had you running through the elemental wheel so much. The man knows how to get someone like you to focus on learning control. It's imperative that you learn how to partition your mind. There are many ways to increase your... Nero had no idea what Nick meant by that, and he really didn't want to know. So, he ignored it. He'd been being a better man for a while now, and he wasn't capable of keeping it up much longer. For the time being, he'd just focus on trying to maintain his shield and ignoring everything else. Nick's lecture on mental skills and the dangers of mental stress were not high on his list of priorities. "Nero, are you listening?" asked Nick, pausing in his trek along the outskirts of their small camp to look over his shoulder at Nero. Looking up, Nero saw Nick's frowning face and replied easily, "Yup. Focus. Got it. Carry on. We still have 2 more ward stones to collect." 3, Nero. 3 more stones," Nick said. Smiling, Nero met Nick's glare and replied, "Yup, that's what I said. 3 stones. Chop chop, the sergeant's waiting." Nick shook his head in exasperation and started walking again. Nero smiled as he heard Nick mutter, "Little bastard should thank the gods I showed him how to activate his shield. With a personality like that, he's going to be relying on it often enough." Nero felt his shield holding steady in his mind, along with the pride at finally having shored up something that had been bothering him for a while. Looking at his friend's back, he said, "Hey, Nick." Tiredly, Nick replied, "Yes, Nero. Seriously, man. Thanks for helping me out. I really appreciate it. If you ever need anything, I'll be there to repay the favor," Nero said, his voice devoid of the usual undertone of sarcasm. Nick smiled and replied, "No favors here, Nero. You've had my friendship since you introduced me to the grind." Nero stumbled, the reminder of the first time he had met Nick causing him to miss a step. He recalled Nick loving the phrase, "respect the grind," and all that it implied. Translation magic for the win, I guess, Nero thought to himself. Not to be outdone, Nero replied, "And you've had mine since you agreed to shout 'science' in your lab while performing unauthorized medical tests on me. You're my kind of guy, Nick Salvatore. And ours will be a friendship for the ages." Nick snorted and replied, "I'd settle for our friendship leading us back to a good meal and a shower. I blame you for getting Vera interested in the nobility again." Nero shrugged. "Friends' wives, and their best friends. A complicated relationship if there ever was one." Nick stopped in his tracks, and Nero almost walked into his back. Looking up at his friend's frowning face, Nero asked, "What? By relationship, I just meant that husbands always worry about their best friend and their wives talking. It's common knowledge. That's all I meant, I swear." Nick gave Nero a blank look and replied, "Nero, I just collected the last of the ward stones. If you want to court Vera, be my guest. But I'll warn you, if you think she runs your life now, just wait until you sign a consort contract. She'll have you on a bathroom schedule within a week." Nero sputtered, "What? No, that's not what I meant. Wait, a bathroom schedule? Seriously?" Nick smiled, then walked off back to the camp and the rest of their companions, leaving Nero to think about what Vera would be like as a partner. He knew the young man only thought of her as a mother figure, but it was fun to screw with his head regardless. Maybe I've been spending too much time with Nero, he wondered. Chapter 125. Magical ADHD. The bustle of the city was a pleasant backdrop to her morning. Mage Adept Newbanks walked calmly through the streets, listening to the chatter of citizens going about their day. Stall owners calling out their deals of the day. Parents scolding their children for running off. Everything blending together into a beautiful melody, reminding her of what she had dedicated herself to protecting. Arriving at the Tower of Magic, she walked through the large gate while nodding to the guards and novice mages manning the entry counter.
She hadn't been in Dorchester long, but her psychic signature was registered, and by now everyone could recognize her on sight. After all, for all intents and purposes, she was the acting court mage, despite having only met the Leadership Council twice. Ostensibly, she had come to Dorchester for the opportunity to work with Archmage Jennings, and to be where the action was at. The region was currently undergoing a density shift, and the scuttlebutt around Hennings made the place seem like it was rife with political intrigue and danger. Using that perception as a smokescreen, she had forced herself into position, and no one questioned her motives. Stepping into an elevator, she nodded to the two young mages who were obviously intimidated to be sharing an elevator with her. She kept her features blank, letting them fidget without paying any attention to them. She had more important things on her mind at the moment. Since arriving in Dorchester, she had several tasks which needed to be done with utmost secrecy, all of which she had performed to perfection. Now it was finally time to report in. Who knew what new orders she would receive? More random tasks which she would only understand after they were accomplished. Perhaps she would be eliminating threats to Oglevark more directly. The door to the elevator opened, and the two young mages quickly departed, leaving her alone in the elevator. She watched the doors close, maintaining her mask of indifference. When the doors opened again, she walked out of the elevator into a stone corridor reserved for the most powerful mages in the city. Making her way to her office, she idly cast a perception spell to see if anyone was paying attention to her at the moment. She was powerful, but being able to sense an observer was more than she could handle without aid. She maintained the spell, carefully studying the essence echoes while she opened her office door. After closing and locking it, she closed her eyes and focused. Through her link, she activated the privacy settings. Feeling the flows envelop the room in wards, she let her essence field expand, scouring the room for anything out of place. After confirming she was alone and isolated, she walked to the wall. Reaching out, she removed a painting and placed her hand on the stone. Delicately, she altered the essence flows, revealing a hidden shelf inside the wall. She pulled out an intricately designed communication orb. Its diameter was nearly a foot, and thin designs in mithril filigree were wrapped around the dark crystal. She carefully placed it on her desk, linking it to the relays camouflaged as pen holders. The relays were, in turn, connected to a hidden power generator she had personally installed under the floor. Weeks of effort had led to this moment. Hours of clandestine work to make sure everything was in place and ready. Mentally checking the time, she stood in place, frozen. She waited patiently for the correct time to arrive, then leaned forward and held her hand over the orb. The essence flowed smoothly, and she felt the orb activate. As it reached out for its twin, she took 3 large steps back and waited. In front of the orb, a scry window winked into existence, the image expanding until it reached all the way to the walls and the ceiling. It looked like a pane of glass, cutting the room in half, shimmering and smoky. The image stabilized, and she could see the majestic room she was now connected to. She felt her heart lurch, and she knelt quickly. Holding her right hand to her chest, she lowered her head and said, "Greetings, sire. I am proud to announce that all tasks were completed as requested. I am eager to get started on my next assignment. What would you have of me, my king?" King Oliver Oglevark looked at the kneeling woman with a slight but gentle smile on his face. He replied, "Rise, you have done well, Adept. Take heart in knowing that your actions have significantly altered the fate of Dorchester. The likelihood of the city falling has dropped considerably. But there is still more to do. Are you prepared to follow this path, to wherever it may lead? Not everyone has the constitution to become a populator. The demands are harsh, the tasks are without reward, and the only comfort you will have is knowing that the kingdom exists because people like you are working in secret to ensure it. It will be decades of sacrifice, and you may not ever succeed in earning your armor.
Standing up, Mage Adept Catherine Newbank's face lost its mask. Her eyes were hard, devoid of fear and indecision. Her voice was firm and confident as she replied, "I am, my king. I need no laurels or accolades. My path is wide and clear. I will be a populator, whether in 100 years or 1,000. I will do everything in my power to make sure Oglevark does not suffer while it waits for me to be ready." The king smiled at the young woman. Her fervent desire to improve herself warmed his heart. "Very well, Adept. I doubt I'll still be on this plane when you do, but know that I will always be watching. For now, let's focus on the tasks at hand. Tell me how each of your assignments went. I watched what I could, but I cannot always be paying attention. So, from the beginning, tell me everything." Nodding firmly, she replied, "Yes, my king. As you know, when last we spoke, it was at the dinner with my parents and the queen at the palace. After receiving your orders, I made my way immediately to the Henning's Tower of Magic. There I did as we discussed, and maneuvered myself into the position here in Dorchester. As ordered, I didn't kill the mage who was supposed to take up the position of court mage." She continued speaking for some time. All the while the king listened intently, occasionally asking questions, and causing her to mentally relive moments to see what she had missed. The entire time, she marveled at the king's attention to detail. She was surprised at what he knew, and what he had missed. Rather than shake her faith in him, it ensured it. The kingdom was safe in his hands. He would make sure of it. Eventually, she reached the end of her story, and the king nodded in silence, rubbing his chin in thought. "Good," he said. "Everything seems to be progressing within acceptable standards of deviation. Now, how much do you know about the mountain abutting the city?" Confused at the direction of the conversation, she replied, "Not much, sire. Why?" The king smiled and replied, "Well, here is what's most likely going to happen, and how we are going to stop it." He went on to detail what he expected to happen, and how he wanted her to deal with it. As the king spoke, Mage Adept Newbanks listened closely. She had a lot of work to do, and even more ensuring no one knew about it. Their speed wasn't much slower than normal, despite the group now being led by a steel-clad Sergeant Wesker. Nero caught himself constantly glancing at the man's back. He couldn't help it. For some reason, he was having trouble with the idea of a man in full plate wearing a backpack. To him, Wesker looked so ridiculous it was distracting. In fact, everything seemed to be distracting him. He tried to keep focused on his assigned area of the forest, but it was harder than it should be. Over the past week, he'd gotten used to scanning his side of the forest as they traveled, but now it was like everything pulled his attention. His mind felt fuzzy and distracted. It was like he was only half awake, and things kept drawing his eyes. Odd birds, colorful plants, vines which made cool patterns, even picturesque shafts of sunlight distracted him from his duty. His psychic field wasn't any better. Worse yet, the longer he maintained his shield, the harder it was to hold it together. And every time his focus wavered, the shield became a little less stable. He felt like he was trying to juggle multiple balls while doing math, and every time he got a problem wrong, he dropped a ball but had to throw the remaining balls higher, upping the difficulty. Despite the problems, he soldiered on admirably. The group made their way back toward where they'd fought the mob, the sergeant eager for some payback. As they walked, Nero listened to them planning the upcoming engagement. He was too distracted to contribute, but he did at least listen as best he could. Nick's responsibility was to put up another defensive wall the moment the mob was sighted, providing a safe place for the group to defend. This time, however, he wouldn't make an opening for Wesker to defend. Instead,
Wesker would rush forward and confront the mob head-on while the rest of the group hid behind the walls, defending Rose as she attacked from range. Nero didn't understand what Wesker planned to do exactly, but he was really too distracted to care. The only positive was that his center wasn't being wasted. Apparently, after infusing a shield with center, the only upkeep was mental. That is, until the caster needed to recharge it. Unfortunately, the longer Nero held the shield, the more center seemed to leak out of it. It was like running with a leaky bucket. Time passed as Nero kept pace with the group, doing his best not to be a burden. He couldn't tell if anyone was noticing his stumbling, but he didn't have the spare brain power to care. The more time passed, the worse his attention span became. "Contact left!" he heard, pulling his attention from the butterfly that had been distracting him. Looking around, he saw the edge of the mob running at them along the forest floor. They hopped over logs, dodged trees, their little maws bared to show their teeth. The moment the mob realized it had been spotted, the entire swarm of dogs started snarling and barking in a cacophony of irritating noises. Nero stumbled to a stop, staring blankly at the oncoming enemies. He felt Nick move past him on his right, and Nero dumbly stared at his friend's back. His mushy brain wondered, "Hey, Nick hasn't had a haircut since I met him, has he? But it looks the same as it always has. What's up with that?" Standing there, Nero reached up and gently grabbed some of his own hair. Holding it up away from his head, he tried to measure how long it was at the moment. The gravity of the situation was completely lost on him. As Wesker charged forward to confront the mob, mud walls rose up to surround their small group. This time, Nick had made a large circle with them in the middle. Meanwhile, the sergeant would confront the mob out in the open. Nero didn't pull his sword, or even pull a weapon from his personal space. He just stared blankly at the excitement happening all around him. That was until he felt a thud on the back of his head. Like ears popping, reality slammed into him at full force, dropping him to his knees. His essence shield shattered like glass, causing a spike in his brain that brought tears to his eyes. The sounds of the forest gained substance, and the barking and snarling of the mob once again had meaning. The incessant thwip of Rose's arrows, along with the resultant yelps of pain brought forth by Kathleen's spear cracking skulls, hit him all at once. It all happened in a second, everything becoming clear as a bell. Nero heard an amused Nick speak up from his right. "Snap out of it, Nero. Practice partitioning your mind later. We're in combat now. How about you join us for a bit?" Struggling to his feet, Nero drew his sword and looked around. Nick had his own rapier out, covering one side of the 4-foot mud wall, which was solidly built and maybe a foot thick. The dogs had very little chance of getting over it, and Nick barely had anything to do. Turning to his left, he saw Kathleen with her spear over her head, stabbing downward over the wall, causing death and destruction as if she were a machine. Stab, pull back, stab, pull back, over and over again. All the while, Rose stood in the middle, firing arrows into the mob, which now surrounded their little oasis. Turning back to the area of the wall he was standing right next to, he saw tens of paws clawing at the outside edge of the wall. Considering he was only a little over 5 feet tall, he was barely able to see over the wall. As a result, he was only able to stare straight out into the forest. It did, however, give him enough of a view to see Sergeant Wesker ripping apart dogs while dual-wielding axes like a boss. Yet, as fast as the man killed them, they vanished into smoke around him, forming more of the little monsters just as quickly. As his mind cleared, Nero shook his head fiercely, forcing his brain to start working again. His psychic field wasn't active, and the lack of sensory input caused the world to feel like a movie, lacking that little something he had gotten used to with reality. The condensed essence he usually had wrapped around him was gone as well, making him feel a little naked. Not being able to feel his companion's subtle emotions made them all feel a little unreal. Realizing what was missing, he prioritized opening up his mind, and his field spread out through the surrounding ether. Luckily, there were no after effects of whatever had been going on in his head. At first, the mob's field caused everything to be blurry, but Nero had plenty of practice learning how to compensate. A second or two later, and his field adjusted to ignore the interference. The fight became clear, and he felt like himself once again. Chapter 126. I can't stay mad at you. Kendra Sterling was not cut out for this sort of thing. She was meant to be in a lab, studying data and moving up the political ladder of center research. If she wanted to waste her days walking around in filth, she would have never left the farm. Reaching out a hand to steady herself against the wall, she angled her chest lamp toward her feet and lifted up a boot to see what she had just stepped in. The gesture was futile, because in the dimly lit corridor she couldn't tell much more than whatever it was smelled awful and was extremely sticky. Grimacing in irritation, she angrily scraped her boot across the floor, trying to remove what she had decided to pretend was glue.
Researcher Sterling, what's the problem? Asked her team leader, Sergeant Thornton.
The woman's voice was harsher than usual, and there was an undertone that implied she was running out of patience with Kendra. Quickly attempting to imitate a soldier standing attention, Kendra replied, "Nothing, Sergeant. No problems here." Kendra met the sergeant's glare with the smile she had perfected over years, honed in conference rooms, labs, and politically charged parties. Unfortunately, the sergeant seemed immune to her tactics and only replied with a grunt before turning around and returning to the front of the party, heading down the expansive underground hallway. The lights from the soldiers' chest lamps and the civil engineers' shoulder-mounted essence bulbs made the shadows dance across the walls, hopefully hiding her face as her smile fell. She felt a hand on her shoulder, and she turned to see David attempting to smile reassuringly. "We're almost at the power room. We'll be out of here in no time," he said cheerily. Or at least as cheerily as he could. The overly serious man wasn't exactly known for his personality. She nodded in thanks, and together they took up their positions in the large formation. She and David were the only researchers on the team, and they were told to stick close to the engineers. "Why are we even here?" she griped quietly. "The first 3 levels are still within the city's wards. There shouldn't be any essence disturbances to examine until we hit at least level 4. David replied simply, without any judgment or heat in his voice. "Because we were ordered to be. It's a great honor to represent the center. The general requested the best, and we're it." Both David and Kendra had worked directly under researcher Nicholas Salvatore, now known as Lord Salvatore Verena, when he was still the head of Dorchester's Center Research for Gate 15. If that wasn't enough, they were also credited for the discovery of the density shift happening outside the walls. Granted, it was Lord Salvatore Verena who actually discovered it, but they were the ones entrusted to do the mathematical projections. Their work on essence flow tracking had been the foundation for the paper. Out of all the researchers in Dorchester, they were the ones with the strongest background in essence flow analysis. It's why Nick had chosen them for his lab, or at least that's what everyone believed. In reality, Nick chose them because Kendra was good at handling politics, which he was terrible at, and David was good at dealing with detail-oriented tasks, which he constantly ignored. After Lord Salvatore Verena left the center to found his new house, they'd been pushed to the forefront of the density shift preparations. Over the past few weeks, they've been bounced around Dorchester, briefing Army command centers, providing threat analysis to the nobles and trade guilds. And now, they were assigned to Mountain Team Number 5 in order to provide on-site evaluations of the mountain city currently being reopened. Kendra shot David a glare and said, "The only reason we're here is because no one knows what to do with us. Nick, leaving so abruptly after having discovered the density shift, has center research scrambling. The general wants answers, and they figure since we no longer have a department head, we won't have any current research projects to interrupt. They pawned us off on the military, and the military doesn't know how to make use of us. So now we're here, in the dark, with backpacks full of testing equipment we don't know how to use, heading into a sealed-off section of the city to see if there is anything waiting for us on the other side of those doors." Her voice was full of sarcasm and mockery, letting David know exactly how she felt about the current situation. David looked around to see grinning civil engineers pretending not to listen in on their conversation. He wasn't oblivious to their complicated professional status, but there wasn't much he could do about it either. His eyes wandered along the massive hallway. It was probably 50 feet wide, and the intricately carved stone walls and doors lining the walls were probably very beautiful at one point in time. Despite the low light conditions, David could see the deactivated essence globes hanging from the decorative ceiling. "Well, do you regret not taking Vera up on her offer? You could be sitting in an office right now, helping her do paperwork for whatever scheme she is currently hatching. Where is your sense of adventure? You're a researcher, for heaven's sake. This part of the city hasn't seen a human presence for hundreds of years. Who knows what we'll find when we turn the power back on?" he said without any enthusiasm in his voice. For him, that was as rousing as he could be. Kendra sniffed at his words, deciding to ignore him. There was no point talking to the man. Ever since Nick had left, he'd been even duller than usual. Complaining to him was completely unsatisfying. From the front of the large party, they heard, "This is it. Engineers, get up here and get these doors open." The 10 engineers which had been surrounding them all hopped to it and quickly moved toward Sergeant Thornton's voice. He could see the surrounding essence filled with the mob's psychic presence, but he could tell that it was shrinking rapidly. As the edges collapsed, the center of the mob became much easier to see. Unsurprisingly, it was exactly on top of the sergeant, who was ignoring the mob's pathetically ineffective attacks against his armored legs. There must have been 10 dogs fighting in a pile at his feet, gnawing fruitlessly on his steel-clad calves and thighs. The entire fight had only been going for about 2 minutes from the first sighting, and Nero could tell the mob's essence field had already shrunk by more than half. Wesker's massacre in the middle was almost a little sad. The poor mob had no defense against him, and he exploited that fact ruthlessly. Every swing of his axes ripped through multiple dogs, and the sounds were as awful as you'd expect them to be. Behind their walls, Nero and the others were perfectly safe, as the mob's dogs weren't capable of a 4-foot vertical leap. So, as Nero had nothing to do, he just watched the mob's psychic field shrink, while wondering what had been going on with his brain for the past hour? 30 minutes? However long it took for them to find the mob again. Before he came to any conclusions, Nero saw the mob's essence field change, abruptly. 1 second it was distributed and omnipresent, the next it converged on its center, gaining mass as it collapsed. Nero heard Nick shout, "It's manifesting! Wall's coming down! Get ready!" The next second, the earthen wall blocking his view collapsed into rubble, and Nero got his first clear look at his surroundings. The forest floor around where the wall used to be was ripped apart by mob's paws, but there were no bodies anywhere. Looking up, he saw the remaining dogs evaporating like smoke. And for the first time, Nero got to see what a spawning monster looked like. Wesker took a few steps back toward the group, while switching out one of his axes for a shield. Nero was impressed at the demonstration of his proficiency at controlling his personal space. Nero watched with both his psychic senses and his eyes as essence gathered around the mob's center, and a giant version of the mob's dog appeared, like one of those toy sponges that got bigger when you put them in water. It started out so small it couldn't be seen with the naked eye, then exploded into existence mid-snarl. Had it not been so disturbing, it would have been trippy. As if a starting gun had gone off, everyone exploded into action. Sergeant Wesker rushed forward, slamming his shield into the face of the 6-feet-tall, overgrown dog, knocking its head to the side and interrupting the surprisingly baritone yapping. One of Kathleen's spears launched from over Nero's shoulder and he could only assume the woman was behind him. A fresh stream of arrows from Rose started embedding themselves into the beast's side, while globs of burning magma from Nick launched toward the rear legs. The psychic presence of the mob had changed to what Nero considered standard for a monster in the wilds. It wasn't overly large or dense. If anything, it looked a little undersized, considering the height of the dog currently yelping in pain. Deciding to finally contribute something, Nero lifted his offhand and stamped one of his go-to spells into existence. The Stone Spike spell fired, and Nero had no problems imbuing his center into the constructs. Holding the spell form together, he launched spikes one after another, slowly increasing how much center with each cast. By the third launch, his spikes began making contact with the giant chihuahua. They hammered into its side like railroad spikes, making the beast stumble. 4 launches later, the monster collapsed in a heap. Well, the mob's final form was pretty pathetic. Damn thing didn't even have time to do anything other than growl a bit, Nero thought with some confusion.
That's it? Nero asked.
The group walked over to the monster, while Sergeant Wesker pulled out his collection rod to harvest the essence crystal from the corpse. Nero felt Kathleen walk past him to collect her spears. As she reached down to rip her spear from the monster, she said, "Mobs like this really aren't that hard to deal with if you are prepared for them. The problem is when you don't have a heavy. Without full plate, no one could get close enough to the mob center to disrupt it enough to cause it to manifest. Remember that every victory is earned through preparation. No obstacle exists without a path to conquer it." Nero stared at Kathleen, not bothering to respond. He'd gotten used to her turning everything into a spiritual lesson. Turning to the rest of the group, he looked at Nick and asked, "Okay, after that enlightening response, I'm going to change my question. Nick, what the hell happened with my head? Not that I don't appreciate the opportunity to experience life through the lens of stupidity, but seriously, man, what the hell?" Nick smiled at Nero with a mouthful of teeth, clearly enjoying the moment. "Not so easy keeping a shield up, is it? You just experienced what it feels like to overdraw your mind. To put it another way, you were trying to pay attention to too many things at once, and as a result, your cognitive function suffered a reduction in scope. You need to learn to partition your mind better in order to let one part of your mind focus all its efforts on a task, while the majority of your mind can continue to function normally." Rose was keeping an eye on the surrounding forest, but didn't hesitate to chime in. "I thought you had to be in the 30s before you could learn mental automation." Nero looked at Nick in confusion. So much of what the man just said sounded like gibberish to him. Nick met Nero's eyes and sent out a connection request. Nero accepted, and immediately heard Nick's voice in his head say, "Nero, don't ask about this right now. We really can't get into this if you want your secrets to stay secret." Then Nick closed the connection as abruptly as he'd opened it. Answering Rose, Nick said, "Mental partitioning is a complicated subject. There are many facets to it, and there are countless uses and ranges of techniques. Nero's essence shield is held together by his mind, and when he puts too much focus on it, there can be some annoying issues he has to deal with. It's not that large a concern." Rose nodded, but clearly realized she was missing something. Nero didn't mind putting off the conversation, as he had plenty of other questions he wanted answered at the moment. "Let's talk about the mob, then. I saw its essence field change completely. How the hell is that possible? I thought identities were powered by a soul. Aren't souls and identities, hard to change?" Wesker stood up from the corpse, which by this point had begun to break down in earnest. "Come over here and take a look. You'll understand what happened after you take a look at the crystals," he said loudly. Curious, Nero walked over to the sergeant and looked where the man was pointing. On the ground there was a small pile of essence crystals. Each of them were small, almost the size of tiny marbles. They weren't round or gem-like. If anything, they looked like little puzzle pieces with edges that stuck out randomly.
Nero looked at the sergeant and said, "I don't get it. What am I supposed to be seeing? All of those came out of that big-ass dog? How does that work?" Sergeant Wesker smiled a little. Even though the young lord in front of him was a pain in the ass, he couldn't stop himself from liking his straightforward attitude sometimes. "Here, take a closer look," said the sergeant, while bending back down and waving Nero over. Nero bent down next to the man and watched what he was doing. The sergeant removed his armored gloves and started fitting the little essence crystals together. It took a few minutes, and Nero's attention didn't waver in the slightest. It was incredibly interesting to see the man quickly putting together what looked like one of those interlocking 3D puzzles for mental training. By the time he was done, the little crystals had come together to make a large essence crystal. Nero reached out carefully, taking the completed crystal from the sergeant's hands. While he looked closely at it, he said, "So these are all the little bits of potential from the individual dogs that got caught up in the mob. They came together to become this big dog when the mob lost enough juice to keep going. That's pretty damn cool," he said in appreciation. The moment he finished speaking, he fumbled the essence crystal, and the little pieces all fell apart, slipping through his fingers. Frowning at the broken puzzle, he said, "So, is there a point to putting it back together? Or was that just an interesting thing about mob crystals that I got to see?" After putting his armored gauntlets back on, the sergeant stood up with a chuckle. "No, there's no need to keep it together. Just store the crystals however you want. It's just an interesting visual representation of how mobs become mobs." Nero collected the little essence crystals, throwing them into his bag. He met the sergeant's eyes and said, "Thanks for showing me. I tend to learn better when I have something to look at. Without seeing this, I don't think I'd understand the explanation I'm sure Nick is dying to tell me," he said with some gratitude in his voice. "Hey," Nick said from a few feet away. He had been standing next to Kathleen, chatting with the woman while keeping watch on the forest. Nero looked up at his friend and asked, "Am I wrong? Tell me you weren't waiting for me to ask about what the Sarge was showing me." Nick rolled his eyes and replied, "You know, you ask a lot of questions for someone who doesn't want answers." Nero stood up and dusted off his pants. He started to scowl a little while saying, "Nick, stop talking to her. She's going to infect you with her riddles." Looking over at Kathleen, he continued, "And Kathleen, please be careful with him. He's very impressionable. I don't think Vera will like it if he returns to Dorchester and starts talking like he's been in a monastery, studying Zen koans or whatever." Kathleen took a step forward, uncharacteristically interested in what Nero was saying. "That word, Zen, I like it. It feels like oneness or meditative intuition. What language is that?" Nero looked at her with some surprise. Taking a second to choose his words carefully, he replied, "It's from the East. The Far East. I can tell you all about it later. For now, we should get going. We have places to be, after all. And if I'm not mistaken, we should be near the spawn point that birthed the mob we just wasted half the morning dealing with." Kathleen's eyes narrowed, but she didn't pursue the subject any further. Sergeant Wesker was holding his direction finder and said, "It shouldn't be far now. I'm guessing there might be more mobs around, so keep an eye out. Verena, make sure you get some crowd control up as soon as possible. Let's get moving." Nero watched the sergeant return his direction finder to a pouch on his belt. He still found it weird to see a man in full plate armor wearing a backpack suited for hiking. Soon enough, they were well on their way again, heading toward Nero's first opportunity to see a spawn point. After seeing how easily they dealt with the mob after knowing what they were dealing with, Nero was excited to knock this one out quickly before heading off to their next target. Stumbling over his feet at the thought, his brows furrowed. A group that heads off into danger, expecting an easy fight. Yeah, this is going to turn out just fine, he told himself sarcastically. As he walked, he tentatively started rebuilding his mage armor. What was that Nick said about partitioning my mind? That sounded important, he wondered. Chapter 127. Running Before You Walk for Beginners. Mike sat on the floor of his cell, his back propped up against the bed, idly flicking his fingers at the wall. Every time his finger lashed out, a small red construct resembling an arc launched across the room. The walls were enchanted and warded, so the only result was the constructs making a pleasant pish as they shattered on contact. Not that it would have mattered. Ranged combat wasn't exactly his specialty. There wasn't much to do in his cell, other than reflect on the choices that led him here. He supposed that was the point.
He never should have taken the job.
The money was too high for what at the time seemed like an easy score. That should have been enough of a warning for him. He had really let greed cloud his judgment on this one. Though listening to Heather might have had something to do with it. At least he could take solace in the fact that he didn't bring Sarah down with him. She was still alive out there. Somewhere. Probably. Hearing someone fiddling with the large wooden door, he let his hands go limp as he calmly stood up to receive his guests. "Time to see what you've gotten yourself into this time, Mike," he told himself. A lawbringer he didn't recognize took half a step into the cell, calmly evaluating him and running their eyes over the small room. Seconds passed as Mike waited for them to finish their inspection. "Michael Herring, you are to be sent to processing. Let's go," the lawbringer ordered, his voice betraying his ambivalence. Not seeing any reason to argue, Mike followed the lawbringer out of the cell. Entering the hallway, he saw two stern-faced guards waiting patiently. The moment he was within arm's reach, the guards took up flanking positions alongside him. While the lawbringer led them through the halls, Mike tried and failed to suppress his worries about what would happen. Processing meant that he was being discharged from the cells. He knew that much. However, he had no idea if he was heading toward his freedom, execution, or something even worse. Before long, he was seated in an office, staring across a desk at another lawbringer he didn't recognize. This time, it was a young woman who looked exceedingly disinterested in what she was doing. Mike couldn't help but wonder how many of these little get-togethers she had throughout a typical day. More than she wanted, that was clear enough. He kept his mouth shut and let her go through his file as if he weren't even in the room. There was nothing to gain from pissing off the person in charge of his immediate future. He watched her uninterested face flip through some papers, occasionally checking boxes or referencing something on her link. After a minute or two, he started looking around the sparse office, searching for anything interesting to look at while he waited for her to finish. When she started talking, his attention snapped to her, and he straightened in his seat. "When you were brought in, there were several investigations opened due to your actions in the eastern wilds. You and your team succeeded in ambushing an extermination team working under the auspices of the military, during which you killed a potential househead undergoing his trials of nobility, a sergeant of an elite hunter team, and a bodyguard in the employ of a new noble. Even worse, you attempted to assassinate a new noble," said the lawbringer, sounding as if she were reading off a grocery list. Before he could respond, she held up her hand, signaling to him that she wasn't finished. Mike's mouth snapped shut, and he sagged a little in his chair. But turning her eyes to the pages in front of her, she continued. "These investigations have been closed, and the judgments filed with the Tower of Law. No tribunal will be held, as your guilt isn't in question. Your conspirators, the ones who hired you, and those you didn't know existed, are presently being dealt with. An appeal was automatically filed and reviewed by the Center Oversight Committee, which found the arbitration agreement valid, and the summary judgment was upheld. You have been found guilty on all counts." Mike felt the full weight of the moment press down on him. He knew getting involved with nobles was a bad idea. He could practically hear his father mocking him about his poor choices. What did you think was going to happen? You tried to kill a new noble and got caught. You gambled and you lost, he told himself harshly.
The lawbringer didn't give him time to process anything. Blatantly ignoring his agitation, she continued, "While the other conspirators will not escape their justified punishment, your agreement with Lord Walker will be upheld at his request. After you were taken into custody, he emphatically stated that you were to be protected from retribution, and offered a chance at repaying your societal debt." Mike perked up. Societal debt? That sounded like one of those work programs through the center. With those, he'd be able to clear his record. That psychotic little noble actually kept his word. Before he could get too excited, the lawbringer continued on without mercy. "As you were found guilty of one Class 5 and several Class 4 crimes, you owe 2,530 years of service to the governing city of Dorchester. Your citizenry profile has been adjusted to your new status, and you need to pick a path of service before you leave here today. Do you have any questions?" Looking up from the file on her desk with a bored look on her face, she stared at Mike, waiting for him to respond. Mike wasn't exactly familiar with how work programs worked, so he replied dumbly, "So how am I supposed to pay back 2,500 years of service?" Blandly, the lawbringer replied, 25-30 years. And typically you sign up for a path or service that you are already familiar with. You were a hunter before you tried your hand at political assassinations, weren't you? Mike nodded. "Yeah, I ran a team specializing in aberrant eliminations and resource acquisitions." While Mike was speaking, she pushed a piece of paper across the desk and gestured for him to take a look. "That is a work release contract from the military for hunters to join in a search and clear mission. It's a combat unit, so you'll be earning 1 year of service against your debt for every month you put in. Dangerous paths like this have an excellent return on time invested. If you agree, then you'll be bunked with your team, and your assets will be held in escrow by Dorchester for the duration of your service. When the path ends, I recommend you find another frontline assignment if you want a chance to earn your freedom before age creep catches up to you," she said, as if Mike would be an idiot to inquire about any other options. Ever since he was little, Mike had been easily steered toward decisions. He wasn't what one would call strong-willed. So, without much thought, he replied, "Okay, so I go and join this search and clear team, and that's it? I can work off my time?" Sliding a pen across the table, the lawbringer said, "That's correct. Unless you have some other skill that could be of use, I'd recommend getting started. Fill out this paperwork, and you'll be with your new team before dinner." Only 30 minutes later, Mike was out on the streets of Dorchester once again. His weapons and gear had been returned, and he was sent on his way with his orders in his hand. Standing outside the Tower of Law, he read through the paperwork. His situation was spelled out clearly. He needed to head immediately to Gate 22's Army Command Center and report in. Any deviation from his orders would have the guards coming after him and his initial charges reinstated. Serve or die. Not much of a choice, really. Opening his link, he could see that his profile was currently restricted, and he was listed as a criminal under work release. Sighing, he mind drifted to his former team. The image of their dead bodies laying on the forest floor was seared into his mind. He said to himself, "I'm sorry, guys. You were great friends, and even better teammates. But I'm still alive, and I plan to stay that way. Wish me luck from whatever afterlife you managed to scam your way into." After stashing the file in his personal space, he made his way toward the nearest teleportation platform. Surprisingly, he was feeling pretty good. In a way, it was nice not having to make any decisions for the next couple thousand years. It really took the pressure off. Nero stalked through the forest, keeping his steps light and trying to make as little noise as possible, his eyes and psychic field constantly scanning his designated area. He could feel the rest of the group moving in formation behind Sergeant Wesker.
It had been nearly 20 minutes since they had moved on from the fight with the Chihuahua mob, and Nero was starting to get extremely fed up with Nick.
They'd been communicating through their private connection, and Nick was being decidedly unhelpful. Nero had grown used to Nick's overly complicated instructions, but this was bordering on useless. With a scowl on his face, he maintained his vigil while he argued with Nick over their connection. So, you're saying I need to isolate part of my brain to maintain my constructed essence shield, which isn't a mental partition. And the only way to train it to do that is to practice doing it. But in order to do it at all, I'd have to partition my mind, which you can't tell me how to do, because task automation is the first step, which is done by doing it. My mind can train my brain by thinking about it. Have I got that right? He asked acidly. Nick's reply was just as full of frustration as Nero's.
That's an oversimplification, not to mention wrong. You're deliberately misunderstanding the principle I'm alluding to. The mind is not the brain. The brain is part of the body. When you create a construct, it is the function of the mind to manipulate the essence. It has nothing to do with the brain, except that it uses the brain to do it, he said, as if he were being extremely clear.
Nero nearly stopped in place and screamed at the old man, but he managed to hold himself back. Taking several deep breaths, Nero replied, "Nick, I love you like a brother, but if you don't start making some kind of sense, I'm going to stick my foot so far up your ass that your center will earn itself a boot print."
Several seconds passed, as Nick needed some time to process that threat. The tension seemed to bleed out of their psychic connection, and Nick tried to explain it another way. All right, Nero, let's set aside the matter of mind partitioning for a moment and discuss fields in general.
Nero, not understanding the subject change, but willing to see where he was going with this, replied,
Sure. Essence fields are a product of the mind interacting with the essence outside our bodies.
Nick replied quickly, his voice taking on a tone of patience.
Yes, but not exactly. Fields are much more complicated than that. Remember that your mind is the bridge between your soul and your body. Your body interacts with the physical layer of reality, on this plane of existence. When you affect the world around you, it is through your brain creating a psychic field of cause and effect. Think of a magnet exerting a field on a piece of metal, causing it to move.
Wait, there's magnets here? Do you guys know about electricity and electrons and that kind of thing?
Did I know about that already? Nero asked excitedly.
Nero, focus. The body is
Nick paused. Unable to let it go, he said angrily. What do you mean, there's magnets here? What kind of idiots do you think we are? Of course we know about electromagnetic phenomena. We're perfectly capable of transmitting energy through a polarized wire. But why would we? Damn it, Nero, stop distracting me. What was I saying? He asked, off balance by Nero's question.
Nero smiled and simply replied, "Fields."
Right, Nick said, then continued on as if Nero hadn't interrupted him. So, the body affects the physical layer. The soul is what allows your field to affect the ethereal plane, or essence in general. It's what you use to interact with the essence all around you. It is also responsible for feeding your mind the sensory information it needs to perceive the world around you. The two aspects of your identity are responsible for forming your essence field. The stronger your body, the stronger your physical aspect. However, your soul works in tandem to create the field, so it is only together that the field is formed. Understand?
Nero nodded and replied,
I guess. The soul is like the power source, but the body makes it manifest? What about the mind, then?
Nick wasn't willing to correct Nero's assumptions, as his interpretation was close enough. Kind of.
For now, you can think of it that way. The important thing to keep in mind is that a person's essence field is the result of both their body and soul working together to anchor and interact with the physical and ethereal layers of reality on this plane of existence.
Now, the mind is responsible for giving that field purpose and using it to do things. Things like telekinesis, carving spells, and observing essence fields and interacting with them, Nick said, clearly believing that he had summarized the subject well enough for Nero to understand it, almost daring Nero to still claim ignorance.
Ignoring Nick's tone, Nero replied, "Okay, so the soul and body build the field. The mind gives it its identity. So what does that have to do with mind partitioning?" Nero could feel Nick's mind suffering some kind of shock. Well, yes. The mind gives the field an identity. That's an interesting, if crude, way of looking at it. I wonder if... Nick replied, but was interrupted. Sergeant Wesker's strong voice barked. "Contact front! Mob incoming! Get the crowd control up!" Nero's head and attention snapped to the front, despite knowing that he was supposed to be focusing on his assignment. He saw a group of oversized squirrels with giant teeth rushing through the trees and along the forest floor. Nero practically screamed in anger. "They're squirrels! They can jump! Walls aren't going to do shit. You know what? Fuck this!" Stomping forward, Nero hopped over the walls Nick was raising around the grouping party. Nero had no intention of hiding this time. The mob's field hadn't overtaken them yet, and he still had some time to prepare a spell or two, not to mention that his mage armor was still up. Although his head felt a little fuzzy, he was well enough to deal with these abominations. "I swear, if one more thing interrupts me learning how to fix my damn mage armor, I'm going to lose it," he swore to himself. Grim-faced, he raised his hands out in front of him and carved the largest spell form he'd ever made. "Smokey promised me that only I can cause forest fires," he yelled at the pests barreling through the trees. Chapter 128. Kill it with fire. Specialist Howard had known he was going to hate this assignment. There had been no doubt in his mind, and so far there had been very little to change his mind. One of his main tasks was to train a promising young mage. They wanted him, a war mage, to personally train some freshly awakened lord to fight with magic. Regardless of how clever the young man turned out to be, it was still just as annoying as he expected it to be. And now, out in the wilds, his worst fears had been confirmed. Being assigned to a permanent position with the elites was a complete waste of his time. Sitting in his chair on the roof of the recently built command post, he had his feet up on his stool. Both the personally made chair and his chosen stump had been with him for years. Normally, he'd be using them to recover his center after an exciting battle. But now, their noble purpose was being contaminated with stupidity. With his perception field spread out as far as possible, he observed some of the teams dealing with the planar events. His range had increased drastically after several teams completed their assignments, smoothing out the local essence flows. Nevertheless, at this range, his field was still extremely diluted. While it wasn't capable of any real detail, he was able to track several teams' progress and observe the local essence flows. A war mage of his caliber, acting as a monitoring system. The situation was ridiculous. What did the general expect me to learn from this? How to look like I'm doing something while mentally reading a book? He mentally complained. He had tried convincing the captain to send him out in the field, but the man had refused to see reason. Recalling their latest conversation, Howard grimaced at the memory. The captain had told him, "Every camp needs a scrimmage, and until command sees fit to assign us one, that's your assignment. Deal with it. I expect hourly updates, and you will notify me immediately if there is anything I should know." Feeling a slight disturbance in his perception field, he turned his attention away from the book he was reading inside his personal space. Howard focused on his perception field, looking for what had caused his mental process to alert him. Finding some new signatures, he narrowed his field on them. From their essence signatures, he could tell the little lord's team had finally returned to the area. It's about time, he thought.
Apparently, after the excitement of the assassination attempt, Command had insisted that Wesker's team stay within range of the elite's encampment. The captain had ordered Howard to report to him immediately when they entered the area. Currently, they were heading toward a blind spot in his field, which meant it would be a pain in the ass to overcome the local essence disturbances. Howard debated whether or not to waste some center scrying on the young lord, but eventually decided that it wasn't worth the effort. Grunting a little at having his rest disturbed, he stood up and stretched his back. He walked over to the edge of the building, looking for the captain. Seeing the man ordering around some elites, Howard infused his voice with some essence and shouted, "Hey, Captain! Wesker's team is back in the field. They're heading toward their first mark. Consider yourself updated." He then turned around and returned to his chair. He was oblivious to the annoyed look the captain was shooting him, or the uncomfortable atmosphere his antics were causing among the hunters. Even if he'd noticed, he wouldn't have cared. As far as he was concerned, his place was out there fighting for humanity, not behind walls he wasn't even defending. He couldn't even train as he needed to keep his center full in case of an emergency. Putting his feet back up on his stump, he crossed his arms and closed his eyes. Maybe I'll get lucky and the horde will show up and assault the camp, he thought with some hope, while mentally falling back into his personal space and returning to the book he'd been reading. A veritable wave of 2-feet-tall squirrels rushed toward them, leaping over bushes, bouncing off trees and kicking up leaves and dirt. The leading edge of the mob's essence field was creeping closer by the second. Nero could see the ambient essence in the air quickly falling under its influence. The first of the squirrels were only 30 or 40 feet away. He was running out of time. The spell form Fire Stream, which he had learned from Specialist Howard, hovered in front of his chest, his hands anchoring it to his center. Through his field, he could see the essence being greedily pulled in to power it. Streams of heat, air, fire, and several other essences he didn't recognize charged the spell with potential. This was the highest level spell he'd learned from the fire section of the elemental wheel, a pure expression of fire aimed and fueled by the caster. With a scowl full of madness, he unleashed a torrent of flame at the oncoming mob. A 2-foot-wide, scorching ray shot out into the forest, heading toward the oncoming wave of vicious little monsters who dared to interfere with his efforts to finally figure out his mage armor. Upon contact with their powerful essence field, the pillar shrunk and dissipated almost immediately. Yet Nero wasn't worried, because it was all part of the plan. He had no intention of pitting his center reserves against the mobs. Nero's focus was sharp as a scalpel, his mind split between the spell, his mage armor, his senses, and his plan. The moment his spell found the edge of the mob's essence field, he began angling it down toward the ground. Upon contacting the forest floor, he increased the amount of center he was putting in the construct. He only needed his spell to cause the initial effect. Science would take care of the rest. Keeping the spell active, he turned in place, running the bar of condensed flame across the ground. His smile widening in lunacy as he saw the leaves and brush ignite in a glorious conflagration. As if he were painting the forest floor with a brush, he quickly ran the beam of fire in a half-circle in front of their party. Barely a few heartbeats later, there was a 4-feet-deep wall of fire eating into the trees and shrubberies. The kicked-up dirt and leaves were doing their part in spreading the destruction. Nero cackled at the sight of the squirrels attempting to jump through the fire. As each little monster passed through the flame wall, their fur ignited and their barks changed from threatening chattering to fearful screeching. Tens of squirrels hit the ground in panic, their charge broken before it began. Feeling the mob's essence field finally overtake him, he felt the essence charging his spell thin dramatically. Not bothering to try and fight to maintain it, he recaptured what center he could and pulled out his 2 swords. While the forest fire spread across the ground, Nero ran his center through his blades, imbuing them with his center. Protected and fueled by his own essence field, the swords ignited with fire, blue flames flickering wildly across the blades. "Did I mean to make them blue?" he wondered absently, quickly dismissing the thought as irrelevant. Nero saw the squirrels running around in terror, spreading the flames and kicking up more fuel into the air. His firewall had split the mob in half, and his mad grin grew a little wider every time a new squirrel spawned on top of a fire. Not wanting to give the mob a chance to regroup, he sprang into action. Moving quickly, his swords slashed at anything that came near him, intending to get closer to where the mob's center seemed to be. Before he even made it 10 feet, the flaming squirrels exploded in puffs of dark smoke. As the smoke from the fire was already getting out of hand, Nero only saw their little burning tails winking out all around him. A few steps later, Nero appeared next to a coughing and hacking Sergeant Wesker. Nero's face was covered in soot, his flaming swords contrasting the red hue all around them. The sergeant's visor retreated into the top of his helmet, and Nero could see the man's wide eyes filled with horror. "Are you insane?" he shouted. Before Nero could reply, movement out of the corner of their eyes caused them to turn and see a 10-foot squirrel come barreling through the firewall, its fur covered in flames and its red eyes full of madness. Like a bull rushing out of a burning barn, it ran toward them, not even intending to attack. It just wanted away from the fire. Almost as if it were a reflex, Nero dropped to a knee, pointing his burning blades up at the squirrel's undercarriage. While Wesker combat rolled to safety, Nero let himself be run over. He could see the head and chest of the gigantic monster pass over his head. His shoulders felt like they were being ripped out of their sockets as his blades sank into the underside of the mob. Blood and viscera exploded into existence all around him, and his world turned red. Seconds passed, and the screeching from the burning squirrel went quiet. The stark change from total insanity to silence was off-putting. Nero stood up from his crouch, recapturing the center he had imbued into his blades, feeling the fire flicker out. He turned around to see the back of the giant squirrel, its formerly fluffy tail still burning like a torch. His lungs burned a little due to the smoke, and he looked around to see a scene straight out of a summer blockbuster about California firefighters. Well, that escalated quickly, he thought with some pride. He dismissed one of his swords while sheathing the other on his hip. Deciding to free up some brain power, he stopped trying to maintain his mage armor. The strain from trying to focus on it during combat, even if he wasn't taking any hits, was causing his head to swim. The moment he released his hold, he felt the shield dissipate, yet his condensed essence field remained. He was so used to keeping it up, he barely even noticed the strain. With his head a little clearer, he looked over to see Sergeant Wesker pulling a large cylinder out of his personal space. His eyes panned across the forest quickly, looking for the rest of the team. About 10 feet away, he saw a large dome that resembled a doorless igloo. Well, that's one way to stop squirrels from jumping over your walls, he thought. Realizing he should do something about all this smoke, he turned his attention back to the burning forest. Quickly carving 2 simple Frostwave spells, he figured this was the perfect time to practice dual-wielding magic. Their purpose was to conjure freezing water vapor and firing it out in small cones. Specialist Howard said that it was a great way to sap the strength of enemy combatants. Nero, however, thought the spell was perfect for making people cold and wet. It was a spell for summoning misery. But it did the job of putting out the fires easily enough. Nero walked around happily, spraying down the forest with wide arcs of frost. Even the smoke and dust got wetted down and fell to the floor in growing, sopping puddles. As the air cleared and the fires died down, Nero looked over his shoulder to see Wesker spraying water from a hose attached to the cylinder he was carrying around. It looked like he was firing off a full-on fire hose from a household fire extinguisher. Well, that's neat. That guy is really prepared for everything, huh? He thought.
Seeing that the fire was out, Nero looked around, admiring the destruction he'd caused. The entire fight had lasted less than 10 minutes, and yet he still managed to obliterate a large swath of forest with his spell. The lesson he took away from this was that using a flamethrower of that size in a wooded environment was probably not one of his better ideas.
He looked over his shoulder, checking to see if the mud igloo was still up. He saw Nick holding his glowing hands above a passed-out Rose, while Kathleen stood with her hands on her hips and a glower on her face. What's that about? He wondered. Making his way over to the group, he asked loudly, "Hey, what happened to her?" Nick looked up while maintaining his spell and replied, "Some idiot decided to use up all the oxygen in the immediate area. What do you think happened?" Shocked, Nero didn't know what to say. He looked over at Kathleen and saw her glaring at him. Nero gulped at the sight of the pissed-off warrior woman. From behind him, he heard Wesker stomping over. "Walker, what the hell were you thinking? Are you trying to kill us all? And how are you even standing? Everyone knows you can't cast while mobs are on top of you. I think it's time for some answers before you end up killing us all with your secrets," Wesker said, nearly shouting in fury near the end. Nero took a step back from the enraged sergeant, his eyes glancing down to see a coughing Rose sitting up. Not knowing exactly how to handle the situation, he said, "The fire may have gotten a little out of hand, but it worked, didn't it? I don't see what you're all so mad about. The mob is dead, and I didn't really use much center at all. It's surprisingly easy to influence the environment when you're just adding some heat. Squirrels are fluffy. Did you see how their tails spread the flames? Crazy, right?" He finished with an uncomfortable chuckle, trying to lighten the mood. He was met with several stares, each filled with varying degrees of anger. He could only rub his hand through his soot-covered hair and chuckle awkwardly. Chapter 129. "It's not crazy if it works." Nick heard the sergeant call for some crowd control. Immediately closing the mental connection to Nero, he pulled his perception field away from his assigned area. Letting his psychic presence flood the area around him, he made sure the mob wasn't close enough to be a problem. Seeing that it was all clear, he checked to make sure that Kathleen, Rose, and Nero were close enough for him to get started. Seeing that they were all within range, he carved a simple construction spell form. Known as Earth Shape, the spell was designed to copy the ground's local signature and created a construct in whatever shape the caster wanted. It was perfect for temporary combat walls. As he watched the walls rise up, he frowned at seeing his construct was mud again. Why the hell do I keep pulling in so much water with this spell? I really need to spend more time practicing. Oh, there it is. I included a moisture accumulation effect in the secondary essence accumulator node. I wonder if I can reverse the polarity like Nero did on that heating/cooling spell he had made. Nick's mind wandered at lightning speed. He'd long ago given up on trying to rein in his scattered thoughts. Nero's voice snapped him out of his internal world as he heard the young man shout, "They're squirrels! They can jump! Walls aren't going to do shit! You know what? Fuck this!" Nick looked over to see Nero stepping over the growing mud wall, heading toward where Sergeant Wesker was preparing to combat the incoming mob. He could see the mob's spawned avatars breaking through the brush in the distance. With one last glance at Nero, he returned to his full attention to the spell form he was using to build the walls. I'm sure Nero will be fine. If not, then hopefully he'll learn not to be so overdramatic. After all, it shouldn't take long for Sergeant Wesker to force the mob to materialize. The idiot should be able to survive with nothing more than a few bites, if he manages to remember to bring out his shield, he reassured himself. Altering the mental image of his intended construct, he watched as the walls started to slope inward. Soon, the open area above their 15 feet wide haven began closing in, the walls forming a dome. He made sure to leave a 2-foot circle open at the top, allowing some light in. Perfect. Now I'll anchor a trap or two in case any of the mob's avatars make it past the sergeant, he thought happily.
Just as he was finished carving a rotary saw spell, he heard what sounded like a group of cats being strangled outside their enclosure.
What the hell was that?
Asked Rose, while white-knuckling her bow with an arrow at the ready. All three of them stared up at the little opening in the rounded ceiling above their heads, the shadowed environment making the small section of the forest canopy seem overly far away. Kathleen was the one to answer Rose's question.
It sounds like multiple animals in pain. Some kind of area of effect spell? She asked, turning her head to look at Nick.
Nick finished anchoring the spinning construct under the hole in the ceiling. While part of his mind was focused on maintaining his constructs, he tried to reach out with his perception field to get an idea of what was happening outside. His eyes widened in surprise at what he found. You could say that. I'm not exactly sure how, but we're surrounded by what looks like walls of fire. It's hard to see exactly what's happening. The mob's field has overtaken us, and I can't get a good look.
Rose started panting and asked, Do you guys feel that? Is something wrong with the air?
They looked up to see their little window being covered in smoke. Nick felt his construct drying out, the moisture evaporating back into essence. They could all feel the temperature rising. Seconds passed in silence as they listened to the horrifying sounds of burning animals all around them. Nick's voice was full of concern as he realized what was happening.
The fire isn't a construct anymore. It's the forest itself. It's on fire. The oxygen is being consumed to fuel the flames. Despite our circumstances, we probably will have safer air in here than out there.
Kathleen's voice was calm but serious.
Hazardous conditions. Do we need to cast purification or support spells?
Nick's focus was on trying to figure out the air's current composition in their impromptu shelter. With all the overlapping fields, the combat, not to mention the agitated essence conditions, he was having trouble isolating the air's signature with his field. The seconds stretched while Kathleen and Rose waited for Nick to respond. Yet he remained silent. Rose and Kathleen watched as Nick's face contorted from curiosity to confusion and then to annoyance.
I can't tell. There is too much going on. But I think we're all right. Our essence fields should be enough to clear out some of the smoke, and I think there is still enough air to keep us safe for a while, he said with some hope.
Kathleen nodded, but kept her eyes on the ceiling's hole. The dark cloud blocking the opening was getting worse. Not one to take chances, she cast a simple air purification spell, creating a thin bubble of clean air over her mouth and nose. The spell looked like a shimmering wave of air around her lower face. It was a spell commonly known to soldiers and hunters alike. It didn't take much center or skill to cast, and it was handy when dealing with unsafe environments or when fighting underwater.
Nick didn't bother casting anything.
His field shouldn't have a problem filtering anything harmful in this type of environment. And while he may not specialize in body stats, but he was no slouch either. If worse came to worst, he'd just drop the constructs he had active and then cast a sheltered breath spell. But he doubted it would come to that. Neither Nick or Kathleen noticed Rose's struggled breathing. They were both too intent on staring at the ceiling hole, watching the smoke grow thicker as the minutes passed. Rose was too low-leveled to have manifested an essence field, but she wasn't willing to remind them of that. From her perspective, keeping her head down and staying inconspicuous was the key to living through this assignment. Worst-case scenario, she passed out, but hopefully this would all be over before that happened. She was only here to keep her eyes and ears open, while making sure that no one paid much attention to her. The last thing she needed was them realizing how useless she was compared to the them. Her combat ability wasn't what she was here for anyways. She just needed to get through the next 6 months, and then she'd be set. She'd be living her life as an elite hunter, paid well for doing what she loved. Already she could see the level gains from her training,
For the heaven's sake, she was almost level 10 already. Her first pillar was within reach. "Just keep it together, Rose. You can do this," she told herself harshly. So, she panted in silence, hoping that she could hold out until they were able to bring down the walls. Seconds turned into minutes, and her mind became fuzzier every second. Inside their isolated shelter, the temperature was rising quickly, and it was getting harder to breathe. Her head ached, and her eyes watered. Her heart rate spiked, and she felt herself blacking out. As she fell, she reached out for help, her hand loosely pulling on Kathleen's arm. Despite everyone looking at him like he had just won the Asshole of the Year award, Nero was feeling pretty good. It had been nice to let loose, and even better, he'd figured out how to deal with mobs. It felt like ages ago when he had theorized how environmental spells could help with getting through essence fields. Now he had proof of concept. He saw Nick patting Rose gently on the back, assuring her that she was fine. Meanwhile, Kathleen's eyes were scanning what remained of the forest for threats. Nero's attention snapped to Wesker when the man said, "We deserve some answers, Walker. How did you cast while inside a mob's field of control? That shouldn't be possible." Before Nero could reply, Nick replied for him, his voice full of anger. "He didn't. Nero just skipped trying to fight with magic and lit the entire forest on fire. It was lucky he didn't kill us all with his recklessness," he said, while turning his glare on Nero. Nero threw Nick a shocked look, mildly affronted at the accusation. "Hey, it wasn't that reckless. I created a firewall in front of the charging mob. They had to run through a furnace to get at us. It worked out exactly as planned," he said. Nick stood up, his hands landing on his hips as if he were a principal berating his students for smoking behind the gym. "Rose nearly died, Nero. We all could have been caught in the fire. Look around. The entire area is nothing but charcoal. Was that according to plan?" he asked, with no small amount of anger. Nero looked down at Rose, who was still sitting on the ground, recovering from her brush with death. He had to admit, the poor woman looked a little traumatized. Sighing, he walked over to her and knelt down to look her in the eye. "I'm sorry about that. I didn't know that would happen. I just realized that walls weren't going to stop the mob from overrunning us, and I went with a plan I had come up with to get around the mob's essence field. For the record, I will always bring you back if you fall. You have nothing to worry about when I'm around," he said, channeling his inner hero, or whatever passed for one if someone were to squint and give him the benefit of the doubt. Rose smiled at Nero's heartfelt apology and replied, "It's fine. Like you said, it worked out. It's my own fault for not telling anyone that I was having trouble breathing. I was standing next to a mage, for heaven's sake. My pride almost got me killed. It won't happen again." She finished with a surprising amount of iron in her tone. Nero gave her an appreciative nod, then stood up to face Nick again. "I'm not saying it was some brilliant plan or anything. I'm just saying that it worked. Remember when I said that environmental effects could overcome level disparity? Well, look around. Here is proof that I was right," he said with a smile. Nick glanced quickly at the destroyed surroundings, then returned his scowl to Nero. "I and every other mage already knew that environmental damage is capable of ignoring level disparity. You're borrowing the identity of the world around you to give life to your constructs. Of course the results will be more powerful. That's why your air bomb spell earned you so many points in the Noble War. It was a novel application of a proven theory. But what you continue to ignore is that environmental spells are, by their very nature, nearly impossible to control. Your own spell nearly killed you when you fought Dorchan's forces in the center halls, and now you almost killed a teammate due to your recklessness. If you truly plan to follow the path of the mage, you must learn how to control your magic, not just unleash it," he said, sounding every bit the experienced magic user that he was. Nero met Nick's stare, but couldn't manage to hold it.
Breaking first, he looked away from his friend and replied, "I hear you, Nick. I get it. I didn't expect it to get out of control so quickly. Though, it really did seem like a good idea at the time. And you have to admit, it did work. But in the future, I'll be more careful. Also, for the record, we had plenty of time. Rose only passed out because you were all hiding in a kiln, for God's sake. That's on you." Nero recognized that he had lost control of the situation, but he refused to back down completely. The plan worked, and the only casualty wasn't really his fault. Sergeant Wesker had been watching their interaction, trying to follow along with what they were saying. He'd been around a long time, working with mages from various backgrounds, so he could almost translate what they were talking about. He thought he understood what they meant by environmental effects, but he felt the need to make sure that he wasn't missing anything. When the two mages went silent for a moment, he saw his chance to interject. "So, Walker didn't manage to overcome the mob's field. He just set everything on fire and let the mob's spawns burn through its potential. Then, when the mob manifested, he killed it quickly, knowing that he had to put out the fire before we all died along with it. That about sum it up?" He made sure to keep his tone controlled, not allowing any of his inner turmoil to cloud his words. Hearing his blunt summary, everyone looked to see what Nick had to say. Nick took a moment to think about it, then started nodding. "That's a good way to put it. Nero set a trap, expecting the mob to die before it became more than we could handle," he said without sugarcoating it. All eyes turned to Nero, who just shrugged at their judgmental looks. The sergeant contemplated what had been said, weighed the pros and cons of Walker's plan, then turned to Nero and said, "You're an idiot. There was no reason to take the chance. We had a plan, a time-tested strategy which has been proven to get results with minimal danger to the team. There was absolutely no reason to improvise." His voice was hard, as if he were stating facts rather than opinions. His long years as a military sergeant silently reinforcing his point. Nero wasn't going to fall for it. Nick may have had a point about environmental effects being uncontrollable, but calling a strategy that was just proven valid was ridiculous. That's the kind of logic that is reserved for politicians and managers who feel like coming down on their underlings who succeeded in a way they didn't like. Rolling his eyes, Nero responded in a mocking tone. "Oh, really? So what about the fact that the mob's little squirrels were climbing the trees and hopping around all over the place? They would have overrun the walls the moment they saw them. Nick adapted, but I couldn't have known he was going to do that. There was no prearranged strategy to deal with a mob like that. You're just being pissy because the fire scared the crap out of you. Back home, we called that Monday morning quarterbacking, and it was for politicians and desk jockeys," he said, then turned his head to look at Kathleen. Nero saw her still scanning what was left of the tree line, her posture relaxed, but ready. "Hey, Kathleen, what do you think? We haven't heard your opinion," he asked, interested in hearing what she had to say. Rose stood up slowly, joining the group and waiting to hear Kathleen's take on the situation. They watched her give one final scan of the surroundings before turning her hawk-like gaze on Nero. "Young warriors often push the boundaries of good sense. They must find their limits through adversity. You saw a potential weakness, devised a strategy, implemented it. Whether or not it was a mistake is something you'll have to decide for yourself after reflecting on the battle. Now isn't the time to concern yourself with the opinions of those who are only alive because you acted. It's better to act in ignorance than to hesitate and die. If you manage to live through your mistakes, never repeat them. As there is no way to know what would have happened if you hadn't done as you did, it's pointless to debate it. Now, we've talked enough. It's time to move on. Sergeant Wesker, the mob is currently dissipating. You might want to deal with that before you lose more of Lord Walker's spoils," she said, her voice devoid of anything resembling interest. She could have been at the DMV for all the emotion she was showing. Nero couldn't help it and started chuckling.
Yeah, for all future wartime opinions, I'm going with her. She's got ice in her veins, he said, full of respect for the 5 feet 6 inches badass warrior chick. She only had 2 inches on him, but on the battlefield, she stood taller than anyone he'd ever met. Chapter 130. Clearing out the mental backlog. Sergeant Wesker bit back his retort and sheathed his sword while turning away from the group. Making his way to the charred corpse of the mob, his thoughts were plagued with doubts. After pulling out the essence collection rod, he fed his center delicately into the control enchantment. While the rod did its work, half his concentration was running through the encounter they just had. He could see the fire exploding all around him, smell the scent of burning wood, and taste the ash on the air. It was madness, right? He wondered. The world's fire was unpredictable, unforgiven, and it was something that no sane mage would rely on. Forcefully shaking off the threat of something he couldn't fight, his mind wandered to the little lord that had purposefully weaponized it. He just couldn't understand him. From the moment Nero Walker had arrived at the training camp, he'd been a constant contradiction. He dedicated himself to training with an intensity that frightened a practical man like Wesker. Yet, at the same time, he treated everything like a joke, or at least an opportunity for a joke. Humor was all well and good, but there was a time and place for it. And a training compound for the training of elite hunters was not that place. But the thing that really unsettled Wesker was that when Walker fights, it's as if he has no fear of death. He throws himself into battle, ripping into monsters like they had no reason to exist other than to die at his feet. Wesker had just watched the young man stand in front of the mob, no shield at the ready, and face it head on. He could still see the little lord's face, full of determination, his eyes blazing with reflected fire, eager to meet the monster's charge. A level, 12? 13 at most? Facing a high-end Class 2 monster, confident that he'd survive. It was unnerving. But if the young man was so dedicated to killing monsters, then why was he so uninterested in learning how to combat the wilds? The idiot didn't even read the mission packet, let alone follow any of the advice from those who know better. Wesker had heard that the assassin's ambush could have been avoided if that little bastard had just done what he was supposed to. Unless he had read the packet and wanted to meet the assassins in the field, he wondered, the thought causing the little hairs on his neck to stand up in panic. The scene of Walker interrogating the assassin played out in his mind. Walker's uncanny skill at pulling out the man's secrets, tricking him into acting as a witness to another noble's plots. It turned out pretty well for the little lord, didn't it? He thought wryly. Glancing at the essence collection rod, he saw that it was almost finished condensing the mob's crystal, or at least what was left of it. Turning his head slightly, he looked out of the corner of his eye to see what Walker was up to. The little lord was chatting with Verena, probably discussing some magic or putting on another show for Vikander. Those two were full of secrets, and he'd learned not to believe half of what they showed. He could see Everett watching over them all, their team's silent protector, standing guard while the nobles played their games for the general's spy. How in the hells that little Ponce managed to win her loyalty, he'd never know. But it had to be something more than money that kept her nearby. She was an Everett, after all. And he didn't believe for a second that nonsense about him being some kind of warrior prodigy. If he were, he wouldn't spend so much time bleeding out in the training rings. Managing to turn his attention away from the warrior woman, he looked for Vikander, finding her hiding in plain sight. He had to admit the young woman was good at what she did. Even though she claimed to be nothing more than a hunter, she was a natural at espionage work. The general had found her alongside the first group of assassins trying for Walker's head. Yet here she was, standing next to her former target, safe as can be. She really didn't have a problem fading into the background. Even now, she was right there, listening to everything they said, and he could see neither of them seemed to care.
Damn the general and his games, he thought to himself. He was a soldier, a hunter. This political nonsense was completely out of his skill set. He didn't know how to feel about anything at the moment, and he couldn't recall the last time he felt like the world made sense to him. This was going to be a long tour for him. He just needed to make sure that it wasn't his last. Sergeant Wesker eventually finished collecting the essence crystal. Unfortunately, it was now a much smaller composite than it would have been if he hadn't wasted so much time complaining. Seeing that the rest of the team was ready to go, he said, "Let's get moving. The planar event we're looking for shouldn't be far." As the team returned to formation and headed out, Nero took one last look at the burned patch of forest. Maybe Nick had a point. This place is ruined, he thought to himself. He'd read enough fantasy novels to know how powerful magic could be, but the reality of it was a little disconcerting. After thinking about it for a few minutes, he realized that it wasn't so much the amount of destruction that he had caused. It was the fact that he hadn't meant to do it. It really was all about control. With that realization, Nero audibly groaned and muttered a little too loudly in annoyance. Fuck! His outburst caused the entire party to freeze in place and prepare for incoming. The sergeant looked over his shoulder and asked, "Walker, status." Nero hadn't meant to have his private grumblings overheard, but now that they had been, he debated if he should say something to Nick. Several seconds passed as Nero matched stares with the sergeant while his mind filtered through his options. Apologize? No, he wasn't really feeling remorseful. Play it off as nothing? No, he didn't want to be a child that couldn't admit his mistakes. Confess that he had learned something? Did he expect a cookie? It's nothing. I just realized I've been acting like a moron, he said with some rare humility underscoring his words. Turning his head to look at Nick's back, Nero added, "Hey, Nick, I get what you were saying about control. Sorry I was being a little bitch about it." Everyone had been facing outward, covering their assignments, waiting to see what had provoked Nero's outburst. But when they heard what Nero said, almost as one, they turned to look over their shoulders and stare at him with varying shades of shock. While Kathleen looked surprised but proud, Nick smiled like a loon. But Rose and Wesker shared almost identical looks of disbelief. Neither of them believed for a second that Nero was being serious. He was aware of their opinions. Their psychic fields made it pretty clear how they felt, but he didn't really care all that much. Nero had only said what he said because he felt like it. He'd rather free up the brain power to focus on mastering his mage armor instead of wasting hours protecting his pride and feeling like an asshole. "Can we get going? We've got an essence thing to go deal with, don't we?" he asked, not liking the fact that they were all still staring at him. The only response Nero got was a grunt of annoyance from Wesker. No one else made a sound as the party resumed their search for the mark Wesker kept talking about. Nero was feeling pretty good about his handling of the situation. In fact, he wondered if this was the kind of personal growth that would lead to a level. He could almost feel the pressure from his built-up experience reserves going down, as if they were being applied to his growth. He opened his identity to confirm his hypothesis. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 13. Race: human. Growth: 99%. Tier: 1. Condition: 98%. Age: 14. Center: 63%. Body: 4. Mind: 5. Soul: 2. Confluence:
10. Stars. 0. Pillars. 1/1. Nero saw his growth stuck at 99%, and he frowned in annoyance. Also, he hadn't realized his center was so low. He must have been pretty wasteful with all his essence shield experiments. Or did his firewall stunt take more center than he thought it had? Dismissing his identity window, Nero put it out of his mind. It wasn't important at the moment. He'd level eventually. No reason to force it. After all, he leveled to 13 last night. He shouldn't be this close to another level already. His leveling was slowing down considerably. Or at least, it was. This makes no sense, does it? He wondered. He knew that he had some experience saved up after his last level, and he'd had one hell of interesting morning. Those experiences had built up, and he could practically feel them crawling over his soul, slowly bleeding off into the ambient ether. Sensing what was happening around his center wasn't easy, but he was getting better at it. And at least his soul felt much lighter after his moment of self-realization. The moment Nero processed what had just gone through his mind, he stumbled over his feet in shock. Self-realization? Lighter soul? Looking back over the past few weeks, so much normal crap had happened to him that the world had started to make sense. Despicable nobles plotting revenge killings and maneuvering for position in the political landscape of Dorchester. Ornery military leaders with uncertain agendas. Spying hot chicks trying to honey trap him. Crazy ancient wizards abusing their positions. Fantasy monsters straight out of the stories he used to read online. And there was even a wise warrior woman acting as his spiritual guide. He'd forgotten that the entire world was hell-bent on pretending to be a self-help book. He came to a stop, abandoning his combat-ready demeanor. The thoughts of everything he'd been treating as normal regained their wonder and magic. When did he stop noticing that all of this was so fantastic, almost to the point of being annoying? He was on his way to deal with a planar event that was spitting out monsters. How crazy was that? And along the way, he'd been slowly learning to be a better person and face his personal shortcomings while making friends. The essence in the air became agitated as Nero's eyes glazed over. His mind was rushing along, images highlighting the details he'd been taking for granted flashing through his consciousness. The entire party paused and stared at him in shock. Seeing someone leveling out in the open when they weren't even resting or meditating was incredible. It wasn't impossible, but it was so improbable it might as well be. After all, they were currently in the middle of the wilds, which wasn't really an environment conducive to self-reflection and growth. Nero felt the ambient essence calm down, and he came back to his senses. After blinking a few times to clear his head, he looked around to see the entire party staring at him in wonder. Nero remembered seeing the same look on Captain Angelton's face when he'd been escorting him to the center back when he'd first arrived in this world. Feeling more like himself than he had in a while, Nero smirked and said, "What's the matter? Never seen someone level before?" Wesker didn't know why, but the look on Nero's face pissed him off something fierce. He barked, "Allocate your star and let's go. We've wasted enough time dealing with your issues today." Not bothering to argue, Nero opened his identity and pushed his fresh star into his confluence, without even bothering to check his level stress. He'd promised himself he'd maintain a buffer of at least 5 between his stats and his confluence, and he needed the breathing room if he wanted to clear out the level stress from his mind stats. He was almost scared to look at them. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 14. Race: human. Growth: 0%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center. 100%. Body. 4. Mind. 5. Soul. 2. Confluence. 11. Stars. 0. Pillars. 1/1. With a smile, Nero dismissed his identity. He could feel some residual experience still waiting for him to deal with, but for now, he was content. So much had happened, and leveling really helped him feel a little more comfortable with himself. Despite how stupid he found all the self-help crap, he couldn't deny that it did make him feel pretty good emotionally. It's a lot like that one time Jackie dragged me to a spa. After having a manicure, facial, and a massage by a surprisingly angry Asian lady, I remember feeling exactly like this. Equal parts annoyed, shamed, and relaxed, he thought to himself. Not willing to hold up the party any longer than necessary, Nero snapped out of his thoughts and said, "All right, let's go. Nothing to see here, just me being awesome. Don't worry, I'll be here all week. I'm sure I'll do something else to amaze you soon enough." Ignoring the various looks he was receiving, the team resumed their mission. Wesker, unsurprisingly, sped up their pace due to his lingering anger at having to put up with Nero. Time passed, and Nero didn't even bother with trying maintain his mage armor. He just wrapped himself in condensed essence like a blanket and enjoyed their walk through the magical forest. His psychic field was spread out looking for threats, but most of his mind was pleasantly empty of any heavy thoughts. Or at least it was, until he noticed the ambient essence starting to act weird. Through his field, he could tell that something wasn't right. The ambient essence felt bent. There was no other way to describe it. Everything seemed to flow normally, but it was like looking through a funhouse mirror or a warped pair of glasses. It was extremely unnerving. The closer they came to wherever it was they were going, the worse the sensation got. Nero broke the party's stealth by calling out in a whisper loud enough to be redefined as a hiss. "Hey guys, you seeing this with the essence? What the hell is going on?" Wesker didn't halt the party, or even bother to respond to Nero's outburst. He just kept up his march, almost stomping his feet as he refused to acknowledge Nero's question. Thankfully, Nick was kind enough to reply. "We're nearing an essence event. It doesn't look to be a planar rift, or we'd be seeing more manifestations of identity contamination. Unless I'm mistaken, we're probably just dealing with a simple spawn point. Keep an eye out for mobs. Spawn points tend to follow a pattern." Nero just nodded, pretending to understand what Nick was talking about. He really hated it when he asked a question, only to be answered with a lecture on something he wasn't even thinking about. So, the essence is being screwed up by the spawner. Why does everyone hate answering direct questions? And these assholes think I'm rude, he thought to himself. Chapter 131. Well, that happened. Although Kathleen appeared to focus primarily on the surrounding wilds, in reality, she was always paying close attention to what was going on around her. From Wesker's constant personal crises of faith, with the standards set by the military constantly being challenged by the Little Lord's improvisation and questioning, to Vikander's expertly hidden fears and caution, she saw it all. As a northern warrior, she'd been trained to see with more than just her eyes. It was a skill that southerners usually neglected to cultivate. Even the mages here didn't seem to bother with it. Normally, she'd call them idiots and leave it at that. But she was positive that Lord Walker either learned the skill from Lord Salvatore Verena, or at least had it explained to him by someone who'd mastered it. Ever since they'd entered the wilds, she'd felt Lord Walker's psychic presence getting better at blanketing the area. She hadn't been sure if he was actually using his perception field to see, but there was no longer any doubt. Ever since the ambush, she could tell that something had changed.
Now she'd feel his mind practically scouring through the ether, supplementing his material sight with his ethereal gaze. He wasn't even being subtle about it, and the fact that Lord Salvatore Verana didn't seem to notice indicated that he hadn't been the one to teach Lord Walker how to do it. So who taught the little lord to see beyond his eyes? She wondered. These thoughts kept her occupied while she kept vigil on the party recovering from their most recent battle with a mob. As her physical eyes scanned the surrounding forest, which had been thoroughly burned out by the little lord's experimenting, she used her perception field to enjoy the argument going on in front of her. The sergeant, so accustomed to treating combat like a training exercise, was having trouble dealing with Lord Walker's use of environmental warfare. It's rather amusing how the poor man is unable to conceptualize the little lord's casual disregard for his proper procedure. This is what comes from training soldiers only to defend walls while deluding them into thinking themselves warriors. He can't even recognize a true survivor standing right in front of him, she thought sadly. At least Lord Salvatore Verena was presenting a valid argument. Power is not a toy to be bandied about. It is a weapon to be wielded with purpose. When that purpose isn't directed, the power will choose its own target. She felt the little lord's attention focus on her, both his sight and his mind's eye. After hearing his question, she thought, "So you want my opinion, do you?" She couldn't help but find the drama a little entertaining. Running her gaze across the soot-covered party members, she locked eyes with Nero and said, "Young warriors often push the boundaries of good sense. They must find their limits through adversity. You saw a potential weakness, devised a strategy, implemented it. Whether or not it was a mistake is something you'll have to decide for yourself after reflecting on the battle. Now isn't the time to concern yourself with the opinions of those who are only alive because you acted. It's better to act in ignorance than to hesitate and die. If you manage to live through your mistakes, never repeat them. As there is no way to know what would have happened if you hadn't done as you did, it's pointless to debate it. Now, we've talked enough. It's time to move on. Sergeant Wesker, the mob is currently dissipating. You might want to deal with that before you lose more of Lord Walker's spoils." Kathleen forcefully suppressed her smile at seeing the sergeant stomp off to deal with the corpse, his pouty attitude almost causing her mask to break. She could feel the amusement rolling off both Lord Walker and Lord Salvatore Verena, their essence practically dripping with it. Never in her life had she been trained in psychological warfare, but she could see why the little lord enjoyed it so much. Winning pointless conversational battles was an interesting pastime. A useless hobby, but interesting nonetheless. Before long, they were finally ready to head toward the Essence event, which was their target. As they made their way out of the burned area of the forest, she could already feel the essence in the area starting to repair it. Without a sentient to reinforce the changes by observation, new growth would cover the ground in a few days. In a month, no one would be able to tell a battle had even been fought here. Of course, that all is contingent on them successfully reinstating the natural essence flows in the area. She could already feel the knot in the essence affecting the ethereal plane. At least the sergeant's inner conflict isn't affecting his sense of direction, she thought with some humor. As time passed and they headed closer to their target, she kept up her vigil on her surroundings. Often, the beasts or monsters would congregate around their spawn points, so she maintained readiness in case an enemy showed itself. "Fuck!" she heard Nero mutter rather loudly from behind her. The party instantly halted, and she thoroughly scanned the area with a frown. "There isn't anything out there, is there?" she wondered, her senses humming with tension. After confirming nothing was out there, she realized that the little lord was just dealing with some kind of personal issue. A little annoyed, she searched his essence signature for clues. In the ethereal plane, it looked like his center was actively cycling. Is he actually doing active meditation? She wondered. Moments later, she saw the essence in the area violently shake, Then a weak-level cyclone rose up around their party. Through her perception field, she could see Lord Walker actually leveling. He had actually been active, meditating. Who in the infinite planes of the hells taught him how to do that? She wondered, her eyes wide with surprise.
"What's the matter? Never seen someone level before?" asked the little lord, his smirk taunting her and everyone around her. Down to the recesses of her center, she regretted that his soul ended up in the southern cities. It truly was a shame that he didn't borrow a body from a northerner. Regardless, she now knew for a fact that he was in contact with someone who'd had something similar to warblade training. These weren't skills or concepts that someone could just come up with on their own. She'd have to be careful with her investigation, but no opponent can hide forever. One way or another, she'd find out who is trying to poach her prospect. Perhaps it was that war mage that's been teaching him how to cast their weak southern magic, she thought angrily.
The ambient essence looked
Wrong. And every step they took closer to the essence event only made it worse. Yet, Nero's sense of his surroundings wasn't affected in the least. The material plane, through his perception field, looked perfectly fine. He could still see and interact with the ambient essence. If he had to describe what was bothering him, he wouldn't know where to start. Everything just looked wrong, and it was creeping him the hell out.
Minutes passed as the team made their way through the forest.
All the while, no one other than Nero seemed to think anything was off. Everyone stayed in formation, kept their eyes on their assignments, and generally acted as if it was all business as usual in the wilds. While Nero did his best to concentrate his senses on the area he was supposed to be monitoring, it was incredibly difficult to stay focused. It was almost like he was walking through a haunted house, where there was that underlying sense of eeriness. But instead of some ineffable sense of danger, it was a feeling of the world around him being subtly incorrect. The trees looked wrong, but somehow also normal. Same with the shrubs and plant life all around him. Even the sound of the animals wasn't right. This must be how Alice felt when she went through the looking glass. Man, that movie creeped me the hell out, he thought to himself with a grimace. Nero's attention snapped to the front of the party when he heard Nick say in a perfectly calm tone, "Huh, it's just a little baby spawn point. I'm impressed the scry mages even managed to find this little guy."
Nero couldn't believe what he wasn't seeing.
Directly in front of them, bisecting a tree, his eyes saw nothing. But his perception field was clearly telling him that a large, undulating blob of something was right there. With his mental senses, he couldn't help but run his psychic presence over it, psychically poking it to prove to himself that it was actually there. It was like there was a giant blob of goo hanging in the air, but completely invisible. In the ethereal plane, it was even more confusing. Streams of essence seemed to curl together like a tangled extension cord, but multiplied by 1,000,000. Every type of essence in the area was simultaneously flowing right past it, looking completely normal, but also being dragged into a bubbling vortex of Christmas lights fresh from the box in the attic. Nero was maybe 20 feet away, but that was still close enough to see how freaking weird the hovering ball of insanity was. Wesker's harsh voice snapped him out his thoughts. "Vikander, Averett, watch the flanks. Keep an eye out for manifestations. Don't hesitate. Call out if you see anything at all. I'll watch over the mages. Verena, get this thing smoothed out. Walker, get over here and listen to everything he says. Orders are to have you learn how to do this, and we don't have all day," he said, his voice full of repressed anger, but otherwise unworried. Nero numbly approached Neck, who was standing there with his arms crossed, staring curiously at the ball of craziness. Nero muttered, "Okay, so this is a spawn point. I gotta be honest here, buddy, I have no idea what I'm looking at. It's clearly there, but my eyes aren't seeing anything." Nick turned away from his examination to stare at Nero in confusion. "You expected to be able to see it, It's in the ethereal plane, not the material. Open up your senses and try to feel out the area in front of us. Tell me what you sense."
Returning the look of confusion, Nero replied, "Oh, I see what's not there. I see what's in the ethereal plane. It looks like a massively jumbled mess of essence flows that are wrapped around each other. But also not. The thing is maybe 5 feet around, and like a big ball of tangled string." As Nero was describing what he was seeing, his mental presence reached out to examine the knot of essence. At first, everything was fine, his perception just showing him hints of various essences squirming around each other. Then, out of nowhere, his mind seemed to slip past the surface, deeper into the spawn point. His mental projection was overwhelmed with a flash of sensations that made no sense. It was like a mental flashbang, but instead of sound and light, it exploded with everything from smells to tastes, along with images of a dark forest. Then he was through, and he could see the other side. All around him were the creepiest trees he'd ever seen. Ropes of vegetation were hanging down from the branches, reaching to the ground like dead snakes stapled to the canopy. The ground had small fog clouds slowly making their way across the forest floor. Shadows seemed darker than they should be, while the sky was almost completely hidden from sight. It would have been pitch black if not for the few shafts of sunlight that managed to breach the gnarled canopy. But the light didn't look right. It wasn't bright enough. The sense of wrongness was so strong, it was almost just a different type of right. While Nero took in the dark forest, which looked like something out of a Tim Burton movie, he sensed a muted presence off to the left of his focus. Reorienting his mental sight, he saw a figure leaning against a tree. They were maybe 6 feet tall, possibly male, their incredibly light hair pulled back in a top knot, allowing the back of their hair to flow around their shoulders gracefully. Intricate combat leathers were wrapped along their body, with small plates of metal attached in strategic places along their limbs and torso. Twin swords sheathed at their waist, with various knives strapped all over the place. The only word Nero could use to describe them was elf. It was an honest-to-God, pointy-eared, pretty boy elf. Nero's mind stuttered to a stop, completely flabbergasted at what he was seeing. The damned elf was just standing there, leaning comfortably against a tree, calmly reading a book one-handed, while his other hand crossed his chest to support his reading arm. His face looked so bored. Behind him, far off in the distance, Nero heard Nick's voice calling out. Still confused, Nero turned his attention around to focus on what was behind him. His mind almost recoiled at the sight of another tangled mess of essence, identical to the one he had just been screwing around with. He didn't know how, but he knew that Nick was inside that thing. Or on the other side of that thing. Probably with the rest of the party. And his body? Did I just astral project through a magical wormhole? Fuck me, I'm a dumbass, he said to himself in panic. Chapter 132. Through the Essence Event. While the sergeant was currently collecting the essence crystal from the mob's corpse, and Ms. Averitt was preoccupied with standing guard, Rose was free to listen in on the two nobles' discussion. She did her best to fade into the background as Lord Salvatore Verena and Walker started conferring about the recent fight. Her latest brush with death had brought much more attention than she was conformable with. Hopefully, both of them would go back to ignoring her existence as soon as possible. Luckily, even after seeing her almost die, Ms. Averitt and Sergeant Wesker didn't seem to care all that much about her, which was exactly how she wanted it. They weren't who she was here for anyway. Forcing herself to focus on the present, it took some effort, but she managed to push her recent trauma to the back of her mind. Despite her hands still shaking, she concentrated on what Lord Salvatore Verena was saying. The older man was giving the little lord examples of how mages from history had adversely affected the landscape by not respecting their power. He even referenced the fall of House Dorchin, which was a story known to every citizen of Dorchester. In fact, she doubted that any school in the Straits didn't at least mention the famous event. 600 years ago, the Dorchins were caught planning a rebellion. They were going to leave the protection of Oglevark and create a new kingdom in the Straits. Several nearby cities were said to have been sympathetic to their goals. Many historical analysts believe that if the plot hadn't been discovered, it might have even succeeded. The whole of the Straits only remain a part of Oglevark to this day because the populators had come down like the wrath of the gods on Dorchester. As a result of that war, and the terrible magics used to win it, the entire region's essence profile had been permanently altered. Yet, despite what Lord Salvatore Verena was saying, she knew the recent density shift had everyone wondering if there were more to the story. When the team had returned to Dorchester to drop off the assassin at the Tower of Law, Rose took advantage of the opportunity to rejoin the city's thought hub through her link. No longer restrained by the military's oversight at the elite training camp, she had been able to peruse the news releases and several of the commentary boards she always kept up with. And some of what she had read came to mind as she listened to Lord Salvatore Verena subtly berate the little lord about how magic could have unintended consequences. There was even a theory going around on the commentary boards that Lord Walker was sent here as an instrument of balance. One of the orders in the religious district, the Church of the Sun, posted a sermon advocating the belief that Goddess Serene used the little lord's arrival to ensure the Dorchin line finally died out. Now that the last Dorchin was truly gone, their line finally ended for their betrayal of humanity. The density shift was just the essence returning to Dorchester, so that the city would regain its former glory. Only the faithful would think that argument made any kind of sense. But there were even some non-faithful who were supporting the idea. After all, if the rumors were true, the little lord's soul was from another plane of existence. There were several commentators saying they heard it directly from the army intelligence. And if that were true, how could it have happened without someone from the higher planes being involved? At the time, she considered the idea nothing more than a publicity stunt, probably set in motion by House Walker or some of its agents. It would offer a clever cover for whatever odd personality traits and social indelicacies the new little lord exhibited. But, like her, most citizens were too smart to fall for the manipulations of the nobles, regardless of what those in power thought. However, after seeing what Lord Walker is capable of, she was starting to doubt her conclusions. Looking around, observing the charred and ruined landscape of the wilds, it was hard to deny that the Lord Walker seemed a little more special than the average citizen of Dorchester. Maybe it wasn't just politics and backing. Perhaps there was something more to his rapid rise to power. Rose narrowed her eyes as she studied the young lord. It was impressive, the image of a soot-covered young warrior being instructed by the older mage, with a backdrop of a burned-out forest and wisps of smoke still rising to the sky all around them. Rose had to admit, it was like something out of the historical records, where the great citizens of the past shaped this kingdom with nothing but their will and their wits. Don't allow illogical thoughts to shake your center. Reason and determination are all you need on your path, she quoted to herself, trying to shake off her ever-growing awe of the little lord. While she was lost in thought, Sergeant Wesker finished his task and got the group moving toward their objective. Rose pushed the uncomfortable thoughts aside and did her best to focus on the dangers of the wilds. If she wanted to live through this experience and have a chance to consider these difficult questions, then now wasn't the time to think about them. Not even an hour later, she watched Lord Walker halt the group mid-march. She felt the little lord level right in front of her, right in the middle of the wilds. his silver hair whipping around as the wind kicked up dust and leaves from the forest floor. He wasn't meditating or anything. He'd just been talking. Since she'd met him, he'd leveled multiple times. Now, she'd even seen it happen. It was shocking and absurd.
Maybe he really is just different than the rest of us, she wondered in awe.
Did I really just kill myself by following an essence trail? He raged.
Nero's mental process was moving so fast, it was almost hard for him to form a coherent thought. Only a few seconds passed at most, and he felt everything around him growing more vivid. As a mental projection, he had no body, no physical form that would allow him to interact with the world. And that was a problem, because he truly wanted to start shouting and pulling his hair out, as any good freakout required. Yet with every second that passed, his panic faded. In less time than it takes to order takeout, Nero's emotional state reached equilibrium, seemingly unable to maintain any strong emotion. In fact, he felt fine. Calm. Almost abnormally so. He could still hear Nick trying to contact him through the spawn point. Checking on his new elven friend, Nero saw that he was still calmly reading his book, clearly oblivious to Nero's presence. Everything seemed so clear, and Nero's mind had no trouble interpreting what it was seeing. In fact, he seemed to be able to come to conclusions faster than he could notice details. The elf was clearly only here to monitor this essence event, and obviously had no fear of the creepy forest all around them. Most likely he was a scout, assigned to guard duty. This was another world, so there was probably a civilization that was Oglavark's equivalent on this side of the essence event. Turning his attention back to the weird ball of tangled essence, Nero could see that despite the similarities, this side's event was very different than the one back with his party. The event must act as the connection point between these two worlds. Planes. Yes, these were both planes. That's why the ambient essence was so different, but so similar. There were multiple material planes, just like there were multiple higher and lower planes. How did I know that? He wondered. Nero's mind was filling with information about where he was. He felt like he knew that these beings were called elfin. Images of their cities flashed in his head. He could see their towering homewoods, surrounded by a civilization that lived in harmony with the natural world. Flashes of streets filled with elfin shops, riders on stags patrolling the border, large bramble walls protecting their conclaves. It was like getting a local guidebook for tourists downloaded directly into his head. He had never felt so in tune with the ether, able to so easily understand the world around him. Wait, yes I have, he thought, the faded memory breaking his connection with this area's essence profile. Flashes of his journey through the plains bubbled up from his subconscious. He saw glimpses of fantasy civilizations of all kinds, scenes of towering cities floating in the air, their gold walls shining like a beacon in the sky. Red expanses of land with black cities of stone reeking of misery and pain. And so many others that his head started to swim. Like pushing away a bad memory, Nero shunted those recollections back to where they came from. Immediately, they retreated into the recesses of his mind, only a fraction of them having been touched. He now knew what was happening. I finally did it. I killed myself through my stupidity, he said to himself calmly, barely able to muster up any significant emotion at the thought. Nero felt for his connection to the body he'd been using, sensing a thin thread leading back through the essence event behind him. The moment he felt the connection, he grabbed hold with all his will and raced along the link, right into the heart of the twisting essence. Somehow, he knew that it would lead him back to his party. Everything happened in reverse. Images and knowledge of the world he left flashed through his mind. Then a series of sensations that he couldn't quite comprehend assaulted his being. His sense of time vanished,
and then he felt the knowledge of the area around Dorchester hit him like a sock full of quarters.
People working together for the greater good, doing all that they could to channel their baser instincts into the ability to survive in a world that didn't want them. Weak humans banding together to create massive cities of commerce and learning, surrounded by isolated towns and villages, all working to feed resources into their local havens. Towering walls protecting millions of people from beasts and monsters, dedicated to wiping out any sentient species that dared to influence their environment. And then he was through, and back among his party. Kind of.
He found himself floating above his body, oddly similar to how his journey started after the first time he died. But this time, he at least had some idea as to what was happening.
Looking down, he could see Nick leaning over his corpse, brow covered in sweat, his glowing hands raised as if he were working some great magic. Not bothering to check what his friend was doing, Nero looked around to see the entire party staring down at his corpse. While Rose seemed a little worried, Kathleen just looked confused. Her head was cocked to the side, as if she were trying to figure out what Nero's body was doing. Opposite them, Sergeant Wesker stood there in his full plate, leaning on his shield, utterly indifferent to what was going on in front of him.
A sense of déjà vu rose up in Nero's mind, and he recalled a similar scene not too long ago. Images of a bloody battle, black-clad mercenaries massacring a caravan, a body that seemed empty, yet still alive. He remembered almost feeling something, a sensation he had almost forgotten. Opportunity. As if he were recalling how to ride a bike, Nero lowered himself down to his corpse. Using the thin connection still clinging to his mental presence, he slipped into the body. Again. He felt the connection solidify, and he could almost feel Nick trying to find him inside his soul space. But the instant everything clicked, he felt his soul reject Nick's presence. Almost instinctively, he thought, "Dibs." He felt his flesh once again fill with his identity, his center. But unlike last time, the body was eager to connect with him. The expected pain didn't come. Time seemed to stop as his mind slipped into the brain and joined with the nervous system. It was like he was updating the body's mental backup with new information. Nero 2.0 was online. His senses pulled in visceral sensations from the forest around him, and the sounds of exclamation erupted all around him. His eyes shot open, and he sucked in a huge gasp of air. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest. All of his limbs were tingling and numb. Sitting up, he could see a tired Nick staring at him with confusion and relief. Nick leaned over and hugged Nero hard, nearly toppling over. His voice was barely a whisper. "Thanks all the gods in the infinite heavens, you're back." Nero reached up and absently patted Nick on the back. Once again, he was alive. When Nick leaned away to look Nero in the eye and check on his state of mind, Nero met his stare and said, "I already know what happened, and I'm pretty sure I know what I did wrong. But Nick, if you ever want me to tell you what happened on the other side of whatever that thing is, you'll have to promise me something." His voice conveyed his complete and utter seriousness. Nick's face lit up in wonder. "The other side? You went through it like a planar gate?" "Sure, whatever you want, name it," he said, eager to hear what Nero had experienced. Nero's face was devoid of any warmth or humor. His tone filled with ice. He said, "Jennings, that old bastard. He can never know about this. I refuse to hear him say, 'I told you so.' I swear to God, Nick, I mean it." The atmosphere between the two friends was shattered by a sound that raised the hairs on the back of their necks. It was so unbelievable that both their heads whipped around to stare at the source, mirrored looks of confusion and horror upon their faces.
Kathleen Averitt, the normally stoic warrior woman, had her head thrown back in laughter, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Chapter 133. It's easy to know who your friends are. Victoria Blackwood hadn't slept since returning from her interview with the council in the Hall of Leadership. Not that she was complaining, as it had turned out to be a very productive 60 hours. She had been able to provoke several challenges from her competitors and force those that remained into the arena. Her hot-blooded brothers and sisters thought that they would find victory in the arena, while her business rivals thought she wouldn't have the stomach for violence. This illusion of weakness had taken years to cultivate. So many times she avoided settling things in the arena, doing all that she could to feign a preference for settling conflicts through the house's financial leaderboards. The moment her father was executed, her plans came to fruition. Those sisters and brothers who could never beat her in a contest of financial acumen or scholarly pursuits had been counting on meeting her in the arena. They had been biding their time, counting on the fact that multiple defeats would have removed her from contention for the leadership of House Blackwood. Each of them had wasted years focusing on their training, believing that she was weak. All according to her plan. Now they were dead, and with her victories and petitions, she had finally been confirmed as the new Lord Blackwood. It hadn't been easy. In addition to the standard house hierarchy model adopted by the noble houses across all of Oglevark, every house had a few metrics that were determined by their head of house. For years, their house's ladder had balanced on the whims of her father's favor, and in her opinion, her father had weighed political connections and relationships too high in the ranking metrics. After all, a real noble only needed 3 things to be successful. They needed to be cunning, able to see through the plots and plans of others. They needed to be strong in both mind and body, able to meet their enemies in any field of battle. And above all, they needed to be cautious, for false confidence is the natural result of being both cunning and strong. These thoughts ran through her head as she let the steam from the shower wash away her stress, the hot water and scented soaps acting like balm on her soul. With one hand propped up against the wall, she closed her eyes and let the water fall across the back of her neck. Years of planning had culminated in a bloody few days. It had been a perfect victory, almost too perfect. At most, she had expected 80% of her preparations and plots to have succeeded. Yet, after it was all said and done, every single one of her plans had worked out exactly as she'd hoped. And now, there was no longer anyone remaining in the branch that could challenge her position. She had won, completely. She let shoulders sag in relief, taking a moment to revel in her victory. But all too soon, she knew it was over, and she forced herself to look away from her past and focus on the future. Summoning what remained of her will, she opened her eyes and straightened her spine. With a flick of her hand, the shower turned off, and she headed off to bed. Tomorrow, she would find out who had been aiding her behind the scenes, and then she would have to decide what to do about it. As the new Lord Blackwood, she needed to know if they were in fact a secret ally, or a hidden enemy. While Kathleen was getting her amusement out of her system, Nick helped Nero stumble to his feet. Rose and Sergeant Wesker returned to their positions, pretending to focus on the surrounding forest while not so subtly listening in on what Nero had to say. Nick held Nero steady as the young man tried to shake off the after effects of whatever had just happened to him. Even though he was ecstatic to see Nero alive, his impatience for answers forced him to ask, "Nero, seriously, what happened? 1 second you were examining the essence knot, and the next you collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut." Nero's mind couldn't help but imagine the scenario as Nick described what he'd seen. With a shiver, Nero replied, "I'm not entirely sure, but I can make a few guesses. And they wouldn't even really be guesses. I think I somehow connected on a deeper level with the local essence signature. I saw so much,
so quickly. It was like reaching enlightenment, but only about little things. Does that make sense? So often, Nick had seen Nero looking at him with confusion and annoyance, seemingly expressing his unhappiness with Nick's explanations. Now, for once, Nick had the pleasure of giving Nero that very same look. No, Nero, that doesn't make any sense. How about you start from the beginning and walk me through what happened? Nero nodded, his face unusually calm and blank, the echo of his experience dulling his emotions. Turning away from Nick, he took a step toward where he remembered the tangled essence had been floating in front of them. Very gently, he let his psychic field expand over the area, once again allowing him to see what had been hidden from the material plane. Nero heard Nick's soft voice from behind him. Nero, now's not the time to experiment. Tell me what exactly happened. Ignore the essence knot for now, and just use your words. Nero collapsed his field carefully, reinstating his essence barrier. By now, he just couldn't feel comfortable without it active. Forcing himself to turn away from the essence knot, he looked at Nick and nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Nero took a deep breath, then started his story. A couple weeks ago, Nick interrupted harshly. Nero, I mean what happened just now. You died. I want to know how. Nero's calm expression turned to a frown, and he replied, I'm getting to that. Calm down, old man. Nick replied with a huff, then crossed his arms and pouted. Seeing Nick's expression, Nero adopted a smirk. He could feel his emotions waking up, the world around him regaining a bit of life. After lightly clearing his throat, Nero began again. As I was saying, a couple weeks ago I read about delving. At the time, I wasn't able to actually do it, but trying turned out to be great practice and allowed me to get a better sense of the world around me. Eventually, a day or two after training started with the elites, I managed to delve into the chair in my room in the barracks. Accidentally, I went a little too deep into the history of the chair and lost myself a little. Jennings somehow showed up. I think he teleported right into my room, actually. Anyway, he pulled me back from wherever I was and explained what happened to me. Nero paused his explanation, asking, You do know what delving is, right? Nick replied quickly, eager to get Nero to move it along. Delving is sending a part of your consciousness into the identity of something. Typically, it's used to determine provenance of a material or object, or to examine someone's background to confirm their story. It's looking at the historical record of an essence signature. Nero wouldn't have put it exactly like that. But then again, he wasn't a scholar. Nodding, Nero continued. Right, so anyway, Jennings warned me about keeping my mind intact when I was moving along an essence stream. He also warned me about not delving into things because I'm not strong enough to hold myself together. That's why I don't want you to say anything to him. Crap, you think he's watching us right now? Does he already know about what happened? That peeping son of a bitch is never going to let me live this down. Nick wasn't willing to let Nero go off on one of his rants and interrupted him again. Nero, what happened? Nero shook off his anger at Jennings's pervy behavior and returned to his point. Right, anyway, since then I've noticed my mind getting stronger. Or, more accurately, my identity becoming more firm, more solid. It really helped me when I was screwing around with scrying people, you know, like that archer chick. Not Rose, the other one. The assassin one. The assassin one that tried to kill me in the wilds. Nick replied. Yes, I know who you mean. Go on. Nero nodded and continued. Okay, so my identity is pretty firm now. When I'm examining things in my psychic field, I can get a pretty accurate picture of stuff. You know that I was always good at that. But I think I figured out why. It's my soul, Nick. You told me that the different fields are affected by the strength of the soul.
Even though we didn't specifically cover scrying, I'm almost positive that scrying works the same way.
Getting annoyed, Nick said, "I know this, Nero. Everyone knows this. What has that got to do with you dying? Don't tell me you think you delved into an essence knot. Not only would you be wrong, but I'd have to question your intelligence, which up until now I'd actually thought was at least average." Nero's reply was quick and unwavering. "I did, actually. Whether you believe me or not, I accidentally sent my consciousness into that tangle of essence, slipping through the essence strings. I think that's what did it, actually. I was fine when I was just examining the outside, but when I tried to look at what was in between the strings, it's like I got sucked in. What I'm trying to tell you is that I'm only alive because I was able to keep my identity intact along the journey. I think I scryed the other side of the essence knot, as you call it."
Nick's jaw dropped, and his voice dropped to a whisper.
"You can actually see the individual essence flows that make up the essence knot? That's amazing."
Nero nodded.
"Yeah. I told you that the detail in my psychic field is pretty good, but the point is, there is something on the other side of the thing. When I was pulled in, I think my soul came with me. It was weird, but after a bunch of sensations I can't describe, I got a sense of what's on the other side. It's like the essence in the air was translating the common knowledge or identity of the area. I finally understand what you meant when you said essence events are connecting our world to another plane or whatever. There was a dark, creepy forest, and an elf just standing there. He was some kind of scout, monitoring the other side of the essence event. Just being there, I learned all about him and where he came from. Also, I don't think the other side works the way it does on this side."
Nick nodded, full of enthusiasm.
"That makes sense. This event is a spawn point, which means that this side is pulling in identity information from another plane. I'm guessing it's probably connected to one of the Elfin realms, maybe the Darklands. But that doesn't really matter," he said, waving the issue away as if it weren't remotely important. Returning to his main point, Nick said, "What matters is that you somehow treated a spawn point as if it were an astral inflection point. You managed to actually travel through an essence knot that hasn't manifested a planar gate. That shouldn't be possible. No one has ever delved an essence knot before. They're too compact, the flow's too severe. It's an unprecedented scientific marvel. I bet with some training, you might be able to manipulate the essence flows in order to alter an essence event into whatever you'd like. Don't you understand? Nero, you might be able to influence dungeon development. That is a very big deal." Nero could tell that Nick didn't seem to be understanding the bigger picture. Nero wanted him to focus on what was important, but he also realized that he didn't know how to explain it any better. So, rather than argue, he tried to move on. "Yup, we'll have to discuss that at some point. But listen, when my soul was—" Nero's voice trailed off. His thoughts started catching up with his mouth. From the sides of his perception field, he could sense both the sergeant and Rose's essence signatures. They were both bursting with interest, their attention fully focused on his conversation with Nick. Did he really want them to know that he managed to keep his mind intact while his soul was outside of his body? The implications of that were nuts. He might even be able to heal himself after he were killed. Or maybe he could take over a different dead body? Could he body jump now? Nick's voice shook him from his thoughts. "When your soul was what? You mean when you were dead, you—" Nero matched stares with Nick, his eyes full of worry, and he could see the moment that Nick realized the greater implications of what Nero was saying. If Nero was able to recount what happened when his body had been dead, then somehow he had been able to maintain his mind without a body. Nick's face lost all its color, and Nero worried that the old man was going to start freaking out. Before Nero could decide on how to prevent Nick from losing it, the old man awkwardly smiled and said, That explains why you weren't really dead. I had wondered why I could still sense an intact soul space, but your body had the appearance of a corpse. While you appeared deceased, you were, in fact, just too distracted by the delve. I should have thought to check for that. Regardless, that's incredibly interesting.
Nero could see right through what Nick was trying to do, and he felt like his heart grew 2 sizes in response.
This must be what the Grinch felt like when he discovered the meaning of Christmas. This old man is a true friend, he thought.
Nick's shoulders squared up, and he shook off his fear of Nero's odd achievement. Firming up his voice, he said, "Well, let's get this spawn point dealt with, then we can move on. I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to talk about essence-not dynamic manipulation at a later date. For now, we have work to do." Taking a step past Nero, he said, "Now listen closely, and try and follow along with what I'm doing. Do not, under any circumstances, probe the essence knot. I don't want a repeat of your accident. Let's just focus on clearing up the local essence flows, and then we can talk about that later, okay?" Nero nodded, his face full of thanks.
"Sure, Nick. You got it. You talk. I listen and try not to do anything stupid. I know the drill."
Nick smiled at his friend and replied, "Right you are. Okay, here we go. The first thing you have to do is..." Chapter 134. I knew it the moment I heard the words, religious district. This wasn't the first time Rose had been near a spawn point. In fact, while following her old mentor, she'd been involved in several officially sanctioned quests to deal with monster and beast outbreaks. Even though she hadn't personally dealt with a spawn point, she understood the concept of an elimination quest well enough. It usually started with monsters or beasts showing up somewhere with increasing regularity. In response, the local government would contract a mage to find out the general area they were coming from. Afterward, a party was assembled, usually around 10 or 20 hunters. Said party then escorted a mage, or a seasoned hunter capable of dealing with an essence event, to the spawn point. Along the way, there were usually a few battles, maybe some arguing over loot. Then someone would declare that they've located the essence event. Everyone then stands around, doing nothing, while a few high levels end up dealing with it. 10 minutes later, the party heads back to civilization to get paid. At least, that had been how her previous quests had gone. She never saw, sensed, or interacted with a spawn point. She obviously tried to follow along with what the mages and senior hunters were talking about, but she'd only ever seen them waving their hands around at nothing, then abruptly declaring that the problem was solved. Now that she was with a new party, even taking into account the interruptions and unusual party composition, she had expected everything to pretty much follow the same general pattern. So, when she saw Lords Walker and Salvatore Verena start waving their hands around, she didn't think much of it. In fact, she was lucky to still be paying attention when the little lord collapsed. It happened so quickly, she'd almost missed it. Lord Walker was holding his hands up, as if he were caressing an invisible wall. Then, without warning, he went completely limp. Rose was able to see his muscles go slack, and his entire body awkwardly hit the ground in a tangle. The vacant look in his dead eyes was so shocking that it nearly knocked the wind out of her. She'd seen people die, but not like that. She was around 10 feet away, so it only took a moment for her to be standing over Lord Walker's body, unsure of what she should be doing. Lord Salvatore Verena dragged the body flat, then started casting something. She assumed it was some kind of resuscitation magic. There was absolutely no doubt in her mind that the little lord was dead. The corpse's vacant eyes, along with the smell of voided bowels, made the situation disturbingly clear. But barely a minute or two later, the little lord was standing there, completely fine. A cleaning spell cast almost as an afterthought, and Lord Walker was once again verbally sparring with Lord Salvatore Verena. What in all the hells just happened? She wondered. She tried following along with what they were talking about,
but the entire conversation seemed to fly over her head. Questions about what they were saying raced through her mind so fast that she didn't have a chance to focus on any one in particular.
Wasn't delving meant to identify what type of material something was made of? It couldn't be used on a person, could it? And she'd never heard of it being used to clarify where something had come from. That was impossible, right?
So Lord Walker hadn't died. He went through the spawn point to the other side. But his body... Oh, it was like scrying. Is that really how scrying worked? She wasn't so sure about that. Manipulating dungeons? Wasn't that an archmage thing? She was pretty sure archmages were sent out to stabilize dungeons that were showing signs of breaking down, or failing, or some variation of that. She was sure her old mentor had mentioned something about that. She was almost positive.
To her chagrin, she just didn't know enough about magic to understand half of what they were talking about.
Yet she still did her best to pay attention to what they were saying, and more importantly, how they were saying it. As a result, Rose was almost certain that they were hiding something. Something monumental. Yet she hadn't a clue what that could be. All too soon, the conversation was over, and the older mage began instructing the little lord on how to deal with the spawn point. Since Rose couldn't see what they were doing, or even understand what they were talking about, she quickly lost interest. Her gaze drifted past the two nobles, looking into the eyes of Sergeant Wesker. She could tell that he wasn't nearly as lost as she was. It was obvious that he was able to follow the conversation. But she was a little surprised to see a look of boredom on his face. Perhaps she was wrong. They might not be hiding anything. Maybe she just didn't know enough about what they were talking about. Not for the first time, she lamented the fact that she was put in this position. Don't worry about it. Just keep your eyes and ears open, and focus on staying alive. Let the nobles, gods, and generals play their games. Try to stay on the edges, and you'll be fine, she reassured herself. Unsurprisingly, Nero found Nick's explanation of how to deal with an essence knot unnecessarily complicated. Once they were finished dealing with what they came to do, Sergeant Wesker hadn't wasted any time, and the party was soon on their way to their second mark. The pace he set was quick, and he seemed bound and determined to get them to their target as soon as possible. At the moment, Nero was quick-stepping over some shrubs and dead branches, doing his best to maintain his vigilance over his assigned area. It really wasn't that hard. He'd had plenty of practice using his psychic field as an early warning system. He remembered reading that there was a way for high-level hunters to use their fields to discourage attacks, but he wasn't currently in the mood to figure it out. His thoughts were stuck on how Nick had dealt with the spawn point. The scene replayed itself in his head over and over. He couldn't stop analyzing Nick's lecture describing what he had been doing. Nero felt that it conflicted with what the old man had actually done. Nick's words said that he was unraveling the essence knot, allowing the essence flows to return to their original streams. The theory being that essence knots were formed from large amounts of essence getting clumped together and creating rents in the fabric of the material plane. In order to smooth out those tangles, the entire essence knot had to be wrapped in a psychic field, one with a uniform essence signature, or center, then shaken like a snow globe. He was especially clear on the fact that the caster had to ensure that the local essence streams were allowed to pass unhindered through the psychic field, or the spawn point could collapse into a planar event. The difference between an essence event and a planar event was that an essence event didn't cross some density threshold or something. Planar events were full-on rips in space, and they were incredibly unpredictable. Nick then immediately contradicted himself by saying that it was almost impossible to manually create a planar event by collapsing an essence event, and only someone with an exceedingly thick essence field would be capable of the feat. Nero thought the whole thing sounded plausible, but also incredibly wordy and confusing. It was like someone trying to describe how a car engine worked by going into the details of, well, Whatever happens inside a combustion engine? Nero honestly didn't know, and he really couldn't care less. For Nero, what was important was what he saw while Nick had been unraveling the essence knot. He saw Nick surround the tangled web of essence with his psychic field, imbue it with some of his center, then vibrate the field as if he were psychically humming. There were no streams, no essence flows, no interactions with the ambient essence at all. The tangled essence just separated, then vanished. It was like shaking an Etch-a-Sketch. The overlay of the weird, bent essence quickly dissipated, and the surrounding wilds returned to their usual essence signature. From Nero's perspective, it was unbelievably underwhelming.
In fact, it had looked so easy to disrupt the essence knot. Nero didn't really understand how the thing stayed together at all. It had barely taken any effort on Nick's part to deal with it. And Nero felt that someone should be able to do it through a scry, with just their mind playing the part of a psychic lever.
Come to think of it, why don't the mages just break them up from range? It shouldn't be too hard, he thought to himself, a little annoyed at the thought that they might have come out here for nothing. An essence signature intruded on the edge of his psychic field. It was far enough away that all he could tell was that it was a large, fuzzy disruption in his senses. Snapping out of his thoughts, he called out firmly, "Contact left! Can't see it yet, but it's there." The entire party halted and prepared. Forming a circle with Nick at the center, Nero pulled out his shield and took the front position. He felt Rose and the sergeant switch places, allowing Rose to take the rear and the sergeant to join Nero at the front of the formation. While watching the approaching signature, Nero prepped his mage armor. The feeling of imbuing the outer layer of his essence shield with purpose caused him to close his eyes and groan in concentration. The sensation was nowhere near being a practiced action, and it still managed to take all of his focus to complete it. Regardless, it only took a few seconds, and he needed to get used to casting it. At least it was getting easier for him to let part of his focus handle it, while most of his attention remained free to deal with the actual combat. Yet he still felt like he was overclocking a processor, and from the moment he cast it, he felt like a timer had started in his head. He was absolutely sure that he couldn't keep it up without suffering the mental deceleration that would result in him once again being enamored with butterflies. Refocusing his attention on the approaching essence field, he cocked his head in confusion. There were multiple signatures blending together. It wasn't like a mob, it was something different. Each of them was different, but also similar. It was like he recognized them. Kind of. Something seemed familiar with their essence fields, but he couldn't tell what it was. Before he could say anything, he heard Nick groan in annoyance.
"It's just an approaching hunter party. Looks like 8 of them, I think," he said, not sounding like he was worried in the least.
Sergeant Wesker echoed Nick's annoyed groan, then said,
"All right, everyone look relaxed, but keep your eyes open. No point in letting them get the jump on us if they turn out to be hostile. Stabbers are rare, but it's best to be prepared."
Nero felt the translation of stabbers come through, and he couldn't stop himself from chuckling.
Essentially, it meant a large group of weaklings that stabbed hard-working people in the back in order to kill them and take their loot. What a great word, he thought. Soon enough, a group appeared through the trees, around 40 or 50 feet away, all of them dressed in various shades of fantasy chic. There were a couple leather-clad rogues or rangers, some robe-wearing mages, 2 full-plated tanks, and even what looked like some kind of cleric sporting a staff topped with a glowing ball of light. Despite them all being human, Nero thought they looked ready for Comic-Con. Though, in his opinion, one of them should really be an elf. Or, at the very least, a dwarf. Nero watched Sergeant Wesker take a few steps forward, slinging his shield over his shoulder, somehow wedging it under his backpack. One of these days, I'm really going to have to figure out how he does that, he thought. It didn't take long for the approaching group to clear the remaining distance, and they lined up in a half circle about 10 feet off from Wesker,
while one of the leather-clad rogues continued forward, raising a hand in greeting. The rogue, or maybe ranger, was almost 6 feet tall, attractive, and surprisingly female. It wasn't her gender that was surprising to Nero. It was that she had the same haircut as Wesker, almost like a flat top. Nero stifled a chuckle when he realized that she was, in fact, a she, and not just some androgynous-looking dude.
We seek peace. Our group is safe. I am Brianna, and this is my hunting party. We heard a rumor that an encampment is being erected in the area. Do you know if the army is allowing parties to base out of there yet? She asked. Nero was close enough to get a good look at her equipment, and he thought the woman looked pretty capable. She was strapped full of knives, and she had a bow along with a quiver of arrows slung across her back. The sword at her side didn't look out of place, and her essence field felt strong. If he had to guess, she wasn't as strong as Wesker, but she felt much stronger than Rose did. He could barely feel Rose at all. Whether that was due to her low level or something else, he didn't know. But once that thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but wonder why he hadn't noticed it before. Nero couldn't see the sergeant's face, as he was facing away from him, but he could tell the man's mood wasn't very happy based on his essence signature. The man took his time answering the question, but eventually he replied in what seemed like some kind of prescribed greeting. Safety in groups. Peace in the wilds. As far as I know, the encampment is still being built. For now, it is only for Dorchester's elites, and I seriously doubt that changed. Where exactly did you hear that rumor? The woman, Brienne, didn't seem fazed at the question. 2 days ago, we left Dorchester with a few quests in hand. The assigning agent at the Hunter's Hall said that there might be an army encampment being set up in the area, and we should keep an eye out for it. He didn't offer any details or say anything else. I think he was just trying to be helpful. Was it supposed to be some kind of secret? She asked, a little amused at the sergeant's brusque manner. Wesker replied quickly, No, it's not a secret, but it shouldn't be common knowledge either. I'll be sure to pass on your request to my superiors when I see them. Now, we've already been delayed by unforeseen complications, and I'd prefer to keep any future encounters with any hunters to a minimum. I hope you understand that we have nothing to offer you. Brienne shrugged easily and said, Very well, we'll be on our way. We didn't search you out if that's what you're worried about. Our surveillance mage just sensed an odd essence signature in the air, and we came to check it out. One of the robed individuals from the hunter's side coughed lightly to bring attention to himself, then said loudly, It's the short one, the one hiding behind the tower shield. His voice was light, as if Nero was somehow funny to him. Brienne's eyes looked past the sergeant, focusing on Nero. From her perspective, she could see a 4-foot-tall tower shield being held a few inches off the ground, and a white mop of hair floating above a youthful pair of eyes, peeking over the top. She also found the sight amusing, and offered the tiny hunter a smile. Nero's eyes furrowed, and he could see the humor dancing in the woman's eyes at his agitation. But he didn't respond to their provocations. He wasn't going to drop his guard, as he knew that people generally sucked, so he was perfectly happy letting the sergeant deal with the newcomers. He'd hide behind his shield, and anyone that wanted to point and laugh was welcome to it. He'd be more than happy to trade his pride for safety. Their opinion didn't matter to him in the least. At least, that's what he told himself. Wesker looked over his shoulder, appraising Nero. It was obvious that he wondered what the surveillance mage was talking about. What was so odd about Nero's essence signature that they were interested in checking it out? On the hunter's side, the man dressed as a cleric took a step forward. His white robes and glowing staff caused everyone to turn their attention to him. He had a weird look on his face, and his voice was full of excitement when he asked, Are you the new Lord Walker? The one the Temple of the Sun spoke about? Nero had no idea what the guy was talking about, so he didn't reply.
However, Sergeant Wesker's response was a little more obvious. His shoulders tensed, and he stood straight up, almost at attention.
What are you talking about? He's just an elite hunter's apprentice.
Though, what's this about Lord Walker? He asked, pretending that Nero wasn't anyone worth mentioning. Brienne crossed her arms and glared at the white-robed man. Her voice was harsh when she said, "I told you to limit your sermons to the campfire. No one wants to hear about whatever ridiculous interpretation of events your superiors are currently promoting. We're here for a job, and we're going to stick to it." The man didn't back down, seemingly surprising Brienne with his persistence. "If he's really the Lord Walker, the one responsible for freeing us from Dorchan's curse, then we owe it to him to offer whatever aid we can. Refusing to support him is tantamount to aiding in the destruction of Dorchester. If the Lord Walker requires anything, then I, for one, will give it." Now Nero was even more confused. What the hell was the Dorchan curse? And did she say sermons? Like religious sermons? Nick's voice was louder than necessary, and filled with mirth. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but did you say there was a sermon about Lord Walker? What do the faithful of the goddess Serene have to say about him?" he asked happily, seemingly very pleased with what he was hearing.
Nero looked over his shoulder, glaring at Nick with every ounce of hatred he could summon. Even though he also wanted to hear more, as this was his first real brush with this world's religions, he couldn't stop his stomach from clenching with worry. Doesn't he know it's a bad idea to encourage religious nut jobs? That's like rule 1 in surviving in any fantasy environment. Does that son of a bitch want to get me martyred or something? He thought to himself. Chapter 135. Whatever it is you believe in, I agree with you, so don't ask me about it. While Kendra was focused on the data being collected by their essence scanners, she did her best to ignore the sounds of work being done in the central power room. The city's engineers were currently working hard to bring the massive power generator online. Once active, it would provide the first 5 levels of the mountain complex with power, allowing the city to start getting the other facilities up and running. There was a massive amount of work to do before the mountain city was ready to receive the immigrants fleeing from the density shift. And before any of that happened, these scans had to be done, and the complex's safety level needed to be ascertained. Kendra saved the dataset she was working on, then stood up from her chair to take a break. Taking a few steps away from the folding travel table they were using for their equipment, she looked around the dimly lit room. Their current lab left a great deal to be desired. As part of Mountain Team 5, they'd been down in here for hours, and even if everything proceeded according to plan, they'd be spending the next few nights here. She mentally pushed her annoyance with the situation to the back of her head. It wasn't productive to dwell on it. With her hands behind her hips, she stretched her back while groaning in relief. This type of work should really be done in a lab. Making us analyze the data on site is completely unnecessary. Not to mention insulting, she thought to herself. A voice from behind her called out, "Hey Kendra, come over here and take a look at this. Tell me what you see." She looked over at her partner David, who was currently staring at several holograms with a slight frown on his face. Even though she'd known him for years, she couldn't tell if he was worried, interested, or just confused. Since they'd left the lab, his social skills were getting worse every day. Sighing at the thought of how dull her only companion was, she walked over to see what he was talking about. Taking her place behind him, she looked over his shoulder to see holograms depicting several isolated sections of the tunnel complex, complete with essence density overlays and range variance calculations. Not seeing anything terribly interesting, she asked, "What am I supposed to be looking at?" David raised his hand, pointing at one of the holographic projections, and said, "Does this look right to you?" She narrowed her eyes, staring hard at the data, trying to find anything out of the ordinary. The map showed a large underground farming enclosure, complete with housing towers and support facilities.
It was the first large section of the mountain city, and the closest area to where they currently were. Glancing at the essence scans, along with the calculation parameters, she didn't see anything out of place. It looked like what she would have expected a farming zone inside the mountain city to look like. Not seeing anything worth mentioning, she replied, "Nothing is jumping out at me. Is there something I'm missing?"
David's voice carried a whisper of worry when he replied, "Don't these essence flows look a little active for a farming zone which is supposedly abandoned?"
With a curious frown on her face, she went over the numbers again. Using her link to reference some typical ambient essence profiles from the historical records, she compared the datasets. That is surprising. You'd think that after 600 years of inactivity, the profile wouldn't look this active. Maybe it's an echo of the past signature interfering with the ranged scanners? That might explain why the mages are having trouble scrying into the old tunnels, even with the help of the Tower of Magic's focusing crystals.
David didn't say anything in response. He just grunted lightly, indicating his skepticism. They both watched the screens in silence, staring at the constantly updating essence profiles. Both of them were used to this type of lab work, waiting for more data before coming to any conclusions. Besides, the likelihood that there were still people living down there after all this time was ridiculous, so there had to be a more reasonable explanation. Not to mention that this was the first farming zone they'd scanned, so they currently didn't have anything to compare it to. Most likely it would be at least a week before their team was allowed deep enough into the mountain to find another farm which would allow them to form a comparative profile. Time passed, and they focused on their work. In their small room, they were isolated from the controlled chaos of the rest of Mountain Team 5. So, it came as quite the shock when the door to their lab was thrown open. Both Kendra and David jumped in their seats, their eyes widening at the sight of a soldier covered in blood, with one leg missing a boot and the pant leg, his sword and shield brandished in preparation for violence. Rushing into the room, the soldier carefully scanned the corners, looking for threats, completely ignoring the two lab attendants. While Kendra froze in shock, her mind stuttering to a halt, David was much older and much harder to rattle. He immediately thought through the implications of what he was seeing and asked, "Did you lose your leg in combat? It looks freshly regrown. Who were you fighting?" Kendra's mind restarted, her analytical skills following David's line of logic. She asked, almost immediately after David finished speaking, "Are we in danger?" Apparently, coming to the conclusion that the room was clear of threats, the soldier replied, "Yes, we are in danger. Gather everything you can as soon as you can. We're heading back to the surface immediately. Be sure to leave nothing behind." Neither Kendra or David moved a muscle, both of them equal parts confused and frightened. Seeing that they weren't jumping into action, the soldier lifted up the front of his helm, sliding it up to reveal his face. He adopted an understanding look, the same look a parent gives a frightened child, and said, "There is nothing to be concerned about. We're handling it. But I need you both to start getting this equipment stored immediately. The front line isn't going to hold forever, and we need to get you civilians to the surface as soon as possible. Now get moving." Kendra and David started shutting down their equipment, speeding up as they sensed the impatience rolling off the soldier's essence field. David didn't pause his hasty collection of the equipment, but he did ask, "What exactly is the situation out there?" The soldier was currently staring blankly into the air, obviously communicating through his link, most likely through a private military channel. He didn't respond to David's question. Instead, he just continued focusing on what he was hearing. David and Kendra shared a worried look, not liking the fact that the soldier seemed too preoccupied to answer a simple question. It took almost 20 minutes of focused work to get all the scanners and gear to be powered down, disconnected, and stored for travel. It wasn't perfect, but it was the best they could do, with the pressure of the soldier impatiently hovering over them, silently urging them to hurry up. Slinging their packs over their shoulders, they took one last look around to see if they missed anything. Finally ready,
Kendra asked hesitantly.
Can you please tell us what's going on?
The soldier seemed to snap back to reality, looking approvingly around the room. Looks good. Now, when we leave here, please stay behind me. We're one of the last groups to leave. Most of the engineers are already gone, and we don't have anyone else to spare guiding you to the surface. Once we get to the main corridor, follow the trail left for you and report back to the surface as soon as you can. Keep the talking to a minimum, your eyes open, and call out if you see anything. Ready?
David's voice was calm but firm.
Before we go anywhere, I want to know what's out there.
The soldier met David's stare and replied, Apparently kobolds have taken over the mountain city. Somehow they broke the wards, got in, united several tribes, and as far as we could tell, it looks like they have progressed to a Class 5 city threat. They must have been breeding for centuries, right under our noses. So, most likely, we will soon be at war.
Kendra felt her hands start to tremble, and she looked over at David, her face paling.
David gave her an encouraging nod, indicating that they would make it through this. Returning the nod with a forced smile, she tightened the straps on her backpack. This kind of shit never happened when I was in my lab, she complained to herself.
Nero felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up in protest to all the attention he was receiving. He could feel the various eyes trying to subtly sneak glances at him, judging him, wondering about him.
After they'd had a delightfully awkward conversation about his supposed divinely sanctioned aid in clearing the Dorchan curse, Nick had been able to convince Sergeant Wesker to let the group of hunters join them in dealing with their next mark. Apparently, between the sergeant's desire to get their assignment finished before nightfall and the cleric's misplaced hero worship of Nero, any reservations the man had were met. Now their group had ballooned to 13, and Nero was surrounded by people overly interested in his life. The worst part about it was that the sergeant no longer cared about keeping everyone quiet. Since the group was now large enough to deal with anything they might come across, he'd assigned Nero to the middle of the group, sandwiched between Nick and the cleric. While everyone else was focusing on the flanks, Nero was doing his best to explain to the cleric, who was charmingly named Brian, that to the best of his knowledge he was not sent by the goddess Serene. Furthermore, while he may have had a hand in the events surrounding the latest noble war, he had not been the one to actually end the Dorchan line. And as far as saving the city, that responsibility fell on the shoulders of the city's military. As a new noble, he'd of course do all he could to help, but he was unfortunately unable to shoulder such a monumental responsibility. Brian didn't buy it at all. Currently, Nick was smiling ear to ear, encouraging Brian's misunderstanding with not-so-subtle praise for Nero's accomplishments, and everyone around them was able to listen in on his bullshit. You see, Lord Walker's soul came here from a harsh land. He still has memories of great battles between powerful trade states, determined to use any and all means to eliminate their enemies. In the world he came from, it wasn't the wilds that were the threat. It was the men and women standing right next to him. Naturally, this has provided the young man with an insight into the nefarious schemes of the most vicious players in the game. It was this insight that allowed him to see through former Lord Dorchan's plot to reclaim the seat of Dorchester. Without his warning, the noble war might still be going on to this day, Nick said, his voice full of false pride, laced with an undercurrent of humor. Nero glared up Nick, not finding the situation remotely amusing. From his right, he heard Brian respond. It's fascinating that so much could be changed by the inclusion of one variable. Did you know that the Tower of Fate in Hennings had actually predicted the fall of Dorchester? It's true. Can you believe they kept quiet about it, only alerting some of their most fiscally supportive adherents to the prophecy?
The rumor is that many powerful families have invested a great deal in plans that are contingent on Dorchester not surviving this leveling event, the cleric said, his tone full of righteous anger and disappointment.
Nero didn't exactly follow what the cleric was saying, but he listened anyway. The Tower of Fate sounded like stockbrokers doing insider trading. That is, if he understood what they were talking about. Nick replied easily, "I hadn't heard that. However, I'm not surprised. There is a reason the Tower of Fate's influence hasn't spread to all the cities of Oglevark. There have been many papers proving the hazards of playing with fate, yet those bastards continue doing it. You know that there are actually several laws limiting their powers in regards to their fate weaving? As for me, I side with the Tower of Magic in regards to this issue. They believe that the old King's Matrix was never intended to be used as a tool for benefits. It was merely created to stave off losses." Brian replied, as if he were campaigning for office. "Well said. The Temple of the Sun relies on the goddess for guidance. Only those who've reached the higher planes can see the flows of fate clearly enough to aid our growth. It's through our connection to them that we may get through these trying times. As long as we remember her, she will continue to work tirelessly for us, turning fate to our favor and preparing us for the trials that we will face in the coming days." Nero couldn't stop himself from rolling his eyes at the religious propaganda. Feeling the cleric's hand land gently on his shoulder, he nearly jumped in surprise. Repressing the urge to violently shake off the offending appendage, he looked up the smiling cleric with what he hoped could be construed as an equally honest smile. Meeting Nero's earnest eyes, Brian said, "I, and many others, thank her for sending you to us. Whether you believe she helped guide you here doesn't matter. We trust in her, and we support you. I know that you will lead us to victory in these trying times." Nero didn't know how to respond, but he knew that he had to be careful. In his last life, he had once gotten a little too drunk at a friend's barbecue. Surrounded by suburban Lutherans and Catholics, he made the mistake of asking if Catholics believed they could talk directly to God like the Lutherans, or if they still thought they had to use a priest to pass their messages along. Like it was some kind of spiritual telephone game. After all, wasn't that what caused Luther to leave the Catholic Church and start his own? To this day, he could still recall the look on his buddy's mom's face when she accused him of being an instigator and told him that he was acting as an agent of the devil, only here to try and ruin her barbecue. Had he actually been trying to piss people off? He might have been offended. But he had honestly wondered about that question, which he still didn't have an answer to. After all, he wasn't stupid enough to ask that question twice. He really hadn't been trying to start shit. But alcohol must really be the devil's juice, because however he worded the question was not the right way to go about it. He had no problems with religion as a concept. In fact, any faith that caused people to be a little less horrible with each other was all right in his book. Regardless, now he was plodding through a forest of nightmares, with an honest-to-God, God's whatever cleric, and he didn't want to get smited, smitten, or even smote for being a smartass. So he was doing his best to choose his words carefully. The worst part about it was that he could feel Nick's essence field humming with happiness at Nero's caution. The old man was enjoying the hell out of seeing Nero worried about how someone would take his words for once. Nero looked up at the smiling cleric and said, "I thank you for your support, but please understand, I'm sure that although this might be part of some large cosmic plan, I have no knowledge of it. Also, I know very little about your religion, so hopefully you'll not be offended by any accidental insult I might give you or your goddess." Brian patted Nero's shoulder and said, "We of the Sun's faithful do not offend easily. We just do our part to help the kingdom in our own way. If you'd like to learn of our order, I'd be more than happy to teach you." Nick immediately spoke for Nero. He'd love to learn more about the religious district and its place in our kingdom. I haven't had a chance to explain how we view religion here, and I'm sure he's eager to hear about the various temples and, of course, the goddess Serene."
Nero offered Nick a deadpan stare for a few seconds, then turned back to Brian with a fake smile and said,
"Yup, I'd love to hear about your Lord and Savior Serene. Lay it on me."
Brian's smile made him look every inch the Sunday morning pastor Nero expected him to be.
"I swear to Serene, I'm going to pay Nick back for this. I'm going to find whatever this world's equivalent of Jehovah's Witnesses are, and then I'm going to put him on a list to receive weekly home visits from them for the entirety of the next year," he promised himself, while forcing a plastic smile to stretch across his face. Chapter 136. The Practicality of Religion. General Branson scrolled through the latest proposal for updated appropriations standards at the Hunters Hall. In the past, the amount of local essence crystal production made the issue relatively simple. For years, the wilds surrounding Dorchester were relatively safe. If and when hunters were sent out for specific quests and contracts, the taxes were handled on a case-by-case basis. Now, they were saying that system was no longer feasible. As he scanned through the supporting paperwork, he saw what the Tower of Trade was talking about. It no longer made sense to go through each quest's after-action report in detail. There just weren't enough attendants to handle the load. Dorchester was going to have to adopt the more common model of arrival interviews handled by the gate guards. Most larger cities currently do it this way, and hundreds of years ago, Dorchester used to do the same. He sighed heavily. This meant that he would have to temporarily pull men away from the wilds and aid the city's garrisons until more guards could be trained. At least we'll be putting this new income to good use. Now, where is the status report on the wall cannons? He wondered, while flicking through the holograms to find what he was looking for. An alarm went off in his link. An emergency update concerning an imminent threat to the city. His screens tinted red, and a new ping appeared at the top of his incoming messages. His eyes widened a little, but he didn't panic. Smoothly closing the files he had been working on, he brought up the emergency alert's details. Quickly scanning through the situation summary, his jaw dropped open in shock. Kobolds? Seriously? Shooting up from his desk, he marched toward the door to his office, waving his hand to throw open the doors. After making his way into his outer office, he stared hard at his aides. His loud voice was both calm and full of steel. "Summon all commandos to the Situation Room. Emergency teleports are authorized. I want them there in 5 minutes. Activate the wall defense protocols, along with the military's hub override. I want the information office sending out updates immediately. Recall any units we have contact with outside the walls. We need them back here as soon as possible." The moment the general had started speaking, the aides had started working. As he rattled off orders, they smoothly carried them out, without question. The holograms on their desks flickered quickly, chunks of information being sent out to all corners of Dorchester. Seeing his aides rising to the challenge, unquestioningly following his orders, the general's heart swelled with pride. "We may not be a large city, but we know what we're about," he thought to himself. "After you finish here, join me in the Situation Room. From now on, that's where we'll be working," he said, then marched off through the outer office doors into the hallway. He could see the red lights pulsing and warning along the edges of the ceiling, alerting everyone in Central Command to the gravity of the situation. As he walked, he read through the reports coming out of the Gate 22 Command Center. In addition to the 3 full squads still unaccounted for, there were over 300 confirmed casualties. The commander on site, Commander Johann Gallegos, was right. They were at war. This wasn't a monster swarm or a beast wave. This was a hostile civilization invading through their blind spot. If their forces weren't able to hold them back long enough, the fighting could very well spill into the city. If it got bad enough, they could lose all of Gate 22. "That will not happen," he said to himself. Arriving at the emergency Astra teleportation platform, He nodded to the attending technician. The young woman looked stern and capable, her hands flying over the controls with precision and skill. Voice was calm and steady, she said. Teleportation coordinates set to the arrival zone outside the War Council chambers in the keep, sir. Let me know when you're ready.
Taking his place on the platform, he glanced over at her and replied, "Good to go." With a flash of light, the general watched his surroundings change. He appeared in a reinforced room at the base of the keep. The platform he was standing on was just one of many. Alongside him were several other platforms currently filling with his commanders. Not wasting time, he marched through the doors to the Situation Room. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the tall, ornate doors to his left. Through there was the War Council chambers. I won't let it come to that, he promised himself. Around a giant circular table, several commanders were already working at their screens, coordinating the army's withdrawal from the wilds and preparing to address this new threat to their city. Taking his place at the table, he leaned over his fists and addressed the men and women charged with defending the people of Dorchester. His voice carried through the room, subtly infused with essence. You all read the reports coming out of Gate 22. I want each and every command center to send me a report of what forces you have available to reinforce the mountain gate. Pull them off the road crews if you have to. The refugees from the outer villages and towns will have to wait. We need to solidify a front before we can begin cleaning out these vermin from our ancestral halls. We can worry about who is responsible for letting this happen later. For now, we have a threat to eliminate, and eliminate it we will. Get to work. All around him the commanders nodded in agreement, their faces filled with quiet determination. The room was silent, as most of the communication was being handled through their links, but the ambient essence hummed with their unified purpose. Every one of them was focused like a laser on the task at hand. They may have been preparing for a beast wave, but they were always ready to defend their walls. Nero had expected a sermon on the evils of the world, or proselytizing on glories of the Temple of the Sun. But that wasn't at all what he got. Brian, the cleric, introduced him to this world's religions as if he were a recruiter at a job fair. Even combat didn't blunt his enthusiasm for the subject. While maintaining his charming smile, Brian launched glowing rays of light that struck their companions, surrounding them with a subtle white glow. With a happy undercurrent to his voice, he said, You see, Lord Walker, this is one of the many abilities granted through the connection to our goddess. She is always there for us, supporting our efforts, healing our wounds, and watching over her adherents. Nero stood near the back of the party, well away from the combat, awkwardly listening to the cleric, while Nick stood on his other side, calmly observing the fight. The rest of the party was currently dealing with a group of oversized boar-type monsters that were mutated and had spiky protrusions sticking up out of their spines. It was strange to see 8-foot-tall, bulging bundles of muscle with snouts resembling a pig crossed with a crocodile. He didn't know if he should be horrified, disgusted, or amused. Sergeant Wesker and the Hunter Party's frontline fighters had corralled 3 large monsters into a group, forcing them all into one area so the ranged party members could finish them off. Kathleen was launching spears that she kept pulling out of her personal space, while Rose and the other archers launched arrows with pinpoint accuracy. The Hunter Party archers were imbuing spells or abilities into their arrows, and the effects were varied but powerful. Nero watched as one of the archers fired an arrow which emitted a yellow mist, slightly glowing with contained power. It slammed into one of the monster's sides, exploding a chunk of meat with a loud pop, disgustingly sounding like popcorn going off. At the same time, nimble fighters danced around the edges of the fight, slashing with glowing swords and daggers, hamstringing the freakish things and limiting their movements. Even the Hunter Party's mage joined in, occasionally lobbing balls of what looked like summoned mud onto the backs of the monsters, clinging to the protrusions and dripping down over the large bodies. Nero had no idea what it was supposed to be doing, but he doubted it was just for show. Meanwhile,
Nick had told Nero to just hang back and watch how professionals fought. So, he was stuck there, listening to Brian narrate the fight, while extolling the virtues of being a follower of the goddess Serene. By connecting to the light of Serene, we are able to channel her power for the aid of humanity. The light can do many things. It can heal, enhance attributes, even protect us from harm. Look there. You see how Marcia is moving? She's not that fast. It's the goddess that is helping her move like that, the cleric said, absently gesturing with his glowing staff at one of the dagger-wielding rogues who was currently glowing with one of his buffs. Nero figured it was like divine channeling in any number of stories, so he wasn't too impressed. Rather than say that, he smiled lightly and nodded, pretending to be impressed. So, is it just a matter of faith? Or did you sell dedicate your soul to her cause or something? How do you make this connection? Either not catching Nero's slip, or just not caring, Brian replied, Well, in order to borrow the goddess's power, one must join the Temple of the Sun. Through a ritual, we are allowed to glimpse her fields in the upper plains. Once there, if she finds you worthy, she will allow you to connect your center to her light. With that connection, you will find a wellspring of power at your fingertips. You will be able to cast for hours, with barely any strain on your reserves. Skeptical, Nero wanted to ask, What's the catch? However, he managed to hold himself back. Luckily, Nick chimed in, seemingly interested in the subject. It's actually a fascinating phenomenon. There has been some interesting work done in the eastern cities concerning planar channeling. By connecting to the various planes, essence streams are pulled through the ether within the caster's soul. Although the uses are limited, it is still a powerful technique, albeit one with quite a few drawbacks, he said. While they were chatting amiably, the rest of the party was still pounding the monsters into submission. Glancing at the battle, Nero could see one of the boar's faces was ruined, half its head replaced by a smoking crater. It toppled over, clearly dead, leaving the remaining two to rage at the sight of their fallen comrade. Maybe these are pack animals or something, he wondered, the idle thought fleeting across his mind. Brian's voice stole back Nero's attention. While it's true that divine channeling doesn't promote level stress at the same rate as magic training, it makes up for it with much larger power reserves. And there is nothing wrong with being a specialized caster, he said, almost like he was used to having this argument with mages. Seizing the opportunity, Nero asked, So that's the only drawback? What do the adherents give up to gain this power? Brian didn't seem offended, and answered easily. Well, you are tying your soul to that plane of existence. When you die, you are shepherded into the afterlife through that conduit. So, in a way, you are entrusting your soul to whatever deity you choose to align yourself with. Therefore, you must find one that aligns with your principles. Otherwise, your afterlife may not be all that enjoyable. Nero's face twisted in confusion. His mouth moving faster than his caution could handle, he asked, So you guys actually get to choose your afterlife like you're looking at a takeout menu? That's crazy. What made you choose the goddess Serene? And how do you know that you're actually going to get what she's promised? Also, what does she get out of this arrangement? Nick chuckled, and Brian threw his head back in a hearty laugh. Bah, it's good to be young and naive. Our goddess gains power by tying our identities to her plane. As more followers join her in the planes of eternity, the plane itself becomes more robust. Eventually, it might even become material. Goddess Serene is young, only a few millennia old, so her plane is still developing. Of course, we can look into how she treats her followers, and we know what awaits us when we get there. She is not a demon who offers power for false promises, or a devil who tricks the overly ambitious with lies wrapped in truth, he said, finishing his speech with some casual hatred thrown in toward what Nero thought were mythical creatures. Nero's eyebrows shot up, but he didn't say anything. After all, it kinda made sense that devils and demons existed here. He'd heard Nick and Jennings talk about the lower planes, and people seemed to swear by using phrases like, "Hells be damned," or "What in all the hells," and other such nonsense. The sounds of battle stopped, and Nero looked over at the party. No one even seemed out of breath. Kathleen walked over and casually collected her spears, while keeping an eye on her surroundings. Rose was exchanging words with the archers, probably getting tips on her chosen profession. Even Sergeant Wesker was casually pulling out his essence collection rod. The entire scene was just too weird. There was no tension in the air, and the lack of excitement made Nero feel a little uncomfortable. Nero's thoughts were interrupted by Nick. The old man said, "There are a lot of churches throughout Oglivok. Normally, when a child reaches the age of awakening, they choose which belief most closely aligns with their personal principles. There are a few classes at the center which cover the local religions. They're usually sponsored by the religious district. The Temple of the Sun is currently the most popular choice among residents of Dorchester, or at least it was the last time I checked." Brian cheerfully added, "Yes, it is. We are also the most prolific in our outreach programs. There are classes on channeling and personal development, plus combat instruction in the ways of the light, and sponsorship opportunities for new businesses willing to partner with the temple." Nero wasn't really understanding how the whole religion thing worked. It seemed more like a club than a religion. There must be something he was missing. Looking up at the cheerful cleric, he asked, "So what do the different religions believe in? Is there a holy scripture or something that you're required to follow? Or some great evil that you are dedicated to fighting? Like, what's your biggest moral outrage at the moment?" Brian looked down at Nero, a little confused at the question. Not knowing what to say, he looked over at Nick, silently asking for a translation. Nick chuckled and said, "Nero's asking about your doctrine of faith." Brian's smile returned, and he said, "Oh, I see. Well, every church is different, but we at the Temple of the Sun are primarily dedicated to agricultural development and the growth of civilization. But, like all legally validated faiths, we are dedicated to removing the influence of the lower planes from our society. Wherever there is the stink of corruption, we will be there to stamp it out. Our kingdom's roots will not be strangled by the evils of the hells-be-damned nightmares that stalk our plane from below." Yep, that's the kind of hatred Nero was expecting from a religious nutjob. However, he had to admit that it didn't sound so crazy when there was actual scientific evidence of what the hells actually looked like. This wasn't the first time his preconceptions were challenged by his new reality, so he handled it well enough. Coughing lightly to clear his throat, Nero decided to refocus the conversation on what he thought was more important. "So, you guys don't have any particular issue with alcohol or same-sex marriage or any of that kind of thing?" Brian stared at Nero with utter confusion for a good 5 seconds. I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. The faithful of Serene are dedicated to farming and growth. If that's not for you, I guess you could look into some of the other faiths. There is the Temple of Victory, that might be more what you're looking for. They host monthly revels that I hear get pretty wild." Nero's eyes widened, realizing that his question had been seriously misinterpreted. He could practically feel Nick staring down at him from the other side. Turning his head, he expected to see Nick's amusement or judgment, but all he saw was the old man giving him a look of confusion. Meeting Nero's eyes, Nick asked with all seriousness, "If you're interested in males, then why are you always staring at Rose in the showers?" Nero felt the heat rising in his cheeks, the embarrassment hitting him hard. So this is what those damn anime characters are always feeling. It must be an underlying rule of the Omniverse to have to put up with crap like this, he thought with some anger, pissed that such a cliché actually happened to him. Refusing to continue with this subject, Nero gestured to the rest of the party gathering back into formation. "We should get moving. We don't want the sergeant to get any grumpier." As Nero stomped off, Brian and Nick shared a look of confusion.
Nick shrugged to the cleric, indicating that he had no idea what that was all about, then followed after his young friend. Brian watched them walk off, then jogged to catch up, calling out, "That's not to say that the Temple of the Sun doesn't know how to hold a party. You know, we host monthly mixers where the newly joined members can get to know each other." As the cleric continued exhorting the virtues of his faith, Nero did his best to ignore him. Like everything else in this world, the religions here were just off. Chapter 137. Making Your Perception Check. Lord Cosgrove had been all too happy to put the recent events out of her mind and get back to running her city. Now, unencumbered by the threat of her possible execution, she was in her office, catching up on the paperwork she had been ignoring. With a smile, she took a sip of her coffee and reveled in the return to the status quo. By now, Lord Walker should be back in the wilds and finally out of her hair. General Branson would once again be focused on the defense of the city, his handling of the density shift taking up most of his time. The Archmage Jennings most likely back in his tower, probably plotting the next pain in her ass. Even Lord Walker's proxy, Vera Salvatore Verena, should be busy plotting against what's left of the Blackwoods. At that thought, she leaned back in her chair, her smile widening into a grin. Wasn't that a delightful surprise? Who would have imagined that the famous Clerk of the Blackwoods was actually such a terror in the arena? She thought to herself. As a talented player in the game, she knew how hard it was to dedicate yourself to a role over the long term. Victoria Blackwood must have been hiding her abilities for years, constantly feigning weakness while projecting a false front based on her skills in the conference room. No one doubted her abilities in the business world, but the arena? Her nuanced play in the game was a masterstroke. How wonderful that she and Vera are now on opposite sides of the table, she thought to herself, an evil grin spreading across her face. With a satisfied sigh, she leaned forward to resume looking through the immigration summary for the past few days. The number of villages and towns that were being evacuated was growing, as expected. Luckily, they had gotten a good jump on the situation, and the losses had been kept to a minimum. She glanced at a report concerning the village of Stratspen, which had been overrun by a swarm of monsterized cows. Apparently, an essence event occurred in their fields, accompanied by a localized storm. By the time the villagers finished battening down the hatches, it was already too late. 500 oversized cows were led by several bulls-tuned minotaur, and their wooden walls never stood a chance. Luckily, a few villagers survived, and they had just checked in with Gate 4 intake. Stories like this weren't unexpected, but it was still concerning. Hopefully the army's efforts in clearing out the essence disturbances around the city will slow down the shift's turbulence in the surrounding areas. They couldn't do anything about what was happening along the outskirts of their area of control, but they needed the area around the city to remain safe enough for travel for as long as possible. Dorchester needed those villages and towns emptied, and their citizens protected. It might take years for the essence to calm down, and anyone left out there wouldn't survive the experience. Not to mention, Dorchester was going to eventually be hit by the beast waves, and the added bodies on the wall were necessary for its survival. Closing the report she was reading, she moved on to the status updates coming out of the mountain gate, Gate 22. She needed that mountain city open and ready for the refugees as soon as possible. Already, they'd had close to 50,000 people make their way inside her walls, and she expected that number to double in the next few days. After all was said and done, the population of Dorchester might triple by the time the evacuations finished. Scanning the reports, she sipped her coffee and estimated their food reserves and resource allocations. Right in front of her eyes, a new report shot to the front of her inbox. Her link tinted crimson, and the lights in her room changed to a pulsing red glow. Her normally comfortable and elegant office lost all of its charm, and she shot to her feet in surprise. Her eyes flew across the incoming report,
absorbing all the critical information in moments. The door to her office flew open, and her stern-faced aide, Jessica Chandler, met her eyes with a determined stare.
"Orders, my lord?" she asked, no fear in her voice. Taking a moment to close her eyes and breathe deeply and clear her mind, seconds passed in silence. When she was ready, Lord Cosgrove hardened her resolve and opened her eyes. With ice in her voice, she commanded, "Summon the council and send out the general alarm. Tell Guard Dalton to coordinate with the army, and tell Lord Brinks to initiate wartime protocols. I want someone from the Tower of Distributions on site as soon as possible." As Lord Cosgrove barked out orders, she strode through her office doors, heading for the Hall of Leadership. Ms. Chandler followed along behind her, dutifully disseminating her words to various functionaries that maintained Dorchester's operations. Everyone in the halls moved with purpose, no fear in their hearts. In the face of this new threat, the citizenry of Oglevark would not be found wanting. Nero focused all his attention on carefully probing the tangled ball of essence floating in front of him. Compared to the one he'd seen before, there were several differences that stood out. For one, this one was much smaller than the one his team had dealt with a few hours ago. Also, even though the essence strings looked similar, something about them looked entirely different. It was like the difference between a ball of yarn and a ball of rubber bands, or maybe wire. But that all seemed inconsequential when compared to the fact that this one was rotating, actually spinning in place like it was a giant, slow music box, sans musical accompaniment. Using his psychic field, he ran his consciousness over the strings, being very careful not to accidentally kill himself again. The stress of maintaining such a firm hold over his mental projection was so strong it made his forehead sweat and his heart rate increase. Not to mention that it was very difficult to keep focused when the two idiots on his right wouldn't stop arguing. "No, you're not listening to me. I'm not saying we can't diffuse the essence signature as if it were a spawn point. The point is that I don't think this even is as a spawn point. I doubt it even meets the energy threshold. So calling it one is both inaccurate and evidence of your ineptitude," Nick said, while rubbing his chin in thought, his voice falling back into his old lecturing tone, complete with the patronizing not-so-subtext. Peter scoffed hard, not agreeing with Nick at all. As the Hunter team's mage, he was usually the one who was in charge of dealing with the essence events. He wasn't shy about claiming to be the most knowledgeable Hunter mage in Dorchester. His nasally voice reminded Nero of the AV nerds he used to get his anime from back in high school. "I've seen hundreds of these things, and I'm telling you that this is a spawn point. The only reason the energy threshold might be under 300 Us is that it is still in the growth stage. If we were to stand here for a few days, we'd see it coalesce right in front of us," replied Peter, his anger at being called incompetent readily apparent. Fed up, Nero pulled back his mental probe. He sighed deeply, while pinching his nose to help alleviate his growing headache. Nick didn't back down from the argument. "This could turn out to be anything. If it manifests a spawn point, then we can deal with it. But what if it forms a proto-dungeon? It's better to report it and see what the Hunter's Hall has to say about it. It could turn out to be an asset, one we desperately need. If this area doesn't get a few dungeons running soon, the essence flows are going to take forever to stabilize." Peter responded quickly, nearly shouting his reply. "It could also be a planar rift, or a condensation point. If you're going to entertain all the possibilities, it might even be an ethereal rupture. But I'm telling you, it's just an immature spawn point. Stop overthinking it. This isn't a classroom. No one is grading your response for thoroughness." Looking over his shoulder, Nero could see Sergeant Wesker calmly standing next to a bored Brienne. Neither of them appeared remotely interested in what the two nerds were saying. In fact, it didn't look like anyone other than the two mages had a strong opinion on the matter.
Everyone seemed perfectly content to let the two scholars debate each other to death.
Nero couldn't take it anymore and decided to move things along. Okay, enough. Nick, you think we should leave the thing because it might become useful somehow. Peter, you think it's not worth leaving it to chance. You've both agreed that without an essence constabulator, or whatever, you can't predict what it will be, or even what it is. All you two are doing is throwing out hypotheticals that support your positions, so there is no point in arguing about it. How about I just tell you what I see? Then you'll have more information, and maybe we can get on with our day.
Peter looked down at Nero, both metaphorically and literally, replying, "You don't happen to have an essence contrainductor on you, do you? Then what in the hells do you think you can tell me about what we're dealing with? Can you even see the hells be damned thing?" Nero didn't get a chance to reply, because Nick took a step forward and said, "Ignore him, Nero. Just tell me what you found out." After throwing a glare at Peter, he turned away from the annoying mage and replied to Nick in an even tone. "It's a smaller ball of tangled essence. The strings are much thinner, and there isn't anything affecting the ambient essence. I'm pretty sure it's not connected to another plane, or if it is, it's not transmitting anything from the other side. Also, I don't know why, but the whole thing is spinning around like a really slow top. I have no idea what that means, but I can tell you that it's making the essence around here slowly collect. Even while you two have been arguing, I've seen it getting denser. Also, the thing isn't getting bigger, it's shrinking." Peter's incredulous face was every bit as satisfying as Nero hoped it would be. Meanwhile, Nick took Nero's words at face value. Nero watched as Nick frowned in thought, furiously rubbing his chin. Obviously, something that he'd said was causing the man to worry. Peter's voice was full of scorn. "You're not actually listening to this, are you?" Nick's arms fell to his sides, his face turning serious. "Yes, I am. And if he is right, then this isn't Spawn Point, or a proto-dungeon. Do you know what happens when you try and defuse a condensation point when it's still in its earliest phase?" Peter snorted at the implication that he didn't know what could happen. His reply was full of venom. "You said this mark was assigned to you. Don't you think they would have taken into account the first sighting timeline? There's no way a condensation point takes longer than 2 days to appear." Out of the corner of his eye, Nero saw Sergeant Wesker stand up straight, then take a few steps closer to them. His voice was full of worry. "Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt. I know it's protocol to let the mages handle essence events, but you should know that the 2 marks I chose for this expedition were just the closest ones listed near the encampment. They were fresh sightings, so I figured we'd knock them out on the way to the base camp. My orders were to pick 2 marks on the way to our destination and make sure to get there before nightfall." Nick started chuckling, then walked over to pat Nero on the shoulder. Leaning down, he whispered, "Good job, Nero." Nero watched as Peter stomped over to Wesker and started shaking his finger in the man's face. Brienne got in the middle, trying to break up the argument. Voices were raised, and accusations were hurled. All too quickly, it had turned into an argument worthy of a slot on a daytime talk show. Kathleen stepped up, questioning the intelligence of the mage for making assumptions. The hunter team was split between berating Peter and defending him. It really turned into a free-for-all. Luckily, it didn't rise to the levels of a Jerry Springer episode, but there was still a lot of yelling and finger-pointing. Nick grinned and replied, "If this is a condensation point, and we treated it like a spawn point, then when we tried to defuse it, it would have exploded." Nero glanced around Nick to stare at the floating ball of essence, then looked back at Nick with a frown. "When you say exploded, do you mean like a bomb? Because I'm pretty sure that essence over there doesn't have any material properties at the moment. Would we even feel it?" Nick shook his head and said, "It would disperse all the essence it had collected into the local ether. We'd have a localized essence storm dropped on top of us.
Basically, random lightning strikes, harsh winds, spontaneous beast materializations. Probably a few trees gaining limited sentience and trying to kill us. The surrounding area would turn into an angry forest almost immediately. It probably wouldn't be that bad. After all, it's only been active for a day or two. But it's stupid to risk it. We just need to bleed off the essence and release it back into the ether in a controlled manner.
Nero nodded dumbly.
No matter how much I learn about this world, it's still one thing after another that makes no damn sense. Why can't things just be simple? Reality, in any form, always manages to piss me off, he thought to himself. While the sergeant and the hunter team's mage debated who was at fault for almost unleashing a localized apocalypse, Nick led Nero closer to the essence event and said, "Now watch closely. This is how you funnel essence away from an essence knot. This will work for any non-solidified planar event, but don't do this on a fully manifested spawn point, or you'll end up summoning a mob right on top of you." Nero nodded along, dutifully paying attention to what Nick was doing in the ethereal plane. "I need to get my ass to the base camp. I could really use a few hours to read my mission packet and maybe reread some of those books Jennings gave me. I'm starting to think I might have missed a few things," he thought to himself. Chapter 138. So, no dinner then? Kendra and David clung to each other while their group was led through the massive Mountain Gate corridor, stunned at how much had changed since they'd last been topside. Just 2 days ago, when they had entered the gate, none of this was here. Now, there were soldiers all over the place, blanketing the entire area like a sea of ants. The essence in the air humming with purpose. The Mountain Gate was the primary entrance to the underground city complex, and for their entire lives it has been closed. Now, the 100-feet-tall doors were thrown open, and the wide entryway was filled with staggered walls of stone, bunkers, shield generators, artillery turrets, and military-grade essence collectors. Kendra stumbled as she held onto David's arm, doing her best to avoid being separated. His knuckles were white as he held her hand. The group of civilians they were with hurried through the checkpoints, ushered quickly as possible away from what would soon be the front lines of the coming conflict. Her head whipped around as she felt the essence in the air coalesce into a massive shield stretching all the way to the ceiling. The sound of the generator starting up made her teeth shake. All around her, she saw light blue shields sprouting from the tops of the walls, each checkpoint acting as a bulwark against invasion. Hundreds of armored soldiers, each with their blue tabards blending together into a sea of steel and color, made her head swim. Staff-wielding mages with hard eyes were spread out through the groups hovering around the bunkers, along with support staff dressed in military canvas uniforms. She had never seen anything like it. It took them 20 minutes to get through the defensive lines and finally see the sun again. What they saw when they got there was just as startling as the corridor behind them. The large square which usually housed stalls and merchants had been cleared out. Now military tents took their place, and they could see more bunkers being constructed by the Military Engineering Corps. Metal essence carriages delivered liquid stone and enchanted frames for defensive positions. As they were herded toward the back of the square, they watched the preparations progress smoothly. Thousands of men and women of Dorchester focused on the singular task of preparing to repel the invaders. Leaning close to David, she whispered, "Is this all really necessary? They're just kobolds, right?" David's face was having trouble maintaining its typical blank expression. He responded quietly, "It's true that kobolds aren't usually that much of a threat, but that's only when they are in isolated tribes. The military wouldn't be mobilizing like this if there weren't more going on than that. This is bad, Kendra. Very bad." Looking at the front of their column, they saw the group they were part of being led toward one of the large tents in the rear. It had large flags hanging down around the side, indicating a temporary command center. David patted Kendra's hand and said, "Don't worry. I'm sure they'll handle it. Let's just get our data turned over and head back to the center to find out what we should be doing."
Kendra nodded absently, perfectly fine with letting the situation develop on its own. Her place was in the lab, and the military world springing up all around them made her feel incredibly out of place. Nero enjoyed the remainder of their trip to the encampment. Now that both their targets had been taken care of, the focus was entirely on getting to their destination and rejoining the elites. The hunters were basically acting as escorts, while Kathleen and Sergeant Wesker led them all through the forest. Muro and Nick were once again relegated to the middle of the formation, and had nothing to do other than listen to everyone debate the best practices of surviving in the wilds. No one, including the mage, was interested in talking with Nero the know-it-all. And to Nero's delight, even Brian, the cleric, was no longer bothering him with an introduction to religion. With so many more people, the trip was incredibly dull, and Nero was loving it. With one ear, he listened to them all chatting about how different the wilds have gotten and what the future looked like for their profession. Sergeant Wesker spoke about the Army's role in eliminating essence events before they grew into threats, and how the next few years will be primarily about cultivating the wilds into a self-sustaining ecosystem. Nick lectured about how making sure the essence flows were allowed to grow and spread without knotting up would lead to a smoother density shift. Meanwhile, the hunters were all more interested in how the situation would affect their profession and essence crystal prices in the area.
It was all very interesting, but not nearly enough to distract Nero from his internal investigations into his essence shield, his soul, and his observations of their surroundings. While he practiced collapsing his essence field and quickly imbuing it with an essence shield, he let his mind wander around the forest. The ambient essence was denser than what he saw in the city, and the closer they got to the camp, he noticed the constant turbulence in the ether was slowly calming down. This must be why they say it's difficult to scry into the wilds. It didn't seem so difficult to me, but apparently I'm not exactly normal. I wonder if it affects teleportation too. It's like civilization calms down the essence flows. Why, though? He thought to himself. Nero was beginning to come to terms with the fact that he might not be able to rely on other people's experiences to figure out what he can do. It was clear he could sense things in the ether that even Nick couldn't, and possibly even Jennings. If they weren't able to explain what he was seeing, then how was he supposed to learn from them? While Nero was practicing his magic, observing the ether, and avoiding conversations, their party made great time through the wilds. The battles became more infrequent the closer they got to the encampment, as the surrounding area had already been cleared out by the elites. Rather than being on a nightmare-infested hiking trip, Nero felt like he was part of the Boy Scouts being escorted through the forest by experienced rangers. Though eventually his good times came to an end, as they broke through the edge of the forest into a massive clearing. All of the trees and brush were gone, and the forest floor looked like the aftermath of a logging company's genocide against nature. In the center of clearing, several 100 feet away, there was a tall wooden palisade, complete with a gate and watchtowers. Seeing the elite's encampment, Sergeant Wesker turned to Brienne and said, "You'll have to wait outside until I can speak with the captain. Don't worry, I'll make sure to get your questions answered. I'll also throw in a record of your aid in getting us here in your team's file with the Hunter's Hall." Nero didn't think they did all that much, but he kept his mouth shut. However, in his mind, he couldn't help but gripe. They took half of the essence crystals. It's not like they weren't paid. The only reason they are here is because their healer thinks I'm some sort of chosen one or something. He really didn't know how to feel about the goddess Serene, and the religions here in general. They weren't what he was expecting. Even the transmigrator cliché of him being a chosen one didn't really fit how they were treating him. It just didn't feel all that ordained or whatever. It was more like he had gotten a recommendation letter from their boss, and the faithful were happy to have him around. Where was the religious zealotry and insanity that he had been expecting? All in all, he felt like he'd been cheated. While Nero was lamenting the fact that he wasn't being hoisted up as the savior of Dorchester, The entire group made their way to the encampment. Clearly, they were noticed by the watchtowers, because they could see a large group of people gathering in front of the gate. The moment they were within earshot, Captain Angelton's booming voice rang out. "All teams, I want confirmations from your team leaders that you're ready to go. We'll be locking this place down in 10 minutes. Nero heard Nick mutter, "They're doing a ward lock? Why?" Not even remotely interested in what he was hearing, Nero's mind was busy imagining what his room might look like, and whether or not he'd finally get to have a private shower. Hopefully, the encampment had a few amenities to make their stay out here in the devil's armpit of Dorchester a little more bearable. Breaking off from the gathering in front of the gate, Sergeant Blackwood jogged up to their group. His face was uncharacteristically serious, and Nero thought it looked weird on the man. The few times Nero had spoken with him, he looked cheery and kind of reminded Nero of a frat brother only here for his community service hours. Nero had planned on pulling the man aside and talking to him about the warning he left in the mission packet. It was a really stand-up move, and Nero felt obligated to thank him for it. Even though he never saw it, and it didn't help him in the least, it was still a really cool thing to do. But now, it seemed like that was the last thing on the sergeant's mind. Arriving in front of the party, Blackwood addressed Wesker. "Sergeant, who are your guests?" Gesturing with his hand to the woman standing next to him, Wesker replied, "This is Brienne. I don't remember her last name, but she and her team ran into us while we were taking care of our assignments. They aided in the removal of one Essence event and escorted us here without prompting. If we are accepting hunter teams into the encampment, I'd like to sponsor them for housing." Blackwood raised an eyebrow in surprise at Wesker's words, but quickly replied, "That's not going to be possible. We're abandoning the camp for now. Luckily, we haven't been here long, so there isn't much we're leaving behind. All units have been called back to Dorchester. We're going to let the hunters handle things for the time being." Brienne, shocked, interjected, "There aren't nearly enough hunter teams to handle all the new events popping up in the wilds. Is it just the forest? Or is the army pulling back from the other areas as well?" Blackwood's voice was hard as iron. "You and the other hunter teams will just have to make do for the time being. Kobolds have taken over the mountain city, and we need to clear them out to make room for the refugees that are coming in from the outlying villages and towns." One of the hunter team members that Nero didn't know guffawed loudly and asked, "Kobolds? Seriously?" While everyone started whispering and muttering amongst themselves, Brian's voice cut through the chatter and asked, "When you say they took over the mountain city, are you saying that they've reached civilization levels? How large a force do they have?" Looks of understanding and wariness started popping up all around Nero, and he couldn't help but wonder what the hell was going on. "Aren't kobolds the little dog or rat things that like to make traps?" he thought to himself, recalling his gaming knowledge of the low-level cannon fodder that was meant to be swept away by AoE. Sergeant Blackwood shook his head slowly. "I haven't been told the specifics, but I can confirm that the entirety of the Dorchester army is being called back behind the walls. As we speak, they're sealing off all entrances to the mountain and fortifying the mountain gate. An offensive will be launched immediately, and we need all units ready and able to clear out those halls as soon as possible. The engagement started when we tried to reopen the mountain city and accidentally discovered them building up their forces. It seems they've been there for centuries, right under our noses," he said, his voice full of hatred and offense. Nick's voice was full of shock and confusion. How did the mages at the Tower of Magic not notice them? Weren't there protocols and monitoring systems set up to protect the city in the event we needed to open it up again? Blackwood shrugged and replied, "No idea. All I know..." The conversation was interrupted by a massive wave disrupting the ethereal plane in the area. Nero's jaw dropped open in shock at the amount of essence that was being funneled and controlled. "What the fuck is that?" he wondered in terror. It was inconceivable that a spell could use that much essence for anything. Blackwood looked over his shoulder, completely at ease. "It looks like they got the ward up." Turning back to the group, He looked to Brienne and said, "I'm sorry we can't accommodate you with a base camp to work out of, but hopefully we'll be returning here and rejoining the fight. For now, just try and stay safe. Do what you can, and we'll make sure you have walls to return to." Brienne didn't seem worried and asked, "If the army is bringing in the tens of thousands of soldiers it's already deployed to the wilds, then have they called for civilian levies? Is there a draft?" "Not at this time, no. But who knows what will happen in the coming weeks. Keep an ear out. And like I said, do what you can out here. The more you do now, the less we have to deal with when we return to the wilds after our victory," Blackwood said, his voice full of confidence. Turning his attention to Sergeant Wesker, Blackwood said, "Let's get moving. We're heading back to Dorchester together and making best speed to the walls." Nero kept his mouth shut, not knowing how to contribute to the conversation. He just followed along as the group separated. He exchanged a nod with Brian, who stared at him with a knowing look, as if this were all part of some grand plan. It made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up, and his mouth go dry. "Yup, there is the blind faith that terrifies me to my core, and makes my balls shrivel up in panic," he said to himself as he nearly ran to keep up with his teammates, heading off to join the rest of the elites, preparing to head out. In no time at all, he was surrounded by the familiar faces he had trained with, but gone were the confident, happy grins he had come to know. Now there was a sense of determination mixed with anticipation. These men and women were ready to face what was coming, knowing full well what was waiting for them. Nero, on the other hand, was having trouble processing all that he'd heard. Apparently, there was a hidden mountain city that had been taken over by kobolds. It was right next to Dorchester, and for some reason, the army had decided to kill all of them and take over their city? Was he understanding this correctly? As the massive group of elites started off back to Dorchester at a run, Nero was in the middle of the pack with Nick. Reaching out, he opened up a connection to his friend, hoping for some answers. Accepting the connection, Nick asked, "What is it, Nero? I'm a little preoccupied with my thoughts at the moment." Nero glared at Nick's backpack, currently bouncing in front of him as they ran through the woods. "My thoughts aren't exactly a calm lake of serenity either at the moment. Can you explain to me what exactly is happening? Are we really going to go massacre an entire people and take their land?" Nick stumbled, surprised at Nero's question. "Nero, first of all, it's our land. Well, it's no one's land, but it's our city. We built it. We conquered that mountain and cleared it of all outside influence. Secondly, they are kobolds. What do you expect us to do? We need that city cleared to make room for the incoming refugees fleeing the density shift," he said. Nero wasn't sure if he was supposed to be defending the kobolds' rights. It was almost like an echo of all the past atrocities perpetrated by his ancestors back on Earth was crying out for him to stand up and shout, "It's wrong," or something. Yet, he could feel Nick's absolute certainty that this was what had to happen through his essence field. It was unnerving. Nick sensed Nero's emotions bouncing all over the place and asked, "Just tell me what's bothering you. I can't answer a question you don't ask." Deciding to just get into it, Nero asked, "Is there no way to just not fight? They're a civilization, right? Give peace a chance and all that. They are sentients, aren't they? They're not monsters." Nero could feel the moment Nick understood what he was getting at. The old man's essence field nearly blossomed with understanding. Nick replied, "I think you're assuming some things that aren't entirely accurate. Yes, they are sentients. No, they aren't monsters. Kobolds are a species that has a long history with humans, and an even longer history with this plane of existence. We don't know if they are from this plane, or if they migrated here like humans did, but—" "Wait, humans aren't from here? Where are we from?" Nero asked excitedly. Sighing, Nick replied, "Not now, Nero, one thing at a time. Different races see the world through entirely different perspectives. We are food for kobolds. They are capable of creating civilizations.
but they are not anything like ours. They are focused on the accumulation of land and the control of the local essence flows. When strong enough, they are comparable to humans in physical might and power, but they really excel in planar magic. They have a calling in their blood to reach out to the elemental planes and convert the world around them in its image. Depending on the clan, it could be any number of planes that they want to bridge our world with. As humans, we are at odds by our very nature. There can be no peace. We kill them, and they kill us. The world around us is decided by the victor.
Nero nodded. It wasn't like a racial thing, then. It was two opposing ideals fighting for control of an area. Just like a real-life MOBA game. I guess that's a lot easier than having to deal with some kind of racial discrimination subplot that I'd have to overcome. No, coming together despite our differences. Thank God. I would have sucked at that, he thought to himself. Chapter 139. Showing Nero How It's Done. Brienne stood at the tree line, watching the elite hunters head back to Dorchester as a group. The very idea of calling them elites after only having been in training for a week was laughable. Yet, elites weren't elites because of their skills. They were elites because their duty was their entire life. They did nothing but train and fight, and their growth rates were as massive as their casualty rates. It would be good for Dorchester to have them once again defending their walls. Pushing those thoughts aside, she closed her eyes and focused on her mission. Leaning against the trunk of a tree with her arms crossed, she reviewed what she'd learned about the young Lord Walker and his companions. Lord Salvatore Verina was exactly who she expected him to be. A typical scholar more suited center research than for politics, let alone the wilds. In Brienne's opinion, the Averett woman was the young lord's only real supporter, and definitely not one to be underestimated. It was clear that Northern Warrior preferred the role of a silent guardian, constantly watching from a distance. Even when Kathleen wasn't looking, Brienne could still feel the woman's eyes on her. Sergeant Wesker seemed much colder than she thought he'd be. Apparently, the rumors of Lord Walker's close relationship with the military were just that, rumors. Based on what she'd seen, the military was only keeping Lord Walker close because they didn't know what to do with him. If they truly valued the young lord, they wouldn't assign someone like Wesker as his primary contact. Which led to Rose Vikander, who was a delightful surprise. There was very little known about how she came to be part of Lord Walker's team, but evidence of the general's personal involvement did exist. Considering how closely the young woman was watching Lord Walker, her role as a spy for the military was basically confirmed. What was surprising was how good Rose seemed to be. She was a natural and easily dismissed due to her level. She felt her second-in-command, Neela, approach her from behind. Not turning around, she heard Neela's soft voice ask, "Mission's accomplished. Should we finish our cover assignments or make an excuse to the rest of the party and head back to Dorchester? We can use the Cobalt situation as a cover. Everyone will be eager to check in with their families." Brienne was nothing if not pragmatic. Only she and Neela knew about their primary mission, and there was no reason to cast doubt on their motives by altering the plan. It would be too out of character for her to alter their plans. After all, they weren't in a hurry. Shrugging herself off the tree, she looked up at the canopy to judge how much of the day's light remained. Turning around, she saw the rest of her team standing around, idly discussing what the kobold invasion meant for Dorchester, and for them. Keeping her voice low, she replied, "We'll continue with the assignments we took. After seeing how Brian fawned over the young lord, let's not give anyone a reason to doubt that our encounter was anything but chance. Let's camp here. We've only got around an hour left before nightfall. I'll be along shortly." Offering a small nod to Brienne, Neela headed off to the rest of the party. Almost immediately, they broke up to go about their various duties.
They'd all been together for years, and Brienne had made sure they all knew what they were doing. Turning away from the team, she walked off into the wilds to get some distance. When she felt that the area was clear, she reached into a side pouch on her rucksack and pulled out a communication orb. She imbued some essence into it, sending out a connection request. A few seconds later, she felt a response. A calm but firm voice came through. Hub 3, report. Familiar with the protocols, Brienne replied. Hunter 106, reporting primary mission success. A few seconds of silence passed, and Brienne waited for whoever was monitoring Hub 3 to look up the relevant mission information. She tapped her fingers on her sword hilt, trying to remain patient, but secretly hoping they would hurry up. The voice on the other end of the communication orb suddenly replied, Very good, Hunter 106. You're the first to complete the request. In fact, we weren't expecting anyone to attempt it at all due to recent events. When will you present your findings? Brienne did some mental math in her head, estimating how long it would take for her team to finish with the Hunter's Hall assignments they'd accepted. Giving herself some breathing room, she replied, Tell Lord Blackwood, that I'll be back in Dorchester in 4 days, 5 at the latest. Although it was weird to no longer be able to call her friend by her name, it was good to see she was finally getting what she deserved. After all, years of planning had paid off exactly as she'd hoped they would. Once again, Nero's understanding of the wilds was challenged. He'd seen what it was like to travel with a small, unpracticed group. Then he'd seen what a larger group of skilled hunters could do. And now he was seeing what it looked like when a small army was bulldozing through the forest. He did his best to take it all in. Trying to estimate their numbers, he saw that there were probably over 100 people heading back to Dorchester from the encampment. The extra people must have come later. Maybe support staff or other teams using their base to rest, he wondered. Deciding that it wasn't important, Nero focused on how they fought. The amount of noise the large group made caused them to be constantly assaulted by monsters from all sides. Apparently, they didn't need scouts due to their sensing abilities, so everyone stayed in one giant formation. If there was one word to describe what he was seeing, it was humbling. Nick had told him that the elites had been pulled from monster hunting teams from all over Dorchester, their levels ranging from probably 20 all the way up to 40. The idea being that elites were meant to dedicate their entire life to the cause, and in return, they'd get the full support of the city. They weren't meant to be the best now, but that was their entire purpose. It was hard to estimate ages, but Nero could tell by how they fought who was a veteran and who was still learning. Through his senses, he watched a wiry man bounce through the tree branches, launching arrows of fire into monsters while he flew through the air. It was stunning and incredibly intimidating. All around him, he saw breathtaking displays of destruction. There was a woman wielding a two-handed sword that was taller than he was, and it was glowing orange. On the other side, there was a lanky man summoning rolling balls of thorn whips that latched onto monsters and ripped them apart like a chainsaw cutting through a tree trunk. With his senses seeing the essence all around him, he saw abilities going off like flashbangs all over the place. The entire army kept moving at a jog, the combat not slowing them down in the slightest. He could see the edges of the formation rotating to bring in fresh warriors, while the back of the formation refilled with those who'd stayed back to collect the essence crystals. It was like a massive dance, which he was only allowed to appreciate due to his essence field giving him a view of the entire formation. They weren't sprinting, but the jog was a little faster than he was comfortable with. He had to constantly watch his step in order to make sure he didn't roll an ankle. Considering he was a foot shorter than everyone around him, it almost made him claustrophobic. For the first time in a long time, Nero felt completely ignored. He had grown so used to being the center of attention that it was a little surprising how uncomfortable it felt to be relegated to a non-combatant. Even worse,
He was surrounded by the weaker fighters and support staff that he recognized from the training camp. It seemed he wasn't powerful enough to be given any real responsibility, which both humiliated him and made him sigh in relief. After all, it was nice to not have to worry about people judging him, reading into everything he did or said. Everyone was focused on the upcoming war, and the conversations going on around him were filled with information that broadened his knowledge base. Even at a jog, soldiers gossiped.
From what he heard, the entire city was preparing for the upcoming war.
Gate 22, which apparently housed the Mountain Gate, was being evacuated. The civilians were voluntarily giving up their homes and businesses so that the military could be closer to the action. There was also an undercurrent of excitement concerning the rewards they could earn during the coming battles. Nero assumed it was something like the Noble War, where there was a grading system, although he still had no idea how that was tracked or who was in charge of it. Populators, maybe?
Why don't they just have a few high-level champions from the populators come by and wipe the mountain clean of kobolds? He wondered. There had to be a reason, right? The subject being discussed to his left caused him to whip his head around in surprise. Nero focused on what they were saying, doing his best to tune out all the insanity going on around him.
Did they just mention artillery?
A young man with oddly colored salt and pepper hair said, "If that's true, then the engineering corps is going to be involved. It's too bad they'll be pulled off the walls. We'll be needing the cannons up and running when the beast waves finally hit."
The woman on his right replied,
"I saw the status update myself while I was in the communications tower. They listed requests for all essence crystals we collected to be turned over immediately. The numbers they were requisitioning could only mean they were activating the artillery teams, mechanized divisions, and shield generators. Hopefully all of that old equipment is still working. I doubt it's seen any use since the last beast wave, maybe even the old Dorchan rebellion."
The man replied immediately, "No doubt they've already been seen to. It was probably one of the first things Command looked into when they heard about the density shift."
She nodded and replied, "I hope you're right. But you should keep in mind that they thought they had plenty of time before the beast waves hit."
Nero listened closely, reading into whatever they said.
"This is going to be a war? Like a real war? I thought this was supposed to be a fantasy world. Why in the hell are they talking about mechanized divisions?" he wondered.
His thoughts racing, Nero tried to get a hold of himself. It was difficult, considering the people around him were comfortably chatting about the upcoming war. Meanwhile, the sounds of combat were coming from the edges of the formation, and the entire time everyone was jogging through the forest, almost at a run. The situation was absurdly surreal, and it was making him a little lightheaded. Retracting his senses helped a lot. The pressure bearing down on him from his surroundings eased up, and he felt like he could breathe again. He looked over to see Nick chatting away with the soldier jogging next to him. The old man was grinning like a fool while pumping his arms as he ran. Nero smiled at the sight, the presence of his friend acting like an emotional anchor he didn't know he needed. A little more centered, he returned to his internal review of the situation. Despite the differences, this world had a lot in common with his old one. Very little was in his control, and a majority of his decisions would have to be in response to external factors. He hadn't planned on fighting a war. He joined the elites so that he could fulfill one of the noble trial requirements. Well, killing kobolds probably counted just as much as killing monsters. I'm just going to have to accept that the world shifted gears, and I'm not going to be the main character for a while, he thought to himself. As he jogged, he thought about what he might be doing, and what part he might play in the coming war. He'd promised himself that he was going to actively take part in the world around him, but he couldn't see how he would be able to make much difference in a war that included tens of thousands of troops, possibly even 100,000 or more. It wasn't feeling like a fantasy world at the moment. It felt more like one of the historical war movies that focused on some nobody that learned life was incredibly precious and earned someone an Oscar. He always hated those. Reality sucked, and there was no way to argue with a landmine.
Kobolds liked traps, and the last he wanted was to end up dying courtesy of a magic IED. His hard work and can-do attitude won't do shit in front of an artillery shell. Not liking the way his thoughts were going, he decided to call an audible. Reaching out, he sent Nick a connection request. He saw the old man look over his shoulder and accept the request with a curious yet annoyed look on his face. "What's wrong now?" Nick asked. Frowning at the old man's uninterested reply, Nero could tell the man was in the middle of a conversation that he seemed to be enjoying. Based on Nick's mental presence, Nero could sense that the old man was unhappy to have Nero bothering him with questions he felt would be answered if he were just willing to be patient and listen. Surprised at how much subtext he was able to glean through the connection, Nero said, "Sorry to bother you, but I just wanted to know why the populators aren't being called in to deal with the kobolds." Nick didn't bother to pause his conversation with the person next to him, but still answered Nero's question over the private connection. Populators are rarely sent out to support military efforts. Their purpose is to clear out new areas for expansion and to maintain order. Standing armies and local forces are responsible for taking care of local problems. While Oglevark as a whole is one kingdom, in many ways it is made up of individual cities and areas working independently. You don't have to worry. If it gets bad enough, I'm sure external aid will be called in. But let's hope it doesn't come to that, he said. Nero asked quickly, "Why not? Is there some kind of penalty or something?" Nick's mental projection felt a little indecisive, as if he weren't exactly sure how to answer. After a few seconds, he eventually replied, "It's not exactly a penalty. Typically, once cities are declared self-sufficient, all outside influences are mitigated by law. However, if aid is requested, it opens Dorchester up to have nobles from other cities join without starting from the bottom. It's not exactly bad, but it does tend to cause some stability issues in the upper echelons of power. While not immediately a problem, in 100 years we might look back and regret ever having called for aid." Nero took a moment to digest that interesting nugget of information. He had always wondered why Vera came from a noble family, but wasn't a noble. It also explained why the Avarites sent out people to cities across Oglevark to build up their presence by fighting and doing community service. They couldn't just come in and take over. Nick let Nero think it through for a bit before continuing. The current noble houses are almost all descended from when Dorchester was initially founded. However, the Cosgraves were not here. So what does that tell you? Getting back to my point, in many ways the cities of Oglevark are on their own. The kingdom itself is really just an agreement to abide by common practices, which are enforced by the royal family and the ruling council, overseen by the local Tower of Law. That isn't to say there aren't kingdom forces that might arrive before the beast waves come. Those soldiers are almost like mercenaries, paid for by the crown, that can temporarily bolster the defenses of a city without consequences. However, I doubt they'll arrive anytime soon, so I wouldn't count on seeing them. Nero nodded, the picture of how Oglevark worked becoming a little clearer. Of course, there were plenty of things he still didn't understand. Like, if outside nobles couldn't come here, then how did that Cranston asshole have enough influence to almost have him killed? But, almost as if he were answering his own question, the solution came to him. It was a mage tower thing. They are probably like guilds in games that stretch across city borders. The members don't hold local power, but they still hold some influence. Suddenly, the metaphor in his head started taking shape. Oglevark was like the federal government. The cities were like states, and the different towers were like outsourced governmental services overseen by private monopolies masquerading as clubs. That answered so many annoying questions he had, even though he was positive that the comparison was probably incredibly flimsy. It really helped him wrap his head around the ridiculousness of how they seemed to govern themselves. "You all right, Nero? Your emotions are all over the place," Nick asked, looking over his shoulder to check on Nero. Nero replied, "Yeah, I think I'm just starting to put your government in terms I can kinda understand. Don't worry, I'm not going to assume that I've figured anything out. But I'll probably no longer get a headache when you say something so stupid that it makes me question how you all haven't killed yourselves yet.
Nick didn't know what to say to that, so he just replied, all right. If there's nothing else, I'm going to focus on my conversation now. Did you know that Gate 12 has an animal sanctuary that is currently studying monsterization and targeted elemental evolution? This young lady's brother works for Gate 12's Center Research Center and has had success breeding fire-breathing goats. How incredibly interesting, am I right? Immediately after dropping that illogical bombshell, he closed the connection.
Nero stumbled a little as he tried to process what he had just heard.
The moment I begin to get a handle on this crap, something else pops up that reminds me that nothing here makes any damn sense, he mentally complained. Putting the matter aside, he chose to focus his attention on something which he could actually control. So, while he and the army made their way through the monster-infested wilds, he dedicated himself to training his essence shield and perfecting his mental control over his essence field. At this pace, in a day or two, he could possibly be on the front lines of a human army fighting against kobolds for control of an abandoned city. A city which was located under a freaking mountain, all the while praying to whatever Upper Plains Club president passed for a god around here that he wouldn't get blown up by magical artillery. Or eaten. Definitely didn't want to be eaten. At that thought, Nero felt himself fill up with happiness at how much he was enjoying the craziness he was constantly living through. With a grin on his face, he went back to what he did best: learning magic. Chapter 140. Home again. Not one to waste time, General Branson started his briefing the moment his projection appeared in the Hall of Leadership. His face hovered above the center of the room, the projection displaying him on each side of a large, square holographic box. Every person of influence in Dorchester was present, nobles and near-nobles alike. They all were silent as the man in charge of protecting their city began to speak. The general's voice was loud, and it echoed around the massive room. Before I get into the requisition authorizations we'll need, I'll begin with a brief update on our situation. I'm sure you've all been reading the reports, casualty projections, and strategy suggestions, but the past 30 hours have been hectic, and I'd prefer if we confine this meeting to the facts and the Army's immediate needs. The Leadership Council all nodded, eager to hear the comprehensive status update they've been waiting for. It was understandable that the general was unable to do so before now, but if they were to help, they needed to know what was going on. There was only so much they could learn from the general intelligence they'd been receiving through the Army's updates on the Thought Hub. Below the general's hovering projection, a 3D model of the massive mountain appeared. The detail was immaculate, and they all watched as the exterior became translucent. The outline of the interior fortifications and tunnels was clearly displayed. From the central pathway through the mountain gate, they saw the various levels going both down into the depths and up through the mountain. Several tunnels with exits protruding to the surface were highlighted. Most of those were green, while others were varying shades of red. The general's voice narrated what they were seeing. During our initial efforts to reopen the underground city, Mountain Teams 4, 5, and 9 came into conflict with what we initially thought were kobold scouting parties. After quickly eliminating them, our priority was intelligence gathering. After all, the entire complex was supposed to be locked down. We attempted scrying and essence scanning, but what the mages were seeing wasn't what was actually down there. So, we were forced to send teams down to visually inspect the tunnels. Unfortunately, what we found was a coordinated response that nearly wiped out our investigative forces. While several sections started flashing, highlighting the areas where the early conflicts occurred, several more projections appeared. Each one was showing a memory engram from some of the members of the mountain teams that were part of the initial battles. The general's grim voice continued on.
After pulling back, we reinforced the mountain gate as a precaution against invasion. At this time, the kobolds have been repelled, and our line is holding. Enemy numbers are still unknown, but several scouts were able to get deep enough to give us some idea of what we're dealing with. The projections changed to show that several of the large caverns which had once housed their ancestors now had been repurposed into kobold dens on a scale which boggled the mind. Massive stone pillars had been erected, each with numerous hollows filled with flickering torches. The structures stretched to the ceiling, indicating thousands upon thousands of kobolds. At their base, forests of misshapen trees which had been adapted to live in underground environments covered what was once farmland. The overhead essence lights remained unpowered, leaving the images shrouded in shadow. We weren't able to get too deep. These images are only from sub-level 5. Even more concerning, we were unable to retrieve any intelligence concerning what was happening on the higher floors. But all of this leads us to believe that the kobolds have taken over the mountain city. Until we know more, their civilization will be treated as a Class 6 threat. His tone was ominous, leaving no question as to the seriousness of the situation.
Lord Cosgrove's voice interrupted him.
How do we know they've progressed to a Class 6? Do you have reason to believe that they have access to planar gates or totemic magic? Seemingly unbothered by the question, the general replied, "We have no direct evidence, but if the population numbers are anywhere near what we think they are, then it's incredibly unlikely that they haven't made contact with their brethren in the elemental planes. Also, they're advanced enough to be interfering with our ranged intelligence gathering. Whether it's a mirror ward, illusionary great magic, or something we've never heard of, there is no way for us to see what's happening down there. So, for now, we're treating their existence as a city killer." Everyone in the chamber knew what that meant. If they were unable to stop them, populators would come and wipe their city, the mountain, and most of the surrounding area clear off the map. Hopefully, they'd at least evacuate them all first. Oglevark wouldn't stand for a threat of this magnitude to exist within its borders. After giving the room a minute to process the peril they were in, the general's tone snapped them all back to reality. "We've already dealt with almost all of the known egress points out of the mountain, and teams are currently eliminating anything they find on the surface. For now, they've been contained. Our next step is to go in and dig them out. The area around the mountain gate has been repurposed for the army's use, and divisions are being assembled as we speak." Looks of appreciation and relief were seen on everyone's faces. That was great news, and boded well for the chances of Dorchester making it through this crisis in one piece. Calm and collected, the general continued. "What we need going forward is your support and resources. If you open the briefing packet you've been sent, we'll begin with what we need from the Guard." While the general outlined what the army needed, he made sure to highlight what was required for the city to function while their forces were embattled with the threat. For the time being, Dorchester would have to deal with the refugees and the density shift on its own. Unsurprisingly, they made great time back to Dorchester. In fact, once they emerged from the wilds, their brisk jog transitioned into an uncomfortable run. He'd been up forever, and despite not being in any of the fights, his little legs were still struggling to keep up with the soldiers. The occasional 15-minute breaks and ration bars had done very little to offset the pain of running for an entire night and a good portion of the next day. Nero panted, forcing himself to keep pace with the group. Although he couldn't see anything other than the elite warriors double-timing it all around him, his psychic field gave him a nice overview of what was happening. Captain Angelton was at the front of the formation, and he quickly led them to the nearest road. Once there, one of the sergeants cast some kind of spell that started blaring a sound which was eerily similar to a siren. The captain broke everyone into columns, and the elites made their way past shocked civilians currently heading toward Dorchester. Nero was surprised to see so many wagons and families filling the wide road. This must be the fantasy equivalent of a motorcade for emergency vehicles.
Funny, I don't feel like a fire engine, he thought to himself, trying to diffuse his mounting tension. As they sped along, he ran his senses over the civilians which were hurriedly getting out of their way. Aside from a few notable standouts, they all looked rather dingy and kinda weak. It was like their essence fields were almost non-existent. He couldn't understand what he was seeing. People who were level 20 weren't uncommon, were they? Unfortunately, he was moving too fast to get a really good look at anyone, so his questions remained unanswered. Besides, he was more focused on making sure that he stayed upright, as the last thing he needed was to be trampled by the soldiers bringing up the rear. Suddenly, the image of one of the larger elites throwing him over their shoulder and carrying him like a sack of potatoes flashed across his mind, and he shivered at the potential shame. It wasn't impossible. They were pretty much all superhumans. Yeah, that's not gonna happen, he thought, then refocused on running. Eventually, they got close enough to Dorchester to connect to the local thought hub. Unable to stop himself, he reached out and activated his link. As usual, there were a ton of pings waiting for him to deal with. Most of them were from Vera, but there were some surprises in there too. He had received a few bank statements, a notice from the arena that they were temporarily suspending events, and even a few pings from Victoria Blackwood. What the hell does she want? He wondered. Opening the message, he almost stumbled when he read the contents. According to the first ping, she wanted to create closer ties with House Walker, and she requested a dinner when he had the time. The next ping was from a few hours later, and she politely retracted the invitation while applauding him for his service with the elites. She went on to say that the invitation remained open, and whenever he had time, he should contact her directly, as she looked forward to working together for the betterment of Dorchester. What a load of shit, he thought. Ignoring the blatant political doublespeak, he just forwarded the pings to Vera. She would deal with them at some point. Realizing what he'd just done, he winced. It was never a good idea to send a woman a message without first checking what they'd already sent him. Immediately, he started going through the multiple pings in his backlog. Some of them were still there from before he had his dinner at the keep. It was like seeing a record of his time in Dorchester narrated by an angry soccer mom. His thoughts bounced around as he read through the pings. There's the one where she warned me to behave in front of the nobles. Oh, she was really pissed about the whole assassination thing, huh? Wait, that's from the first time someone tried to kill me. Yep, there's the record of the bet she made on my behalf with the arena. Then this one is about the training schedule. Blah, blah, blah. Huh, she took over the estate I own? Cool. I need to get over there at some point. Holy crap, I have a lot of employees. When the hell did I tell her to start a mercenary company? Nero's mind was reeling as he went through them. There was so much information that he had been ignoring that he felt like an absentee father hearing about his kids' accomplishments from the nanny. House Walker was growing and thriving, all while he'd been off in the wilds getting his ass kicked. Nero kept reading, finally going through all the paperwork and records Vera had been sending him. He noted a few pings from people he hadn't met yet, recognizing their names from Vera's pings. There was his household manager, Vance Lester, who was currently maintaining his estate. Some lady named Joanne Upton, who was the new director of Walker Security Contractors, or WSC. There really were too many pings from people he didn't know, all of whom were sending him updates concerning their work on his behalf. He was so enthralled by what he was reading, he didn't notice that the column was coming to a stop. His thoughts were brought out of his link when he face-planted into the backpack of the soldier in front of him. Stuttering to a stop, Nero grabbed his bleeding nose. Son of a bitch, he thought in annoyance. Panting hard, he looked up at the tired faces of the surrounding soldiers, wondering what was going on. They were all staring forward, calmly waiting for something to happen. Focusing on his essence field, he tried to see what was happening at the front of the formation. He realized what was going on almost immediately. The incredibly tall walls were almost blinding his mental senses. I can't believe I didn't notice they were enchanted. I need to start paying closer attention. How do main characters handle all this crap happening at the same time? Where the hell is my helper fairy, or my AI companion? My old life was defined by me constantly playing catch-up, and this one isn't turning out much better, he lamented.
Now that he was paying closer attention, he was able to see when they were given leave to enter the city. Barely having been given enough time to catch his breath, they were back to running again. Hopefully we'll be given some time to rest before we get sent into the mountain to fight the lizards. Dogs? What the hell do kobolds look like here? All I'm getting from the word is a vague concept of an animal-like enemy that could either be short, tall, hairy, or smooth. Maybe my translation system is broken, he bitched in his mind. Seeing the sun being replaced by the ceiling of the gate's tunnel, Nero felt like things were only going to get worse before he got any answers. Emerging from the tunnel, Nero saw how the upcoming war had affected the average citizen. Gone were the smiles and easygoing attitudes. The courtyard was nearly empty, but there were still a few people going about their business. Yet, now there was an undercurrent of defiance hanging in the air. It was surprising, because he'd figured there would be more fear and panic. But it kind of made sense, considering that they've been living their entire lives behind enemy lines. Just past the walls there was death, eagerly waiting to claim them. On that cheery note, Nero focused on where they were heading. Their columns ran through the city, past the gate compound, and straight toward a large warehouse. It was around 2 stories tall and made of solid gray stone. To Nero, it looked like a storage facility for all the crap no one wanted in their houses, but they were too lazy to get rid of. It even had a gate surrounding the property, as if the owners wanted to advertise that there was something inside worth stealing. The wide wooden doors were thrown open, and soldiers stood by at the entrance with what looked like clipboards. Happy to finally be walking again, Nero put his hands on his hips and tilted his head back in relief while trying to catch his breath. Not really caring where they were going, he followed the soldier in front of him without paying much attention. That was until he noticed that they were all being herded toward a teleportation platform. In groups of 10, the surrounding soldiers dissipated into flashes of golden light. Please tell me we aren't going to the front lines right away. Shouldn't we get a meal, a bed, and maybe an introduction to a local girl enamored with the idea of sleeping with a soldier heading off to war? Where is the send-off for the heroes or whatever? Can't I at least take a nap? He wondered, the confusion on his face clear for all to see. Unfortunately, no one was paying any attention to him at the moment. Therefore, the Astra platform technician didn't have any issues with sending the little lord and his surrounding elites hurtling through the ether despite Nero's grievances.